In the desolate Huangwu land, the blessed realm of a certain earth immortal lord was collapsing and dissolving. The sky first peeled off in flakes like cheap glaze, revealing the writhing pitch-black void behind it. High mountains softened and stretched like melting wax, silently turning to ashes. Exclamations dissipated among the crowd before they could fully form. The earth crumbled inch by inch. All colors, sounds, and textures were brutally erased by an invisible hand. In the end, even the concept of rules fell silent, leaving only absolute, informationless chaos and dead stillness. It's over, everything is over. I staked my entire family's hope, and in the end I still failed. Huangwu land, the abyss of all realms. I underestimated you. Everyone, the 10-year cultivation is over. The 79 lower academy. I must leave after all. Yes, time flies. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years of cultivation, yet still unable to build the heavenly Tao foundation. Everyone, I intend to venture into the Huangwu land to gamble on an earthly Tao foundation. Anyone willing to join me? But I heard that in the Huangwu land there is not even a trace of heaven and earth vital energy, and the earth veins are nowhere to follow. If we go there and fail to forge a Tao foundation, we may be stranded there for life. I heard that last year the legitimate son of a great family took the core essence of his entire clan to explore the Huangwu land, but didn't even last a year before perishing. Now that family has been dragged to the brink of collapse. Yes, it's terrifying. I'll just stick with the human immortal martial path instead. There are countless human cultivation methods. Many can rival the earthly Tao foundation. Why take such a risk? The young man who had shouted just now glanced bitterly at his retreating fellow disciples, then sat down in indignation, sulking alone. Jiang Li sat quietly among the crowd, casting a deliberate glance at the young man who wished to conquer the wasteland. He hadn't expected that among this batch of disciples there would be someone who shared his ambition. The path of the celestial immortal requires blending a thread of one's own primal creativity into the Tao foundation. This thread cannot be sought externally nor forced. If one comprehends it, they do. If not, they are forever excluded from the celestial immortal path. Jiang Li's comprehension and talent clearly still fell slightly short of the celestial immortal path. So his lowest acceptable goal was the earth immortal path. That was the baseline he set for himself. Having stumbled into this vast cultivation world by great fortune, he had no intention of remaining at the bottom forever. After 10 years of cultivation, he had long understood the fundamental differences among the three cultivation paths. The celestial immortal path is the most supreme thoroughfare in the world. Even within super sects like the Tantian sect, it is extremely rare. Every cultivator who enters the celestial immortal path is a prodigy of their era. At least in the 10 years Jiang Li had spent here, he had yet to see anyone walk the celestial immortal path. The cultivation of the earth immortal path is more common, no longer entirely dependent on elusive comprehension, but with some concrete cultivation methods. The primary requirement for achieving earth immortal is to pioneer the desolate wasteland and create a realm of one's own. In the Huangwu land, countless cultivators die each year. The mere name scared off countless geniuses. Just as Jiang Li was lost in thought, the previously noisy room suddenly fell silent. Like the magic of a class monitor's head teacher peeking in, Jiang Li instantly snapped out of his daydream and locked his gaze on the figure that had abruptly appeared at the podium. All right, the 10-year cultivation period is over. Now it is time for you to make your choice. Those willing to pioneer the desolate wasteland may stay, the rest should go to the outer sect to receive your assignments. The crowd scattered in a rush, turning from bustling to lonely in an instant. Jiang Li sat quietly in the corner, watching as the originally 100-strong hall left only 7 people. Excellent. There are actually 7 who are not afraid of death. I'll give you the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick to consider. You still have that long to plan for your own lives. As his words fell, the number dropped to 5. Jiang Li, does this sect seem reluctant to send too many people to the wasteland? Was the sect tired of losing members? That didn't seem right. There are still 5. The one who shouted the loudest earlier. Let me tell you, it's you reckless types who die most often in the wasteland. Think it over. The earth immortal is barely stronger than the human immortal and not free at all. The young man who had shouted earlier swallowed hard, sweating profusely under the elder's oppressive gaze. After a few breaths, the young man, under the elder's teasing gaze, walked out with heavy steps. Jiang Li frowned. He hadn't expected that guy to be all bark and no bite. You shouted so loudly earlier. Aren't you embarrassed now? The next moment a gaze fell upon him. Instantly Jiang Li understood why that young man had suddenly fled. Under that gaze Jiang Li felt as if he had been stripped bare, his innermost heart laid completely open on the table. And so the elder looked at Jiang Li's exposed heart, occasionally commenting on it before him. At that moment, all his inner secrets and darkness were dissected. The immense pressure made Jiang Li break into a cold sweat. The overwhelming force from within nearly caused him to collapse on the spot. Good mental fortitude. The elder's voice sounded in his ear, and the next moment 4 figures appeared in a pure white space. Whoosh. X4 the 4 exhaled a long breath of turbid air, then exchanged glances, a hint of joy rising in their eyes. They had apparently passed the test. Since you wish to walk the Earth Immortal path, the sect will naturally provide some support. You open up new territory for the sect, and the sect will reward you handsomely. Zhongli. That line sounds familiar. I hope the wasteland isn't connected to something terrible. First, here are your Xianwang towers. They are your foundation for survival. The day the tower collapses, you are finished. Take them. He casually tossed out 4 Xianwang towers, seemingly unconcerned. But what the elder truly thought no one could know. From the trembling of his hand, he seemed quite pleased. The Xianwang tower is refined from a wisps of primal Xianwang qi. It possesses the supreme power to stabilize fate, pacify the cosmos, and subdue malevolent forces. This is a treasure we might strive for our entire lives in the sect and never obtain, and they just gave it to us. The 4 looked at the towers in their hands, feeling the world was unreal. Alright, stop gawking. To ensure your survival, the sect has opened a treasure vault and scripture pavilion for you. In addition to the Xianwang tower, you may each choose 3 treasures and 3 cultivation methods. Go and pick. Instantly, the pure white space was flooded with boundless streams of light. The crowd stood amidst the vast radiance as if standing beside a resplendent celestial river. That majestic celestial river, every wave crest was a peerless top-grade treasure. Endless light converged to form this magnificent river that seemed to pierce through time and the cosmos. Simply by standing amidst the endless treasure light, Zhongli instantly felt resonance with more than a dozen treasures. It was as if the treasures were choosing their master. His presence called to them, eager to traverse the wild wasteland with him. But unfortunately, he could only take 3 treasures with him. It felt like losing an entire river. Now let the selection begin. Junior brother, I suggest you choose 3 treasures that are beneficial to the construction of your blessed land. Oh, senior sister, what advice do you have? Zhongli was about to make his selection when he heard a pleasant voice beside his ear. He turned to look at the girl beside him. She wore an expensive fiery red robe, and even the embroidery on it could probably buy Zhongli's lower-grade green robe. He hoped to hear some useful information from these children of noble families. After all, in any world, those from high-ranking households always have information unknown to commoners. It's not really advice, merely hoping that once we enter the wasteland, we can stick together for warmth. In the wasteland, we must first ensure our blessed land can stand firm. With our cultivation not yet at foundation establishment, the blessed land cannot contain any cultivators. Everything depends on our own efforts. According to my family's records, the first year is the hardest. If we survive that year, we cross the line of life and death, and can truly aim for the path of the Earth Immortal. Zhongli nodded seriously. Information was priceless. Knowing more meant more security. He wondered why the Tongtian sect had not taught its disciples anything about the wasteland. Yi Hongyi stopped misleading others. Just as Zhongli was about to express gratitude, another slightly deeper voice sounded in his ear. In the wasteland, before you truly establish yourself, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. I suggest you delete the memory of our exchange, or you will be in great danger. Zhao Wuliang, I'll remember you. Yi Hongyi gave him an angry glare without rebuttal. Her red robe shimmered slightly, and her figure vanished from Zhongli's sight. Zhongli glanced at Zhao Wuliang, frowned in thought for a moment, then nodded at him in goodwill. Clearly combining Zhao Wuliang's words, he roughly understood why the sect had not taught about the wasteland. That awareness had a special attack on cognition. The more you understood, the more dangerous it was. As thoughts turned, countless ideas were cut away by Zhongli. He gave Zhao Wuliang a strange look, wondering why the man was staring straight at him. But it didn't matter. He should first pick suitable treasures. Zhao Wuliang, don't tell me you think that just because he's erased the memory, he won't be entangled by karma. Once we reach the wasteland, he will definitely be my prey. The information I gave is much more important than yours. And now that he has no memory of our talk, he doesn't know I sowed a cause. Bound by karma, I will find his blessed land first. Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang exchanged a silent glance, then stopped communicating and focused on finding suitable treasures. Those two are definitely problematic. They used to scorn commoners like me, 2 prodigies who couldn't even remember my name after 10 years of study together. I'd better not touch my memory for now. After choosing treasures, when I select a cultivation method, I'll see if there's a solution. Zhongli believed that the more you know, the more dangerous. But he keenly sensed a flaw. If knowing even a little could cause total failure, then Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang knew dozens or hundreds of times more. Were they just planning to walk in and die? Were the elders of the Yi and Zhao families all brainless? Clearly those two had only told half, or even less than half of the truth. Knowing more is truly more dangerous, but there must be a solution. Using truth to deceive is the highest form of trickery. 3 treasures are nowhere near enough. As an adult, I really want them all. 13 treasures lay before Jiang Li, all of which resonated directly with him. He had given up on those that did not resonate. If a treasure does not resonate, it means it has not chosen you. Forcing it would require long refinement, an unacceptable time cost for Jiang Li about to march into the wasteland. He needed treasures he could use immediately, even if only initially. The Mountain River token, Mother Chi seed of all things, Sun Moon altar, God-slaying whip, umbrella of land and people. The information of the 13 treasures flowed in his heart. Jiang Li could not take his eyes off them. Does the sect really support wasteland pioneers this generously? Jiang Li couldn't understand. He seemed no different from others. Just because he chose to pioneer the wasteland, he was given such heavy treasures. These treasures, even the lofty foundation establishment true men didn't have such items. Pick 3, only 3. Huff. Stabilizing his mind, Jiang Li reached for the treasures before. In a few breaths, 10 treasures turned into streaks of light and vanished, leaving only the Mountain River token, Mother Chi seed of all things, and Sun Moon altar before Jiang Li. These 3 were not the most valuable among the 13, but they were the most suitable for Jiang Li at this moment. The sole function of the Mountain River token was to transform into 3 mountains and 9 rivers 10,000 acres of land to suppress a region. In the wasteland, the 10,000 acres formed by the Mountain River token would at least give him more room for error. For a newcomer, this was essential. Though it was a one-time consumable, it was definitely worth it. The Mother Chi seed of all things was a gray stone egg which after initial refinement settled into Jiang Li's dantian. Its greatest use was to absorb and refine almost all foreign energies, converting them into heaven and earth chi to nourish his blessed land and cultivation. This was indispensable for the wasteland which lacked any heaven and earth chi. The Sun Moon altar was now a palm-sized blood-red altar floating in Jiang Li's dantian. Its function was to communicate with the sun, moon, and stars through sacrifice, sending down their essence to nourish his blessed land. Moreover, by continuously communicating with the celestial bodies, it strengthened the connection between the blessed land and the main world, allowing the sun, moon, and starlight to shine upon the wasteland. These 3 treasures were all crucial for the growth of his blessed land. At least in the early stage, Jiang Li had no choice but to pick them. Now that you've chosen your items, go select your future cultivation method. Remember, you will not be able to return to the sect for a long time. Plan well. The elder's voice faded, and in the next moment, all treasure light vanished. Jiang Li found himself before endless bookshelves. Looking around from every direction, there were nearly infinite books. Just one glance made Jiang Li feel crushed by the weight of knowledge. For the first time, he clearly felt the heaviness of knowledge. He casually picked up a green-covered ancient book from a nearby shelf. 5 Emperor's Great Demon Divine Power Art. He curled his lip and tossed it aside. Just the name indicated it was a cultivation method on the 5 elements, which was useless to Jiang Li. He was currently cultivating the primordial Tao scripture, which already contained sufficient elaboration on the 5 elements. Moreover, the grade of the primordial Tao scripture was clearly several levels higher than the 5 Emperor's Great Demon Divine Power Art. There was no need to switch to a method of lower grade. His primary goal now was to find the complete primordial Tao scripture and fill in the techniques after foundation establishment. If he absolutely could not find it, he would at least need a method no weaker than the primordial Tao scripture. Otherwise, he felt he would not live long in the wasteland. Good heavens, how is this any different from finding a single grain of sand in the ocean? Jiang Li leaned dejectedly against the bookshelf, utterly bewildered. In that sweep, he leafed through innumerable methods, from the most basic guiding techniques to the profound celestial gas-gathering arts, yet he could not find the Xiantian Daoshu innate Dao tome he sought. This cannot be right. Judging by how generous the sect has appeared, they would not be so stingy as to withhold the complete Xiantian Daoshu, would they? Jiang Li frowned and thought for a moment, finally deciding to keep searching. After all, the elders had not mentioned any time limit here. 1 day, 3 days, 10 days, a year. There is absolutely nothing. And the farther I go, the cultivation methods they offer are not even as good as the Wudi Damo, Shintong, Fa, 5 Emperor's Great Demon Divine Art. They'll hang on at most another year. If I still can't find it after 1 more year, they'll give up. A year passed. 1 more year. 3 years later. Now they won't even give me cultivation methods, What is this? Daozong 10,000 volumes Dao Treasury. Jiang Li looked at the Dao scripture in his hands. It was full of great masters' insights and annotations on the Dao, not something he could hope to comprehend at his current level. After all, foundation establishment is the true beginning of entering the Dao, and he was still but a small yet he could no longer find any cultivation formulas. The remaining Dao scriptures bore no seals or restrictions, unlike cultivation manuals that only allow one to view their summaries. When Jiang Li finished poring over the Wanwan Daozong and reflected carefully, he felt as though he were standing from a loftier vantage, re-examining his past practice. I valued techniques too highly before and neglected the wisdom encoded in the Tao scriptures. Had I not reorganized my past practice, now I might have wandered on a wrong path for much longer. This wretched sect never guides disciples in their cultivation. 10 years of training, and apart from the daily morning recitations, they never taught us the importance of the Tao scriptures. He put the Wanwan Daozong back and picked up another scripture. Zhang Li examined the Wanwan Daozong commentary on the water scripture. It was a commentary on the water aspect of the Wanwan Daozong. As he read deeper, Zhang Li found new understanding and insight into parts he had thought he already grasped. Taking a breath, Zhang Li picked up the Wanwan Daozong once more. Good heavens, this truly is a treasure. This reading elevated his appreciation of the Wanwan Daozong. Unexpectedly, he felt a faint enlightenment toward foundation establishment. He even felt an urge to devise his own foundation establishment method. Then came the commentaries on fire and earth and so forth. After studying them, his grasp of the way of the 5 elements advanced another tier. Reviewing his prior attempts to cultivate via the Xiantian Daoshu, Zhang Li believed he could reorganize his approach and remedy the flaws of his earlier practice. As a month already passed, he rubbed his stomach and suspected his sense of time had grown unreliable. Although he had entered a fast, he retained the habit of 3 daily meals. Using divination, the conclusion suggested he had remained here for nearly 4 years. Yet his Buddhist instincts told him that perhaps not even a day had gone by. No matter. First read, then worry about time. Zhang Li made his decision. He keenly sensed that their true purpose in coming here might not be to find 3 cultivation methods, but to seek the Wanwan Daozong. Beginning with the way of the 5 elements, he continued to read. The remaining endless volumes were commentaries on the Wanwan Daozong, and as the number of scriptures he absorbed grew, he unwittingly reached a complete understanding of the cultivation process described in the Xiantian Daoshu. This time the Xiantian Daoshu ceased to be merely a manual, it became a complex problem he thoroughly unraveled, from which he extracted 13 formulas. The 13 formulas, when combined, constituted the basic principles of the Xiantian Daoshu's cultivation. In that moment, he deduced a method for foundation establishment himself. There are 13 foundation establishment methods in total, each corresponding to one of the 13 formulas. It cannot end there. Those are only the methods left by predecessors. I must derive a method that belongs solely to me to add one more path to the Xiantian Daoshu. With a clear objective, Zhang Li resumed his study of the scriptures. Time ceased to be measured. He no longer used divination to track its passing, but immersed his whole being in reading. As he read more, the remaining scriptures grew ever more fundamental, no longer grand overarching treatises, but meticulous summaries addressing innumerable subtle phenomena and materials. The deeper Zhang Li delved, the more refined his knowledge became. From ever deeper perspectives, the Xiantian Daoshu was repeatedly deconstructed and recomposed in his mind. Building upon the work of predecessors, he infused it with his own insights, striving to forge an Xiantian Daoshu unique to himself. My foundation establishment method is about to be born. Is this the true way to cultivate as an earth immortal? No longer bound by rigid manuals, but weaving cultivation methods from an understanding of the Tao. For me, whenever need arises, any method can be devised on the spot. Methods will no longer be the scales that measure one's future, but tools that serve oneself. The path of the earth immortal. At last I have knocked open a corner of its gate. This is what the sect wanted to impart to us. But why did they not speak plainly? Zhang Li could not fathom it. But given the prior admonitions that knowing more of the void realm only increased danger, he felt that if such knowledge were not personally realized, it might bring misfortune to those who merely learned it. At least the previous hidden danger has been resolved on its own. In truth, Zhang Li had long since neutralized the schemes Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang had aimed at him. After one particular reading of a scripture, he came to understand certain facts about the void realm. Information that fully covered the intelligence Yi and Zhao had given him. The insights he arrived at by himself would not provoke the void realm's reaction. That was why Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang, although aware of such information, showed no anxiety. They had likely been studying the Wanwan Daozong within their clans for years. As prominent families, they surely had ways of guiding their heirs to delve deeply into the scriptures. They had probably already parsed those details concerning the void realm. 3 days later, in the law transmission hall, 3 figures abruptly appeared in the center. Another one eliminated. I wonder if the Xianhuang Tower and those treasures have been reclaimed yet. Zhang Li glanced at Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang, his eyes narrowing slightly. When the two looked over, he tilted his head toward the elder standing before the 3. The elder cast his gaze over the 3, and a smile tugged at his lips. Excellent. This year 3 disciples from our hall have passed the assessment. This is the authority key granting you access to the wasteland. First, familiarize yourselves with its conditions. In 3 days, all disciples bound for the wasteland will convene at the sect's ancestral land. You have 3 days to prepare. Remember, Survival is more important than anything. The key of authority in the desolate land appeared as a small orb of light about the size of a palm. The moment Zhang Li touched the orb, he was drawn directly into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, he felt a wondrous connection established with a distant realm. His mind followed that sensation and slipped into a void, and the next moment his vision landed in a chaotic land. The ground resembled a stretched-out soft human skin constantly twisting in a bizarre manner. Above the sky was an endless display of brilliant auroras, as if colors had been carelessly splashed from a palette and then frantically distorted. The gaps between heaven and earth were extremely narrow, as if the entire world had been cleaved open by an axe. Zhang Li felt suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, nearly unable to breathe from his mental sensing. Between the constricted heavens and earth was an endless expanse of gray mist rolling, as if the entire world was wailing. Zhang Li took a deep breath, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Could such a terrifying place really be suitable for someone like him who had yet to establish a foundation? Territory locked successfully. Activating Lord Panel. Mimetic Cave activated successfully. Data panel activated. Territory level 0 status. Desolate resources. Citizens entries. Dominion anomalies. This thing must be my golden finger. Indeed, the ancestral star blesses every wandering child. Looking at the data panel where only the basic panel was unlocked, Zhang Li nodded in satisfaction. Whether it was a scheme or assistance, since this golden finger gave him no chance to refuse, it meant he could not. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. 3 days may seem short or long. On the first day, Zhang Li returned to his family, bringing along family members willing to follow him to the desolate land back to the sect. On the second day, he went to the market to purchase a large amount of resources which were essential for survival in the desolate land. After all, he was currently the only cultivator in the territory, and others entering the territory needed food and basic necessities. On the third day, he called friends to celebrate and received support from his companions. After 3 days, Zhang Li led a team of thousands to the teleportation hall. Indeed, the Coldborn cannot compare to the aristocratic families. Looking at the 100,000-strong troops gathered behind Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang, each one a tall and powerful martial arts expert, although they had not yet entered the threshold of cultivation, each was a top-notch expert full of vigor. 100,000 top-notch experts would be an earth-shattering force in the mundane world. However, in the realm of cultivation, such expendables who had not yet entered the threshold of cultivators were abundant. Bro, are we a bit short on numbers? Zhang Hao, being Zhang Li's half-brother, naturally held the highest status among the followers. At this moment, he stood beside Zhang Li, watching the overwhelming crowd opposite them, each martial arts cultivation level not inferior to his, making him feel as if his group resembled beggars. After all, among the thousands behind Zhang Li, only a few had reached the level of top-notch experts. Opposite them were a full 100,000. The gap was simply too vast. Such a ruthless heart. Others might not see it, but Zhang Li understood it. Even if Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang had treasures to suppress the desolation, a newly opened territory could not possibly support 100,000 top martial artists. The resource consumption for martial arts cultivation was already severe, and the desolate land had no initial output. No matter how great the wealth, it could not withstand such consumption. The only purpose of bringing so many people was to use them as expendables. Zhang Li had prepared 10,000 livestock to offer to heaven and earth. These two probably intended to directly blood sacrifice 100,000 top martial artists. One must admit it was truly ruthless. To stabilize the surrounding environment of the desolate land, the most direct and effective method was to perform sacrifices. Sacrificing to heaven and earth, the sun and moon, the 4 seasons, and 8 directions could initially form a self-circulating legal domain in the desolate land. Only within such a legal domain could living beings survive normally. Otherwise, even Zhang Li couldn't survive in that bizarre and terrifying desolate land. Not to mention the thousands of ordinary people he brought along. Zhang Li was thinking of sacrificing livestock, but they had already prepared for human sacrifices. A great family is indeed a great family. Their blood is cold. Can such a small number really last more than a year? Who cares? If they can last a year, they aren't worthy of being my resources for advancement. Small in number, but with an enormous attitude. Yi Hongyi glanced disdainfully at Zhao Wuliang, thinking this guy must be crazy. Didn't too many aristocratic family disciples die in the desolate land each year for this guy to be so arrogant? Zhao Wuliang shot a dark glance at Yi Hongyi, then closed his eyes and fell silent. The Yi family was too powerful. It was not something the Zhao family could provoke. If it were anyone else mocking him like this, he would have definitely given them a taste of his strength. Zhang Li was unaware of the conversation between the two. He simply waited quietly as the teleportation array slowly activated. The massive teleportation hall began to glow faintly. With hundreds of thousands teleporting at the same time, it required a certain amount of time to open the teleportation channel. As the faint light grew brighter, Zhongli clearly felt a pulling force slowly acting upon him. In an instant he felt the scenery before him shift, and he found himself in a golden hall. Surveying the area, the thousands who had accompanied him had vanished, and not far from him were Yi Hongyi and Zhang. Watching the two smoothly find their seats, Zhang Li also sat down beside them. Soon figures began to descend, all disciples from other lower courts of the Tongtian Dao. Before long, thousands of people gathered in the hall. As more and more people arrived, the golden hall seemed to expand, growing larger until it finally stopped when the number reached over 70,000. Very good this year. There are actually 73,532 people entering the desolate land. It seems that our Tongtian Dao has successors. At the front of the hall, a pure white figure suddenly appeared. Zhang Li focused his gaze. It was an old man with white hair and beard, and just one glance made it clear he was an enlightened being. I am Wu Shuzi, your protector for this cohort. From now on, if you need anything while entering the desolate land, you can contact me at any time. As your protector, I will establish a temporary safety zone for you in the desolate land to ensure your initial survival. You have one last opportunity to give up going to the desolate land and instead cultivate at headquarters as inner court disciples. This is your final chance to change your life. Oh, I hope you can seize it. Zhang Li frowned. At this point, was the sect still screening those with weak will? However, with over 70,000 people, there would always be a few who no longer wanted to persist. After all, everyone had sensed the desolate land through their minds and had gained some understanding of the scenes there. Quite a number of people felt they could not endure. With a few words from Wu Shuzi, over 1,000 people chose to give up. Perhaps the opportunity of becoming an inner court disciple of the Tongtian Dao was one of the reasons they decided to abandon it. The allure of being an inner courtyard disciple of the Tongtian path was indeed considerable. To enter the inner courtyard was already to be counted among the core disciples of the sect. Yet these were not what Zhang Li sought. Now that his golden finger had awakened, if he were to retreat, would he not be betraying the very gift he had been given? On the platform, Wu Shuzi continued his speech, but the rest was merely idle chatter. Zhang Li thus sank his consciousness into his simulated cave heaven. The so-called simulated cave heaven was a miniature world within his dantian, an exact replica of his territory in the desolate wasteland. As his territory changed, the simulated cave heaven mirrored those transformations in tandem. For now, this simulated cave heaven was merely a tool for monitoring the state of his cave heaven. However, Zhang Li sensed a peculiar power channeling through it, reinforcing his very being. This was the blessing of his territory, the same empowerment that an Earth Immortal station bestowed upon its cult. Ordinarily, one could only enjoy such blessings while within their blessed land. Yet Zhang Li could feel the power of his territory across infinite spans of time and space. Though faint, this was undoubtedly his greatest early advantage. It meant he could not only cultivate the path of an Earth Immortal, but also roam the world freely, unshackled from his territory. Moreover, the blessings from his territory would never fade. Wherever he went, he would remain a formidable Earth. Alright, I have placed your followers in a time-stop space for now. Descend to the desolate wasteland and establish your safe zones. Good luck. Remember, survival is paramount. Zhang Li's spirit jolted. The main event had finally arrived. The next moment, countless beams of white light flared, and his figure vanished from the hall. The desolate wasteland. Space was like a canvas crumpled, and then forcibly smoothed out, rife with torn arcing fissures at its edges. No other sound reached his ears, only a low-frequency hum, like the lament of reality itself, as its structure crumbled. The ground beneath his feet was soft as mist, occasionally rippling like water, giving the sensation of standing upon the ruins of the world. The sky seemed ready to fall at any moment, and the earth gave the illusion of imminent collapse. It was not entirely an illusion. Using his numerological calculations, Zhang Li determined the earth was a mere 3 chi thick and the sky less than 100 chi high. This feeling of being crushed by heaven and earth made Zhang Li's entire body ache from the moment he entered. Beneath his feet was the only patch of stable land, a mere 3 chi square enveloped by a pure white halo. This was the safe zone Wu Shuzi had mentioned. Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Li raised his hand and cast his mountain river token. As the token dissolved, it transformed into 3 vast mountain ranges, descending between which flowed 9 mighty rivers. As the boundless mountains and rivers descended, the entire void trembled violently. Endless dazzling auroras coiled around them, and gray hazy mists transformed into countless shackles falling from above. Before the vast landscape could stabilize, 99% of it was shattered. The thick mountains and rivers twisted like noodles, instantly eroded and assimilated by the eerie power of the void. Only the most central peak persisted, barely holding on. It was the core power of the mountain river token, a manifestation of its unique Tao rhythm and principles. In this desolate wasteland, ordinary matter could not withstand this corrosion. Only objects infused with laws and principles could resist. Yet the mountain river token was not without effect. Jiang Li could clearly sense the heavens and earth expanding, the thickness of the ground instantly increasing to 10 zhang. The solid earth no longer felt like undulating waves, instead it gained a sense of weight and substance. The sun-moon altar descended instantly, transforming into a 100 zhang altar embedded at the heart of the peak. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Li released 100,000 livestock and began to perform the rites of sacrifice, venerating the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, the 4 seasons, and the 8 wilds. The 100,000 livestock transformed into streams of light ascending into the sky. Within the heavens and earth, nascent principles began to take form, and the concept of heaven and earth was bestowed upon his territory. The gray mist began to dissolve, separating into clear and turbid qi. The turbid qi sank, thickening the earth, while the clear qi rose, lifting the sky. Gentle breezes began to stir between heaven and earth. With their emergence, the concepts of time and space started to manifest, and the world began to revolve of its own accord. High above the sun, moon, and stars from beyond this time and space slowly materialized. Though mere phantoms, they acted like rivets, anchoring the space-time of that region, causing the twisted auroras to gradually dissipate. A normal sky began to cover his territory. Though the sky was now only 300 zhang high, it no longer gave one the feeling of being rejected and expelled by the entire universe. Let me try the primal mother chi seed to see if it can refine the foreign energy outside. The mountain formed from the mountain river token slowly descended the massive peak, shrinking into a small mound covering 100 zhang. Jiang Li stood atop it, and a stream of light shot from his head, charging straight into the chaotic expanse 100 zhang away. The moment the primal mother chi seed touched the gray mist outside, Jiang Li felt a crushing sense of futility, like trying to move a stone by casting a feather. The seed turned pitch black at a visible rate, a withered, decaying aura emanating from it. Jiang Li hurriedly cast his techniques, straining with all his might to pull it back. The moment it returned to normal spacetime, the primal mother chi seed instantly began to revive. The withered, decaying aura faded, and the stone egg reverted to its original gray form. As the primal mother chi seed was reborn, a wisp of faint primordial chi appeared within the territory. This chi was incredibly resilient. As it roamed the territory, the earth offered no more resistance than air, unable to impede it in the slightest. A fine treasure. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and executed the primordial unity. This supreme, grasping divine ability recorded in the primordial Tao scripture would require at least the foundation establishment stage for a cultivator of the human immortal path to perform. But for Jiang Li, who had fully comprehended the primordial Tao scripture and even compiled his own unique version, it was absurdly simple to execute. The cultivation path of an earth immortal was infinitely more profound than that of a human immortal. Jiang Li had a feeling that with his current strength, even without his territory's blessing, human immortal path cultivators at the same realm were mere ants before him. No matter how many came, they would all perish. Even a foundation establishment patriarch of the human immortal path would likely not last more than a few moves against him. One who had not stepped onto the earth immortal path could never comprehend the vast chasm between the two. As the great hand formed from primordial unity, qi slowly shrank. The errant wisp of qi within the territory settled calmly into Jiang Li's palm. This wisp of qi contains countless principles of heaven and earth. It is not merely qi, it is also the cornerstone of the world's revival. What exactly is the gray mist outside? Jiang Li pondered, but knew he was not yet qualified to study the mysterious gray mist. For now, his only option was to seize every moment to strengthen himself. To fully stabilize his territory, achieving the Earth Immortal Tao Foundation was paramount. Without it, all else was in vain. A newly stabilized territory could last at most a month before collapsing again. Only by attaining the Earth Immortal Tao Foundation, using its power to support the territory, could one survive long-term in the desolate wasteland. The next moment, Jiang Li began to refine this wisp of qi. Endless knowledge swirled within his sea of consciousness. As the knowledge accumulated, his understanding of the 10,000 volumes Tao canon deepened. Instinctively, he began to condense his own version of the 10,000 volumes Tao canon within his sea of consciousness. As the 10,000 volumes Tao canon took form as an ancient green-bound book floating within his sea of consciousness, the previously chaotic knowledge was instantly organized. It flowed into the canon like a visible stream of light. Jiang Li felt a profound clarity in his mind. The knowledge contained within that wisp of qi was digested in an instant. The 10,000 volumes Tao canon has such a function. As the knowledge within this strand of primordial energy was completely absorbed, Jiang Li waved his hand and directly dispersed it. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the territory, the distance between heaven and earth visibly increasing by several meters, and the thickness of the ground also expanding by more than a meter. Territory unnamed. Level 0 th, grade level 3. Status slightly shattered. Resources none. Citizens none. Abnormalities none. After glancing at the data panel, Jiang Li discovered that his territory level had increased from 0 TH grade to 0 TH grade level 3. It seemed that when the territory reached level 9 of the 0 TH grade, it would be time for him to prepare for the foundation establishment. This is his method for foundation establishment, named Unity of Body and Heaven and Earth. It requires significantly less resource accumulation and greatly shortens the time needed to achieve foundation establishment. However, the only drawback is the deep binding with the territory. If the territory encounters problems in the future, he will truly have no way to escape. But there was no way around this. After all, he came from a humble background, and gathering the resources for foundation establishment was incredibly difficult for him. If he were to gather the resources for foundation establishment himself, it would likely take him over a decade to complete. And in a decade, who knows if the territory can hold on. Without the support of Tao Foundation power, the territory could collapse at any moment, and he dared not gamble. Unity of Body and Heaven and Earth is much simpler. It only requires nurturing the territory to advance. At the moment of the territory's advancement, it can replace the foundation establishment's spiritual light with the territory's rank and spiritual resonance to achieve foundation establishment in one step. Moreover, according to Jiang Li's calculations, the foundation establishment achieved in this way is even more terrifying than the highest level of foundation establishment achieved with 360 strands of spiritual light. This is an extreme trade-off, completely sacrificing future freedom to achieve the strongest foundation. Of course, in front of the mimetic cave heaven, it seems Jiang Li has offset the side effects of unity of body and heaven and earth. One could say that this golden finger has come at the perfect time, otherwise Jiang Li was planning to spend his life guarding the territory. While the premise is that he needs to nurture the territory to the point of advancement, which is actually an extremely difficult task for a land immortal who is yet to establish a foundation. After all, most land immortals cultivate by first establishing their foundation and then nurturing their territory to advance. Jiang Li's approach is completely reversed, which is also a huge test for him. Those who can succeed will soar like dragons into the sea. Those who cannot will perish and fade away. First, let's recruit my personnel. Jiang Li surveyed his current territory, which had stabilized within 100 feet radius. Now it was time for it to develop steadily. The development of a territory cannot be separated from manpower, and now is the time for his thousands of followers to take action. With a wave of his hand, houses began to take shape, and figures slowly appeared in this small territory. So this is the desolate land. Indeed, there is not a shred of primordial energy. It feels unbearable, as if the entire heaven and earth is pressing down on me. I feel like I can't breathe. Don't be afraid, the master hasn't said anything, we can't back down. Brother, is this really the desolate land? Jiang Hao curiously examined everything in front of him. The rolling gray mist beyond 100 feet filled him with an instinctive sense of unease. If the territory were to collapse, they the mortals would be the first to suffer. Moreover, in such a small territory, it was indeed hard to feel secure, fearing that even a slightly loud snore while sleeping could shatter the territory. Fortunately, they did not know what the initial territory was like, otherwise these folks would probably go mad after just, "Alright, Xiao Hao, you take them to settle in. We will gather in front of the altar in an hour to chant the cleansing incantation for body, heart, and mouth. In this place, the 8 great incantations are essential for you to master, as I will be assessing your progress every day in the future. The 8 great incantations, from the basic cleansing of body, mouth, and heart, to the stabilization of the land, cleansing of heaven and earth, and finally the blessings of incense, golden light, and profound essence, step by step advancing. Currently, these mortals could only use the basic incantations to protect themselves from the attacks of the environment. Staying in the desolate land, don't be fooled by being in a safe zone. The force of desolation constantly affects the beings here. Without the support of the 8 great incantations, it won't be long before the people here are influenced to become bloodthirsty and ultimately buried in this strange place. An hour later, Jiang Li stood on the altar leading everyone and chanting the cleansing incantation. Mysterious breaths emerged from the crowd, dissipating into the heaven and earth. Then came the recitation of the cleansing incantations for mouth and heart. After the recitation, everyone felt a sense of lightness, and the fear of this realm had diminished. Xiao Hao, your current task is to lead everyone in planting crops within the territory and to chant the incantations daily. Within half a month, I need everyone here to master the 8 great incantations. Understood, brother, leave it to me. Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction as he watched Jiang Hao busying himself. It's always more comfortable to work with one's own people. Among these thousands, only over 300 are from the Jiang family, while the rest are laborers gifted by other friends supporting his endeavors as a land immortal. Unfortunately, everyone harbored doubts about whether he could truly walk the path of the land immortal, otherwise the gifts would surely have been more valuable. These laborers were given to him merely out of a sense of obligation for over a decade of friendship. If the gifts were too valuable, they would feel they lost out. In the end, they settled for a compromise, and everyone collectively sent over some laborers. These people are not precious, their deaths wouldn't be mourned, but the construction of the territory indeed cannot do without these individuals, hence they are the best gifts. After arranging the laborers to work, Jiang Li opened his data panel. Territory, unnamed. Level 0 TH, grade level 4. Status, slightly shattered. Resources, none. Citizens, 3,456. Abnormalities, none. Mall 0 TH grade. Citizens contribute to the prosperity of the territory, gaining 3 points of prosperity daily. Prosperity can unlock the mall. The 0 TH grade mall can exchange for ordinary mundane items. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He could purchase supplies from the sect, but transporting goods each time incurs a hefty shipping fee. If the items in the mall are cheap or not too expensive, then the cost of obtaining supplies will be much lower than that of other cultivators at the same time. This is my greatest advantage over other cultivators. Praise the ancestral star. Opening the mall, Jiang Li instantly felt surrounded by happiness. Fine iron, foodstone materials, wood, copper, ore. These ordinary level mundane items are uniformly priced at 1 point of prosperity for 1,000 units. If Jiang Li only aims to ensure that the people within the territory do not starve, 1 unit of food is entirely sufficient for them to survive a day. Of course, that is merely surviving for a day. After all, 1 unit of food, according to the mall's estimates, can only satisfy a top-tier martial artist for 1 meal. Dividing 1 unit of food into 3 portions might not fill these individuals, but they certainly wouldn't starve. In the initial territory, this is already a decent treatment. Jiang Li's original plan was to have them complete a cycle of grains internally, and even specially prepared some methods for them to digest a second time. It seems that this is no longer needed. I truly am a great lord, a great land, immortal. 1 month later. Territory, unnamed. Level 0 TH, stage level 5. Status, slightly broken. Resources, none. Citizens, 3,400. Anomalies, none. Shop, 0 TH stage. Despite Jiang Li not arranging any dangerous missions, there were still unavoidable losses of 56 people over the course of a month. In this desolate land, danger does not refrain from approaching just because you avoid provoking it. Even ordinary people, no matter how protected by the 8 great divine spells, may succumb to the eerie erosion of this place after merely gazing at the scenery or listening to the chaos from outside. For ordinary people, the desolate land is far too perilous. When the territory reached level 5, Jiang Li finally felt that the cycle of heaven and earth could support the Xianhuang Tower. Xianhuang Tower is a treasure of heaven and earth, representing an extraordinarily noble status. Ordinary initial territories cannot withstand the existence of the Xianhuang Tower. This is also why Jiang Li had not summoned it before. However, now with the day and night rituals, the territory had finally reached the level of 5. Though there had been no comparative analysis, Jiang Li could sense that his territory was finally capable of accommodating the Xianhuang Tower. Beyond the Xianhuang Tower's ability to suppress heaven and earth, possessing the Xianhuang Tower provides a window for external communication, meaning resources from outside must be delivered through the Xianhuang Tower to enter the territory. Xiaohao, starting today, all residents of the territory will primarily chant the purifying heaven and earth divine spell. We need to accelerate the construction of our territory. Jiang Li glanced at the precarious borders of the territory. They were nearly collapsing from the encroaching gray mist, and should the borders break, the entire territory would likely descend into violent turmoil. A territory only 100 zhang in radius cannot withstand any turmoil. This is why Jiang Li wants to set up the Xianhuang Tower now. With its suppression, this territory can at least hold out for another month. What he lacks most now is time, and he wonders how many others have already broken through to Foundation establishment. Damn it, a blood sacrifice of 100,000 people can only hold out for a month and a half. With only 15 days left, can I really break through to Foundation establishment? If I summon the Xianhuang Tower, my fate will be irrevocably bound to the territory, leaving no room. Zhao Wuliang surveyed the territory with a grim expression. At this moment, only around 1,000 direct descendants from the Zhao family remained, while the rest of the over 100,000 had already been blood sacrificed by Zhao Wuliang. The Zhao family utilizes a more efficient sacrificial method compared to ordinary rituals, and blood sacrificing 100,000 people granted him significantly more time in the early stages. 15 days may not seem like much, but in the early stages of territory construction, it is something every lord dreams of. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyi also wore a grim expression. What Zhao Wuliang could accomplish, she could do as well. Moreover, her sacrificial method was even more formidable, though it only granted her an additional 5 days. Facing the chasm of Foundation establishment, she found it incredibly challenging. In the desolate land, no matter how well prepared, one cannot guarantee their ability to cope with the impacts of desolation. The family has prepared 360 beams of Foundation Establishment spiritual light, and I have only absorbed 120. As the Foundation Establishment spiritual light accumulates, subsequent absorption will only become increasingly difficult. My limit is likely just 180. Damn it, why does this desolate land still affect my understanding of the Tao? Is it because my study of the 10,000 volumes of Tao scriptures is still not deep enough? It can't be. I've been studying the 10,000 volumes of Tao scriptures under the guidance of my family since childhood. I refuse to believe anyone understands the Tao texts better than I do. Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with unwillingness and struggle. She wished to advance further. The perfect Tao foundation forged by 360 Foundation Establishment spiritual lights was what she desired. If the Tao foundation is not perfect, the road ahead is destined to be difficult. The first method I encountered in the scripture repository was the sun chasing and moon riding divine ability, which is already among the best Foundation Establishment methods. Moreover, it aligns perfectly with my previous cultivation method. According to my family, saying the first cultivation method encountered in the scripture repository is a summary of 10 years of cultivation by the sect for its disciples, a recognition of their comprehension of the Tao texts. Even if I encounter even stronger cultivation methods later, they will not truly match me. My choice must be correct. I need time, and I want to ask my family for more terrestrial treasures to suppress my blessed land. Tom, I desperately need time. Boom. The heavens and earth are opening, the ground becoming heavier. The 4 seasons visibly begin to cycle, and the earth finally gives off a hint of vitality. Faint veins of earth began to form, converging and nurturing deep within the ground. At the center of the territory, a 3-story Xianhuang tower shimmered with eternal and indestructible divine light. As the tower slowly descended, the gray mist that had been eroding the territory's borders was forcefully dispelled, solidifying the entire territory once more. With the dispersal of the gray mist, streams of vital energy emerged within the territory. The appearance of the Xianhuang Tower not only isolated the gray mist, but also absorbed dozens of strands of vital energy from the gray mist during the territory's recent expansion. Jiang Li raised his hand to gather all the vital energy into his palm, then closed his eyes to begin extracting knowledge from it. The 10,000 volumes of Tao scriptures glimmered, and this knowledge was instantly categorized and recorded within. As the knowledge continuously flowed in, Jiang Li felt that his understanding of the 10,000 volumes of Tao scriptures had deepened, and he had uncovered another layer of mystery about the desolate land. The desolate land where the heavens and earth drown. This place is not only a realm for terrestrial immortals to attain the Tao, but also a graveyard for all realms. The endless gray mist outside is the lingering echoes left after the heavens fell. So it is. New life is birthed from ultimate destruction, and the cultivation of terrestrial immortals is to seek that glimmer of survival amidst the ultimate death in the desolate land, reversing fate to achieve the highest. I have gained further insights into the path of cultivation for terrestrial immortals. After a moment of silent reflection, Jiang Li looked back at the data panel. The level 5 territory had unknowingly risen to level 6, and now it also featured a new function. Initially, Jiang Li intended to contact the Guardian through the Xianhuang Tower, but upon seeing this trading function, he temporarily set aside that plan to first see what differences the data panel's functions held compared to reality. After all, the trading function on the data panel surely cannot link to the trading market of the heavenly Tao. It must have another meaning. Trading market activated. Welcome to the Multiverse Lord Trading Market. Current authority, faint light level. Welcome newcomers. Welcome. Welcome newcomers, share your images. Oh, is this a lord from a high martial world or a cultivation world? They look so ethereal. They are quite handsome, but not as handsome as I am. Newcomer, what type of troops do you have? Can you sell them? Jiang Li looked bewildered at the bustling crowd, transforming into a shadow as he entered this peculiar trading market. In the trading market, everyone appeared as shadows. Aside from a general outline of their attire, no one knew if the others were human or ghost. Newcomer, this is the Wanjia Trading Hall, a place where only the lords of various realms can come. Inside, there are technological lords, spirit creature lords, game lords, and all sorts of lords you can or cannot imagine. The opportunity for everyone to enter here is quite special, and it's nearly impossible for more than one person from the same world to enter. So you needn't worry about your safety here. Everyone exchanges resources here, and the trading hall only charges a 10% transaction tax as a transfer fee. If you have any special resources, feel free to present them for everyone to see. For newcomers, this trading hall is surprisingly friendly. Everyone has the mentality that having one more person means one more resource acquisition channel, which greatly increases Jiang Li's fondness for the people here. Unfortunately, he is too poor. His territory has almost no output and is constantly on the brink of collapse. What do we use as the basic currency? Is everyone engaging in barter? Well, we come from different worlds, so it's impossible to unify the currency. Although everyone is a lord, the needs are quite different, so we can only barter for transactions. However, the trading hall has its own evaluation system that rates the items used for trading by each lord. As lords of the dim light level, what we usually trade are low-level items of the first or second rank, so there's no question of who is at a disadvantage or advantage. After all, the purpose of trading is to exchange what you don't need for what you do need. Zhang Li nodded in understanding. Although he couldn't see everyone's faces, he could sense their sincerity. It's undeniable that the atmosphere here is truly pleasant. He wondered if the Tongtian Dao Trading Hall has a similar atmosphere, but based on Zhang Li's understanding of Tongtian Dao, it would be difficult to achieve this level. Thinking it over since he was already here, Zhang Li casually took out a strand of vital energy extracted from gray mist. Postnatal primordial qi, a unique primordial energy from the returned ruins, which can seamlessly integrate into any territory's source. Due to its scarcity, the price can be slightly increased. Rating first rank. Good stuff. Indeed, newcomers always have good things. Brother will trade you a pair of troops for it. A first-rank troop can be a huge help for a newcomer lord. He'll trade you a building blueprint. If you have 100 strands, I can give you a ground stabilization needle. If your territory is in the returned ruins, then this treasure that can stabilize your territory status is something you would definitely need. Zhang Li's eyes brightened. 100 strands of primordial energy would take him about 10 days to acquire. After all, he has the Xinhuang Tower and the essence of all things, so extracting this vital energy is quite fast. It doesn't seem like a loss to spend 10 days obtaining a treasure that can stabilize his territory. In an instant, Zhang Li sent a message to the figure that made the offer. Friend, what rank is your ground stabilization? Second rank. Are you sure it can be used in the returned ruins? Don't worry, the returned ruins is the ultimate place of all realms. There are more lords than just you who have entered here. This ground stabilization needle is just a necessary consumable for you all. Many powerful lords use it to lay foundations. If you are just establishing your territory and don't have the foundational cornerstone to support it, then this ground stabilization needle can help stabilize your territory for a month. Friend, let's meet here again in 10 days. Alright, I'll leave a trace of energy for you. When you arrive here in 10 days, you can connect with my energy, and you will naturally come to my side. Zhang Li noted the other party's trace and happily exited the trading hall. He then turned to contact Wu Shuzi to set up an account for the Tongtian Dao Trading Hall. You're quite decisive. In the Xinhuang Tower, Zhang Li and Wu Zhuzi's projections were discussing the situation of the territory. Not bad, the territory is developing quite steadily, but why hasn't your cultivation made any progress? Hasn't your family prepared any foundation establishment spiritual light for you? Elder Wu, the Zhang family is a humble one. Being able to support 300 warriors is already the limit, and I have to rely on myself for foundation establishment. Alright, you have some backbone. Wu Shuzi didn't say anything discouraging, as if he failed to manage it, there would be no opportunity to let him speak again. For someone like Zhang Li, who was highly unlikely to survive, he chose to retain some kindness. Kid, as your guardian, considering the hard work you've put in this month, I can offer to help you once, including giving you a treasure or stabilizing your foundation. Think carefully before you speak. At your development rate, this might be the only time I can help you. Thank you, Elder. I wonder if you could help me refine the Return Ruins Qi. Oh, you actually know about Return Ruins Qi. A remarkable, kid. It seems your Dao practice has reached an impressive level. I must have underestimated you. Do you already have your own foundation establishment method? Tell me about your process of creation, and I can promise to help you once more. How about that? Sounds good. Zhang Li looked at Wu Shuzi with some confusion. Oh, why was this guy being so humble, now offering him an opportunity to help for free? Could it be that understanding the Dao Foundation method is such a remarkable feat? Isn't this a basic ability that all Earth Immortal Lords should possess? After some thought, Zhang Li decided to replicate a memory of his initial creation process. A strand of spiritual light circled Zhang Li's fingertip, then transformed into a stream of light that surged into Wu Zhuzi's brow. This is the process of creation. Truly marvelous. You brat, if I had known you had such talent, I would have had you struggle for the heavenly immortal path. Who knows, if given a bit more time, you might really be able to walk that path to the Tongtian Dao. Wu Shuzi closed his eyes to comprehend, occasionally letting out sighs of admiration and then muttering to himself. Zhang Li did not disturb him, quietly waiting for him to finish his understanding. Very good, this insight has given me a better understanding of my own path. Originally, with the benefits you brought me, I should reward you handsomely, but the situation is special now. As a guardian, there are limits to what I can do for you. So aside from helping you once more, I will also give you a treasure. The National Protection Umbrella, a fortune treasure, crafted primarily from the National Protection Golden Dragon. Under the protection of the nation, no evil can invade, and it can continuously advance when nourished by fortune. Rating second rank. Kid, this national protection umbrella, while it cannot directly stabilize your territory, will at least ensure that your territory doesn't have to worry about being invaded by external demons in the early stages. It can not only protect you, but also safeguard all your subjects, significantly reducing their chances of being affected by desolation. Before entering the Tontian-Dao trading house, Jiang Li was infused with 500 strands of return. Return to Ruins Qi is the colloquial term for the innate source Qi. In the myriad realms, people refer to this source Qi born from the desolation of worlds as return to Ruins Qi. This illustrates the difference between the common name and the scientific name. 500 strands of return to Ruins Qi are not the limit for Wu Shuzi, but it is the utmost he can provide for Jiang Li. Although as a protector his authority certainly exceeds that of Jiang Li, it still comes with limitations. For instance, his maximum limit for assisting them is at the level of completed foundation establishment. Power beyond this level is prohibited. Across endless time and space, utilizing a projection to act once requires Jiang Li to expend great effort to refine the return to Ruins Qi over 50 days. The gap between those below foundation establishment and foundation establishment cultivators is akin to a chasm. Another newcomer has arrived. Not a foundation establishment cultivator, just a worthless piece of trash. How boring, I thought it would be a fat sheep. This must be a newcomer lord who just entered the desolate land a month ago. Give me your Xianhuang Tower, and I can ensure you achieve the Dao foundation of an Earth Immortal. Hee little one, do you have any treasures on you? We are all seniors to show them to us, and we can analyze them for you, helping you plan your future. Jiang Li's projection paused before the trading house, and decisively chose to log off and escape. What is going on? Are there no good people in Tontian-Dao? Inside the Xianhuang Tower, Jiang Li awoke from a room on the second floor, smirking in silence, as he directly chose to enter the Myriad Realms trading house. In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed. You actually returned so quickly. Have you gathered the return to Ruins Qi already? Yes, my elders bestowed some upon me. Dao friend, is your earth stabilizing needle available for trade? I can trade at any time. Let me first see your return to Ruins Qi. Jiang Li nodded, and 100 strands of return to Ruins Qi appeared before him. Not bad, but you need to provide 110 strands of return to Ruins Qi, as the trading house takes a 10% commission as a transfer fee. Oh, why isn't it coming from you? I have to contribute as well. The trading house charges both ways. Fine. Jiang Li twitched his lips, and ultimately chose to add 10 more strands of return to Ruins Qi. Soon 110 strands of return to Ruins Qi disappeared, and a needle-shaped magical treasure appeared before him. Although named a needle, the earth-stabilizing needle can change its size at will. When small, it resembles a hair, but when large, it can transform into a terrifying pillar of 100,000 zhang. If not used to stabilize the foundation of the territory, it could serve as a formidable weapon against foes. Jiang Li specifically wandered around the Myriad Realms trading house to see if there were any suitable treasures for himself. Unfortunately, it seems that everyone is quite in need of treasures to stabilize their territories, and there aren't many available for sale on the market. Moreover, other lords did not require return to Ruins Qi as desperately as the previous one. After browsing, he found that he hadn't spent a single strand of the 390 strands he had. Returning to his territory, Jiang Li walked out of the Xianhuang Tower. At this moment, the territory had already turned lush and green. With the emergence of the earth veins, it was finally possible to cultivate crops. Although the yield of the crops grown here is very low, it cannot even compare to fertile fields. Even the output from wasteland is far higher than here. However, being able to cultivate crops and complete the cycle of grains is of utmost importance for the territory. As a land of its own, the more cycles one has within the territory, the better. Establishing such a cycle reflects the status of the territory. Cycles like humans consume grains, the waste produced nourishes the growth of grains, and grains are consumed by humans again. Although seemingly not directly promoting the elevation of the small world, it helps solidify the realm's status. In the future, as more and more cycles are established, the stability of the realm will increase. For instance, the falling leaves returning to their roots, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, and the changing of seasons are all representations of cyclical imagery, serving as a power source for the self-cycling of a realm. Let's test the power of the Earth's stabilizing needle. If it truly can grant me an additional month of time, then the hope for the elevation of my territory will increase significantly. With a thought, a golden needle flew out from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a streak of light that plunged directly into the sun and moon altar. Boom. The entire small world resonated as the earth seemed to awaken like a giant stretching out. The sky visibly became clearer, and the thickness of the earth expanded to 1,000 meters. The earth vein, initially resembling a strand of hair, began to visibly swell, transforming into small dragon-like shapes the size of chopsticks within just a few breaths. With the expansion of the earth veins, the crops on the land visibly revived. From Zhang Li's perspective, the land of his territory could now at least be compared to the barren land of the main world lacking spiritual energy. Although the wasteland is desolate, it can at least sustain some weeds. Zhang Li pondered for a moment and casually scattered a large amount of seeds. These seeds encompass a wide variety, being a low-grade seed treasury he purchased for 10 yuan crystals. Although they are all ordinary plant seeds, their diversity allows for the creation of a self-sustaining plant ecosystem. With the earth stabilizing needle anchoring the land, Zhang Li could distinctly feel that his territory's support had increased further. Opening the territory panel, he could gain a more intuitive understanding of the changes in the territory through the data panel. Territory unnamed level 0 th rank level 7 status micro realm fragmented resources return to ruins Chi X 390 citizens 3400 anomalies none mall 0 th rank trading market dim light level. The territory has advanced a level. According to the data panel's grading system, ascending one tier after level 9 signifies truly achieving a micro realm. At that point, he can directly use the foundation establishment secret technique, unity with the earth and heaven, to become what is known as a perfected Tao foundation, far surpassing 360 strands of foundation establishment spiritual light. From Zhang Li's understanding, the so-called perfected foundation establishment is likely just what ordinary foundation establishment cultivators pursue. True prodigies probably create their own methods of foundation establishment. Moreover, those who create their own methods of foundation establishment often do not require the so-called foundation establishment spiritual light. The so-called foundation establishment spiritual light is merely a sign of insufficient foundation, forcibly relying on the power of the vast world to push oneself forward. Indeed, it is worthy of being a second-tier earth immortal treasure. It has given me an extra month of time. Now I have 2 months to prepare for the elevation of my territory, and the probability of achieving foundation establishment has increased by more than double. Zhang Li was filled with joy. According to his original estimate, he would have managed to secure at most an additional month and a half of time after using the Xianwang Tower. However, now he had unexpectedly gained an extra month to prepare. This is extremely important for him. The wind has risen. Zhang Li stood atop the mountain, feeling the gentle breeze within his territory. With the enhancement of the Xianwang Tower and the Dingdi Divine Needle, the territory had expanded to over 1,000 zhang, resembling a paradise upon a glance. Zhang Li was uncertain about the state of others' territories, but since everyone dared to challenge the path to becoming an earth immortal, it was unlikely that they would falter in the first month. My territory is ruined. Everything is lost. Aha, the hope of the entire family has been destroyed. Clearly, I had understood the situation of the desolate land in advance. Why did my territory collapse even faster? Sister, it is my fault that you are burdened. Otherwise, you could at least live a peaceful life. Sister, this was my choice. I do not blame you. In the eerie silence of the desolate land, unknown numbers of people's territories were submerged and became fleeting illusions. In this strange place, even the collapse of the heavens and earth seemed eerily silent. Not even a whisper of sorrow could be transmitted. Huff, I can't hold on any longer. It's time to prepare for foundation establishment. Zhao Wuliang gasped heavily, watching the territory showing signs of collapse, feeling parched. Though theoretically he had about 10 days to prepare, the desolate land had no certainties. He couldn't afford to leave himself without any buffer time. If an unexpected event occurred, he wouldn't have time to react. On the other side, Yi Hongyi's expression was grim. She still had some time to prepare, but her family was unwilling to provide any earth immortal treasures to delay the collapse of her territory. The reason given by the family was simple: her cultivation progress did not match her demands. The earth immortal treasures were the top resources in any family. Such resources were meant to enhance talented individuals, to increase the success rate for those who already had a chance to advance further. They were not meant to give mediocre talents a shot at success. In cultivation, 100 mediocre talents combined are still less effective than a single genius. To the Yi family, Yi Hongyi was one of those 100 mediocre talents. If she could not prove her worth, her future would be to serve as a stepping stone for the family's prodigies. 120 rays of foundation establishment spiritual light are my limit. Once the territory stabilizes, I must make up for what others have. In foundation establishment practice, apart from the quality of the Tao foundation, the construction of the territory is also crucial. As long as my territory takes a step further than others, those territories are destined to become my nourishment. Yi Hongyi gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision to establish a foundation. Without the family's resources, she could only make choices within her own limits or face the collapse of her territory. As long as I am alive, there is hope. The dead will only become dust in history. How far have you all progressed with the 8 great divine incantations? Brother, everyone has completed the 8 great divine incantations. Now we are practicing the final Xianyun incantation, and everyone is preparing to become cultivators. Very good. The 8 great divine incantations not only serve as your means of protection, but also form the foundation for becoming cultivators. Once the territory advances, I will lead everyone to ascend together as cultivators. You all must work hard in your cultivation. Starting tomorrow, in addition to cultivating the divine incantations, I will also lead everyone in worshiping the heavens and the 4 seasons, the sun, moon, and stars. In the future, besides daily cultivation of divine incantations, worshiping will also become part of our daily work. The 8 great divine incantations and worship are the most fundamental means for an earth immortal lord, belonging to the category of easy to learn but difficult to master. The practice of divine incantations requires daily recitation, and naturally one will progress. Worshipping also has a method similar to the 8 great divine incantations, which everyone knows but finds difficult to master. However, unlike the 8 great divine incantations, the method of worship has thresholds. Otherwise, Zhongli would not have kept it aside without allowing anyone to practice. To worship the heavens, besides offerings, one also needs the 3 treasures of vitality, spirit, and essence. Ordinary people who have not entered the realm of the Xianyun incantation, if they rashly attempt to worship, will only become sacrificial victims, turning themselves into one-time sacrifices. The 8 great divine incantations are easy to learn but difficult to master. An ordinary person may only reach the entry level after a lifetime of recitation. In the mundane world, they might be used for some tasks, but in the cultivation world, they are of little use. The 8 great divine incantations are the type that anyone can learn, but no one excels at. To cultivate to the level capable of practicing the Xianyun incantation is exceedingly rare. While everyone constructs their territories, they will still employ other means and secret methods. The 8 great divine incantations are viewed by many as outdated methods, something that cannot keep up with the latest versions. However, for Zhongli, the progress of the 8 great divine incantations was entirely different from that of others. Initially, he had intended to use other means, but later he chose the 8 great divine incantations. Because he could distinctly perceive that his speed of practicing the divine incantations was absolutely abnormal, if he had to articulate it, it felt as if he were being chased by knowledge. With each recitation, countless interpretations of the 8 great divine incantations surged forth, causing his progress in cultivation to change almost daily. Under his leadership, the over 2,500 subordinates all showed remarkable progress in their practice of the divine incantations. Everyone had practiced up to the last divine incantation with hopes of making a leap to become lofty. From cultivating the self to cultivating the heavens with the 8 great divine incantations, Zhongli's understanding meant that leading everyone in reciting the incantations daily would greatly enhance the territory. At least Zhongli's territory, even on the brink of collapse, still thrived with vitality, showing no signs of decay. Moreover, through the practice of the Xianyun incantation, those who originally had no opportunity to become cultivators in the outside world would, as long as Zhongli successfully established his foundation, receive blessings in the moment of ascending to the heavens. Anyone who contributed to the construction of the territory would receive blessings with the chance to break through their limits and achieve the esteemed status of a cultivator. This is also one of the primary means by which Earth immortal lords attract beings to reside. In fact, it is the most significant means. For many ambitious individuals, an opportunity to break through their limits is even more important than their own lives. Such individuals following Zhongli are the best choice, for he truly offers them this opportunity. In contrast, in other territories, these ordinary people are merely slightly more advanced resources than livestock. Initially, Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang offered sacrifices of 100,000 people, and Zhongli had similar means, even utilizing his secret techniques more efficiently than the two. However, he chose not to do so. For ordinary people, a 1/3 mortality rate here compared to the nearly complete annihilation rate under other lords made his place feel like paradise. The mall is still useful. I originally thought that with the trading post the mall's role would gradually be replaced. However, when it comes to exchanging low-tier sacrificial resources, the mall is much more convenient than the trading post. Whether in terms of time cost or quality, it is incomparable to the trading post. Zhongli initially intended to enter the 10,000 Realms trading post to purchase a batch of low-tier sacrificial resources. Although the Heaven Sacrifice Talisman is useful even without resources for sacrifice, having offerings greatly enhances the sacrificial effect. Moreover, as the territory continues to upgrade, the food Zhongli cultivates through the spells has already become self-sufficient, and his prosperity has accumulated. Spending 10 points of prosperity, he exchanged for 10,000 livestock as sacrificial supplies, and the first day's sacrifice officially began. As the sun and moon altar gradually illuminated with a faint glow, 10,000 livestock transformed into streams of light soaring into the sky, with 2,500 people beginning to kneel and perform the great sacrificial rites. Waves of faint light emanated from the bodies of these 2,500 people, turning into weak streams of light that rushed into the high heavens. Jiang Li felt the aura surging from his body and the continuous growth of his territory, nodding in satisfaction. The next moment, with a wave of Jiang Li's hand, the entire territory began to glow. The weeds, crops, and forests within the territory emitted faint glimmers of light, which slowly floated out and gathered in the high heavens. Boom! The heavens and the earth began to expand, and the ground became increasingly profound. The distance between heaven and earth was 2,700 zhang, and the depth of the earth was also 2,700 zhang, with the earth veins converging into a main vein enveloping the entire territory. At this moment, the main vein had already reached the thickness of a bowl surrounded by countless fine branches, making the earth veins of the entire territory appear like a giant formation buried deep within the ground, with fine roots reaching the edges of the territory, occasionally extending out to entice the aura of the return void. Jiang Li directly cast the mother qi of all things into the main vein. As the earth veins interacted with the energy of the mother qi, those branch roots extending from the territory surprisingly began to draw in strands of return void aura and merge it into the earth veins. Jiang Li's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Compared to the times before when he had to actively cast the mother qi, the efficiency of drawing in the return void aura through the earth veins was now more than doubled. Territory unnamed level 0 th tier 7th level status, slightly fragmented resources, return void aura x 740 citizens, 2500 abnormalities, none mall 0 th tier, trading market glimmer level. Very good, very nice. Jiang Li glanced at the people swaying on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. After one's sacrifice, the benefits to heaven and earth were evident, as if the entire world had come alive. It seems I need to purchase more labor, otherwise such a large territory would be a waste. Jiang Li thought of the labor force that seemed to be sold in the Tongtian Dao trading post, consisting of strong individuals who practiced martial arts. Although there were also labor forces for sale in the 10,000 Realms trading post, people from different worlds are not the same. In the world where Jiang Li resides, people can adapt to desolate lands, while others from different worlds would likely struggle. Recently, Jiang Li would occasionally visit the 10,000 Realms trading post, not to buy things, but to broaden his horizons. Among the myriad of worlds, the return void is undoubtedly a very special existence. The return void is not something ordinary people can withstand. If people from other worlds were to enter the return void, they would undoubtedly perish instantly. So purchasing labor would be a pure waste of resources. Newcomer, another newcomer. Incredible, incredible. At this time there is still a newcomer. How did this newcomer manage to hold on? According to statistics, more than half of this batch of newcomers have been lost, as someone deliberately spread information about the desolate lands, causing many newcomers to suffer. Those who suffered are those who do not understand the Tao. Even if no one targets them, it is nearly impossible for such people to establish a foundation. Now they have become nourishment for others, and perhaps a top-tier lord could be cultivated from them. This newcomer looks somewhat familiar. Jiang Li scanned the surroundings, ignoring the probing and prying eyes, and walked directly toward his target. I need 1,000 first-tier warriors. Could you please quote a price? 1,000. Can you be more specific about the requirements for the warriors? Do you want them to be matured first-tier warriors? No, I only want warriors who have cultivated to the first-tier level on their own. Jiang Li currently has the means to easily mature warriors. However, the future potential of such warriors has already been exhausted. Even cultivating the mysterious essence spell would be difficult to make up for it. Such individuals hold no significance for Jiang Li, who is uninterested in human sacrifices. Sure, 10 yuan crystals or other items of equivalent value. Is shipping included? No, you need to arrange a specific handover at the Tongtian Dao Group interface. Then forget it. Jiang Li shook his head. He could afford 10 yuan crystals, and everyone recognizes the return void aura in this trading market. But he didn't want to buy something that wasn't shipped. He had an obsession with this. He wouldn't buy things without shipping. Turning around, he walked toward another shop, glancing up at the shop sign and nodding. The 9-Tripod Chamber of Commerce is a rare neutral chamber in the Universe Realm. In the Universe Realm, any top-tier chamber that covers the entire domain must have the shadow of either the righteous or demonic path behind it. The reason the 9-Tripod Chamber of Commerce is so special is that it is an absolutely neutral business established jointly by the 9 Dynasties Emperors. Its purpose is less about making money and more about promoting the divine might of the dynasties. To have a chamber survive through 9 dynastic changes, the secrets contained within are enough to bury anyone who has designs on it. Precisely because its main purpose is not profit, it has forged a good reputation and credibility. At least within the Tongtian Dao, many disciples would rather do business with the 9-Tripod Chamber of Commerce than communicate with the Tongtian Chamber supported by the Tongtian Dao. After all, even if the Tongtian chamber does not exploit its disciples, the 9-tripod chamber genuinely does not intend to make money offering items that are more competitive in quality and price. Welcome, welcome. What can I do for you? I need 1,000 first-year warriors who need to have cultivated on their own. Sure. Would you mind if these warriors come from the Xianhuang Tower? That doesn't matter. Great. Recently, a few conscientious Earth Immortal seeds sent a batch of mortals out when the Blessed Land collapsed. These people are disliked by many Earth Immortals who think they carry ominous fate. 1,000 first-tier warriors, 9 yuan crystals, shipping included within the universe realm. Okay, just deliver them to Wuxuzi in the 72nd Inner Court of Tongtian Dao. Zhang Li nodded, and these materials naturally cannot be delivered directly to him, as the Tongtian Dao's trading post does not have the means of the 10,000 Realms trading post. However, having them delivered to the Protector's hands and then passed on by the Protector is not a problem. In the realm of 7 gates and 5 surnames, the Son of Heaven offered sacrifices to the gods. Zhang Li ultimately left behind 9 strands of Guishu Qi as payment, which held a market value almost equivalent to that of the 9 yuan crystals. Theoretically, Guishu Qi is even more precious. However, considering the practicality of Guishu Qi, it does not have as broad a utility as the yuan crystals, thus their values can be considered interchangeable. With a light heart, Zhang Li chose to log off and return to his territory. Upon entering the Tongtian Dao trading house, Zhang Li quickly gained some insight into the situation of his fellow cultivators. Currently, the mortality rate had reached 60%, with the majority of deaths occurring among those who had ventured early to investigate the desolate lands. Apart from being consumed by the desolation, Zhang Li speculated that many more likely fell victim to the hands of other cultivators. It was probable that someone had already taken action on what Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang had initially intended to do. It can only be said that not everyone possesses Zhang Li's wisdom and luck. After all, many cultivators perish in the Guishu lands every year, and losing a few more would not matter to anyone. Moreover, when the guardian Wu Shuzi delivered supplies to Zhang Li, he showed a remarkable indifference towards the deceased cultivators. Such resources are plentiful within the sect. What remains unknown is whether the treasures sent out from the Xianhuang Tower have been retrieved by the sect, or if they have been claimed by others. Especially the Xianhuang Tower. Zhang Li now gazed at it with envy. Boom. As his territory expanded, the sun, moon, and stars above began to exert their power, fully activating the internal circulation of the heavens and earth, while the external mist gradually faded from view. In the center of the territory, Zhao Wuliang took a deep breath, raising his hand to reveal an identical Xianhuang Tower. In the next moment, the Xianhuang Tower in his hand merged seamlessly with the one belonging to him within the territory, combining into one in just a few breaths. My Dao foundation has improved slightly. Indeed, the sect encourages us to slaughter one another, leaving only the strongest in the end. Zhao Wuliang panted, turning his gaze once more to the other side of the territory. There lay a friend drawn by fate whom he needed to pay a visit. At this moment, he had already cultivated his Dao foundation, becoming a bona fide foundation establishment. Most of the cultivators he had deliberately lured with leaked information found themselves overwhelmed by the sudden intensification of the desolation's encroachment, making it impossible for them to achieve their Dao foundations. Now the moment for the hunt had arrived. On the other side, Yi Hongyi was surprisingly faring much better than Zhao Wuliang. At that moment, her territory was surrounded by dozens of weaker lords. They had formed a peculiar formation together, bearing the brunt of the desolation's encroachment. Hongyi, thank you for your hospitality. Without it, we certainly wouldn't have survived. Yes. Once we successfully establish our foundations, we will surely repay you, Hongyi. Hongyi, you're different from those predatory beings. You are truly a good person. I have already brought the other students to join the territory. Together we will resist the desolation's encroachment. Hongyi. Yi Hongyi gently conversed with the other lords, and through this extraordinary formation, dozens of territories established a localized network to communicate amidst the desolation. It must be said that Yi Hongyi certainly possessed some means. Alright, since we are fellow disciples, I will naturally take care of you. Foundation establishment is difficult. Everyone must prepare thoroughly before attempting it, or else you will end up, like me, a weak foundation establishment cultivator with only 3 strands of foundation establishment spiritual light struggling to protect a few people. Hongyi, don't say that. If you hadn't sacrificed yourself to advance early in establishing your foundation, we might not have even survived. When we achieve foundation establishment, we will definitely protect your blessed land, as promised, ensuring you remain untainted by the desolation's encroachment. Exactly. You can rest assured about the future. Once I collect a bit more desolation chi for sale, I will be able to purchase 10 strands of foundation establishment spiritual light immediately. Yi Hongyi smiled and nodded. Foundation establishment spiritual light is extremely rare for human celestial cultivators, yet for earth celestial cultivators acquiring it is significantly easier. After all, the desolation chi produced in the desolation lands can be used as currency. Earth's celestial cultivators, sitting on a mountain of treasures, have far better means and funds to purchase foundation establishment spiritual light than human celestial cultivators. The desolation chi is the name given by the local inhabitants. It should actually be called Guishu chi, or perhaps postnatal primordial chi. Who can blame the locals for their ignorance? Many regard this as a form of high-quality primordial energy, failing to perceive the knowledge contained within. The principles of heaven and earth embedded in this primordial chi are in fact what many cultivators find. Yi Hongyi's plans are far more astute than Zhao Wuliang's, which also reflects her superior understanding of. If Zhang Li were to see this formation, he would instantly recognize it. The 7 gates and 5 surnames offering to heaven formation is derived from the lower-tier divine ability of Heavenly Sun sacrificing to the gods from the heavenly sacrifice symbolic decree. This is a sinister formation that continuously enhances the status and source of the Son of Heaven territory by sacrificing the surrounding vassal's status and source. Initially, the traits displayed by the Son of Heaven include protection, sacrifice, devotion, cultivation, and sharing both joy and hardship, attracting the surrounding vassals to submit. As the number of attached vassals grows and strengthens, they will find themselves unable to escape this formation. Should they harbor any rebellious thoughts, they will be immediately detected by the Son of Heaven and swiftly sacrificed to become nourishment for the Sun. Rebellion leads to death, yet remaining passive also results in being gradually consumed by the Son of Heaven, becoming a part of his legal principles, eventually leading to a decline in their Earth celestial status, with the entire territory becoming part of the Son of Heaven's domain. Of course, this formation and its divine abilities do possess flaws, otherwise how could there be so many tragic deaths of emperors throughout history during regime changes? However, cultivators capable of resisting the restraints of such high-level divine abilities have likely already comprehended the essence of this formation and would not willingly impose difficulties upon themselves. Thus, those cultivators caught in this formation are highly unlikely to resist, unless they deliberately seek to create chaos intending to use Yi Hongyi to achieve their own ends. If Zhang Li inadvertently falls into this, he might indeed be able to utilize the heavenly sacrifice, symbolic decrees destiny accomplishment method to devour the deities nurtured by the heavenly Sun, sacrificing to the gods, becoming nourishment for his own attainment of destiny status. But if that were the case, he would need to continuously devour cultivators of the Son of Heaven's status, compelling them to worship him and recognize him as their destiny. This path of cultivation is not what he desires. What is destiny? Even the Heavenly Emperor accomplishment method cannot shake his chosen path. After all, these are others' paths. No matter how strong they are, they remain others. To achieve the highest, one must carve out their own road. And unity with heaven and earth is the starting point of his path. He cannot abandon his own road to practice the divine abilities derived from others' Tao scriptures. Territory, unnamed. Level 0 TH Tier Level 8. Status, slightly fragmented small world. Resources 1340x Guishu Chi. Population 3,200. Abnormalities none. Mall 0 TH Tier. Trading market dim light level. Half a month passed once again, and during this time Zhang Li's territory leveled up once more, reaching level 8. Following a systematic approach to cultivation, he would need approximately another month to elevate the territory to level 9, after which he could begin to strive for the achievement of a small world, advancing the territory to the first tier. The ascent of the territory would coincide with his achievement of foundation establishment. However, at this rate, time was running short. It was time to employ some extraordinary means. Zhang Li was unsure how others shortened the time needed for managing their territories, but he had his own methods derived from the Wanwan Daozong. All cultivation principles within the universe's domain stem from the Wanwan Daozong. Ordinary people can cultivate and refine their breaths by reading the Daozong. Low-tier cultivators can consolidate their cultivation methods and stabilize their foundations. High-tier cultivators can gain insights into their paths and summarize their cultivation techniques from it. With Zhang Li's understanding of the Wanwan Daozong, he was naturally more profound than Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang, and his methods for managing territories were of a much higher quality. He had not utilized it before merely because the foundational strength of the territory was insufficient. Now the territory could support the use of extraordinary means. See Lu records for exceptionally peculiar life forms, each possessing terrifying powers that exceed common understanding, representing for calamities and opportunities of the growth of heaven and earth. The 4 calamities of heaven: demons, monsters, ghosts, and strange beings. 4 unique life forms, each one a coveted realm sought after by countless cultivators and the most feared existence. It can be said that the birth of cultivators in the world is inextricably linked to these 4 existences. The myriad paths of cultivation converge into 4 distinct paths. These 4 paths are the embodiment of the life forms of demons, monsters, ghosts, and strange beings. Demons, infinite growth. Monsters unseen and unheard. Ghosts immortal and indestructible. Strange beings, erroneous worlds. With Jiang Li's current strength, he naturally could not confront these four terrifying existences, but he had means to harness the power of demons to expedite the advancement of the world. Kid, this is the second thing I promised you, a companion demon grass. Wu Shuzi stroked his beard, feeling a bit of pain on his face. He had put in a tremendous effort for this companion demon grass, almost getting killed by the golden-winged rock on the wall. The companion demon grass is an unparalleled treasure of the spirit creature clan and is considered a symbol of status by many powerful races under the banner of demons. Its only means of existence is to absorb the aura of demons, resulting in some mutations that ordinary people cannot comprehend. The aura of demons allows it to break the limitations of its race, gaining a long life and terrifying advancement ability. What Jiang Li needed to do was to use the miraculous status of the companion demon grass to forcibly elevate the territory's level and then stabilize the territory's essence through a sacrificial method, allowing the territory to ascend to the first tier without harm. This method appears simple, but its execution is incredibly difficult, belonging to the category of either you can do it or you cannot. Even if Jiang Li handed the companion demon grass to Yi Hongyi and Zhao Wuliang and taught them the secret method step by step, they would still be incapable of mastering it. It's like a top student explaining problems to a struggling student. It's not merely about solving problems, but also instilling a system they cannot comprehend. To explain trigonometric functions, one must start with what an angle is and what the concept of angles entails. If they had this system in their minds, they wouldn't be struggling students. Those who struggle cannot understand top students' explanations. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Li respectfully clasped his hands. He had initially just hoped for a stroke of luck, but unexpectedly Wu Shuzi turned out to be an amiable person. If Wu Shuzi had been unable to procure the companion demon grass, he had prepared to create a fake one to deceive heaven and earth, using deception to make this realm believe it had the companion demon grass, thereby forcibly elevating the territory's status. This approach carries significant risks, but it has low costs and high returns. If there was no other option, Jiang Li would naturally take the gamble. After all, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Alright, I won't ask you what you're planning to do, but some recent actions by certain individuals have been excessive and they might provoke karmic retribution. Your karmic ties are clean, so it's best not to roam around recklessly lately, otherwise trouble may arise. Jiang Li nodded, knowing that significant issues were likely to arise in the desolate land. Although some cultivators seem to be developing rapidly, by raising and plundering other cultivators it might appear that they are advancing quickly. A few among them have even climbed several levels on the foundation, presenting a picture of prosperity. However, in the desolate land, retribution often arrives swiftly and promptly. The more the rules of the Great Path are absent in the desolate land, the more fierce and direct the retribution tends to be. After all, the origins of rules like karma and fate arise from places like the desolate land, the ultimate realm of all worlds. Messing around at the source means bearing the corresponding price. In the desolate land, the most frequent advice given by sects is simply to survive. This is both a reminder to those lacking talent and a warning to some self-proclaimed prodigies. In the desolate land, regardless of who you are, the top priority is survival, not hunting or devouring. When you deprive others of their right to exist, you must endure the most direct retribution from the desolate land. This is also why many prodigies from prominent families, despite being well prepared, often fail to last even a year. The more Jiang Li recited the Tao scriptures, the more he carefully understood every word of the sect's reminders. The Tongtian Tao inner court does not speak meaningless words. Every word is a narrative of blood and tears. After sending Wu Shuzi off, Jiang Li gazed curiously at the towering three-leaf grass before him. He understood the tales of demons, monsters, and strange beings. Especially the demons, as their births are incredibly random. All living things, even inanimate objects, can potentially become demons. This makes them among the most likely beings to survive after an encounter, as demons can communicate, and many kind beings once protected all living spirits during the primal era. For instance, the legendary Dong Wang Gong is said to have transformed from a tree into a demon. He lived from the time of creation until the Dragon Han catastrophe, eventually disappearing, leaving no trace in the entire universe. Some say he broke free from the constraints of demons and reached an unknowable realm. Others claim he was slain, his body refined into the realm of eternal life, allowing cultivators who entered to gain immortality and freedom. Countless rumors abound, but no one can verify them. Perhaps when he grows stronger in the future, these legends will naturally unveil their mysteries. What he needed to do now was to first use the companion demon grass to elevate the territory to level 9. On the mountain peak, Jiang Li stood at the center of the sun moon altar, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the companion demon herb before him. Its 3 slender leaves like 3 swords piercing the firmament swayed in the wind, as if they could cleave heaven and earth apart. Help me stabilize my territory, and in the future, I may grant you the chance to evolve into a true demon. Zhongli did not act immediately. Companion demon herbs also had their grades, and the one Wu Shuzi had seized was clearly of no low rank. Though its spiritual intelligence had yet to manifest, that was due to the Golden-Winged Rock clan's measures to prevent such herbs from gaining sentience and evolving into the dreaded demon. However, even so, it retained its instinct. As a peculiar entity bearing the aura of a demon, it could still sense Jiang Li's communication even if only instinct remained. A stream of information surged into Jiang Li's sea of consciousness, jolting his spirit. I won't make promises, but if you aid me now, I will surely repay you in the future. My territory will become your finest sanctuary. Excellent. You are wise, and one day you will take pride in today's decision. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. With the companion demon herb willing to cooperate, the territory's ascension was all but assured. Of course, had it refused, Jiang Li's plan was to cast it directly into the Sun-Moon altar to bolster the territory's origin. Though he was curious about the demon species, he had no intention of keeping an uncooperative entity within. His territory was still frail. If it could not serve as an asset, it would become fertilizer. Fortunately, all was progressing in a favorable direction. As Jiang Li began to chant his incantation, the 3-leaf herb extended its branches, its 3 leaves unfurling and thrusting straight into the heavens. In an instant, thunderous explosions rumbled across the sky, rolling in from the horizon. The booming thunder made every living being in the realm feel their souls tremble, as if they were trapped in a strange, viscous mire. Unable to move, unable to call out, and eventually unable even to form a single thought. Jiang Li stepped into the high heavens with ease. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 livestock poured into the Sun-Moon altar. A pillar of light soared from the altar like a jade column, supporting the sky, pressing against the boundary of heaven and earth. Above, endless dark clouds converged, thick layers of clouds interwoven, with countless lightning bolts forming a vast net that enveloped the firmament. As thunder roared ceaselessly, countless vital essences began to gestate between heaven and earth. Though faint, they signified that this realm was nurturing life unique to itself. Unlike those cultivators who forcibly elevated their territory after foundation establishment, Jiang Li, though employing some methods, achieved a more complete and gentle process. Heaven and earth began to gestate vitality, the land revived, and countless stars emerged in the high sky. Vast celestial bodies hung at the distant horizon, their starlight cascading down to nourish this realm. What a simple ascension. It seems my path to foundation establishment holds no suspense. As the territory advanced to the 9th level, it stood just one step away from becoming a true microcosm. For Jiang Li, that step was not difficult. His only concern now was choosing the method of ascension that would maximize his benefits. The Tao Foundation was irrevocable. Once established, even reincarnation could not erase its traces. Thus this step was critical, and the more perfect it was, the better. With his harmonizing with heaven and earth technique continuously refined, he was confident in achieving foundation establishment. Yet the type of foundation he forged was paramount. He held no regard for ordinary foundations, including the so-called perfect Tao Foundation with 360 spiritual lights. In the eyes of those who had forged their own paths, such things were laughable. Since he had already carved his own path, he naturally aimed to ascend as high as possible, step by step, until he became the supreme being. For beings like him, advancing the Tao Foundation further was nearly impossible. They had already reached the limits of human understanding. To progress further, they had to turn toward unconventional existences. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Li realized that to break the limit and achieve a supreme Tao Foundation, only 4 paths lay before him: demon, devil, ghost, and monster. In the multiverse of planes, these 4 paths represented the origins of cultivation and the most dreadful. Only true prodigies like Jiang Li had the opportunity to touch these 4 roads. They embodied the ultimate forms of existence. Demon, infinite growth; the devil, unseen and unheard; ghost, immortal and indestructible; monster, erroneous world. Of these, Jiang Li could only access the path of demon. The other 3 paths were either unsuited to him or ones he chose not to walk. Opening the records of 4 anomalies once more, he gained new insights into these 4 roads. The power of the demon originated from shackles. All living beings were bound by restraints, and to grow freely one had to shatter these constraints until the world held no more fetters. The demon's power came from locks. To walk its path, one had to find the key. Jiang Li had been diligently studying the myriad volumes of Taoist canon, seeking to understand how demons were born and how to find his own key. Yet his harvest was meager. He sometimes felt that the canon might not contain any record of how to become one of these 4 entities. The devil dwelled within the heart, formless, thus unseen and unheard. This was the forte of Buddhist and divine cultivators. Many lords even built their territories into paradise golden mountains or supreme heavens. Though called a paradise, it existed within the calls of countless believers. As long as the faithful remained, the paradise would never fall. Such majestic beings needed only their names to be invoked to receive their protection shining across the cosmos. Zhang Li's cultivation leaned more toward reason and rules. In terms of his past life subjects, he was a science prodigy, and understanding philosophy was not his forte. After all, everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. It was impossible to be a true polymath. Recognizing his own flaws and merits, he tailored his cultivation plan accordingly. The power of devil was abandoned. The power of ghost was easier for Zhang Li to comprehend, as it was a matter of rules, something a science prodigy could grasp more readily. Its essence was the residue of data that could not be deleted. As worlds collapsed, beings that even world destruction could not erase were born. After enduring countless terrifying calamities, the immortal and indestructible ghosts emerged. This was the power most coveted by demonic cultivators. They tasted the most extreme emotions in the world, hoping to become immortal ghosts themselves. Though called the demonic path, it was actually the ghost path. Zhang Li could understand the essence of ghosts, but could not deduce their birth conditions. His heart forbade him from walking the path of ghost. The power of monster originated from a world of errors. It was the most peculiar among the four anomalous entities, for a monster's world could still harbor normal life. It was itself a world born of error, filled with countless mistakes that served as its source of power. Living beings in a monster's world only needed to adapt to and harness these forces to thrive. Legends said that monsters were fallen lords reincarnated or twisted and corrupted heavenly Tao, or the reverse of a normal world. There were many tales, but even after studying the records of four anomalies several times, Zhang Li could not fully understand how these four kinds of beings came into existence. Their birth was the greatest mystery in the universe. I no longer wish to be human. How wonderful it would be to be a demon with infinite potential. Every race has its own limits, including those chaotic demonic gods who could split the heavens. Their lives are also finite. Before the concept of demon was born, everyone believed that the limits of life were predetermined at birth. However, the emergence of demons shattered this most fundamental understanding of existence, and once the first demon appeared, the nature of the world began to change. The power of demons instills both fear and desire, and countless mighty beings have sacrificed everything to become a demon. With Zhang Li's current cultivation, becoming a demon is nearly impossible. Yet the more impossible it seems, the more Zhang Li yearns to try. Deep down he senses that this might be his only chance in this life. In desolate lands, miracles often arise unexpectedly. If he fails to seize this fleeting opportunity, he may never have a chance to evolve towards becoming a demon again. As for where the opportunity lies, Zhang Li has yet to grasp it. Such chances to become extraordinary are rare. A living being's life may only encounter such an opportunity once, which is already a stroke of fate. Since the opportunity is already before him, Zhang Li prepares to seize it. Before the specific opportunity manifests, he plans to do some groundwork. In the Universal Trading Hall, Zhang Li's figure suddenly materializes. Hey, you're here? Yes, I'm here. What are you selling today? Oh, demon's blood. This is an extraordinary treasure. Do you want it? Zhang Li was taken aback for a moment. Upon seeing the drop of crimson blood in the other person's hand, a booming voice rang in his mind. The opportunity has arrived. So that's how it is. To become a demon, a terrestrial immortal cannot just transform themselves. They must elevate their entire territory to achieve the status of a demon. No wonder I sensed the opportunity. This truly is my only chance. Once the Tao Foundation is established, there will be no more opportunities to integrate the demon status into the territory in the future. The Tao Foundation is unwavering. To truly take the first step towards becoming extraordinary, I must lay the groundwork for becoming extraordinary before establishing the Tao Foundation. I have already comprehended the method of the Supreme Tao Foundation. The demon's blood is a legendary treasure that, when consumed, has a certain probability of directly transforming into a demon. Unfortunately, this probability is exceedingly low. It's akin to playing rock, paper, scissors. You might have 10,000 chances to gamble with the demon's blood, and if you succeed just once, you can become a true demon. But there is a prerequisite. You must first throw a punch, while the demon's blood has 100,000 chances to alter its throw. Throughout history, very few have relied on demon's blood to become a demon. And of those who succeeded, it remains unclear whether they became demons or were possessed by demons. After all, the infinitely growing demons possess a core ability: infinite adaptation. In the face of such terrifying life, who can be certain whether they consumed it or were possessed by it? Becoming a demon that retains your memories. Zhang Li's method of transformation, however, is the safest and most reliable. He aims to nurture a demon within his territory, one that fully integrates into the land. At the moment the territory ascends, it will possess the status of a demon, breaking limits and obtaining an infinite future. As the lord of the territory, once Zhongli merges with the heavens and earth, he will naturally possess the status of a demon. Although he only exists in status with the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, everything within the territory will be at his disposal. Through this status, he will gradually evolve, and one day, he will truly become a demon. Oh brother, what are you mumbling about? It's nothing. I want by it. The demon's blood is of no use to me. Zhongli smiled and shook his head, having no particular desire for the demon's blood. The effects of the demon's blood sparked his inspiration, but it was not something he absolutely needed. To become a demon, external objects cannot provide too much help. If they could, there would be countless demons in the world. Returning to his territory, Zhongli approached the companion demon grass beside the sun and moon altar. Companion demon grass is a collective term. The three-leaf grass before him has yet to be named. Tell me, does this count as helping you? Zhongli gently caressed the three-leafed grass, his tone unprecedented. If his envisioned progression truly comes to pass, this companion demon grass will likely be completely bound to him, and their fortunes will rise and fall together in the future. The three-leafed grass slightly unfurled, transmitting a joyful emotion to Zhongli. He did not know what kind of life the grass had endured among the golden-winged rock tribe, but from its current emotional response it seemed that life had not been easy. As time passed, coupled with the absence of the golden-winged rock tribe's periodic eradication of the companion demon grass, the grass had begun to develop a consciousness akin to that of a young child. Perhaps it was due to Zhongli's constant companionship, for it displayed a very affectionate emotion towards him. Well, you seem quite eager. But then again, your kind of plant-based spirit seems to have no habit of moving around often. Since you are staying with me, we are now family. Gently stroking the three-leafed grass, Zhongli looked up at the great star that hung in the sky. Even this realm has yet to fully complete its internal circulation to become a true inner world. Even the stars above appear to defy the laws of distance. After all, that colossal star shows no pattern of proximity or distance. At times it seems immensely large, like a world-destroying grinding stone suspended in the sky, making one think they could touch it with a hand. At other times they retreat to the farthest horizon, rendering their brilliance completely invisible. Then let's begin. It's best to establish the foundation early to avoid prolonged dreams. Having realized the path of demons, Zhongli feels no regrets about establishing his foundation. For him, now is the time for the ultimate leap. 1 month later, Zhongli's figure hovers in the center of the territory. Beneath him lies the three-leafed grass that has stretched its branches to the utmost. The 3 branches of the three-leafed grass shimmer with endless divine light, resembling 3 chains binding the heavens and earth. At this moment, the mysterious yellow tower has long vanished, and the three-leafed grass stands where the tower once was, beginning to influence the operation of the entire territory. In Zhongli's sea of consciousness, the mysterious yellow tower silently operates, occasionally adjusting the chaotic spiritual energy caused by the three-leafed grass. However, as the grass gradually masters the control of the spiritual energy, Zhongli's interventions have become less frequent. As the three-leafed grass continues to unfurl, the entire territory begins to permeate with its aura. At this moment, the three-leafed grass is actually suffering, as its status is continuously declining and its life level is collapsing. Fortunately, the golden-winged rock tribe is affluent, and they have been nurturing it well, allowing its status to far exceed that of Zhongli's territory. At this time, the status of the territory is rapidly ascending, while the status of the three-leaf grass is continuously falling. This is a necessary sacrifice and an early investment for the future of this realm to unconditionally protect the three-leaf grass. With the significant investment of the three-leaf grass, it is destined to occupy a special position in the future realm. Even if Zhongli wishes to take action against the three-leaf grass, it will not be permitted in this realm. Without the support of the mysterious yellow tower for the territory, the three-leaf grass has become the towering white jade pillar of the land, acting as the world tree. This kind of three-leaf grass reminds Zhongli of the mysteriously vanished Dong Wanggong. Could it be that the original Dong Wanggong achieved the status of a demon through the body of the world tree, walking a similar path? It seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. The heavens seem to come alive. I feel my cultivation stirring. I am about to break through and become a cultivator. It's so hard to choose. Half of the people who entered the territory died. The death rate here is indeed very low. My judgment back then was correct. After becoming a cultivator, will I also be able to walk among the high skies? Countless people raised their eyes to the sky. At this moment, Zhongli's figure ascended higher and higher until it was hidden among the clouds, and the people on the ground could no longer see him. The branches of the three-leaf clover spanned the heavens and the earth with countless divine paths converging, transforming the clover into a reddish-golden hue. Zhongli carefully sensed the changes in the three-leaf clover. As its status fell to the level of the territory, he could clearly feel it evolving towards a true demon. This slight progress brought forth immense joy from the three-leaf clover, as the heavy pressure that once oppressed it seemed to vanish in an instant. Jiang Li silently recorded the situation before him, compiling it into a unique manual of demon transformation. The Evergreen Book of Destiny teaches that Evergreen is the source of demons, while altering destiny is the way of demons. The path of the Earth Immortal is a path of support for all beings. Naturally, Jiang Li's path to becoming a demon relies on the support of all spirits. He has grasped some thresholds of the old road of the Eastern King. Although he cannot yet see the possibility of becoming a true demon in the short term at least, he is getting closer to that goal, isn't he? Jiang Li's territory is already filled with the aura and essence of demons. For this small territory of Jiang Li, the sacrifice of the accompanying demon grass is enough to impart the characteristics of demons. Of course, all of this seems incredibly simple in Jiang Li's operation. However, science problems are like this: what you know isn't difficult, the answers are immediately apparent, but if you don't know, you just don't. It's not like the philosophical debate and idealistic cultivation. When you ask if they understand, they say they have comprehended. What nonsense. A blow to your head will make you understand. Boom. Thunder roared and endless dark clouds gathered, pouring down heavy rain that formed rivers and lakes on the earth. The heavens and earth began to become vast and orderly. The sun and moon began to rotate, and the earth started to rise and twist into a massive sphere. This sphere hung high amidst the desolate land, resembling a star of the barren world. In an instant, the four seasons turned, all things revived, and amidst the endless flashes of thunder, mountains, earth, rivers, and seas took shape. Among the countless mountains and seas, numerous weak lives began to be born. In the desolate land, countless streams of light surged into the sphere formed by Jiang Li's territory, like moths to a flame. As the territory was completely formed, the desolate land actively started to bestow creation. Jiang Li didn't even need to stimulate the earth veins or the essence of all things. Those streams of light fell into the mountains, transforming into mountain spirits, and fell into the seas, becoming sea spirits. In that moment, Jiang Li gained a deeper understanding of the desolate land. In this ultimate land of all things, there are not only endless dangers, but also infinite creations. This is probably why the heavenly path sends cultivators to the desolate land every year. To establish oneself here is in itself a form of creation. It is time for the ultimate leap. Jiang Li emptied his mind, allowing his body to sway with the flow of the earth veins and qi. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated with Jiang Li. As the continuous resonance occurred, his body began to disintegrate inch by inch, transforming into a rain of light that fell. The three-leaf clover waved the divine chain of the great path connecting the earth veins and the sky, allowing the light rain transformed from Jiang Li to fall into every corner of the world. As his body disintegrated, Jiang Li's aura grew increasingly profound. The roots of the three-leaf clover spiraled down, directly landing on the essence of all things. In an instant, the essence began to merge with the three-leaf clover. As the two completely merged, the roots of the three-leaf clover began to cover the entire earth along the earth veins. 3 branches extended and pierced into the distant sky, stirring the clouds and winds, guiding the swirling qi to operate according to the established rules. Until Jiang Li's body completely disintegrated, a melodious howling echoed between heaven and earth. Rolling thunder illuminated the world, and the entire sky was shrouded in countless lightning bolts. Amidst the endless pillars of thunder, over 2,000 followers trembled, gazing at this apocalypse. The terrifying thunderstorm lasted for 3 full days. When the thunder finally subsided, the world had already transformed into a vibrant scene. In the distant skies, the sun, moon, and stars rotated according to established rules, while the earth was filled with countless earth veins converging into a magnificent dragon vein. The ancestral vein transformed into a dragon, and the world became clear. The figure of the three-leaf clover stood tall in the center of heaven and earth, its 3 branches unfurling and occasionally bursting forth with overwhelming spiritual energy. The rolling spiritual energy scattered across heaven and earth, allowing the warriors in the territory to feel a gift from the heavens washing over them. As those who contributed to the ascension of heaven and earth, they were now enjoying the rewards of that ascension. Jiang Hao stood among the crowd, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, instinctively sitting cross-legged. A moment later, a thunderous sound exploded in his ears, and the heavens seemed to reveal another side to him. Looking up, the heavens were clear, and the drifting spiritual energy seemed within reach. The path of human immortals, I have already surpassed the martial sages and opened the door to human immortals. This lifetime is the glorious era of human immortal martial arts. Jiang Hao looked up at the high heavens, where endless clouds enveloped a figure slowly condensing. Between heaven and earth, countless auras surged forth, pouring into that sacred and majestic figure. Jiang Li looked at Jiang Hao below, nodding in satisfaction. Since the era of cultivation has begun, it is natural to choose a suitable path for his subjects to cultivate. The human immortal martial path is the first era of cultivation that Jiang Li has chosen. This is a martial path that has matured to the extreme, with countless individuals transcending with human immortal bodies. Jiang Li chose this path for the growth of his subjects precisely because it is mature enough and the initial cultivation does not require too many resources. Moreover, the uplifting spiritual pursuit inherent in the human immortal martial path is greatly beneficial for a newly established territory, aiding its rapid advancement. The main reason is that cultivators of the human immortal martial path do not live long. In the early stages of the territory, having too many long-lived beings is not a good thing. In the high heavens, Jiang Li's status began to rise slowly, and the entire world was feedbacking its essence to him, causing his life's essence to rapidly ascend. His perspective also began to elevate, surpassing mountains, clouds, and endless stars. When his view reached an unknowable place, the entire territory shimmered with a faint light before him. Unlike the territories of other Foundation establishment cultivators, his territory seemed to hang like a star in the desolate land, surrounded by endless desolate energy, swirling around it, resembling a tornado lifting a massive pearl. I have succeeded. Jiang Li's thoughts stirred, and a vast power plummeted from the endless heights, engulfing Jiang Li's fate and crashing into that pearl. In an instant, the pearl radiated brilliant light, illuminating a vast expanse of desolate land, causing the cyclone enveloping the territory to pause momentarily. My foundational path is actually an entire territory. Is this the power of the supreme foundational path? My territory has transformed into a colossal sphere with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Jiang Li had two perspectives at this moment. One was a normal view as he stood on the vast land watching the bustling crowd not far away. The sky was clear and refreshing with fluffy white clouds drifting by. Countless plants visibly sprouted from the earth, and the landscape changed daily. If an ordinary person stood on this planet, it would feel like a normal life planet. One could even look up at the sky and see the shining sun and stars. Of course, the real sun and stars could not possibly exist in the current territory. The shining stars outside were merely the rendered trajectories of celestial orbs on a vast sky canvas. Naturally, if an ordinary person recklessly rushed into that sky canvas, they would be lost in the sea of stars. For those lacking cultivation, the sun and stars above could be real or false, depending entirely on whether Jiang Li wished to allow their passage. With the successful Foundation establishment, the entire territory astonishingly transformed into Jiang Li's Tao Foundation, something he had not anticipated. For ordinary cultivators, Foundation establishment merely meant turning their Tao Foundation into a cornerstone of their territory, meant to support the territory's status and scale. It was akin to an inverted celestial mountain, while the summit appeared vast and boundless. The lowest point, akin to a needle's tip, bore the entire weight of the territory. This was also the reason why many Earth immortals faced a thorny path in their cultivation. A single misstep could lead them into an abyss of despair. Jiang Li's situation was entirely different. His celestial mountain from peak to base formed his Tao Foundation, and all living beings within existed upon his Tao Foundation. The Earth's veins were his Tao Foundation, the high mountains were his Tao Foundation, the white clouds were his Tao Foundation, and that almost insurmountable sky canvas was also part of his Tao Foundation. His level of control over the territory exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Throughout history, there had never been a recorded existence as monstrous as this. The transformation of territory into celestial bodies was also a spectacle throughout history. Although some had achieved it, none had done so at the initial stages of Foundation establishment. Typically, the transformation of territory into stars requires reaching the level of Golden Core, true monarch, forcibly merging through the terrifying power of the Tao Golden Core. Achieving such a level at the Foundation establishment stage is likely unprecedented. Switching perspectives to a vantage point high above, Jiang Li examined his territory from a third perspective, nodding in satisfaction. With successful Foundation establishment, he was now a genuine Earth immortal. It was at this moment that the gap between human immortals and Earth immortals was thoroughly revealed. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, Jiang Li could single-handedly penetrate an army composed of countless human immortal cultivators. Even if they formed battle formations or relied on protective mountain arrays, they could not withstand Jiang Li's assault. This was also the reason why the Celestial Path, knowing the difficulty of the Earth Immortal Path, still expended enormous resources each year to send many to the desolate lands. The two forces were simply not of the same magnitude. Ironically, many so-called human immortal inheritances that claimed to be on par with Earth immortal ones were merely adaptations and imitations of the Earth Immortal Path, the most famous being the so-called inner world technique, which seemed to cultivate using the power of a realm almost identical to that of Earth immortals, but without the need to venture into the desolate lands and endure the immense risks. However, the true disparity between the two was akin to ants against a celestial dragon. They were not even in the same league. Without becoming an Earth immortal, one could never comprehend the power of bearing the weight of the entire universe. Ants shaking the heavens was ultimately just a legend. The weight of the universe is not something a frail being can withstand. Then let's begin managing the territory. After resolving the tricky issue of the territory potentially collapsing at any moment, he naturally needed to consider the advancement of the territory. In the desolate lands, one could encounter endless dangers at any moment. Without sufficiently powerful forces, the territory could collapse at any time. Moreover, as the territory continuously progressed, the dangers encountered would become increasingly terrifying, so the territory must maintain a stance of growth, otherwise it would only fall into ruin. At this moment, the territory had transformed into a planet with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth forming a self-sustaining cycle. It was entirely a self-sufficient small realm. To elevate the territory, he could only focus on the human aspect among the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. He was not a plundering type of Earth immortal. Self-management was the true path for the territory's growth. While plunderers might advance quickly in the early stages, they often faced far more tribulations. Zhongli had no need to seize the meager resources of other lords lest he attract disaster to his own territory. First, by some population, talent is the driving force behind everything. This time I can be extravagant and buy a population of 10 million at once to fill the territory. 10 million people, that is what Zhongli wanted. All ordinary individuals, preferably young and never having set foot in cultivation, would be best. Such newcomers would be easier to train and instill with the human immortal martial arts. Otherwise, like the previous 2,000 individuals, he would have to wash away their martial arts foundations and reform their roots before they could walk the path of human immortal martial arts, which would be a tremendous waste of resources. With such a vast territory, the amount of returning ruins Qi absorbed daily exceeded 100,000, and money was no longer a concern for him. Instead, with the territory's advancement, ordinary items could no longer meet Zhongli's needs. To buy some high-grade treasures, it was likely that the simple absorption of returning ruins Qi would not suffice. Though precious returning ruins Qi could not simply be exchanged for many treasures. At the Celestial Path Trading Hall, Zhongli's figure appeared instantly. Looking around, he could clearly feel that there were significantly fewer people around. A rough estimate indicated a decrease of about 30%. At the Jioding Chamber of Commerce, Zhongli stepped inside. Oh, a rare guest. Congratulations, it seems you've... Though everyone is but a projection, it's easy to conceal one's appearance, yet Zhongli still instantly recognized the other as an old acquaintance. Moreover, from the shimmering spiritual light on the other person, it was clear that their status within the Jioding Chamber of Commerce had elevated. Haha, it's not just because my friend often comes by to support the business. What would you like this time? I'll give you a 10% discount. That sounds good. I need a population of 10 million ordinary people, preferably all young, and a biological treasury to establish an ecosystem within the territory. No problem, I've got it covered. 10 million people will cost 500,000 crystals. As for the biological treasury, if it's ordinary level biological seeds, I'll directly gift them to you. My friend, here's my communication talisman. You can embed it into your communication talisman. In the future, for any business, just look for me, and it will always be a 10% discount. After receiving the communication talisman, Zhongli finally learned the other person's name. Manager 1. Does your Jioding Chamber of Commerce care about making money? The chamber itself doesn't mind much as long as there's no loss, but our people still need to eat and live. The chamber's evaluations are still there. If you want to live better, you have to work hard. That's true. Nodding once he had all the resources he needed, he returned directly to his territory. In the next moment, the projection of Wu Shuzi appeared before him. Check the items you bought, and see if the quantity... Oh, good heavens, how did you manage to achieve this in your territory? Wu Shuzi stared wide-eyed at the territory before him, utterly dumbfounded. He had seen territories that spanned planets, but never had he witnessed one achieved at such an early stage of foundation establishment. How did you manage this? Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Wu Shuzi scratched his head, glanced helplessly at Zhongli, then his eyes darted around before he let out a soft chuckle. Hey kid, I have a great opportunity for you. Interested? What opportunity? Have you heard of territory wars? Territory wars. For me, Zhongli looked at Wu Shuzi with slight confusion. He had only just laid his Dao foundation and hadn't even properly cultivated his divine abilities. Was he already being sent to the front lines? This was an opportunity. It felt more like a death sentence. Don't give me that look. Normally your cultivation level wouldn't qualify for territory wars, but there is one exception. Kid, ever heard of expansion wars? Zhang Li's spirit jolted. Expansion wars. Could he really participate in such a thing? Now I see your territory is large enough. The expansion front needs a logistical base. Interested? Let me think it over. Though theoretically logistics roles carried lower risks, every war came with both danger and opportunity. He didn't want to achieve foundation establishment only to fall in some forgotten corner. Alright, take your time. The logistics spots for the expansion war are limited. Consider this my gift to you. If you don't need it, you can pass it on to someone who does. Wu Shuzi waved his hand, cast another envious glance at Jiang Li's territory, and pursed his lips. After all these years, this was truly the first time he had seen such a young man. Regardless of the future, Jiang Li was certainly worth investing in now. With Wu Zuz's promise secured, Jiang Li's mood brightened considerably. At least this was a promising path. At the Myriad Realms trading hall, Jiang Li's figure appeared on the plaza. Oh, you've broken through. Yes, I came to see if there are any methods or treasures to further enhance my territory. You've come at the right time. The trading market has been quite active lately. I heard a great elder created a lord world simulating the environment of the desolate void and pouring hundreds of billions of lords into it. That's possible. Jiang Li was bewildered. He knew that the lords of the Myriad Realms trading hall differed from his own path of earthly immortality. Many lords were simply individuals holding the lord status within a world, like city lords or great estate owners. These lords were often at the lowest tier, offering little of value. However, other lords were terrifyingly powerful, no weaker than Jiang Li's path of earthly immortality. Lords with special statuses such as Void Lords, Abyssal Lords, or Destiny Lords were all formidable. But a so-called Lord world, Jiang Li had never imagined such a thing could be done. If it were truly possible to mass-produce earthly immortal cultivators, that elder's power must have reached an unimaginably terrifying level. No wonder even the Myriad Realms trading hall had become more prosperous. For such a great elder suddenly having hundreds of billions of low-level lords under his command, yet the resources they produced were useless to him, naturally, they would be put on the market to trade for what he needed. This was bound to impact the trading market, with many low-tier resources continuously depreciating. Why not? The big shots here always stir up trouble from time to time. This is mild, just making everyone earn a bit less. I've seen someone try to refine the Myriad Realms trading hall and become its owner. Too bad that elder probably fell his very name erased from existence. Wow, that's insane. Jiang Li sighed in admiration. The great elder's methods were truly domineering, trying to become everyone's boss. Wait, the Myriad Realms trading hall was ownerless. Enough. Take advantage of the good times, brother. You can buy some quality stuff. What are you looking for? I want to buy some earth-settling divine needles. Do you have any? Yes. 80 strands of Return to Void Chi per needle. Free shipping for 10 or more. That much of a drop. It's not that extreme. Most items are only 10% off, but the value of Return to Void Chi has risen. Many great elders are interested in methods to mass cultivate lords and want to create environments similar to the Void. Naturally, the value of Return to Void Chi has been amplified. Alright, they'll take 1,000 earth-settling divine needles first plus some resource nodes. Do you have any? Resource nodes? The kind from database or game lords? Brother, aren't you a reality side lord? Would those even be useful to you? They're all just manifestations of rules. They'll try to study them. Fair enough. But let me warn you, most of these unconventional things are lower-tier versions of aberrations. If you attract the attention of a true aberration, don't say, I didn't warn you. You newbie lords can't withstand the corruption of an aberration. Jiang Li nodded, acknowledging the advice, but he still intended to buy what he needed. He had no interest in the resources produced by these nodes. His true goal was to study the essence of aberrations. Many database or game lords possessed near-immortal powers. 99% of them were actually practitioners of the power of aberrations, growing stronger by borrowing that power and following its rules. Jiang Li was genuinely curious about this force. As an earthly immortal, he needed to understand all four great paths, so otherwise he would be at a loss when facing them in the future. A quarter of an hour later. Alright, here are 1,000 earth-settling divine needles and 30 first-tier resource nodes. The resource types are random. Good'll give you the Return to Void Chi. He transferred exactly 1 million strands of Return to Void Chi to the other party. This time the seller covered the shipping. The actual price for 1,000 earth-settling divine needles and 30 first-tier resource nodes was only 800,000 strands of Return to Void Chi. Compared to previous prices, this was a 30% discount. The 1,000 earth-settling divine needles transformed into 1,000 streams of light, plunging into the earth. In the next instant, the entire planet became more stable, and a heavy solid aura washed over. He nodded in satisfaction. 1,000 earth-settling divine needles were more than enough to stabilize his current territory to its utmost limit, eliminating any risk of collapse. In truth, Jiang Li's territory was his very Tao foundation. As long as his foundation did not fall, this planet would not face any risk of destruction. But one could never be too careful. Since 1,000 earth-settling divine needles cost so little, it was worth adding some depth to his territory. How should I utilize this resource point? Theoretically, as a lord of the reality side, I cannot use resource points, these treasures that clearly belong to the virtual side. Yet my data panel should be able to bridge the boundary between reality and the virtual. Where exactly lies the line between the real and the virtual, the normal and the bizarre? Such profound questions were beyond Zhang Li's current ability to resolve. Yet, just as one need not understand how to build an airplane to fly, and his lack of understanding did not prevent him from making use of it. The data panel and artifact clearly belonging to the virtual side should be capable of transplanting the resource point into his own territory. Experimentally, Zhang Li took out a first-tier wood resource point and tossed it. It transformed into a beam of green light that landed in a valley. In the next moment, countless green rays burst forth from the valley, forming a strange array that enveloped the entire area. Resource loading complete. First-tier wood resource fully loaded, daily output of 100 units of first-tier bronze wood. Zhang Li silently stood outside the valley, watching as it became overgrown with bronze wood in a single day. 100 bronze wood trees had matured and countless saplings filled the valley, presenting a scene of thriving vitality. If I never harvest it, will this resource point steadily expand until it ultimately engulfs the entire world? A resource point was essentially a region twisted by aberrant rules. Zhang Li could even feel some distorted information imprinting upon his Tao foundation, as if this resource point was meant to exist here from the very beginning. After a moment of thought, Zhang Li raised his hand and unleashed a blast of primordial qi, completely annihilating the resource point. Within his own territory, it was better not to keep such things. If it merely risked attracting the gaze of the aberrations, that might be tolerable. But these twisted regions would disrupt his control over his territory, and that he could not forgive. This concerned his future path of cultivation. There was no room for carelessness. Moi. Zhang Li paused, startled, as he sensed a change in the laws within his territory. The 5 elements laws, which had been balanced, now saw the wood element law noticeably strengthened by a full circle. The powerful wood element law elevated the vitality of the entire territory by an entire tier, and countless living beings unconsciously emitted a wave of joy. Remarkable. My territory can directly absorb the laws from these resource points. This is an absolutely perfect resource for my territory's advancement. In the next moment, Zhang Li activated a technique to circulate the 5 elements within his territory, using the principle of mutual generation to elevate the other 4 elements to match the wood element. Then 29 brilliant fireworks blossomed across the heavens and earth. The entire world erupted in celebration. The skies, which had just barely stabilized, rejoiced once more as the heavens grew higher and the earth grew thicker. Zhang Li silently comprehended the changes in his territory and began to deduce a suitable technique for nurturing it. The ordinary principles of mutual generation and restriction were no longer applicable to the current chaotic state of his territory. The myriad laws surged unevenly, and the entire aura of the territory was a blur of chaos. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Li's slightly narrowed eyes snapped open. He raised his hand and released a technique. Pacify heaven and earth, a method created by referencing the path of ancient sages from the 10,000 Scrolls Tao canon, tailored to his own territory. Its sole purpose was to balance the myriad laws of heaven and earth, allowing the chaotic laws to interact and sublimate, ultimately leading to mutual generation and synchronized advancement. Currently, only Zhang Li could make use of this technique. After all, no other lord could directly absorb the scattered law power within their territory to empower themselves. This was likely a unique property of the Supreme Tao Foundation. Both my territory and my Tao Foundation are advancing. After merging with the world, every time the territory ascends, the Tao Foundation automatically rises by 1 level. Conversely, if the Tao Foundation advances by a level, the territory will ascend once. This is my true path of cultivation. The path of the earth immortal was always meant to be like this. Those who fear the desolate lands and dare not fully bind themselves to their territory have strayed from the right path. Everyone wanted to keep a retreat for themselves, resulting in mediocrity, far stronger than those on the human immortal path, but destined never to go far on the earth immortal path. Perhaps in the future, paralyzed by fear, they would stagnate and ultimately fail to maintain their earth immortal rank, falling to become a powerful human immortal. Many formidable human immortal cultivators were produced this way. In the short term, they might not be inferior to earth immortals of the same rank, but it came at the cost of abandoning their future potential. In Zhang Li's eyes, such individuals had never truly considered how to walk their own earth immortal path. They merely followed the footsteps of their predecessors, parroting others. As a lord of a territory with the power of creation in their hands, how could they harbor thoughts of retreat? My territory is just shy of completing an advancement. Tomorrow I'll buy more resource points from the myriad realms exchange. The surprise came so suddenly that many of the preparations Zhongli had made were now unnecessary. On the first day, Zhongli began to recalculate his territory's advancement method to ensure no flaws would cause problems. On the second day at the Myriad Realms Exchange, he directly purchased 3,000 first-tier resource points. Rumbling thunder echoed as the myriad laws of heaven and earth began to stir. Zhang Hao stood atop a high mountain gazing at the distant horizon. In his eyes, a majestic golden dragon soared into the sky, becoming the world's fortune dragon vein. In an instant, his gaze met that of the golden dragon. With a single breakthrough, 100 orifices opened and he achieved instant mastery. I've made it. Feeling the terrifying power within and the surging furnace of blood and chi that radiated overwhelming might, Zhang Hao clenched his fist and exhaled a turbid breath. That turbid breath transformed into a divine sword shooting straight toward a distant mountain peak. In the next moment, the mountain collapsed and the rolling sound waves filled Zhang Hao with exhilarating relief. Stabilize your mind. Don't let power dominate your will. In the path of the human immortal martial arts, everything is governed by the will. If you cannot control your power, you are merely a puppet controlled by it. Zhang Li's figure appeared beside Zhang Hao. He paid close attention to his younger brother. Otherwise, why would the fortune golden dragon upon its initial formation have so hastily chosen the era's child of fortune? In the era of human immortal martial arts, only one child of fortune was destined to exist. All others had already lost their chance. According to Zhang Li's original plan, the human immortal martial arts path required multiple iterations, polishing each realm to perfection and fostering a thriving trend for every stage. But now the pace of his territory's advancement had far exceeded his expectations. The original plan had to be abandoned, and the era of human immortal martial arts might soon be rendered obsolete. Before being phased out, it could only accommodate a single child of fortune to lead the era. On the first day, 3,000 first-tier resource points bloomed. The territory advanced 3 ranks, the planet's diameter reached 3,000 kilometers, and the fortune golden dragon was born. On the second day, another 3,000 first-tier resource points were invested. The territory advanced 2 ranks. Zhang Li's cultivation reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment. The planet's diameter was 5,000 kilometers. Within the planet's core, a nether realm was gestating. Though weak, the yin-yang structure of this world was slowly taking shape. On the third day, another 3,000 first-tier resource points were invested. The territory advanced 1 rank. His cultivation reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. The planet's diameter was 6,000 kilometers. The nether realm within the core connected with the Earth's main vein, and countless souls began to enter the nether realm through the terrestrial veins. On the 4th day, another 3,000 first-tier resource points were invested. The territory advanced once more. Zhang Li's cultivation smoothly reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment. The nether realm fully merged with the greater world. The first reincarnation light surged from the nether realm into the great world, becoming the first reincarnated being of this realm. A plan that should have taken 50 years was realized in just 4 days. Is this the terrifying power of the Supreme Tao Foundation? First-tier resource points can no longer yield any benefit to the world. The scattered laws are no longer absorbed by the world. It seems I need to prioritize the plan for advancing the territory to the 2nd tier. The cultivation of Earth Immortals differs from that of human immortals, for human immortals must bear their own path alone, thus their foundation establishment limit is 9 levels of Tao Foundation. Beyond 9 levels there is no further path. Earth Immortals possess a territory to share, so their foundation establishment limit is calculated based on their innate talent and the depth of their territory. For instance, an Earth Immortal cultivator with 9 levels of foundation establishment spiritual light can likely achieve 12 levels of Tao Foundation, which is their ultimate limit. The more foundation establishment spiritual light one can accommodate, the weaker the influence of their innate talent on the Tao Foundation. The quantity of foundation establishment spiritual light that one can hold is itself a manifestation of innate talent. The same type of entity cannot be stacked repeatedly, unless the foundation establishment spiritual light does not reflect the cultivator's innate talent, allowing for further expression. For an Earth Immortal cultivator with 360 levels of Tao Foundation, achieving a perfect Tao Foundation means 360 layers. The disparity within this is greater than that between an ant and a heavenly dragon. An Earth Immortal cultivator with a Tao Foundation of 360 layers can easily obliterate a human immortal cultivator with 9 levels of foundation establishment. This is beyond the power of numbers to reverse. Of course, it is not absolutely impossible to reverse. If all your subordinates cultivate the top-tier technique 9 transformations mystic art and become human immortals, it is indeed possible to overwhelm a top-tier Earth Immortal with sheer numbers. After all, everything has its value. If human immortal cultivators were truly useless, the celestial Tao would not have opened a lower realm to accommodate their cultivation. Even as talents, human immortal cultivators of the same level are still major supplements to Earth immortal cult. Naturally, Zhang Li is an extraordinary cultivator who has exceeded common expectations. He cannot even estimate how many levels of Tao foundation he might achieve. He must simply cultivate step by step. Nevertheless, no matter how many levels of Tao foundation one has, the land of a foundation establishment cultivator, according to the statistical method of the data panel, will never exceed 3 tiers. The 4th tier territory involves fate, which only golden core cultivators can access at this level of cultivation. The characteristic of a 2nd tier territory is yin and yang. The core of achieving the 2nd tier is completing a cycle of yin and yang within the territory, allowing any being entering to pass through the yin-yang rotation rather than casually trading population as before. Such actions would disrupt the operation of heaven and earth, which would be detrimental to them. Some rules once established provide both benefits and constraints to the territory. This is an inevitable fate, a matter of course. Of course, this refers to Zhang Li's territory. Other ordinary earth immortal cultivators have far fewer considerations regarding their territories. Their yin-yang rotations are still superficial. Many rely on treasures to support the yin-yang transition. Without a complete yin-yang rotation, negative influences abound. Hence, population cannot wait for the territory to grow slowly. Their territories are always blessed lands, unlike Zhang Li's true cavern world that operates in self-circulation. 7 days later, the territory ascended 9 levels in micro world, and Zhang Li's cultivation smoothly reached 9 levels of foundation establishment. At this time, the yin and yang of the territory had nearly fused completely. All beings of heaven and earth were cast into the realm of yin after death, and from there the realm of yin continuously produced reincarnated spiritual light to supply the beings of the great world. This yin-yang rotation is not a simple one-for-one exchange, as the number of souls cast into the realm of yin cannot match the output of reincarnated spiritual light. This is because the world is growing and constantly requires new beings to be born. The realm of yin does not merely transform souls one-tune into reincarnated spiritual light. It operates in a coordinated manner, autonomously generating reincarnated spiritual light according to the needs of the grand world. Every time the realm of yin produces reincarnated spiritual light, it consumes the source energy of the grand world. This consumption is not considered large in the grand scheme of things, and is an unavoidable energy expenditure within the operational system of the entire world. With 9 levels of foundation establishment, the diameter of the planet has drastically expanded to 1,000 kilometers. At this time, the area of the territory is almost comparable to that of Earth in his past life, yet the population remains only a few tens of millions. Other beings have indeed been born in abundance. Aside from the population, the number of other creatures is actually similar to that of Earth in his previous life. My territory must be considered large among foundation establishment realms. Zhang Li stroked his chin, observing the current state of the territory from a high vantage point. My territory must be considered large among foundation establishment realms. Zhang Li stroked his chin, observing the current state of the territory. Upon the continent, undulating mountains and sprawling plains carved the land into several plates. Zhang Li did not seek to alter the existing layout. As the supreme deity of the territory, he need not concern himself with the intricate details. His role is to guide each era of the territory and ensure that the talents of each age serve its elevation. Zhang Hao, come see me. High above the heavens, Zhang Li sat calmly on a cloud waiting for Zhang Hao's arrival. In the next moment, a substantial punch in tint enveloped the clouds, and Zhang Hao's figure appeared like a colossal star that reversed the cosmos, charging in fiercely. Impressive punch in tint, subtly aligned with the celestial constellations, quite intriguing. If you were in the universe realm among human Tao cultivators, you would be among the best, a favored child of fate. Essentially, you are no longer an ordinary person. In that world, you would be a generation of unmatched heroes. Unfortunately, the brilliance of the stars in my territory derives from the projections of the celestial constellations of the universe realm. You cannot draw upon much power. With the evaluation complete, Zhang Li's gaze flickered, and the world instantly darkened. In the next moment, Zhang Hao's bewildered figure appeared before him. Brother, you are so strong. Is this what it means to be an Earth immortal? Although I felt no trace of magical power or blood energy fluctuations, a mere glance caused the vastness of the heavenly Tao before me to instantly dim. In that moment, my pride in the celestial constellations faded, and my once magnificent blood energy lost its luster, becoming decayed and feeble. Perhaps against an ordinary Earth immortal you might manage a few exchanges, but I am no ordinary Earth immortal. Zhang Li waved his hand, and a jug of wine appeared before them. Then a pine tree began to sprout and grow from the clouds, its branches forming a shade above their heads. The bark of the pine tree stirred slightly, and a face gradually emerged, bowing to Jiang Li and Jiang Hao. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, second lord." Jiang Hao opened his mouth, but it turned into a sigh. "Is this what it means to be an earth immortal? How long must I cultivate to reach such a level?" Jiang Hao felt a sense that even his potent punch intent might not withstand the effortless creation of this pine tree by his brother. "Can I truly be of help to my brother? Am I merely a burden to his ascension? Just cultivate gradually. The only chance for a human immortal to defeat an earth immortal lies in higher realms, overcoming lower realms. If you achieve the nascent soul stage as a human immortal, you might be able to contend with an earth immortal at the foundation establishment stage. Of course, this does not include me." Jiang Li smiled slightly and ceased discussing cultivation matters. The two brothers had not conversed deeply in a while, so they took this rare opportunity to catch up and discuss family matters. "Brother, am I going to die?" "Why do you say that?" Jiang Li poured a cup of hot tea for Jiang Hao. The surging vital energy flowed into Jiang Hao's body through the tea instantly, plunging him into a state of enlightenment. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Hao's cultivation of substantial fist intent had reached its peak. The stars of the firmament materialized and strands of starlight gently descended. Behind him, a vast galaxy manifested as if it could crush the ages of eternity. "Take a rest. Your will is not yet strong enough to support your cultivation to the level of flesh regeneration. This realm can supply your cultivation up to the level of myriad transformations, but if you wish to achieve void annihilation, you must rely solely on yourself." In the 9th grade microrealm Jiang Li had been continuously purchasing earth-stabilizing divine needles to reinforce the terrestrial veins. By now the number of such needles on this planet had reached a terrifying 30,000. This realm had been fortified to its utmost limit, capable of sustaining life at the myriad transformations level of the human immortal martial path. Yet void annihilation represented a leap in life essence. According to the classification of the human immortal path, it belonged to the 4th order life rank. Jiang Li's territory was currently only at the peak of the 1st order. That it could accommodate 3rd order life forms was already a testament to its strength and uniqueness. To bear a 4th order life form, his territory would need to advance to at least the 3rd order. The 4th order marked a fundamental transformation of existence, involving the comprehension and cultivation of destiny. Only 3rd order territories could sprout the seeds of destiny's laws. A 1st order territory could at best touch upon laws related to fortune, utterly incapable of supporting a life form's breakthrough to the 4th order. Yet life always breeds miracles, and the human immortal martial path was itself a path prone to such wonders. The cultivation of void annihilation sought nothing externally, relying solely on inner power. If Jiang Hao proved sufficiently extraordinary and broke through to the 4th order, Jiang Li could leverage the territory to harness the power of destiny, easing the future advancement of the territory to the 4th order. "I understand." Jiang Hao nodded firmly. No matter what, he was determined to help his brother. Void annihilation, he would achieve it in this lifetime. "Good. I will nurture a primordial deity within the ancestral vein, using the power of the entire realm to fuel its growth. Then you will shed your mortal flesh, and under my protection your soul will journey to the netherworld. In your next life you shall become the first deity since the dawn of creation. With the fortune of the entire world, I believe you will quickly reach the level of myriad transformations." As he spoke, Jiang Hao's gaze pierced through the clouds to the earth below. Deep within the land, at the origin of the ancestral vein, a stone man with 9 orifices was already being conceived. "All right, take a good rest. I'm giving you a break. Go back to the family and set their minds at ease." "I'll do as you say, brother." "Good, as long as you listen." Jiang Li watched Jiang Hao leave and shook his head helplessly. He knew Jiang Hao harbored a knot in his heart, but there was no helping it. The territory was developing too fast, and some things had exceeded his expectations. Yet he couldn't slow the pace of progress, so Jiang Hao would have to find his own enlightenment through cultivation. At the Jiang family, entombling the place was now decked with lanterns and colorful banners. Jiang Hao, the youth who had followed Jiang Li to the barren wasteland, had returned to the family as a golden core patriarch in just a few months. This expedition to the wasteland had brought immense riches to the Jiang family. In the human immortal martial path, all stages before the human immortal were categorized under the secular cultivation system. The human immortal realm corresponded to 1st to 3rd order cultivators in the universal realm cluster, which in the path of immortality was the Qi refining stage. The 3 realms of the human immortal corresponded to Qi refining foundation establishment and golden core. Blood aperture clarity corresponded to Qi refining. 1 aperture awakening, 100 apertures corresponded to foundation establishment. Substantial fist, intent, flesh regeneration, and myriad transformations all fell within the golden core realm, corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages respectively. The Tongtian Dao Lord cultivated the path of immortality, so everyone was accustomed to converting the strength of cultivators from other paths into comprehensible stages like Golden Core and Nascent Soul. A Golden Core patriarch could protect the family for dozens of generations provided they didn't court disaster. Such was the allure of the barren wasteland. It could create miracle after miracle. Of course, far more perished there. Father third brother has returned. Why hasn't second brother come back? He cannot leave. Jiang Shaotian smiled and patted his youngest daughter's head. A lord leaving his territory was far too dangerous, irresponsible to both himself and his domain. Unless courting death, few lords would ever casually depart. In the terminology of the Universal Realm Cluster, an Earth Immortal must not move lightly. Oh, I miss second brother, the little girl said, not understanding why third brother could return, but not second. She simply missed him. After all, whenever second brother came home, he brought her treats and took her flying. Such fun. Jiang Shaotian glanced at his daughter and sighed inwardly. The path of the Earth Immortal was arduous, and the Jiang family was too weak to aid Jiang Li. Moreover, with Jiang Hao's return, many in the family wondered if they could keep him here. Thus, the Jiang family would rise to become a Golden Core clan, if not dominating the region, at least ruling Tongling from now on. For the Jiang family, dominating Tongling, a territory spanning hundreds of li, was the pinnacle of their imagination. This grand ceremony and the eager hopes of countless elders were all for the sake of having a Golden Core cultivator to anchor the family. While third brother is back. Such a terrifying aura. Just standing there, I feel as if crushed by the stars of the firmament. I can't even lift my head. The stars revolve. Could third brother be cultivating the legendary Grand Cycle Starry Array art? Is this the might of the Golden Core realm? So much stronger than our patriarch at Foundation Establishment perfection. Jiang Shaotian thought. How could I ever compare to a Golden Core patriarch? Thankfully, it was his son. If it were an outsider who heard a Golden Core being compared to a Foundation Establishment cultivator, they would surely want to test the mettle of this so-called perfected Foundation Establishment. You people are trying to get me killed. Jiang Zhan grumbled inwardly, but seeing Jiang Hao approaching, he quickly composed himself and walked over with a warm smile. How are you've worked hard? It's nothing. Helping second brother manage the blessed land isn't really hard work. Third brother, when will second brother come back? When little sister grows up, second brother will return. Oh, then he'll try to grow up fast. Jiang Shaotian beamed at the scene before him. If they could truly keep Jiang Hao, it would be a tremendous blessing for them. Forcing him to stay was impossible. Blood ties were the key to binding him. Late at night in the Jiang family ancestral hall, a rumble echoed as the stars of the firmament appeared, blanketing the entire hundredly Tongling in starlight. A quarter of an hour later, the celestial phenomenon dissipated as if nothing had happened. Patriarch, this is too much. He's taken away centuries of our Jiang family's accumulation. Yes, the barren wasteland is perilous. Though Jiang Li is steady and capable, his foundation is weak. If anything happens to him out there, how will our Jiang family survive in the future? Patriarch, say something. What have you done? Jiang Li looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of amusement. This kid is still as reckless as ever. They said that you most likely won't hold on, and asked me to stay in the family to suppress its foundations. I was just curious about what foundations our family wants me to suppress, so I brought them along. You should apologize to the clan elder when you go back next time. Jiang Li shook his head in speechlessness. He felt nothing, as the family's choice could only be said to be the best option in their eyes, nothing worthy of blame. With Jiang Hao's cultivation in the realm of human immortal martial arts, if the family members were truly acting out of selfishness, they would have long been suppressed by Jiang Hao's fists. It was precisely because everyone acted out of a sense of public interest for the family that Jiang Hao's martial will could clearly sense this, leading to merely taking away the so-called foundations of the family as a small punishment. Oh, this is a good thing. Jiang Li curiously picked up a white crystal, countless pieces of knowledge swirling in his mind as he began to analyze what this object was. This is Bai Yun Yan. No way, that is the supreme treasure of the creation of heaven and earth. Can we really find it? Jiang Hao was somewhat bewildered. Bai Yun Yan is one of the supreme treasures known as Shi Tianjing, representing the yang and qing of the natural operations of heaven and earth, and carries a divine essence of purification. Integrating the territory with Bai Yun Yan can not only promote it without loss, but also brings a lightness that can purify the scorching and evil energies within the territory. This is an extraordinary treasure for any territory. Brother, use it. Not so fast, let's understand the situation first. Jiang Li shook his head, not believing that his dilapidated family could protect such a treasure. Not to mention the dust on the treasure. Shi Tianjing is a rare and unparalleled treasure for Earth Immortals. The key point is that most of the properties of Shi Tianjing, except for one or two, do not possess sufficient concealment abilities to block external deduction and probing. This is also the reason why Shi Tianjing has gradually become a legend. Except for those stored in certain treasure houses which can shield powerful deductions, most have already been occupied by the virtuous. This piece of Bai Yun should not have fallen into the hands of the small Jiang family. Unless no powerful being has deduced the whereabouts of Bai Yun in the past few hundred years. Besides, such a treasure should not have appeared in these few hundred years unless the ancestor of the Jiang family happened to find a treasure location and casually took out Bai Yun. Just thinking about it seems too coincidental. The Wan Dao Zong in the Sea of Consciousness is operating with endless knowledge surging out, deducing various methods in the Sea of Consciousness. Soon Zhang Li withdrew his gaze and pointed at Bai Yun. In the next moment, Bai Yun vanished before Zhang Li's eyes, turning into a streak of light that disappeared into the heavens. As Bai Yun vanished, Zhang Li's gaze followed its disappearance to the distant horizon, his sight piercing through the barriers of time and space, landing on a peculiar place. This thing is actually a key. In the next moment, Zhang Li retracted his gaze, and with a wave of his hand, Bai Yun returned to his palm. As Zhang Li cast the technique, pure white breaths emanated from Bai Yun, and the heavens erupted in joy, all things in the world boiling. In an instant, Zhang Hao felt his scalp tingle. The substantial will of his martial intent made him sense a tremendous terror from the heavens. The core of the second-level territory is Yin Yang. Bai Yun is lifting the territory's promotion, so the territory naturally desires to complete a thorough Yin Yang cycle. As the highest cultivator in this world, you can naturally feel the urging from the heavens clearly. Zhang Li immediately understood Zhang Hao's situation. The pressure from the heavens could not be resisted merely by personal will. Xiao Hao, sever your physical body and take a journey to the land of Yin and Ming. In your next life, you will be the first innate deity of this world. All right, I will listen to you, brother. Zhang Hao nodded and directly disintegrated his physical body, a ray of spiritual light shooting towards the land of Yin and Ming. Zhang Li nodded, and the vast sound of heavenly music echoed throughout the world. In this world, let Yin Yang be the beginning. You may carry your memories to reincarnate and start the era of the innate gods. As Zhang Li's voice spread throughout the heavens, all beings fell as if blown down by the wind, and the entire world instantly fell into absolute silence. In the center of the heavens, the 3 leaves of the 3-leaf clover suddenly disintegrated, transforming into 3 colorful beams of light that spanned the heavens. In the next moment, the light beams began to twist and rotate, flowing like a galaxy, causing the entire heavens to tremble and collapse. Zhang Li's vision returned to an endless height, examining the disintegrating heavens from a third-party perspective. As the great heavens began to collapse, the originally shrouding canopy of the heavens slowly began to expand, with the territory's range growing wildly as the canopy expanded. One star after another emerged from the canopy, transforming into terrifying meteors that struck the collapsing heavens. In this moment, it was a scene of the end of the world. However, Zhang Li did not pay attention to the state of the heavens at all. With Bai Yun protecting him, there would be no issue. Although this realm appeared to be on the verge of collapse, it was actually a necessary process for the heavens to complete a thorough yin-yang transformation. Only by thoroughly completing a yin-yang cycle can this realm truly become a self-circulating cave. At this moment, Zhang Li's gaze was fixed on the center of Bai Yun as it slowly overflowed, revealing a key-shaped treasure gradually emerging. No wonder this piece of Bai Yun has not been deduced. Someone actually used this treasure to preserve a key. What treasures are hidden in that treasure house? Ignoring the newly collapsing and reconstituting heavens, Zhang Li felt an unparalleled curiosity towards that distant treasure house. A treasure house that can preserve a key with Bai Yun must have incredibly valuable treasures inside. Countless meteors streaked across the sky, forming a backdrop to Zhang Li's contemplation. With my current strength, I probably cannot yet consume that treasure house, so I should wait a bit. He had already explored the situation of the key through secret methods, and the treasure house keys were not unique. There were at least 7 keys currently in existence. Considering the keys that have not yet appeared, it seems that Zhang Li is not the only one with such luck and keen insight in this world. Zhang Li's key was the last to appear among the 7, so others have not yet secured the treasure house. Either the conditions for opening it have not been met, or everyone's strength is still in a balancing phase, making it impossible for anyone to single-handedly reap the rewards. In any case, everything is based on strength. It is always correct to first enhance one's strength. The entanglement of cause and effect is indeed miraculous. After waiting so long, the first experienced baby has finally arrived. Zhang Li's territory was still undergoing promotion, and for a top-tier lord like him, such elevation could not be completed in an instant. It required a considerable amount of time. However, it seemed that the outside world was not willing to grant him such time. Perhaps it was the external tribulation arising from the promotion of his territory, or perhaps it was the accumulated karma from the past. Either way, Zhao Wuliang was dragging his dilapidated territory over. The karma must be right here. It cannot be wrong. The position indicated by the karma wheel is right here. He definitely cannot shield his own karma yet, and has certainly not succeeded in foundation establishment. At this point, Zhao Wuliang's territory had already become riddled with holes resembling a shattered scroll drifting on the waves of a desolate land. Even without using divine powers to observe, any normal person could tell that Zhao Wuliang was in a dire state. Having hastily cultivated through wicked methods, he ultimately lacked the foundation, and even slight risks could lead to the collapse of his territory. Zhang Li, on the other hand, cultivated his territory with righteous methods and had not encountered any calamities since he arrived in the desolate land. This was the distinction between righteousness and evil. Everything had its destiny, and to forcibly pursue it required readiness to bear the backlash of karma. It was evident that Zhao Wuliang was not prepared. It was likely that he would never have the opportunity to prepare. Zhang Li's perspective descended from an endless height, allowing him to clearly see Zhao Wuliang's territory resting just below his own. If he were willing to glance up at the star enveloped by the Guishu storm above, he might just recognize it. Perhaps a 1 in 10,000 chance. After all, Zhang Li's territory was indeed different from those of ordinary lords. They were like bamboo rafts adrift in the vast ocean tossed about by the waves. In contrast, Zhang Li's territory resembled an eternal lighthouse, unshakable amidst the surging sea and raging storms. The two possessed an absolute difference. Ordinary lords could not comprehend Zhang Li's current state. As long as I consume him, my territory may still have a chance to be repaired. Damn it, why am I encountering a void storm? When did a void storm ever blow over here? Zhao Wuliang was on the verge of tears. After all, it was a void storm. Theoretically, the area they were in should have been a safe zone protected by the powerful beings of the heavenly Tao. The desolate land they faced had been sorted by these beings. Although it appeared dangerous compared to the true desolate land, this place was like a tranquil harbor. Unfortunately, no harbor, no matter how great, could truly withstand the sweep of a storm. Although there were great beings maintaining the basic environment, there were always some oversights. A small portion of the void storm poured down, guided by the threads of karma, finding those cursed individuals who devoured other lords. The fact that Zhao Wuliang could survive only indicated that he still had some strength. The treasures bestowed by his family for survival were indeed numerous. Hoo-hoo. A familiar sound of a breeze arose, reminiscent of a gentle wind brushing past the treetops. Zhang Li's eyes brightened as he looked towards Zhao Wuliang's territory. From Zhang Li's perspective, countless malevolent thoughts surged forth from the void, these wicked notions rapidly converging, howling wildly in a desolate land where they should not exist. Theoretically, this did not count as a true void storm. If a genuine void storm were to emerge here, Zhang Li would likely have to halt his promotion and flee. Zhao Wuliang is finished, but at least he has put on a fireworks display for me. Zhang Li looked curiously at the approaching void storm. Theoretically, this did not count as a true void storm. If a genuine void storm were to emerge here, Zhang Li would likely have to halt his promotion and flee. This should be called the wind of desolation, blowing through the desolate land and stirring up subtle ripples. Unfortunately to Zhang Li, it was merely a gentle breeze, while to Zhao Wuliang it felt like a cataclysmic disaster. The originally connected 30-odd territories instantly collapsed by over half, and the millions of beings living there did not even have time to utter a sound before vanishing into the desolation. What a pity for these warriors who came to fight for a chance. Zhang Li shook his head. His territory was still at a critical moment of promotion, and even if he wanted to seize some resources, it was impossible. After all, he could not just throw these people into the underworld to increase the foundation of his territory at such a time. Right now, the yin and yang of the territory were in the busiest phase, and he had no interest in adding burdens to his territory. No, I haven't even had the chance to sacrifice yet. Zhao Wuliang let out a wail, not mourning for his subjects, but worrying about his own future. Living sacrifices were often the last resort of a lord, yet facing the wind of desolation, he had no time to execute such means. This territory is as fragile as a dandelion scattering in the wind with the slightest blow. Even the 36 layers of the Xianhuang Tower cannot hold the territory. I truly cannot understand how this guy manages his territory. Zhang Li could not fathom Zhao Wuliang's predicament, just as a top student could not comprehend how a poor student could approach a simple question so creatively wrong. If Zhang Li were in Zhao Wuliang's position, not to mention saving the entire territory, he would have at least 100 methods to merge the 30-odd territories together through this wind of desolation, elevating their potential. Unfortunately, just as a top student cannot understand a poor student's problem-solving approach, the poor student cannot comprehend the top student's thought process either. Faced with the suddenly arriving wind of desolation after being ambushed once, Zhao Wuliang's first thought was to quickly utilize the resources within his territory. Running with millions of people in the desolate land was all about having materials to sacrifice at a critical moment. Wuliang, how many people need to be sacrificed this time? I will arrange it immediately. Beside Zhao Wuliang stood a tall figure gravely looking at his nephew. As a prominent family, the Zhao family not only sent consumables, but also talented individuals to manage the populace. The person standing next to Zhao Wuliang was the family's appointed steward nominally, his uncle Zhao Tianhe. Uncle, let's sacrifice them all or we no longer have a future. All right, Zhao Tianhe said, nothing further. Although he had a higher status than Zhao Wuliang in the desolate land, everything was decided by the Lord, and he had no right to argue. I hope he can give us Zhao family members a way to survive. Zhao Tianhe did not mention whether the Zhao family members could leave after the territory's collapse. At that moment, Zhao Wuliang was enveloped in a strong air of decay, worried that the outcome would not be what he desired. Wuliang, why? Why? We are family. Zhao Wuliang, you madman, the family will surely punish your lineage, your parents, your sisters, all that you cherish will be destroyed. A big brother, spare me, I am your own brother. Zhao Wuliang stared expressionlessly at the raging inferno consuming his entire domain. The boundless flames engulfed the remaining 13 territories, and as the fire blazed fiercely, the crumbling land miraculously began to mend. The desolate scars between the 13 territories were quickly healing. The terrifying marks, exuding an aura of desolation, began to slowly vanish, leaving only dozens of crimson traces within the land. This is merely a superficial remedy. Restoring it this way cannot prevent the erosion of desolation. Knowing oneself to be foolish, one should use foolish methods, not be greedy for everything. Even if using this sacrificial opportunity to forcibly sever 12 territories and retain only the core part, there would still be a chance for a resurgence. Unfortunately, greed ultimately leads to demise. If one desires all 13 territories, one must be prepared to lose them all. Zhang Li shook his head. Zhao Wuliang's future was as clear as the patterns on his palm. This greedy individual would ultimately perish due to his own avarice. Zhang Li quietly observed as hope flickered on Zhao Wuliang's face, only to see that expression gradually freeze as the seemingly healed cracks began to spread anew. This time without the suppression brought by the millions of inhabitants. The speed of the domains collapsed visibly. At this moment, the isolated Zhao Wuliang lay on his territory, staring blankly at the stars that formed from Zhang Li's domain. Zhang Li curiously looked at Zhao Wuliang. Is he really giving up? There were still so many means available, but at least his life was not in immediate danger. How did I not realize that this guy was a complete academic underachiever? Not putting in the effort. Now that the moment has come, he just lies down and waits for death. This is the price of neglecting one's studies. It's over. I've tried every method. Am I Zhao Wuliang to fall in this place? Zhang Li, you bastard, did you lure me here on purpose just to watch my downfall? All right, Zhao Wuliang has begun to babble. Zhang Li indeed did not shield himself from the karmic repercussions. Part of the idea was to attract these characters, but more so, it was unnecessary. Just as Zhao Wuliang could not recognize his own domain standing at its entrance, the vast majority could not comprehend that the star hanging in the sky was in fact a territory. For ants, there is no need for a dragon to evade. The two are no longer of the same dimension. No, his karma is also dead. After the domain collapsed, the aura has yet to dissipate. Ha, I never expected that in the end I would come to accompany this guy in death. Zhang Li, you have quite the reputation to make me Zhao Wuliang travel so far just to accompany you in burial. Zhang Li shook his head, watching as Zhao Wuliang's 13 territories collapsed into only one remaining. Rationality told him that with his capabilities, there was still a chance of survival. However, considering Zhao Wuliang's understanding of the Tao scripture, he had already lost all opportunities. No hope left, but can I conduct an experiment about the birth of ghosts and monsters? One hypothesis comes from the Earth Immortal domain. Zhang Li stroked his chin, looking at Zhao Wuliang trembling under the light of the Xianhuang Tower, his heart filled with a morbid curiosity to try it out. Since the territory was at a crucial moment of advancement, feeling bored, he decided to give it a try. With the thought, the territory, now turned into a realm of chaos, saw the three-leaf clover lose its cultivation and transform into a point of spiritual essence, falling into the center of the chaotic yin-yang wheel. The entire heaven and earth were in chaos, with only the yin-yang wheel at the center slowly rotating, formed by the forces of yin and yang. As the wheel turned, the desolation energy from the outside was drawn in like a river of desolation that seemed endless, one end connecting to the yin-yang wheel, the other to the desolate land beyond. If Zhao Wuliang were to see the current scene, he would undoubtedly jump up in fright. Not to mention whether he could comprehend the yin-yang wheel's ability to devour and digest desolation energy, to strengthen itself. Even this massive influx of desolation energy pouring into Zhang Li's territory would be enough to cause his domain to collapse hundreds of times. With the complete integration of the three-leaf clover, Jiang Li distinctly felt the overall weight of the territory increase. From an external perspective, the whirlwind that originally enveloped the territory expanded hundreds of times. The previously inconspicuous vortex transformed into a colossal tornado at the core of which bright stars shimmered with light. What is that? Zhao Wuliang's fearful eyes held a hint of curiosity. That terrifying sight even blocked the desolate winds blowing towards him. The once precarious territory miraculously stabilized. In the next moment, the shining star in Zhao Wuliang's gaze abruptly flashed. In that instant, Zhao Wuliang felt his entire vision flooded with light. In the next moment, a wisp of ghostly light fell from the sky directly into Zhao Wuliang's eyes. I hate this. When the light dissipated, Zhao Wuliang's eyes were filled with endless hatred. The original fear and timidity vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless resentment. This surge of hatred consumed his mind, propelling him to act in ways he could not comprehend. He smashed the Xianhuang Tower beside him with a slap. Amidst the endless light rain from its shattering, he uttered his most vicious curse. Take it all. Take it all. Take everything from me. He roared. I swear here. A mountain will rise in this place. Anyone who steps into this realm will carry this mountain on their backs until their spines break, until their lungs burst. The territory will collapse. This place will be our burial ground. Jiang Li silently observed Zhao Wuliang, who was engulfed by desolation. He had just cast a spell from afar to plant 7 seeds of hatred in Zhao Wuliang. This ultimate hatred from the mortal realm instantly broke through Zhao Wuliang's fragile psyche, allowing him, under Jiang Li's guidance, to cast a curse of becoming a ghost. Of course, this was all an experiment. Jiang Li had no assurance that he could so easily create a ghost. If the birth of a ghost were so simple, the myriad realms would have long been filled with them. Does this count as an external calamity during my territory's promotion? Jiang Li pondered, somewhat uncertain. Theoretically, his territory was indeed stronger than that of an ordinary lord, so it was not unreasonable to say that an external calamity could descend at the time of promotion. In the desolate land, any form of external calamity was possible. Today's Zhao Wuliang and the desolate winds blowing in were, strictly speaking, a kind of external calamity. However, this event had no impact on him whatsoever, and it even provided him with a free spectacle. No matter how he looked at it, it did not meet the standards for a calamity. It felt more like an appetizer. Zhao Wuliang was merely the clown presented to him by the desolate land, performing tricks to entertain him before the promotion of his territory. As Zhao Wuliang was engulfed by the desolate land, Jiang Li shook his head in speechlessness. The performance was over, and next came the matter of territory promotion. As for the experiment with Zhao Wuliang, it naturally ended in failure. Creating a ghost was indeed not. However, this did point him in some direction. A ghost is born from the indomitable will and the fragments of information maintained after the interaction of personal will and the information of the world. With Zhao Wuliang's little determination, even driven by overwhelming hatred, he still could not reach the threshold to become a ghost. Looking at the already vanished Zhao Wuliang and his territory, if it weren't for the memory still intact, who could have known that this place once destroyed a determined land, immortal lord? Retracting his gaze, Jiang Li looked towards his own territory. At this moment, the territory was nearing saturation. The tether connecting the yin-yang wheel and the desolate land had dissipated, and the desolate energy, forming small rivers, collapsed into a chaotic mass, while scattered desolate energy was being devoured and refined by the yin-yang wheel into a chaotic aura that permeated the entire territory. Then let there be creation. Jiang Li's figure suddenly appeared within this chaos, his clothes slightly billowing, stirring up a wave of chaotic ripples. In the beginning, chaos was a logical closed loop. Even in its void, it existed, embodying both the past and the future, being everywhere, yet unable to truly exist. However, with Jiang Li's appearance, the entire chaos was stirred by the ripples raised by the corners of his clothing, and the logic of chaos could no longer close upon itself in Jiang Li's presence, prompting it to seek other closed-loop patterns. At this moment, Jiang Li represented a singularity, a miracle beyond all heavenly logic, a fleeting glimmer of hope. Feeling the increasingly heavy pressure upon him, a faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Li's mouth. This was the assimilation of chaos, a necessary step for him to further merge with the heavens and earth. In the next moment, Jiang Li seemed to disperse like a beam of light, becoming a part of this chaos. Instantly, the entire chaos fell into silence once again, but unlike before, a concept of completeness without flaw was born within this chaos. That indescribable completeness made the chaos resemble a ripe fruit just waiting for a fated person to come and harvest it. Time passed unnoticed in chaos, and after an undetermined duration, another entity was born within it. It walked through the chaos, admiring everything before it and feeling the ripe chaos surrounding it. It contemplated what kind of world it should create. After an unknown amount of time, it finally made a decision. It said, "Let there be light." This was not a command, but rather a definition. Before it uttered this word, the concept of light did not exist, nor did darkness. It constructed dimensions with language and wove the laws of physics with grammar. Like a meticulous programmer, it typed the first command in the void, "Let there be light." The screen lit up and the universe began to operate. It created day and night, defining the flow of time. It laid out the veins of heaven and earth, debugging the parameters of the rules. It was it that created birth and death, serving as a patch for the system's operation. Creating humanity was its final experiment. It granted humans a variable, free will. It watched humanity as if observing a segment of DNA that was self-replicating and constantly mutating. On the seventh day, it did not rest, it merely observed. It waited, pondering whether this program would produce unforeseen errors or evolve wisdom surpassing. At the dawn of creation, it was the best time for demons and monsters to be born, yet the three-leaf clover still did not take that final step, remaining just a half-demon. 7 days passed, and a brand new world was born. A galaxy hung in the distant sky, and the earth was alive with mountains rising and falling, a vibrant landscape between the mountains and rivers. If one merely stood within the territory, for the beings within it, it was indistinguishable from the real world. They looked up to the sun, moon, and stars. Beneath them were mountains, rivers, and seas. Everything resembled the appearance of an ordinary real world. In my territory, even if Zhao Wuliang were brought before him, he would absolutely not recognize it. Life is truly as lonely as snow. Zhongli shook his head. After the territory advanced to the second tier, the cycle of yin and yang had been thoroughly perfected. Theoretically, the entire world would continuously reincarnate within the cycle of yin and yang until eternity. However, unfortunately, this was merely a theoretical concept. From Zhang Li's perspective, he had yet to see any world that could completely achieve self-recycling. Any world, if it does not interact with the outside, its vitality will gradually diminish, ultimately becoming a stagnant pool, falling into eternal silence. It was simply that some worlds were larger and could persist longer, while smaller worlds, if they remained without external interaction for too long, might quickly fall into silence. At this time, Zhang Li's territory not only had a main star 100 times larger than the Earth of his past life, but also a star river surrounding the main star, forming a brilliant starry sky. The sky of the first-tier territory was long gone. Now there existed a true starry sky. Although the stars outside the main star were not as large, they were still real stars. The stars of the heavens operated along a mysterious trajectory, constructing a star river system unique to Zhang Li. With the operation of the star river, the desolate energy from the desolate land was extracted into a sea. To the outside world, Zhang Li's territory was a wonder of the desolate land, a miraculous sea, constantly absorbing the desolate energy from the outside, while the gray star beneath the sea, seemed to never fill up, continuously devouring the incoming desolate energy without rest. Even though Zhang Li's territory was already a brilliant star river to the outside world, it still appeared as a gray star hanging in the high sky. Such wonders were numerous in the desolate land, but often accompanied by terrifying dangers, so in the face of these wonders, most people tended to take a detour and choose to ignore them. For instance, Yi Hongyi, who was drawn by the causal resonance, merely took a glance at the wondrous star in the sky before choosing to disregard it. She feared that looking too long would attract unnecessary trouble. She already had enough trouble. The territory hasn't been arranged yet, and the second external calamity is already here. Zhang Li looked down with curiosity, while Yi Hongyi also wore a puzzled expression as she surveyed her surroundings. She had clearly calculated that Zhao Wuliang and Zhang Li should be here. She had deliberately delayed her arrival by a few days just to capture both of them in one fell swoop, thus allowing her to completely absorb the fortune they carried. Hongyi, could it be that the calculation was wrong? Or have they already left? A fellow clan member who was helping manage the territory stood beside Yi Hongyi, looking at her with a puzzled expression. No, Zhang Li is still here. Zhao Wuliang should be dead. His karma is dissipating. Yi Hongyi shook her head firmly, her eyes flashing with determination and curiosity. Could it be that his territory is hidden, or is it simply that star of wonder? The person pointed at the star directly above Yi Hongyi's territory, his tone filled with deep confusion. Perhaps Zhao Wuliang has likely been baited, and if we come over, Zhang Li probably already has plans in place. It seems I misjudged the situation initially, Yi Hongyi said nonchalantly. She had her own confidence. Her skills were far superior to Zhao Wuliang's. At her peak, her 7 doors and 5 clans sacrificial formation gathered nearly 1,000 Earth Immortal Lords. Later, when calamity struck, the impact she suffered was surprisingly much less than that of Zhao Wuliang. After all, this grand formation inherently contained concepts like sacrifice, offering reward, and punishment. She had numerous means to devour others' territories through legitimate methods. Although now other lords have come to realize her malicious intentions, several powerful lords who have broken through to Foundation establishment wish to resist. Unfortunately, in the end they all became her nourishment, causing her territory to further expand, now able to cover a radius of 1,000 miles. On the outskirts of her vast territory were tiny territories forming a circle resembling bubbles. These territories were almost drained dry by Yi Hongyi, and it was estimated that these Earth Immortals would soon fall from their ranks. If they did not enter the Son of Heaven territory to avoid disaster, falling from being a lord to a subject of the Son of Heaven, they would undoubtedly perish. It was evident that even though she faced calamities easier than Zhao Wuliang, Yi Hongyi chose to sacrifice her subordinate territories to protect herself. This is also why she currently had no strong subordinate territories left. If she did not take measures, her 7 doors and 5 clans sacrificial formation might not be sustainable. After all, the 7 doors and 5 clans sacrificial formation requires a formation eye, and theoretically it needs at least 5 formation eyes. This formation eye is both the foundation for maintaining the formation's power and its most critical weakness. The territory guarding the formation eye cannot be too weak. If it is too weak, it cannot support the operation of the grand formation. However, it also cannot be too strong, as that would threaten the position of the Son of Heaven. The core of this grand formation is to have strong branches and weak trunks. It can weaken branches, but cannot lack them. If the branches become too lush, they will backfire on the trunk and vie for power. Every grand formation has its weaknesses. There is no perfect formation in this world. It all depends on how one operates it. The current situation is that to resist disaster, Yi Hongyi has nearly exhausted all her powerful subordinate territories. Compared to her vast territory of 1,000 miles in radius, the territories gathering around her now are merely small calami. She urgently needs to select a new batch of potential lords to empower their territories so they can genuinely support the grand formation. Jiang Li is indeed one of the targets she has set. In her eyes, Jiang Li, who could wipe out Zhao Wuliang, if she could subdue him, would undoubtedly become a great asset for her in the future. However, now she cannot find Jiang Li, causing a delay. Yet she believes Jiang Li cannot hide forever. As long as his position remains unchanged, he will eventually be exposed before her. Good gracious, Yi Hongyi actually wants to wait for me here. Jiang Li looked speechlessly at Yi Hongyi, who seemed ready to settle here. Although the physical distance between their territories was still considerable, from a planar perspective they were indeed overlapping. Now that the territory is completely renewed, the innate deities have already arranged their positions. This brief window of time could be an opportunity to play with Yi Hongyi. Perhaps I can even obtain a decent puppet emperor. Yi Hongyi's Son of Heaven sacrificial method has too many flaws in front of Jiang Li. It's almost as if she has left herself unguarded. After all, he has practiced the superior method of heavenly sacrifice seal, which is the upper-level technique of the Son of Heaven sacrificial method. It would be exceedingly simple for Jiang Li to create trouble in Yi Hongyi's territory. Since he wants to cause trouble, Jiang Li instantly locked onto his target. He knows too well about the situation in Yi Hongyi's territory. The theoretical perfection of the Son of Heaven sacrificial method is to achieve mutual assistance between monarch and ministers, where the monarch and ministers perform their duties and support each other, pushing the entire territory group to an extremely lofty realm. Unfortunately, although Yi Hongyi has comprehended the Son of Heaven sacrificial method, she hasn't truly grasped the core philosophy of this method. Instead, she is still thinking in terms of black market cultivation theories, never considering mutual achievements with the ministers, but rather wanting to harvest them periodically. Consequently, her vulnerabilities have become even greater. For example, all the ministers under her command have perished, leaving behind only some petty underlings. Moreover, she is unwilling to share her essence with her subordinate ministers, which makes it urgent for her to cultivate a few capable ministers to act as pillars. This is Jiang Li's opportunity. In Yi Hongyi's territory cluster, in a corner, there lies a small, inconspicuous territory. Looking at the small territory of only about 1,000 zhong, and then glancing at Yi Hongyi's vast and majestic land, the gap between the two, both being foundation establishment cultivators, is utterly despairing. Wang County Magistrate, today's taxes are due. I can't pay you, I have no money. Wang Ling snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on the cultivator from the Yi family who came to collect the taxes. This cultivator could be suppressed with a wave of his hand, but now that the monarch-minister hierarchy has been established, he was facing an angel from the Empress. Even if the other party is just a garbage cultivator who has just begun to practice, he still doesn't dare to act against her. Wang County Magistrate, are you planning to rebel? Then let that crazy woman kill me. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, otherwise you won't be leaving. Wang Ling coldly stared at the other party, yet in the end, he still didn't really make a move. Not paying taxes still leaves room for negotiation. If he really killed the Yi family member in front of him, he would have no way back. Though he is somewhat reckless by nature, he is not foolish enough to sacrifice his life for a piece of garbage. Even if he must take a risk, it must be for something worthwhile. Who? Wang Ling suddenly stood up, staring in shock as the Yi family member before him disintegrated into dust, leaving not even a trace of their soul. Who wants to frame me? Wang Ling's brow furrowed deeply, his mind a chaotic mess, unsure of what to do next. Hello. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. The next moment, Wang Ling stared in stunned disbelief at the angel that had reconstituted itself before him. You, who are you? How can you do such a thing in my territory? Wang Ling was utterly baffled, completely unable to comprehend Jiang Li's actions. After all, this was his territory. Even if it was dilapidated, it was still his domain. Theoretically speaking, he had absolute control over his own territory. Even if Yi Hongyi wanted to do something to his land, even if he couldn't resist, he would still be able to clearly perceive it. Yet now there was someone who could completely ignore the rules of his territory, exercising the power of life and death over others within it without him sensing a thing. Was this person human or ghost? Wang Ling, do you want revenge? Do you want to truly live? The Yi family member before him looked at him with an eerie expression. Wang Ling felt a chill shoot straight up his spine. You, who the hell are you? Hey, calm your mind. I could be your only chance now. Do you want to be restrained by Yi Hongyi for the rest of your life, watching your entire territory be swallowed up? Wang Ling swallowed nervously and spoke with some caution. You can help me, eh? Make a deal with me. They'll help you break free from Yi Hongyi's control, and you help me deal with Yi Hongyi. Alright, no problem. Wang Ling agreed without a moment's hesitation. It was clear that the person before him was an existence he simply couldn't fathom. For someone like this to want to use his hand to deal with Yi Hongyi seemed like an incredibly fortunate turn of events, because he truly had no other options left. He had secretly participated in several previous rebellions, and Yi Hongyi knew it. But to stabilize the situation, she had only taken 90% of his territory without killing him. Once Yi Hongyi truly recovered, his end would come. Now a mysterious figure offered him a chance to escape her grasp. This might indeed be his only opportunity. Excellent, very courageous. Truly, everyone who enters the wasteland seeking the earth immortal Dao fruit is a talent. Their average quality is far higher than those who remain in the cosmic realm clusters. Thinking of how his own family wanted to keep Jiang Hao within the clan, Jiang Li found it amusing. Look how sensible these earth immortals were. They knew exactly what to do and what not to do. What should I do? I have 3 celestial scriptures to impart to you. 1 for reaching the heavens, 1 for penetrating the earth, and 1 for attaining the Tao. They will help you achieve the true and unfettered position of the carefree earth immortal. Are you willing to learn? I am willing. Wang Ling felt a bit embarrassed. Did this guy think he never read cultivation novels? This person had such a strange sense of humor. Jiang Li chuckled softly. Raising his hand, he shot 3 streams of light into Wang Ling's sea of consciousness. Wang Ling had no chance to resist throughout the entire process. The art of slaying dragons under the yellow heaven, the method of reforming heaven with the people's heart, the law of exalting the king and expelling barbarians to act for heaven. Wang Ling stood dumbfounded, his mind filled with the 3 great techniques Jiang Li had given him. The techniques their group had struggled for months to obtain were now simply placed before him, 3 volumes in total. Based on his knowledge, any one of these 3 methods could save him from his dire straits. Although the process still held many dangers, it was already a truly viable path forward. They had previously tried to deduce secret arts with dozens of people working together, but failed. Now they were obtained so easily it felt unreal. This is actually real. Wang Ling was stupefied for a few breaths before snapping back to reality, his mind bursting with the urge to pull off something big immediately. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. He liked people who enjoyed stirring things up. That was exactly the kind of cultivate diligently. In 1 month, Yi Hongyi will select her 5 surname ministers as array eyes to support the grand formation. You will most likely be chosen. No matter which technique you cultivate, you'd better master its basics within a month, or it will be too late. Alright, it'll perform well this month, and try to earn some favor in Yi Hongyi's eyes. No, just act as you normally do. Don't change yourself. Jiang Li waved his hand, and his figure vanished instantly from Wang Ling's territory. Wang Ling stared at the spot where Jiang Li had disappeared, pondering for a few seconds before nodding. Alright, I'll listen to you. Telling Wang Ling to be himself was of course a strategy Jiang Li devised based on Yi Hongyi's personality. To this end, he had even specially crafted several methods of calculation and deduction. With Jiang Li's level of cultivation, he had deduced Yi Hongyi's 3 lives and 9 reincarnations with perfect clarity. Yi Hongyi was a woman of true ability, far more formidable than Zhao Wulian. She harbored an ambition to rule the world, and she possessed the destiny for it. After his calculations, Jiang Li understood why she had chosen to cultivate the Heavenly Sun's divine sacrificial art. Firstly, among the techniques, she could comprehend this one was powerful enough. Secondly, her destiny was the rare sun and moon in the sky fate. With such a fate, if she were a man, her earth immortal cultivation would be infinitely easier than ordinary people, with all kinds of opportunities rushing toward her. Her fate inherently carried a kind of heavenly mandate. This mandate would weaken all tribulations her territory faced before the third rank. As long as she didn't mess things up, she was almost destined to achieve the third rank, Great Tao Golden Core. A third-rank Earth Immortal Lord was already considered a pillar of strength in the cosmic realm. In any family, they would be a jade pillar supporting the heavens, a golden beam bridging the seas. However, when the sun and moon in the sky fate fell upon a woman, she would naturally carry a rebellious spirit. That is, her destiny contained an inherent opportunity. An opportunity to transcend her current rank. For instance, if she became the empress of a mature dynasty, she would only have the fate of a consort, not an emperor. But she was different. Her destiny contained a momentum of yin-yang reversal and fate-defying transformation. If given the chance, she could use her consort fate to suppress the emperor's fate and ultimately seize it to achieve her own greatness. And within the Heavenly Son's divine sacrificial art, there was also such an opportunity. If Yi Hongyi occupied the position of the Heavenly Son, then the core divine position would always remain vacant. Ordinary lords, upon reaching a certain stage of cultivation, would reform this divine position. Using the transformative energy of later ages, they would strip away the divine fate to achieve their own emperor fate, a phenomenon of revering the emperor while naming the divine. But Yi Hongyi didn't need that. Once her territory grew to a certain level, she could reverse her fate and achieve her own divine destiny. This method also existed in the Heavenly Son's divine sacrificial art, but almost no one had ever succeeded. For one person to simultaneously contain the positions of Heavenly Son and divine was simply an impossibility. Throughout history, few had attempted this. It was a backdoor left for certain specific individuals. If she truly succeeded in usurping the divine position, the power of the Heavenly Son's divine sacrificial art in her hands could rival the sacrificial heavenly edict art, a lower-ranked divine technique matching its superior counterpart, enabling further acts of rebellion. Perhaps it was truly fated that Yi Hongyi came seeking Jiangli. After all, who else but Jiangli had cultivated the sacrificial heavenly edict art? Although it wasn't his main technique, the mysteries of karma were strange, as sometimes fate was beyond one's control. Oh, that Wang Ling hasn't paid his taxes. Yi Hongyi sat majestically on the high dragon throne, exuding an overwhelming imperial might. The hall was so vast that only her echo could be heard alongside the oppressive force emanating from the dragon throne that compelled submission. It was so high that the person sitting upon it looked down at the ministers as if gazing at a swarm of ants. To sit on this throne, one must first carve out their own mercy and feed it to the divine beings beneath the throne. Jiangli merely glanced at the dragon throne before lowering his gaze in response. Yes, he said, if he had the ability he would kill me, as he would never pay any taxes. It seems this fellow has indeed been cornered. Yi Hongyi's voice resonated throughout the hall, emanating the heavy pressure of a sovereign. Jiangli bent his waist, even lower his gaze downward, only able to see the tips of his own toes. However, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman has such grand ambitions, the deity hasn't even been conceived, yet she is already plotting to usurp the divine's destiny. Just a glance at the dragon throne made Jiangli understand the layout of the place. Beneath the throne lay the bones of 9 celestial dragons, channeling the essence of the entire region to support the deity beneath the throne. Indeed, this madwoman Yi Hongyi had directly imprisoned the yet conceived deity beneath the dragon throne. As long as she sat on the dragon throne for a day, the status of the deity would be suppressed by her son of heaven destiny, and over time the deity's fate could truly be whipped into a subordinate status. This was only possible because her own destiny was sufficiently strong and unique, otherwise anyone attempting such a feat would perish. If one's own fate is not robust enough, such things cannot be accomplished. However, even with Yi Hongyi's strong fate, she was currently suffering from backlash. Even the yet conceived deity, under its retribution, could not allow her to step beyond a radius of 3 zhang from the dragon throne. If she dared to leave, the deity would break free from its constraints. Once the deity escaped, her status as son of heaven would likely lead to troubled days ahead. Even if this deity was one she was nurturing, it could not be humiliated. Even if it had to self-annihilate, it would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against Yi Hongyi. If I were to release the suppressed deity, it would seem quite easy to annihilate Yi Hongyi without needing to do anything on the outside. Jiangli mused that if he wanted to release the deity beneath the throne, he had 100 ways to do so. Exactly 100. But that wouldn't be fun, as since there's nothing happening in my territory, it's better not to kill her outright. My karmic ties are limited, and once Yi Hongyi is dealt with, it seems no one will come here for a long time. People indeed will do anything when they are bored. Jiangli had been bored for too long. Finally, with someone around to relieve his tedium, he refrained from directly crushing the current Yi Hongyi. This is a grand reality show. Jiang Li gave a fair assessment of his actions. His boredom was not due to a lack of company in his territory, but rather a profound loneliness from the absence of peers. The realms of Earth Immortals and human Immortals are fundamentally different, with a thick barrier often separating the two, leaving them with no common language. And as fellow Earth Immortals, even someone as utterly degraded as Wang Ling could at least comprehend Jiang Li's ostentatious methods, and even exclaim in awe, serving as a part of the atmosphere. Unlike human Immortals, where Jiang Li's showmanship would go unnoticed by them, they wouldn't recognize his profound techniques, but would simply ask if he could achieve longevity. This was quite disheartening. Yi Kongshuan, do you think I have been too lenient with them? In response to the Empress, I believe they simply wish to die sooner rather than later. Die sooner? What do you mean? I've observed their territory. It exudes a sense of desolation, with no ambition whatsoever. Faced with our absolute dominance, they have never considered rebellion. They merely lie down and await death. Against someone who is simply waiting to die, our threat is utterly ineffectual. But what are your thoughts? Jiang Li smiled slightly. Very good, he had taken the bait. Yi Kongshuan, a childhood friend of Yi Hongyi with the best relationship in the Yi family, both were collateral branches, having met because of some talent that led them to be sent to the main family for cultivation. Later, Yi Hongyi pursued the path of Earth Immortal cultivation, while Yi Kongshian chose to remain in the Yi family for training. Then when Yi Hongyi sought to walk the path of Earth Immortal, Yi Kongshian discarded his cultivation to follow her into the wasteland. In the wasteland, if Yi Hongyi still retained any semblance of humanity, it was probably only towards the Yi Kongshian before her. Of course, this was also the reason Yi Kongshian knew how to be a person, placing himself in the position of Yi Hongyi's most devoted admirer, diligently serving his goddess. Let's give them a glimmer of hope, just like when we used to feed the exotic beasts at home. We need to provide some sustenance. We can invest a bit in them. Moreover, with their cultivation levels, we could easily fatten them up before taking them down. Right now, they are far too lean, completely devoid of any flesh. Good, your idea is excellent. They'll think about how to proceed. Tomorrow, you draft a specific memorial for Kongshuan. I hope you talk to me more in the future. You know, in the entire Yi family, you are the person I am closest to. Jiang Li suddenly raised his head, looking at the tender-faced Yi Hongyi, and then quickly lowered his head, bowing slightly before silently retreating. Sigh. A deep sigh echoed in the hall as Yi Hongyi quietly caressed the dragon throne beside her, appearing considerably lonely. However, this state lasted only a few breaths before the austere Empress returned to her loyal desk to begin reviewing various memorials. As the Empress, her territory naturally implemented a governance system, and reviewing memorials was a way to deepen the marks of the Emperor destiny upon her. As long as it was beneficial for the territory, as a lord she had to do it, regardless of whether the usefulness was great or small. In this regard, she had pushed herself to the utmost. She was a fierce person who was stringent with both herself and others. Jiang Li returned to Yi Kongshuan's residence, and soon a large group of maidservants surrounded him. Master! Amidst a chorus of sweet voices, Yi Kongshian stepped gracefully to the master's seat. The beauties quickly knelt before him, and Yi Kongshian surveyed the scene casually, selecting 2 beauties to head to the backyard. As Jiang Li enjoyed the services of the beauties, he quietly contemplated what to do next. Naturally, he would not limit his investments to just Wang Ling. That would make things far too dull. Every lord with ulterior motives was given 3 volumes of celestial scriptures, encouraging them to play with Yi Hongyi. To enhance the entertainment value, he chose Yi Kongshian as his vessel, allowing him to closely observe his own reality show performance. And the stage for this performance was Yi Hongyi's seemingly splendid territory. It was truly a grand stage. Is this your idea? Yi Hongyi looked at Yi Kongshian with a hint of surprise and uncertainty. This was not the wisdom he should possess. In feffing the vassals, perhaps it truly is a viable strategy. Yi Hongyi perused Yi Kongshuan's plan once more. In essence, it was about granting the rank of vassal to subordinate territories based on their closeness. This formal appointment would consume her territory's resources, requiring her to expend her monarch rank to nurture the growth of her ministers. Moreover, unlike the current hostile relationship, once in theft, damage to a vassal state would also harm the monarch herself. It was no longer a situation where the subordinate lords shielded her from calamities on the periphery, and she could casually discard a few to offset harm whenever trouble arose. If a vassal state were truly destroyed by the barren wasteland after enfeoffment, she too would suffer a blow. This was a form of mutual achievement to a certain degree. Although the sovereign remained the core, it also provided some security for those below. Crucially, Yi Kongshuan's plan struck at the heart of Yi Hongyi's pain point. She was a person with lofty ambitions, not a waste like Zhao Wuliang. Although the plan to enfeoff vassals would temporarily cost her some territorial essence and rank in the short term, it was the best available solution under the circumstances of mutual distrust. Her actions had been too ruthless when the disaster struck, making those below utterly distrustful of her. If she only intended to reap the harvest, and flee. Acting this way would have been fine. But she desired long-term development. The surrounding territories must keep pace with her, otherwise the Heavenly Son's sacrificial divine method would be impossible to cultivate. This technique was called the Heavenly Son's sacrificial divine method. Heavenly Son represented a complete system of strict rites and rituals. Such a system could not be established by a single territory. It required the cooperation and dedication of many ministers. Her original plan was to bypass the vassal stage entirely, incorporating all territories into her own domain and implementing the centralized system she had long envisioned. However, her ministers now saw no hope under her rule, preferring death over cooperating to complete this system of rights. Thus, infecting vassals and establishing a long-term promising fundamental law was the best system for the present. The Heavenly Son was always the embodiment of system and power. Authority stemmed from territorial strength. She currently held absolute power with no one able to oppose her. What she needed now was a set of effective ritual rules. Even if these rules had many imperfections, they could be gradually refined later. As long as she remained far ahead, she would be the eternal monarch under this system, an existence no other vassal could rival. Kongshuan, tell me, how did you suddenly conceive this system? Yi Hongyi asked curiously. She knew Yi Kongxian. While talented, he should not possess such insight. This touched upon the perspective of an earth immortal lord, a view beyond that of a mere human immortal cult. Your Majesty, though I do not understand the Tao of earth immortals, I do grasp human nature. After the court session yesterday, I returned to my residence where a crowd of beauties surrounded me, each seeking my favor. They desired many things, but I only rewarded one beauty who had performed the best with a luminous pearl. Oh, and then, Yi Hongyi, intrigued, asked with a smile from her dragon throne. It was just an ordinary luminous pearl. The rewarded beauty naturally grew closer and more protective of me. As for those unrewarded, they were even more attentive this morning. Indeed, I never imagined that human nature could contain the path of earth immortal cultivation. It seems my sights were set too high, so high that I forgot the basic logic of the world operates among the common masses. So to whom should I give this luminous pearl? Yi Hongyi's eyes held a hint of scrutiny. She now had a newfound expectation for her childhood sweetheart, Wang Ling. Oh, any reasoning? I once heard a tale. A wealthy man erected a pillar in his courtyard, promising 100 gold pieces to anyone who could move it to the backyard. Oh, that sounds unreliable. Indeed, the wealthy man's credit was poor, so everyone initially dismissed it as a joke. Yet with enough onlookers, someone always steps up to try. After a few days, when a man actually moved the pillar, the wealthy man immediately fulfilled his promise. From then on, his notorious reputation transformed into one of keeping his word. I understand. People tend to forget past events and use landmark incidents to label a complex person as good or bad. If I am generous even to Wang Ling, my staunchest opponent, it will greatly alleviate others' sense of crisis and plant the impression that I, Yi Hongyi, am broad-minded. I must say your advice is truly excellent. Yi Hongyi studied Yi Kongxian curiously. If not for knowing that no one could harm him within her territory without alerting her, she might have suspected he was possessed. But the barren wasteland was a place where miracles were born. She was genuinely happy for Yi Kongxian's progress. Wang Ling's talent is indeed remarkable among the lords, but his pride is too high. To this day, he refuses to submit. This is the last time. If he remains ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Hongyi waved her hand, dismissing Yi Kongxian. Infecting vassals was no simple task. Assigning positions to the right people was crucial, and she needed to plan carefully. She even had to devise a set of rites to solidify the legitimacy of her rule, compelling all vassals to act according to these rules. Only then would she truly absorb these weak fringe lords. Yes, to become a vassal, a core condition was to relocate their territory into Yi Hongyi's domain. While under her protection, their territories would become pillars supporting her own, and every advancement they made would fuel her territorial expansion. On the surface, at least, this was a win-win strategy. However, such synergy often required tacit cooperation from two or more parties. If both sides regarded each other as bitter enemies, achieving a win-win situation would be difficult indeed. Oh, what's going on? Have I become Dongguo? Wang Ling was somewhat perplexed by Yi Hongyi's intentions and looked at Jiang Li with a face full of curiosity. He knew that the person before him was no longer the Yi Kongxian he once knew, but rather a completely different individual. Given that everything he had was granted by the other party, only they could guide him through this confusion. He's suddenly receiving a favor from someone. Do you have any thoughts? If this title of Count was indeed given to me by her, ensuring that my earth immortal status never falls, I do feel a sense of gratitude towards her. Then that's fine. Express your gratitude sincerely. Is this her thought or yours? It doesn't matter. What's important is gratitude. Jiang Li patted Wang Ling on the shoulder, and his figure vanished right before his eyes. Gratitude, huh? Wang Ling pondered for 2 seconds before gritting his teeth and walking to the Xianwang Tower. In the next moment, a streak of light burst forth from the tower and directly fell into Yi Hongyi's territory. After a few breaths, the lords outside who had accepted the fief began to relinquish parts of their core authority over their territories. As the lords accepted the fief system, the Earth Immortal lords who seemed like bubbles at the edge of Yi Hongyi's territory began to move their lands into hers according to her directives. Kongshuan, you handled this matter quite well. Yi Hongyi looked at Yi Kongxian with satisfaction, and upon seeing his fairly handsome face, she couldn't help but recall the youthful appearance he had the first time they met. Kongshuan, do you want to be a lord of a territory? Me. Yi Kongxian was slightly taken aback, pointing at himself in confusion over Yi Hongyi's words. Of course, as an emperor, I naturally have the authority to confer titles to lords. Now is the time when my imperial power is at its peak. I can designate a piece of territory for you within my domain. Although it won't allow you to instantly become a lord, it could grant you half the status of an Earth Immortal. Once my imperial rights break through to the third tier and achieve singularity over the territory, I can formally confer you the title and truly make you a lord. Kongshuan, we grew up together. You promised to help me back then. Yi Kongxian stared blankly at the figure on the dragon throne, transitioning from imposing to tender, suddenly at a loss for how to respond. Seeing Yi Kongshuan's dazed expression, Yi Hongyi's gaze softened, even further so intense it seemed like it might overflow with warmth. Please help me, okay? The gentle and soft-spoken Yi Hongyi gazed at Yi Kongxian with a yearning look, causing his mind to become muddled, and before he knew it, he had agreed to everything. By the time Yi Kongxian stumbled out of the hall in a daze, Yi Hongyi on the dragon throne finally retracted her expression, returning to her cold and domineering empress form. Kongshuan, don't blame me. Your method of conferring titles to lords is good, but the consequences of past actions need to be addressed, otherwise they will never overcome that mental hurdle. One of my Yi family members, even if they're only a half-lord, is enough to provide them with an explanation. An emperor must never err. The previous killings need someone to bear responsibility, and you are the most suitable for this role. Yi Hongyi was indeed a born sovereign. Yi Kongxian had merely simplified some of the common people's power core for her, and she innovatively developed her own methodology. The biggest difference between the feudal lords and centralization is that under centralization the emperor is the most valuable, while the ministers below are like sheep. She can decide when to slaughter them. Under the feudal system, although the lords have had some authority taken by the emperor, their status within their own territories is not lower than that of the emperor. The emperor's authority cannot reach the subjects under the lord's governance. To form effective rule, cooperation from the lords is necessary. So would a lord full of grievances be willing to cooperate with you? Even if these individuals are temporarily stabilized through fief and promises, as long as the knot in their hearts remains, there will always be great hidden dangers in the future. To eliminate this hidden danger, eliminating the treacherous ministers around the emperor is the best approach. An emperor must not err, but can be misled by the treacherous subjects beside them. Yi Kongshuan, a member of the Yi family filled with emotions, but lacking any solid foundation, is well suited to be this treacherous minister. Your death will mark the beginning of my territory's future. The coming prosperity will arise because of you, and you should feel proud. Looking down at the dragon throne beside her, memories of childhood flashed in her mind, ultimately transforming into a soft sigh that dissipated in the cold hall. This woman is invincible. Zhongli was not Yi Kongxian. He could see clearly that this woman actually wanted to use him as a flag, to create a brand new era with his death. However, he did not expose Yi Hongyi. Exposing her would ruin the fun. He wanted to see if this ruthless woman would eventually regret her decision at some future moment. Time passed quickly, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. In this month, the various lords had all taken their place. The protective light around the territories that had originally kept them apart vanished, and the lords began to gain control over parts of Yi Hongyi's territory according to their ranks. Of course, they had also paid a price. From now on, their territories could no longer be separated from Yi Hongyi's. Within Yi Hongyi's vast territory, the lords' lands were distributed like stars, and they began to radiate outward from their own territories, extending their authority. Yi Hongyi watched everything with high spirits. Others only saw a portion of her territory being encroached upon, but she could see that although these lords had temporarily gained authority over land, the territorial barriers between them and her had completely disappeared. Previously, there were protective barriers of territorial light guarding their lands, and although Yi Hongyi could influence their territories through authority, now those barriers had lost their effectiveness against her. If she wished, she could refine all of the lords' territories right now using her operational rights. But that was unnecessary, after all the lords' rights had just been established. As an empress, she could not arbitrarily abolish the words of the emperor, as it did not align with her path. An emperor should not speak lightly. If she wanted to cultivate her own great Tao, then her words must be followed. This was also why other lords were willing to believe in her. In desolate lands, character and morals often cannot withstand the test, but the binding of interests and Tao can be executed for a long time. They did not trust Yi Hongyi's character, but believed that she would not joke with her own Tao. Even someone like Wang Ling, who harbored deep hatred for Yi Hongyi, felt that she was showing sincerity this time. The territory of Dongbo Marquis is located less than 100 miles east of the imperial capital. This place boasts excellent location and fertile land, making it an exceptional ground for raising troops. Wang Ling, possessing 100 miles of land, felt an unprecedented surge of strength. A tremendous power filled his limbs and bones, elevating his status to an extraordinarily high level. The lords from the east, west, south, and north serve as the four gates guarding the emperor. As long as the four great lords do not rebel, the emperor's territory remains the most secure place in the world. This woman truly possesses great ambition. The four great lords were once her greatest opponents. Is she really not afraid of our rebellion? Feeling the immense power within and the status just a step below the emperor, a seed of ambition began to grow in his heart. I must also make a choice among the three great methods. Wang Ling had thoroughly read and become familiar with the three great methods, but had yet to decide which one to practice. Now, as the esteemed Dongbo Marquis, it is impossible for him to employ the yellow sky dragon slaying technique. The only methods available to him are the common people united method and the respecting the king and repelling the barbarians method. The respecting the king and repelling the barbarians method requires the emperor to be in a weakened state, unless that mysterious person intervenes to severely injure Yi Hongyi or directly seal her power. This method offers him little room for application. Currently, only the common people united method suits his situation. The essence of this method lies in nurturing and resting, raising the people and soldiers, and changing the heavens. This method primarily focuses on cultivating one's own strength in the early stages. Both nurturing and resting, and raising the people and soldiers are methods for developing his own territory. As long as he cultivates the territory according to these two methods, in the future the stronger the territory becomes, the weaker Yi Hongyi's influence will be. Eventually, if he cultivates a true dragon aura within his territory, the 100-mile territory gifted by Yi Hongyi will truly belong to him. At that time, the Dongbo Marquis territory will be able to let the wind pass the rain fall, but not the emperor. Once this is achieved with the prestige of his territory, he can unite the four great lords to implement the act of changing the heavens, usurping the core authority of this realm, the emperor's status, as his own. Of course, employing this secret technique also comes with a cost, but he can find a third party to compensate for it. The best method is to use his own bloodline descendants. Thus, having more children became the most pressing task for him in the near future. As Yi Hongyi's distribution of fiefs was fully completed, Zhang Li, in the guise of Yi Kongshuan, arrived once again before her dragon throne. In this distribution of fiefs, Yi Kongshian did not truly participate. After all, for such matters of gifting, a brief involvement at the beginning suffices, and later Yi Hongyi would naturally select more suitable candidates. Of course, Yi Hongyi's explanation to him was that he would also be a lord of a territory in the future, so it was inappropriate for him to engage in such trifles. The real intention was merely to treat Yi Kongshian as a means to quell past grievances. Whether the lords would turn against her in the future due to previous incidents, as long as she took related actions, her stance as a monarch would already be apparent. In the future, once these lords fully recognize their identity as lords and no longer face her with an equal lordly demeanor, they will naturally come to understand. Even if a small number of lords remain unconvinced and wish to create trouble, they would at least be unable to stir up any significant waves. Of course, all of this hinges on her continuing to grow stronger, preventing the lords from harboring inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, killing 100 Yi Kongshuans would be of no use. When strength reaches a certain level, even the slightest attitude from a strong person will be perceived as divine favor by those beneath them. However, when strength is inadequate, all of one's actions will appear as flattery and a show of weakness in the eyes of others. Fortunately, she was confident that the lords ensnared by her 7 doors and 5 clans offering to the heavens array were not individuals of profound cultivation, and she was certain she could control them. They would only watch her ascend with admiration from behind until they could no longer harbor any other thoughts, following her steps wholeheartedly. This is her confidence stemming from absolute superiority. Kongshuan, are you ready? Become a lord and guard the frontier for me. Hongyi, you know why I am here. Rest assured, our separation is only temporary. Guard the North Sea well. It is the direction of my future territory's advancement. Only if you go can I feel at ease. There are too many pests in our Yi family, making it impossible for me to relax. Yi Kongshian furrowed his brow slightly, and then slowly nodded in response to Yi Hongyi's expectant gaze. Very well, summon the decree. By imperial command, the North Sea Marquis, Yi Kongshian, is appointed as the Grand Marshal of the North Sea Province, commanding the 72 routes of smoke and dust. You are granted one embroidered black Chilean python robe, 1,000 acres of fertile land by the North Sea, 10 bronze ceremonial vessels, and 3,000 gold weapons and iron steeds. You shall pacify the region, eliminate treachery, firmly defend the northern gate, and not fail my command. Should you harbor any treachery or defy my orders, divine punishment shall descend, and the ancestral shrine shall not bless you. It is decreed. Kongshuan, receive your orders. After Yi Kongxian received the decree, the entire world erupted in excitement, and an immeasurable brilliance shone forth with a chorus resounding in the heavens, as if the cosmos were congratulating him. This was because Yi Hongyi had for the first time truly conferred fiefs upon the lords, using her territory, completing a ritual of the emperor. The heavens spontaneously responded to her ritual, solidifying her status as the emperor. How do you feel now? I feel great. There is a sense of the Tao pursuing me. Yi Kongxian closed his eyes in contemplation, sensing the continually rising power within him and the elevated perspective and status. As his status rose, he could clearly perceive that the limits of his foundation establishment cultivation had been elevated, far exceeding the 9 levels. Haha, go down and comprehend it. That is not an illusion. At least within this realm, that is no illusion. With a wave of her hand, Yi Hongyi made Yi Kongshuan's figure vanish from the grand hall. To achieve you once, then to slay you once. Completing an achievement and deprivation of the Lord's status also counts as fulfilling my ritual as the Emperor. Kongshuan, you promised to help me. I believe you will understand such matters that support my status as the Emperor. After your demise, I will cast your soul into the reincarnation lotus, allowing you to become a reincarnated being within the territory. When the territory grows, I believe you will surely find your true self. However, the Yinyang reincarnation of Yi Hongyi's territory cannot compare to Jiang Li's territory, which has already completed reincarnation. She can only selectively input beings into it, unlike Jiang Li, whose beings, no matter how weak like ants, can enjoy the guidance of reincarnation power. Moreover, her flawed reincarnation means that the beings entering it are essentially reincarnated after being refined by a treasure, often unable to return after reincarnation. Even she, the Lord, cannot manage it. This is why Yi Hongyi mentioned allowing Yi Kongxian to awaken himself. Because her reincarnation is fundamentally reliant on external forces, she cannot fully control it. Yi Kongxian received the order and departed for the North Sea, stirring a wave of discussion among the lords. Some lords willing to follow Yi Hongyi fanned the flames, seeking to pin all past discord onto Yi Kongxian. Do you know why he was granted the title of Lord? Even if he's not yet on our level, he's quite favored by the Empress. Next time she might elevate him to our rank. I've heard that the Empress' earlier actions were all instigated by this man. This time when the Empress infected the lords, he was jumping around, obstructing everything. Every visit he made to your territories was deliberately to stir up trouble. Indeed, every time he comes, I'm vexed. That fellow deliberately provokes us. The Empress herself is actually quite decent. Wang Ling stared blankly at the messages flowing through the local network among the lords, tempted to defend Yi Kongshuan, but ultimately gave up. Given that guy's mysterious nature, he probably foresaw all this long ago. Wang Ling muttered to himself, then shut down the network. Regardless, he would never act against Yi Kongshuan, knowing well that Yi was the alias of some enigmatic master. If that master deigned to wear a disguise and play along with you, yet you insisted on tearing it off, don't blame him for showing his true form and playing with you instead. Looking up at the bright star in the distant sky, Wang Ling felt it growing ever brighter, and at times he sensed a gaze from that star. Strange. Wasn't it calculated to be just a barren wonder? Could it be nurturing some treasure? Is that why Yi Hongyi lingers here? No, why is Yi Hongyi staying here? Wang Ling rubbed his temples, sensing he had touched upon a key point, yet failing to recall it. Why am I staying here? Yi Hongyi also gazed at the bright star above, a question suddenly surfacing in her. Yet as the star flickered slightly, she dismissed the stray thought, picked up a memorial, and her expression shifted abruptly. How dare they? Sending troops to expel the prefect I appointed. Do these lords think my hand is softened? Coincidentally, Yi Kongxian is passing through that area. Let him handle it. Yi Hongyi's anger lasted but a moment before she conceived a plan to use Yi Kongshuan, turning this opportunity to direct the realm's lord's animosity toward her former confidant. She had originally planned to force Yi Kongxian into rebellion at the North Sea, but now this chance emerged. This is too smooth. What was I just thinking? Yi Hongyi frowned in thought for a moment, then shook her head. Never mind. Probably nothing important. High above, Jiang Li observed the changes in Yi Hongyi's territory from a sanable perspective, watching his avatar receive the imperial decree on the road to the North Sea. Yi Kongxian accepts the decree. Yi Kongxian received the decree, quietly watching the messenger depart. Indeed, everything proceeds according to our Empress' wishes. With a leaf blocking the eye, no one recalls their original purpose here. As long as the roots are buried deep enough, the game is all the more enjoyable. Jiang Li shook his head, tucked away the decree, and waved his hand, leading 3,000 armored warriors toward the domain of Marquis Zhenjiang. Marquis Zhenjiang was one of the 4 marquises under Earl of the North, ranking higher than a count. Yi Kongshuan, titled Marquis of the North Sea, theoretically held equal rank. However, since Yi Kongshian was not of earthly immortal origin, his status was slightly inferior. In a direct confrontation, he would theoretically be no match for Marquis Zhenjiang. After all, in the current feudal system, a lord's strength was determined by rank and territory. The higher the rank, the more power one could borrow from Yi Hongyi's imperial domain. The better the territory's management, the stronger the power his status could evoke. Now, with equal rank but inferior status and lacking his own territorial support, Jiang Li stood no chance against Marquis Zhenjiang. Yet the emperor's punitive decree had reached Jiang Li's hands. The punishment for Marquis Zhenjiang was 100 lashes. The authority over these lashes rested with Jiang Li. If Marquis Zhenjiang wished to avoid them, rebellion was his only option. He glanced at the 6,000-strong army, 3,000 golden armor guards, and 3,000 iron cavalry, loyal Dao soldiers who had fought alongside Yi Hongyi. The art of Dao soldiers was one of the most crucial techniques for lords. Jiang Li knew many such arts, some far superior to Yi Hongyi's methods for forging golden armor and iron cavalry. Yet due to various circumstances, he had never cultivated any Dao soldiers. Seeing Yi Hongyi's orderly army of golden armor and iron cavalry stirred in him a desire to forge his own. But that would have to wait until his territory was fully stabilized and the primordial deities had completely just. The new era of his territory was the age of gods, beginning with the birth of the gods and ending with their twilight. The twilight would mark the territory's advancement to the 3rd tier. This era was destined to be long, giving him ample time to pursue his own endeavors, such as amusing himself in Yi Hongyi's domain. Of course, amusement aside, his time was valuable. He intended to do things beneficial to his own territory, like usurping this domain and making it a subordinate territory. None of this was forced. Under the right circumstances, wise choices would always be made. In the realm of return, Jiang Li had his own set of rules. No coercion, no refusal, no responsibility. He did not force the wheel of karma. For instance, Yi Hongyi had come to him of her own accord, not by his twisting of fate. No refusal. When a snack came to his lips, he would not turn it down. Just as he had tested his brilliant ideas on Zhao Wuliang, he sought much from Yi Hongyi. Since she had come to him, he would not hesitate to take. As for no responsibility, he would never bear burdens not meant for him. If Yi Hongyi's territory collapsed due to their own actions, he had no interest in playing savior. He would simply be himself, not interfering with others' fates. What? How dare she treat me like this? Does she not wish to cultivate her emperor's ritual of worship? At this moment, the Lord of Zhenjiang was filled with shock and anger. As a lower cultivator, he couldn't comprehend the thoughts and mindset of upper cultivators. He simply felt that Yi Hongyi shouldn't have taken such bold actions against him for the sake of her cultivation. This was also the reason he decisively expelled the governor of the province and forcefully occupied a territory. He did this to forcibly dispel Yi Hongyi's ritual influence, while everyone's mindset was still unstable, strengthening his control over this territory. This way he could exploit Yi Hongyi's essence and status to enhance his own territory. One must admit that those who cultivate the path of the immortal are not foolish. However, that does not mean these individuals are particularly clever. Even among elite circles, there are often those who can be considered relatively foolish. For instance, among the hundreds of lords, the Lord of Zhenjiang was the most foolish one. This fellow believed that receiving a piece of candy meant others would give him a manner. As long as you softened your stance in front of him, he would think you were on the verge of death and would want to come and feast upon your corpse. Originally, Yi Hongyi thought that any earth immortal who survived her torment should have some awareness. When she showed goodwill, everyone should adhere to the agreements made initially and follow her rules. Clearly, when Yi Hongyi took a step back, the foolish ones thought she would retreat 100 steps, completely unaware that they were crossing her red line. If she didn't deal harshly with the Lord of Zhenjiang this time, other lords would follow suit. How could she maintain her position as the empress? The world would instantly plunge into chaos. Thus, when Jiang Li led the army to have a heart-to-heart with the Lord of Zhenjiang, the surrounding lords tacitly made. Since the Lord of Zhenjiang dared to step forward, everyone assumed he had some capabilities and could withstand Yi Hongyi's retaliation. After all, if you were to touch someone's red line, you should at least have some means of self-preservation. Show it, and if you can withstand it, then everyone would follow your example. What's wrong with dividing this vast world? In the end, it would merely lead to chaos with half of the lords dead. Everyone can afford to die. This Lord of Zhenjiang actually chose the Yellow Heavens dragon-slaying technique. Oh, interesting. It seems that not only is this the work of the Lord of Zhenjiang, but there's also a divine counter. Indeed, the divine cannot be insulted, especially when the position of the emperor has yet to be solidified. Yi Hongyi was too impatient. The Yellow Heavens dragon-slaying technique passed down by Jiang Li primarily revolves around altering the heavenly deities and reinstating the yellow heaven to modify the divine status. It allows for the divine to be dethroned, establishing new deities to change the order of the heavens and earth. This is also a core flaw of the emperor's ritual of worship. If the core deity is altered, then the position of the emperor would naturally be unsustainable. The Lord of Zhenjiang, who practiced the Yellow Heavens dragon-slaying technique, should have quietly accumulated strength, as this is a thoroughly rebellious technique meant for a direct confrontation with Yi Hongyi. If he didn't deal harshly with Yi Hongyi, how could she possibly allow him to alter the heavenly deities? Yi Hongyi wanted to subdue the opposing deity before it even fully developed. This ambition was commendable, but her cultivation clearly wasn't sufficient. Yi Hongyi wanted to subdue the opposing deity before it even fully developed. This ambition was commendable, but her cultivation clearly wasn't sufficient to completely suppress the nascent deity. This gave the deity an opportunity. When Zhongli spread the three great heavenly texts among these lords, someone just happened to choose the path of reinstating the deity. For deities whose status has not yet been established, this was precisely an opportunity. Thus, when the Lord of Zhenjiang secretly began reinstating faith and altering the yellow heaven, it quietly became the yellow heaven and actively responded to the Lord of Zhenjiang's prayers and rituals. Self-reflection, self-destruction, and then self-replacement. Yi Hongyi's territory was quite well managed. This Yedo-vegetated deity was actually capable of such scheming. Unfortunately, the deity's vague consciousness was still too hasty. If following the normal steps, it should have taken its time to develop. Yet it couldn't resist the temptation to emerge, quickly choosing to issue divine edicts for the Lord of Zhenjiang to swiftly seize the heavenly authority. Moreover, the Lord of Zhenjiang is a reckless fool who dares to act without any preparation. Of course, the Lord of Zhenjiang isn't particularly reckless. In his view, he has the protection of heavenly deities and is not inferior in status to the emperor. If given territory and time, he truly believes he can directly overthrow the empress rule. Additionally, this is a time when everyone wants to recuperate. Even if he goes a bit overboard, the empress would only scold him at most. Could she dare to disregard the thoughts of the lords of the world and strike him down? In any case, he wanted to seize the advantage first, taking a state. As his base, his territory is larger than that of the four great earls. Territory equates to strength. Even if he is merely a count, his growth rate would surpass that of those earls. Everything is for the sake of strength. Regardless of how complex the situation of the Lord of Zhenjiang is, once Zhongli arrives, he can only be suppressed. As for the 100 lashes in the Empress decree, Zhongli had no intention of executing. As long as he breaks through the Lord of Zhenjiang's territory and kills this audacious lord who dared to defy the Empress authority, could those 100 lashes still be used to strike at the Lord of Zhenjiang's soul? That would be too cruel. Zhongli is a merciful person and cannot commit acts that would scatter a person's soul. Killing is sufficient. The soul can be placed within his own territory for reincarnation. The souls of Earth immortals possess inherent status and are a great boon for Zhongli's territory. As for the karmic consequences of exterminating the opponent, he is carrying out the Empress orders so naturally. It is the Empress who should bear that burden. Why should a mere northern sea marquis like him bear such immense karmic weight? Outside Zhenjiang city, Zhongli looked at the divine image rising within the city. He was immensely curious about this self-created deity, raising his hand as the one leaf hinders the eye fell. In an instant, the Lord of Zhenjiang's previously confident expression changed dramatically. He had forgotten the greatest source of his confidence and the existence of the deity. Looking at the army outside the city, he suddenly stood there in a daze. My Yellow Heavens dragon-slaying technique is not yet complete. How dare I drive away the governor of the province? Have I been possessed by a ghost? Damn it. I want to surrender. I accept all of the Emperor's punishments. I can lower my status, just leave me a Viscount. It's too late, pay attention again. With a wave of his hand, Zhongli's 6,000 armored soldiers began to slowly advance, the powerful military formation condensing into a towering war aspect. The terrifying war aspect held a golden spear with an iron steed radiating overwhelming might. The war aspect looked down at Zhenjiang city for a moment, then with the golden spear carrying an unstoppable force, it transformed into a dazzling stream of light and came crashing down. In an instant, all was silent and the world was at peace. The Lord of Zhenjiang died quietly, his status as an earth immortal suppressed by the imperial decree, and then under Zhongli's manipulation, the 6,000 troops directly swept through the entire territory. Truly impoverished, Zhongli shook his head in disbelief. This Lord of Zhenjiang was nothing more than a wax-headed silver spear. With only 2 or 3 subordinates, the entire territory barely gathered over 300 first-stage cultivators and several thousand ordinary martial artists. With such a lineup, a charge from the Iron Cavalry would resolve everything. As for his proud status as an Earth Immortal, he wanted to mobilize the entire territory's power to suppress Zhongli. That was nothing but a joke. The benefits from Yi Hongyi were not free. Since he took advantage, he must abide by her constraints. The imperial decree directly made the Lord of Zhenjiang's Earth Immortal status unstable, rendering him unable to harness power to suppress Zhongli. Then he was annihilated by a strike from the war form commanded by Zhongli. Is my iron cavalry really that far away? In the capital, Yi Hongyi watched through the celestial observation instrument as Zhongli killed an Earth Immortal Lord with a single strike, deeply doubting the might of her iron cavalry. Is there really such a weak Earth Immortal Lord in the world? Or have I been underestimating the strength of my first-stage Dao soldiers all along? Can the Iron Cavalry even form such a terrifying war form? How come I didn't know about this? Since when could first-stage Dao soldiers form a war form? She wanted to summon Zhongli back to clarify, but at this juncture, she couldn't intervene. She really had no intention of directly killing the Lord of Zhenjiang. After all, killing at this time would be very detrimental to stabilizing people's hearts. However, now that the man was killed as the Empress, she could only unconditionally stand on Zhongli's side. No matter how to deal with Zhongli in the future, she must firmly support him now. Issue a decree. The Lord of Zhenjiang disobeyed the laws, disrespected the heavenly mandate, rebelled against authority, and is stripped of his title, demoted to a commoner. The Lord of Beihai has made contributions in quelling the rebellion. He is promoted to the Earl of Beihai, ensuring the peace of Beihai. Additional rewards of 3,000 Iron Cavalry are granted to assist the Earl of Beihai in suppressing disasters in Beihai. As a decree fell, the territory of the Lord of Zhenjiang was instantly uprooted, and a mysterious yellow light shot into the sky, attempting to escape Yi Hongyi's domain, but unfortunately that stream of light was captured in an instant, falling into Yi Hongyi's palm. Raising her hand, she infused the mysterious yellow energy into her throne, augmenting its majesty, and a heavy muffled groan echoed from the void. No wonder she is confident in suppressing the divine status. It turns out this throne has such a wonderful use, and the mysterious yellow tower has been refined into the throne. On the way to Beihai, Zhongli glanced at the light sphere in his hand, while occasionally looking towards the capital. As Yi Hongyi devoured the status of the Lord of Zhenjiang, the already vast territory expanded by several dozen miles, making the entire territory larger. This is the benefit of fattening before the kill. Reclaiming a marquis is equivalent to completely swallowing an Earth Immortal cultivator's everything. If one were to break through from the outside, even if they swallowed another's territory, what they could ultimately obtain would only be 1/10 of the original territory, and if the other party burned everything, they might end up with nothing. This model of enclosing first, and then swallowing, using the status of the Son of Heaven to demote the status of the feudal lords, and then swallowing it whole, ensures that 100% obtains everything from an Earth Immortal without wasting a single bit. Such a supplement made Yi Hongyi feel a sudden lightness. This is far more addictive than the crude methods of previous conquests. She could clearly sense that her status as the Son of Heaven had not only stabilized, but even progressed slightly. By swallowing the Lord of Zhenjiang, she saved at least 3 months of hard cultivation. If she could swallow a few more. Yi Hongyi swallowed hard, but thinking of her long-term plans, she resisted this tempting thought. This is the Lord of Zhenjiang seeking his own death. Now that he has swallowed him, other lords are already in a panic, and if she swallows another, her methods of ruling the feudal lords will likely collapse. The hearts of heaven, earth, and people's hearts are the hardest to maintain. She does not want to lose big for small gains. Fortunately, this was originally initiated by Yi Kongxian. In the end, he will bear the consequences. Yi Hongyi thought clearly. Promoting Yi Kongxian's title was also to make his future sacrifices. To completely conclude the past, it is necessary to sacrifice someone of considerable standing. Otherwise, no matter how it looks, people will think you are being perfunctory. An Earl of the 5 great earldoms, the Earl of Beihai has more than enough weight. Next comes the issue of people's sentiments. Taking advantage of Yi Kongxian being far away in Beihai, it is time to activate the historical annals to cleanse herself. On the first day Zhongli arrived in Beihai, he felt a surge of clamor surrounding him. Looking up, the source of the clamor was the capital. Although far in Beihai, Zhongli merely needed to brush off the dust on his body, and the noise that had surged towards him was cleansed. Such rootless grievances without causal bindings could never affect Zhongli. Yi Hongyi's cleansing plan had chosen the wrong scapegoat from the very beginning. However, the performance still had to continue, otherwise there would be no spectacle to enjoy. Waving her hand, the billion clamors were gathered and refined into a pearl which emitted a soft glow and was placed behind Zhongli's head to carry these surging complaints. These clamors were nothing more than an attempt to defame Yi Kongxian, starting a smear campaign against him from the populace. In the midst of public outcry, Yi Kongxian could indeed become a scapegoat like Lai Junxin or Zhao Gao in future historical texts, serving as a shield for the monarch's cleansing. Zhongli stayed quietly in Beihai, managing the chaos, while watching the clamor gradually transform into waves sweeping through the entire territory. from the common people to the cultivators, then the lords, and finally the officials. In an instant, the impeachment documents against Yi Kongxian sprang up like mushrooms after rain as countless enlightened individuals began to fabricate attacks and slanders. The 80-year-old grandmother screamed in the middle of the night. It was Yi Kongxian's doing. A 3-year-old child urinated without reason. It must be Yi Kongxian's doing. 3 chickens died in a village on the same day. It must be Yi Kongxian's doing. In an instant, the entire Yun dynasty was swept by a wave of framing Yi Kongxian, as if not pinning 2 bad deeds on him would leave everyone uneasy, making it embarrassing to speak in front of others. Bang! How is this possible? Why? Yi Kongxian must have been prepared for this. No wonder he dared to offer me advice. I underestimated him. Damn it. Damn it all. Upon the dragon throne, Yi Hongyi's face flushed crimson as she smashed the teacup in her hand. 3 years of defaming Yi Kongxian had left him shrouded in public resentment. When she observed him with the art of aura gazing, she saw that he was already entangled in karmic sin, his inner demons raging, and his misfortune accumulated to a point where heaven and earth could no longer tolerate him. Yet he had shown no reaction whatsoever over these 3 years. Not only had he not raised an army to rebel, but the spies she sent even reported that he had turned Beihai into a paradise on earth, where everyone had clothes to wear and every household had meat to eat. Moreover, he had long since cleansed the calamity aura she had dumped there to survive her tribulation. Now Beihai under Yi Kongxian's rule was a heavenly kingdom on earth. If not for the fact that the 5 counts were the array eyes of the 7 clans and 5 surnames sacrificial formation, she would have forcibly annexed Beihai long ago. For 3 whole years, 3 years of being pointed at by 1,000 fingers and scorned by 10,000, it had not affected Yi Kongxian's state in the slightest. As the saying goes, the first effort gives momentum, the second wanes, and the third is exhausted. After 3 full years of slander, although Yi Kongxian's reputation was ruined, the power of this public resentment had also lost its momentum to continue. Without any other measures, this baseless public anger would naturally subside over time, and the world would return to its original state. Even this massive wave of defamation had secretly cultivated a group of loyal followers for Yi Kongxian. Yes, loyal followers. Some people simply loved to probe the truth of the world and firmly believed in what they understood and saw. No matter how much the world vilified him and how Beihai was described as a place devoid of humanity, it still couldn't stop some from moving toward Beihai with feelings of doubt, exploration, or pilgrimage. Along the way, countless hardships blocked 90% of those heading to Beihai, but some still made it. Indeed, my judgment was right. They are jealous of Beihai's prosperity. This is the real Beihai. A young man, ragged and leaning on a cane, stood at the border of Beihai. Gazing at the bustling streets, the tall and sturdy buildings, and the vendors weaving through the roads, he fell in love with this thriving place at first sight. A city without walls. The Lord of Beihai is truly a man of utmost sincerity. Only such a person could hold fast to his original heart amidst the world's condemnation, unmoved by external forces. I heard the Lord of Beihai achieved his noble title by recultivating as a celestial immortal. Those people aren't just smearing him. They are cutting off our path to advancement. One by one, a dozen or so people emerged from behind the young man, each carrying their own reasons, whether to prove something or escape something. When they saw the flourishing Beihai, they knew their choice was right. They had come to the right place. Excuse me, what is that iron bird flying in the sky? As Yuan, who stepped into this border town of Beihai, he was immediately taken by several uniformed cultivators to the county office for interrogation. After a round of questioning, he received his identity token, his proof of identity in Beihai from now on. Just as he stepped out of the county office, he saw an iron bird circling in the sky. Its sharp gaze met his for a moment, and he felt as though his entire being had been thoroughly exposed. Oh, that's the Sky Patrol Guard responsible for public security. If anyone commits a crime, they descend from the sky and punish the offenders on the spot. What a brilliant method. I heard the Empress once granted the Lord of Beihai 6,000 elite cavalry. Could the Sky Patrol Guard be derived from the forging method of those cavalry? The Empress likely gave not only the elite troops, but also their forging method to the Lord of Beihai. No wonder the Lord of Beihai has been slandered for so long without any action from the Empress. She trusted. Well, it could only be said that Yuan, who was overthinking. The Empress now wished she could devour Beihai to strengthen herself. It was all for the sake of the vassal ritual she had established. A vassal without fault cannot be punished by the Son of Heaven. If the Son of Heaven arbitrarily infringed upon the rights of vassals, the lords of the realm would fall into endless unease. This would be extremely detrimental to Yi Hongyi's governance. Moreover, as the vassals gradually grew stronger, if Yi Hongyi insisted on forcibly annexing Yi Kongxian's territory, the lords of the realm would likely sound the horn of rebellion. On this matter, the vassals would undoubtedly side with Yi Kongxian. They might despise him, but they would never allow the Son of Heaven to punish without warning and directly swallow his lands. This was a matter of principle for all the vassals. Through Yuan He's perspective, the 13 cities of Beihai unfolded before Yi Hongyi's eyes. Indeed, Yuan Hu was a doppelganger of Yi Hongyi. Even Yuan Hu himself didn't know this. He simply felt he should come to Beihai like those yearning to uncover the truth. In reality, he had been influenced by Yi Hongyi abandoning his wife and children to come here. The 13 cities of Beihai were all megalopolises housing hundreds of thousands. These cities were not built by cultivators using spells, but by ordinary mortals brick by brick stacking up 13 great cities. In 3 years with Jiang Li's effective governance, the population had sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain. Everywhere one looked, there were the joyous laughter and chatter of children. Give him another decade, and once this generation, which only recognized the Lord of Beihai, grew up, his noble status would be firmly secured. Over these 3 years, amidst the endless noise of defamation, Jiang Li had also added a few personas for himself. Among them, the title Lord of Beihai was his key focus. Whether good or bad, whether he was said to eat people or dirt, people now rarely called him the Count of Beihai, but instead used this title rich in regional flavor. Once this title was solidified, severing Beihai for autonomy would be a breeze. Of course, if he wanted to go further, there was also an opportunity, and a great one at that. However, Jiang Li had no interest in Yi Hongyi's territory. To put it plainly, even if he swallowed her land, it would merely add a tiny star to his own domain. Such stars in his territory were as countless as a brilliant galaxy. The gap between their territories was so vast that Jiang Li couldn't even muster the interest to devour Yi Hongyi's land. A tiger might prey on an antelope, but it would never eat an ant on the ground. Yi Hongyi didn't even have a place in Jiang Li's menu. Bang! I will march on Beihai. The familiar sound of shattering echoed in the hall, followed by a chorus of fearful. Yi Hongyi took a deep breath and withdrew her reckless words. Summon the 5 counts to the capital. I need to reorganize the rivers and seas and require the cooperation of all lords. As you command. 5 heavenly envoys set out with Yi Hongyi's orders toward the territories of the 5 counts, and the world strife was about to enter its most intense phase. The grand drama Jiang Li had been waiting for was finally about to unfold. In the Dongbo, Marquisate Wang Ling looked at the imperial edict in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. The decree summoned the 5 great marquises to the capital, which was a dangerous signal. He knew that apart from Yi Kongshuan, the Lord of Beihai, the other 4 marquises were just like him, harboring a deep hatred for Yi Hongyi, wishing nothing more than to see her dead. After observing for 3 years, Wang Ling discovered that the relationship between Yi Kongshian and Yi Hongyi was likely quite delicate. These 2 individuals, who should have been inseparable, probably shared a relationship no better than that of Yi Hongyi with the other 4 marquises. If the rampant rumors did not have Yi Hongyi's tacit approval, Wang Ling would be willing to take off his own head and use it as a wine pot. Even if it were a cruel play for the world to witness, it would be too bitter. The bubbling discontent among the people, if it were any other lord, would have long since clouded their judgment, transforming them into the infamous tyrant spoken of by the masses. When 1,000 point fingers at you and many voices shape gold, sometimes it doesn't matter who you truly are. If the multitude defines you as such, then you will slowly become that person. There is no such thing as innate evil, nor are there born saints. Most simply exist within the words of others. Even the true celestial beings cannot withstand this, let alone someone like Yi Kongshuan, a pseudo-celestial. According to Wang Ling's speculation, Yi Kongshian must have long since shed his humanity, becoming a If the world requires a tyrant and the world deems you a tyrant, then you surely are one. As for who you once were, that no longer matters. I can't go. But if I don't go, what reason can I give? My 98th child is about to be born. Can't leave. That seems unreasonable. Wang Ling did not want to go, and neither did the other marquises, leaving only Yi Kongshuan, who accepted the edict with a mindset of watching the show. Just go, who knows, there might be surprises. In fact, the other 4 marquises overthought things. Yi Hongyi was mainly targeting Yi Kongshuan, and it was specifically for the other lords to see, to calm their hearts. After all, peace had only been maintained for 3 years, and during this time, Yi Hongyi's strength was continuously rising. With the stability of her position as the son of heaven, her ability to suppress the lords was becoming stronger. She believed that given time, she could even dismiss the lords at will. By that time, they would no longer have the power to resist. As for the agreements and ceremonies set forth in the beginning, as long as she swallowed all the lords in one go, no one would know how she succeeded. Rather than feigning civility with these people, it would be better to replace them with obedient lords to serve her. Of course, this plan could not be implemented in the short term. For now, the focus was on appeasing the lords. Except for the one person she once cared about the most, the one who completely chose betrayal. Even if Yi Kongshian did nothing in Beihai and followed all of Yi Hongyi's instructions. To quell chaos, recuperate, and await the right moment. But who said Yi Kongshian would not die? His refusal to perish was the greatest betrayal to Yi Hongyi. The longer she sat on the dragon throne, the more Yi Hongyi's demeanor and inner thoughts slowly transformed into a mindset of a solitary ruler. Under this imperial mindset, she might appear to be feigning civility with the lords, but the deep-seated desire for total control within her heart could never vanish. One could only say that insufficient cultivation leads to insufficient cultivation. Yi Hongyi was gradually influenced by the Son of Heaven's ritual, her entire character beginning to morph into what the Son of Heaven's ritual required. This was no longer a matter of a person cultivating the law, but rather the law cultivating the person. A method not realized through one's own understanding could never fully align with oneself. The path of a celestial being is arduous. Even if Yi Hongyi is considered a genius, a foundation built on 120 foundation establishment spiritual lights is already quite impressive among celestial beings. If Yi Hongyi were compared among the human celestial beings, she could easily suppress a large group of individuals at the same level with a mere wave of her hand. The highest human celestial foundation built on 9 foundation establishment spiritual lights would be no match against the foundation of a celestial being forged with 120 spiritual lights. They wouldn't even qualify to be her descendants. Did they accept the edict? They all accepted. Apart from the Lord of Beihai, who readily agreed to come to the capital, the other 4 lords did not give a definite response. The Northern Marquis asked if his son could come in his place, saying he would follow your instructions. They still don't trust me, thinking that once they enter my territory, I will turn against them. Yi Hongyi gave a cold laugh and waved her hand for the eunuch to leave. Yi Kongshuan, what on earth are you thinking daring to come to the capital? Are you still the Yi Kongshian I once knew? Has my territory been invaded by someone? Impossible, there is no way anyone could silently infiltrate my territory. We are located in a safe haven opened by the great powers of the heavenly path. There can be no formidable enemies. My territory is absolutely secure. Clearing her mind of unnecessary thoughts, Yi Hongyi stared blankly in the direction of Beihai. For a moment, memories of her youth flooded her mind. The laughter of childhood sweethearts echoed within her heart, like a clear spring washing away her inner turmoil. When did I become like this? Yi Hongyi glanced down at the dragon throne beneath her, letting out a faint sigh. I have already embarked on this path, and there is no turning back. Gently caressing the dragon throne beside her, Yi Hongyi murmured softly, Kongshuan, if you are truly a loyal and good minister, once I achieve the golden core, I will certainly grant you a lordship. But right now I truly need your head to appease these short-sighted lords. You will surely understand, right? On the other side, Zhongli put down the spell he was casting and expressed his own sentiments. Goodness, my most yearning cannot even make this woman change her heart. I still don't excel in swaying people's hearts. In Beihai, Zhongli put away the spell in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. Yi Hongyi was also a person with a firm Tao heart, highly resistant to external influences. Previously, Zhongli employed his crafted spell One Leaf covers the eye to obscure many of her thought processes, turning many straightforward answers into her mental blind spots, rendering her unable to see the answers right before her. Now he wished to use Most Yearning to guide Yi Hongyi's thoughts, allowing her once beautiful memories to flood her mind. Initially, he believed that these memories would change her heart, but it seemed this woman was truly steadfast in her Tao heart. While Zhongli could easily obscure matters unrelated to the Tao, once it involved the Tao, simple methods would be ineffective. Neither the recently crafted spell, Most Yearning, nor the previously well-practiced One Leaf covers the eye could shake Yi Hongyi's determination to seek the Tao. Unless his true form descended to directly employ his methods, in which case Yi Hongyi would have no chance of resistance. However, it was unnecessary because a solitary life always needs a bit of color. In the long future of her life as a celestial being, Yi Hongyi might just be the rare spice that brings flavor to his spirit. The 5 great lords entered the capital, gathering the attention of the entire world to this place of storms and changes. Yi Kongshuan's entourage marched majestically toward the imperial city with 6,000 armored soldiers distributed throughout the ranks. In addition to the armored soldiers, 1,000 enormous iron birds transformed from the celestial patrol hovered in the skies above, clearing the way as the patrols advanced, while the armored soldiers guarded both sides, encountering no unexpected incidents. The armored soldiers I have refined have reached the first-tier limit. Under the formation of the battle aspect, even if Yi Hongyi were to intervene, they could still hold their ground for a short time. This avatar of mine is only at the second-tier level. With a pseudo-earth immortal body, I can only achieve this much. However, I do have a significant surprise in store, and I hope Yi Hongyi will be able to withstand it. Since Zhongli dared to enter the capital, he was prepared to watch the grand spectacle. Since it was to watch a grand spectacle, he had no plans to take the stage himself. After 3 years, those who wish to rebel should be well prepared. If they aren't ready yet, there is no need to expect them to put on a good show for themselves. As they proceeded, Zhang Li, being the farthest lord of the North Sea, surprisingly arrived at the capital first. Why are these fellows so afraid of Yihangi? Zhang Li found it somewhat amusing. He had marched here with a large army, yet despite his arrival the other four lords had not yet made it. No, they have already arrived. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhang Li's eyes. With the enhancement of his mystical sight, he clearly saw 4 strands of fortune converging not far from the inn where he was staying. The 4 great lords had been scheming here for days. Their claims of still being in their territories were merely a cover for their conspiracies. Interesting, these 4 fellows surprisingly possessed some skills. Among the 4 great lords, 2 practiced the Qi Min Tong Xin altering heaven technique, while the other 2 practiced the respecting kings and expelling barbarians replacing heaven technique, and their distribution was quite fitting. The eastern and western lords practiced the Qi Min Tong Xin altering heaven technique. Thus, they had always focused on the development of their own territories, making them the best governed among all lords. Meanwhile, the southern and northern lords practiced the respecting kings and expelling barbarians replacing heaven technique. In simple terms, this technique is a strategy for maneuvering between lords, aiming to unite the lords in order to undermine the emperor. Thus, these 2 lords are the most audacious, secretly contacting countless lords with rebellious intentions. However, this technique has 2 prerequisites: the respecting kings and expelling barbarians method first requires the emperor to be sufficiently weak, ostensibly respecting him, but actually usurping him. If the emperor is too powerful, one can only respect him, and there is no possibility of usurpation. As for expelling barbarians, it requires a formidable external enemy to unite the lords of the world. Otherwise, it would result in a direct confrontation between a single lord and the emperor, contradicting the ritual of respecting kings and expelling barbarians. However, these 2 methods can actually complement each other. Qi Min Tong Xin is a method of altering heaven, which is a complete rebellion against the heavenly sovereign. This falls under the category of expelling barbarians in the ritual of respecting kings and expelling barbarians. The 2 sides are probably discussing how to elevate their rituals to the extreme. What if there is a real chance to take down Yihangi? After all, there is still the remarkably powerful Yi Kongxian supporting them from behind. Others may not know, but those who have benefited from Yi Kongxian are unaware that he has already become a different person. Yi Kongxian's entry into the capital represents the greatest opportunity for them, a potential chance to seize control of the entire world and turn the territory that Yihangi has worked hard to manage into a source of development for their own territories. Should we greet that person? Wang Ling looked in Zhang Li's direction. Zhang Li walked with great confidence, so all 4 great lords knew where he was. No need, that person naturally has his own considerations. The other 3 shook their heads. Every time they encountered Yi Kongxian, they felt an itch all over, as if they had been dissected from head to toe. They would rather face Yihangi than confront the enigmatic Yi Kongxian. Everyone, since Yihangi has chosen us as the 4 great lords, it already signifies that we are her first targets for harvesting. Do you think she would treat us as her own? Wang Ling's words made everyone fall silent. The 4 great lords Yihangi chose were ranked according to the degree of enmity. If it were 1 or 2, it would be acceptable, merely serving as examples set for the other lords. But since all 4 are those she once despised the most, it speaks volumes. Yihangi never intended to let these 4 great lords survive. They were merely paving the way for future generations. The 4 had long been placed on the sacrificial altar, waiting for Yihangi to find a reason to devour everything they had. I know, so we need to figure out what to do. Let's deal with her. Damn it, I've tolerated her long enough. No need to worry about the North. Aside from the Lord of the North Sea, all the lords on my side have been secretly united. As soon as the Emperor is weakened, we can act immediately. As for the West, I can only say that I can block the lords coming from the West to support Yihangi, but I absolutely cannot stop Yihangi from breaking through from my side. The South has many loyal followers of Yihangi, making it difficult for me to operate. The West also has loyal followers of Yihangi. Even if I wanted to enter the capital, I was stopped and checked several times by them. If I were to send troops, it would be hard to pose a threat to the capital. After some discussion, the 4 realized that their strength was indeed vastly inferior to Yihangi's, to the point where there was no opportunity for a comeback. What about that gentleman? How many people did he bring to the capital? He didn't bring many. All he has are the armored soldiers that Yihangi gifted him. The highest control over those soldiers should still be in Yihangi's hands, right? I believe that gentleman has already gained control, otherwise he wouldn't be making such a grand entrance with his army. Even if that gentleman controls 12,000 armored soldiers, that shouldn't pose a threat to Yihangi. In the eyes of the 4 great lords, and Yihangi, the Lord of the North Sea, had no intention of expanding his troops after arriving in the North Sea, who, aside from establishing some peace officers, he had invested nearly all output into the livelihood of the people. This is also why the residents of the North Sea live so comfortably. Raising troops, no matter the world, is a highly resource-consuming endeavor. The Lord of the North Sea does not raise troops, naturally providing more resources to support the residents under him. Without his own army relying solely on the first-tier soldiers bestowed by Yi Hongyi, he does not have the means to resist her. This is also why Yi Hongyi always felt she could easily take over the North Sea. As a pseudo-lord, a single imperial decree could demote him to a mere immortal practitioner, and without his own army the ownership of the soldiers remained in her hands. In her eyes, Yi Kongxian was nothing more than a vast granary with no protective capability. By consuming Yi Kongshuan, the prosperity of her territory would jump 2 levels. How could this not entice her? While the 4 great lords were still in discussion, Zhang Li's army had already arrived outside the imperial capital. They are all His Majesty's Dao soldiers. If there were any issues, His Majesty would have issued an edict long ago. Without His Majesty's decree, there is no problem. The commander patrolling the city held a considerable respect for Zhang Li, daring not to show any negligence. Regardless of how the world perceived Yi Kongshuan, in many people's eyes he was still the one most favored by Yi Hongyi. After all, since the territory was established, he was the only one granted the title of Lord by Yi Hongyi. Others, no matter how well they performed, were only given official titles with some mystical enhancements, unlike Yi Kongshuan, who was directly granted land and a noble title. The Dao army entered the city and, following normal procedures, was handed over to the military administration. Zhang Li directly returned to his residence in the imperial capital. The familiar beauty, these lovely maidens had not changed at all. Casually selecting one to enter the back courtyard, Zhang Li began to enjoy his life. Meanwhile, his plans quietly unfolded. A precious gem was presented before Yi Hongyi, and as she gazed at it, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, his plans quietly unfolded. A precious gem was presented before Yi Hongyi, and as she gazed at it, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He only presents it now. At the moment she saw this treasure, Yi Hongyi initially felt quite favorably towards Yi Kongxian. Regardless of how he obtained it, the fact that he was willing to present the treasure showed his loyalty. However, in the next moment her emotions shifted. Not only was there no gratitude, but she even entertained thoughts of extinguishing Yi Kongxian, immediately wondering if he had more treasures. Yi Hongyi failed to notice that each time her emotions fluctuated, the gem in her hand would flicker slightly, and a faint wisp of smoke drifted into her divine sense. Last time the distance was too far, and Zhang Li's actions indeed conflicted with Yi Hongyi's Dao heart, hence there was no achievement. But now it was different. Zhang Li presented the transformed treasure of the people's resentment to Yi Hongyi, whose perception was directly clouded by the overwhelming resentment, causing her to rush down the path of Dao. To say she was pursuing the Dao, given Yi Hongyi's current state and Dao achievements, a more accurate description would be cultivating humanity through the law. Coincidentally, Zhang Li possessed a method titled the Law of the Original Spirit in the world, a secret technique that allows the cultivation of an original spirit from a law. To cultivate a law to produce an original spirit, the first step is to select a human cultivator. A human cultivator is one whose Dao achievements, mindset, and spiritual soul spontaneously adjust to take on the required form of the law. Such individuals theoretically do not exist. After all, everyone has their own interpretations, and even if the founder of a law were to cultivate again, they could not guarantee their thoughts would match exactly those from their original cultivation. In other words, very few people have truly achieved this law since it was created. However, now it was different. Yi Hongyi, due to her insufficient Dao achievements, had already been deeply influenced by the emperor's ritual of worship, and Zhang Li only needed to use one leaf, covers the eyes, to make adjustments for her. Moreover, Zhang Li's understanding of the emperor's ritual of worship far exceeded that of Yi Hongyi, and he possessed the higher law heavenly sacrificial talisman to make fine adjustments to the former. This means he could not only help Yi Hongyi adapt to the emperor's ritual of worship, but also allow the ritual to. This mutual approach could indeed create a law with original spirit. As such, Yi Hongyi's situation became increasingly isolated. In just 3 days, 3 high officials were granted death in the imperial capital, while several lords outside were consecutively demoted by Yi Hongyi. Though none of the lords had their titles stripped away, yet if this trend continued, everyone would recall how Yi Hongyi had treated them during the disaster. That ruthless and cold-hearted approach of treating others as expendable resurfaced in their minds, causing even those lords who initially sided with Yi Hongyi to feel estranged. Yi Hongyi was completely unaware of the shift in the lord's mindset. Under the dual cover of the treasure of the people's heart, and Zhang Li's one leaf covers the eyes, Yi Hongyi still saw the world as flourishing, while the lords remained silent, fearing to make any noise. In 3 days, the 4 lords suddenly found their actions becoming exceedingly smooth, and the lords who had previously opposed them abruptly changed their attitudes. Many wavering lords joined in, while the remaining diehards were glared at by the lords, daring not to raise any alarms. Of course, there were certainly some who had issued warnings. But who let Yi Hongyi completely disbelieve them? Tell Lord Jingnan not to overreact. After this matter passes, I will leave one of the 4 great lords' positions for him. Yi Hongyi glanced at the information transmitted by Lord Jingnan through secret means, merely setting it aside, without any reaction. At this moment, under the influence of her emotions and the emperor's ritual of worship, her original intention to feign compliance with the 4 great lords had completely vanished. Since we are going to kill Yi Kongshuan, let the 4 great lords accompany him to the grave. The rebellion of the Lord of the North. See the 4 great lords implicated and executed. What a reasonable explanation. Swallowing the territories of 5 earls, I can at least save 50 years of hard work on my foundation establishment cultivation. 120 layers of foundation establishment, such a long cultivation path. These lords should become the sustenance for my progress. Upon the dragon throne, the myriad grievances enveloped Yi Hongyi, and her eyes had long lost their former color, leaving only a greed for the Tao. In her eyes, this treasure of the people's heart could reflect the complete thoughts of the people within the territory, and among the returned thoughts there was nothing but praise for the Empress, with not a trace of negative emotion. For anyone with a still somewhat normal mind, this situation would have sent chills down their spine. After all, this situation was far too fake, so fake that any normal person would see the problem. But at this moment, Yi Hongyi was burdened with too many negative buffs, completely clouding her mind, turning her into a puppet solely pursuing the emperor's ritual of worship. Zhang Li also did not expect Yi Hongyi to be so easily ensnared. Given his understanding of her Tao achievements, she should not have fallen into such obsession so readily. 3 lords have died again. Heavens, who did this? I don't know. They died suddenly and inexplicably, and their territories are left unclaimed. The Empress hasn't annexed them either. Could it be? It shouldn't be her. After all, the ones dying are merely minor lords. It doesn't benefit her much, and these people were once her supporters. She shouldn't do something like this. Indeed, the 5 great dukes are still in the imperial capital. If she wants to eliminate lords, she should first deal with the 5 great dukes. Countless gazes focused on the imperial capital. The 5 great dukes gathered there, their legions surrounding the capital like an iron wall. Will we really not encounter any problems by marching like this? Wang Ling felt somewhat uneasy. He had a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something, and their decision was, with their strength despite completely surrounding the capital, if Yi Hongyi chose to strike, even the seemingly mighty army wouldn't withstand her casual blow. They risked their lives to come here, driven by the terrifying recent actions of Yi Hongyi. As the nobles closest to the emperor, while others may not know who was behind the deaths of those lords, they could somewhat say, though there was no concrete evidence. As adults, sometimes actions require no proof. After all, they are not the police. Would finding evidence really bring down Yi Hongyi? On the 4th day after Zhang Li arrived in the imperial capital, on the 1st day the 4 lords were preparing to depart. 3 minor lords died. The Empress ordered a thorough investigation, and instead of annexing the territories of these 3 lords, she rewarded the surrounding lords. That day everyone considered it an accident. After all, in desolate lands, unexpected events were all too normal. The next day, 3 more lords died. Familiar sudden deaths without cause or trace were impossible to investigate. This time the Empress was furious and sent armies to conduct a thorough search of the territories of the 3 lords. On the 3rd day, 3 more lords died. As 9 lords successively perished, the nobles across the realm became increasingly restless. Among the 9 who died, there were both those who had opposed the Empress and those who had always supported her. Regardless, their deaths were too inexplicable, and everyone could only cast suspicious glances toward the imperial capital. Of course, their suspicions weren't unfounded. These 9 lords were indeed killed by Yi Hongyi. In the entire territory, only Yi Hongyi and Zhang Li possessed such capabilities. However, Zhang Li had no enmity with these individuals. How could he kill without reason? Yi Hongyi, on the other hand, was different. As her mind became increasingly clouded, her thoughts grew more extreme and stubborn. Originally intending to proceed gradually with her annexation strategy, she cast it aside, now envisioning directly devouring all the lords to complete her own Tao foundation. This person had already reached a semi-mad state. Blinded by overwhelming public resentment, she was gradually entering a state of demonic fixation. Currently, Yi Hongyi was merely a vessel practicing the emperor's ritual to the gods, and she could no longer be judged by the reasoning of a normal person. The method she initially used against Zhang Li, when turned upon herself, left her with no ability to resist. On the dragon throne, Yi Hongyi exuded an aura of brutality resembling a primordial behemoth, perpetually radiating an explosive atmosphere that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Your Majesty, 3 more lords died today. The lords of the realm must be terrified. Your Majesty, we can't afford any more deaths, or the entire realm will collapse. Your Majesty, please hold back. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck, obliterating the minister who advised Yi Hongyi to relent. Who? You all think I did this? Do you still regard the emperor's laws? How dare you question the emperor in court? Yi Hongyi's eyes were blood red, staring fiercely at the ministers present. How could these talented individuals she had selected from the Yi family be so useless? Clearly the feedback from the hearts of the people indicated great satisfaction, and all the common folk praised the Empress' wisdom and martial prowess. With the entire realm united, which lord would dare disrespect the emperor under such public support? Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Moreover, her actions were so flawless that could anyone in the realm truly uncover that it was her doing. As long as she didn't admit it, no one would dare pursue her. What are the 5 dukes doing now? Yi Hongyi gasped for breath. For some reason, she felt exceptionally tired lately, as if the whole world were pressing down on her. The Lord of the North Sea is indulging in pleasures at his residence daily. According to his servants, he wants to make up for the hardships he endured in the North Sea. As for the other 4 lords, they are stationed outside the city with 90% of their armies. Already over 1 million troops have gathered outside the imperial capital. Yi Kongxian certainly knows how to indulge before his demise. The ministers below fell silent, even bowing their heads lower. Facing an emperor capable of annihilating even his most loyal lords at any moment, these ministers genuinely felt insecure. Their current mindset was akin to attending a funeral when attending court. After all, Zhang Li's actions showed that to any normal person, he was an extremely loyal individual. Yet the empress made such heartless remarks towards such a loyal minister in court. It could only be said that she had truly lost her mind. As for the other 4 great dukes, have them enter the city tomorrow. I can hardly wait to see them. The ministers quickly agreed, slowly exiting the court under the empress' gaze. Yi Hongyi took a few deep breaths before concluding today's morning court session. Once the ministers had left, she heavily sat back down on her dragon throne. After squinting for a moment, Yi Hongyi sat up, spread out the memorials on the desk, and began to complete the review of today's documents. At that moment, amidst the overwhelming public resentment, a divine presence was slowly nurturing itself, seated just above Yi Hongyi's head, its indifferent gaze fixated on her, diligently working. This divine being, which should have bestowed her with blessings and support, was silently devouring her fortune. This was also why Yi Hongyi felt so exhausted in recent days. It was the greatest driving force behind her urgent desire to consume the lords. Like the former Duke of Zhenjiang, she was utterly unable to resist the urging from the divine. Of course, in her prime, Yi Hongyi could easily dispel the divine's influence over her mind, but now, having been clouded by Zhang Li, she had no ability to resist at all. Thus, under the push of the divine, Yi Hongyi began engaging in many actions that appeared foolish and repugnant to outsiders. In the imperial court, Yi Hongyi looked at the ministers below with a flushed face. How outrageous! How dare they disobey my orders? At this moment, Yi Hongyi was in an extremely excited state, eager to devour the 5 dukes to strengthen her. Early this morning, she had sent troops to surround Yi Kongxian's residence, and once the 4 great princes entered the city, she would directly execute them under the pretext of Yi Kongxian's rebellion. Unfortunately, the 4 great princes were not fools. Given the current tense situation and Yi Hongyi's indiscriminate killing, no matter how brave they were, they dared not enter the imperial capital. With the 4 great princes not entering the imperial capital, Yi Hongyi could naturally eliminate all 4 of them. After all, the gap between them was too vast. However, killing them openly in front of everyone was out of the question. If she did that, her princely laws would really be unable to function anymore. That would mean she had to start all over again. For someone as eager as Yi Hongyi, this was unimaginable. She did not want to go through another lengthy accumulation period. She only wanted to devour all available power to strengthen herself and forcibly elevate her cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. If the princes of the world rose against her, her imperial majesty would be severely undermined, and with her image damaged, achieving the peak of foundation establishment would be utterly impossible. Thus, she could only kill within the city. No matter what the princes thought, everything would be blamed on Yi Kongxian. Her only task was to redistribute the territories of the 5 great princes to other lords afterwards, and then crush Yi Kongxian into ashes, giving the world an explanation. I have tried it. The taste of the princes is indeed delightful. Once I consume these 5 delicious fellows, my foundation will be complete. You are incompetent in your duties. Do you wish to block my path to Tao? Speak. Do you wish to block my path to Tao? Odd. You must be trying to impede my path to enlightenment. Back then, that little nobody in the family was about to become enlightened, and you are jealous, you are envious of me. Your Majesty, we are loyal to you. Your Majesty, we will convey your decree immediately and ensure the 4 great princes enter the city. Your Majesty, we ask for another chance. Your Majesty, spare me. Suddenly, the majestic dragon chair extended 2 long tongues, piercing through the 2 ministers standing in front like steel whips. With a slurp, the bodies of the 2 ministers were quickly dragged beneath the dragon chair, soon being chewed into fine pieces. Standing in front of the dragon chair, Yi Hongyi narrowed her eyes, silently enjoying the spiritual feedback from the dragon chair behind her. After devouring the two ministers, her aura stabilized significantly, and she appeared much more radiant. We can wait no longer. If we delay any further, my opportunity to attain enlightenment will vanish. Issue the order, let the 5 military camps guarding the imperial capital mobilize. If they do not enter the city today, they will be treated as rebels. Additionally, let Yi Kongxian lead 30,000 soldiers to guard the city gate. If the 4 great princes assault the imperial capital, let him kill without mercy. Can the Lord of the North Sea still be of use to us now? The ministers below stared dumbfounded at Yi Hongyi, thinking that as long as Yi Kongxian was not a fool, he would never help the empress at this moment. After all, just look at how you surrounded others' residences, and now expect them to guard your gates. What kind of reasoning is that? Do you dare to oppose me? Yi Hongyi's crimson gaze fell upon the minister, who immediately stiffened in place, losing all vitality. Who else? A multitude of ministers knelt, not daring to voice any dissent. What did you say? Jiang Li was somewhat bewildered. The severity of Yi Hongyi's condition far exceeded his expectations, as she had already lost her mind to such an extent. Was she that confident that she would not conspire with the 4 great princes outside? Since they trust themselves so much, I should not betray their trust. Jiang Li happily accepted the orders, leading the army to seal all 8 city gates of the imperial capital so tightly that not even a mosquito could enter. That night, the 5 military camps clashed with the armies of the 4 great princes. At first, both sides were somewhat restrained, engaging in minor skirmishes, but as dawn approached, both armies began to form ranks and engage in full-scale combat. The 4 great princes had a numerical advantage over the 5 military camps, but the quality of the soldiers in the 5 military camps was far superior to that of the princes' armies. The 5 military camps totaled 50,000 troops, all of them first-grade cultivators. This was the essence of Yi Hongyi's entire territory accumulated over several years. Compared to the armies of the princes, which consisted of mortals and scattered cultivators, the 5 military camps were akin to heavenly soldiers. With the imposing golden-armored soldiers watching from the city towers, a full 50,000 soldiers patrolled the imperial capital, putting immense psychological pressure on the 4 great princes. What does that esteemed lord intend to do? Isn't he afraid we might expose his identity? Damn it, we can't win this fight. Are we really going to march in and die? The 4 great princes gathered in the main tent, their faces contorted with fear as they gazed at the billowing smoke outside. In terms of cultivation and strength, the gap between them and Yi Hongyi was far too great. Even if Yi Hongyi's mind was clouded, she was not someone they could shake. One could say that even placing a husky in Yi Hongyi's position would crush the 4 great princes. However, Jiang Li felt no fear towards the 4 great princes. Taking advantage of his control over the army in the city, he directly launched a bloody purge against the officials of the imperial capital. Under the dual concealment of the treasure of human hearts and a leaf obscures the eye, even with a complete change of personnel in the court, Yi Hongyi still felt good about herself, even feeling relieved without those annoying mosquitoes. In recent days, the entire court had been filled with flattery towards her, with no loyal words left to be heard. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Hongyi had become utterly foolish. If this were a mortal kingdom, it would have long been time for a change of dynasty. Unfortunately, everyone was within Yi Hongyi's territory, and if anything happened to her, 99% of the world would perish with her. The cost was too great, and for the time being, everyone dared not take genuine steps towards rebellion. However, with Yi Hongyi's current state, the hearts of the people could not tolerate her for too long. The princely laws did not lack the ritual for deposing a ruler. The conditions, however, were too stringent. Yet no matter how stringent, it was still better than having a bloodthirsty madwoman riding on your head every day. Sometimes death is not terrifying. What is terrifying is not knowing when this madwoman will stab you with a knife. What did you say? Yi Kongxian wants to split the North Sea. Yi Hongyi felt as if she had heard the most absurd joke. At the morning court, the first memorial was Yi Kongxian's petition to divide the North Sea. The second was a minister pleading for Yi Kongxian. The third was the same. The fourth. The fifth. Until all the memorials were torn to shreds by Yi Hongyi, and the entire court fell silent. Yi Hongyi laughed in anger, not bothering to ponder the implications of these memorials. She was consumed by sheer stubbornness and prejudice. How dare a dying man like Yi Kongxian make such a request of her? With his pseudo-Earth immortal status, even if the North Sea were split off, could he withstand the erosion of the barren lands? What did he take Earth immortals for? Did he truly believe that by granting him a feudal lordship he had become a real Earth immortal? If she had the power to directly infect Earth immortals, the entire Tongtian Dao would bow to her will. Yi Kongxian had truly lost his mind. His illness was worse than her own. The ministers below remained silent, watching her performance as she mocked, as if observing a spectacle. Their gazes were not those directed at a female emperor, but rather at a performing monkey. After venting her emotions on the dragon throne, Yi Hongyi suddenly sensed something amiss. Abruptly, she calmed for a moment. Suddenly she lowered her head and met the eyes of the ministers below. Very well, very well. Yi Kongshuan, so you even know the art of court manipulation. Is this your confidence? Pity you should have stayed in the Yi family. Yi Hongyi's eyes gleamed with unprecedented clarity. At this moment, she seemed to have truly broken free from the influence of the heart's treasure and a leaf obscuring the eye, ascending into a state of transcendence. Since that's the case, then all of you shall die. With a wave of her hand, the ministers beneath the dragon throne turned to ashes. Simultaneously, the 50,000 golden spear iron horse Dao soldiers within the capital flickered with ominous light. In an instant, Zhang Li's control over the Dao soldiers was stripped away. Upon the dragon throne, Yi Hongyi's figure began to expand rapidly. A colossal Dharma form slowly rose from the heart of the capital. Zhang Li, who was atop the city wall, watching the four great feudal lords battle the 5 military camps, was disturbed by the immense Dharma form behind him and turned around. Looking down, he saw that his official positions had been completely revoked. Yi Hongyi had not only stripped him of his feudal lordship, but also reclaimed his authority to command the golden spear iron horse. Now Zhang Li had been reduced to a powerful human immortal cultivator. Such was the terror of the sovereign's sacrificial right. Within the bounds of her ritual, no matter how high the rank or generous the rewards previously granted, she could revoke them at will. Of course, forcibly reclaiming authority in this manner exacted a heavy toll on Yi Hongyi. Otherwise, her sovereign Dharma form would not be so precarious. After all, Zhang Li's feudal authority and military power had been granted through proper procedures. According to the sovereign's ritual, Yi Hongyi would need to issue formal edicts and documents to reclaim them. But now the entire court had been hollowed out by Zhang Li. Yi Hongyi could not even muster the process to draft a single imperial decree. Thus she was forced to directly invoke the sovereign's ritual, using the sovereign Dharma form to tear apart the feudal rights and the protocols of ruler and subject. By doing so, she destroyed the established rights and rituals she had painstakingly built. Not only could she not reclaim the benefits and territories previously granted to the feudal lords, but she also became vulnerable to the attacks and backlash from the very rights and rituals Zhang Li had set in place. In other words, to stabilize the feudal lords, she had previously divided a significant portion of her territory, intertwining their domains with her own. Contracts had been signed. If a feudal lord violated the terms, she not only had the right to reclaim what she had given, but could also confiscate their original territories. The previous Zhenjiang Marquis was a case in point. His open violation of the sovereign's rights gave Yi Hongyi the justification to deal with him. Initially, Yi Hongyi had only intended to give him a few lashes, but Zhang Li acted swiftly, finishing off the Zhenjiang Marquis in no time. At that time, he had used the War Dharma form, hadn't he? No, the War Dharma form. Why was a War Dharma form appearing before her? Yi Hongyi stared at the War Dharma form, rising alongside her sovereign Dharma form. It wielded a golden spear, its iron steed rearing proudly. The golden spear in its hand swept across the sky, descending like a celestial blade. No, at least let me kill you. Ah! The sovereign Dharma form crumbled, the War Dharma form dissipated on the spot, and Yi Hongyi's trump card, the 50,000 golden spear iron horse Dao soldiers, turned to ashes. The next moment, a crimson figure shot out from the endless dust. A smile played on Zhang Li's lips, and with a flicker he vanished from the spot. She had come to watch the show, not to perform. There was no need to fight a sick cat, it would be beneath her dignity. Yi Kongshuan. Yi Kongshuan. Come out. Ah! Who are you? Who are you? You cannot be Yi Kongshuan. Oh, you've grown quite. It seems that leaving the dragon throne has freed you from the oppression of the heavenly deities and a part of your mind. Indeed, after leaving the dragon throne, Yi Hongyi shed the oppressive authority of the heavenly deities. Moreover, since the deity's gestation was incomplete, its influence over a sovereign like Yi Hongyi was limited to a radius of 3 zhang around the dragon throne. Now that Yi Hongyi had left and was no longer suppressing it, the deity naturally concealed itself beautifully. After all, this territory was already bound by the sovereign's sacrificial right. Even without Yi Hongyi, everyone would still have to walk this path, unless the final cultivated Gu King was unwilling to claim this vast land. Impossible. No lord could abandon such a massive territory. Now Yi Hongyi had lost her core asset, the 50,000 golden spear iron horse Dao soldiers. The backlash from the sovereign's ritual had cost her control over the feudal lords, while the 5 military camps were locked in chaotic battle with the 4 great feudal lords. She was now a paper tiger. The slightest provocation of her whiskers would reveal her weakness. The 4 great feudal lords outside the city naturally sensed Yi Hongyi's state. In an instant, they led their core elites in a surprise attack against her. But standing atop the city wall, Yi Hongyi merely glanced at the assembled army below. Raising her hand, she conjured a colossal palm formed of boundless magical power. With a single strike, 99% of the elites the 4 great feudal lords had painstakingly gathered were obliterated in a breath. The remaining survivors, terrified out of their wits, became the first deserters on the battlefield. The four great feudal lords dared not attempt to rally their scattered forces. They fled in utter panic. In an instant, the entire capital fell silent. Yi Kongshuan, who are you? How could I have committed so many foolish acts? Yi Kongshuan, no Zhongli, you are. So you cultivate the path of inner demons. No wonder is that how you killed Zhao Wuliang. I grant you the North Sea. With this karmic bond you will never escape. 3 days later the world was calm and peaceful. Zhongli shook her head in disappointment. Without the dementia of Yi Hongyi, she truly had remarkable abilities. The four great lords lost hundreds of thousands of lives, along with the losses of 50,000 soldiers and thousands from the Five Armies camp. With such significant events, she managed to suppress everything all by herself. For these 3 days, Zhongli quietly followed behind Yi Hongyi. This time the one leaf covers the eye was not added to Yi Hongyi's other perspectives, but was directly applied to Zhongli herself. Under his one leaf covers the eye, it seemed as if the entire world had lost track of him, even though he stood right in front of these people. In 3 days, Yi Hongyi ventured alone into the territories of the four great lords. Through friendly exchanges, the four lords became her most loyal shields, while she merely added some symbols to the four great lords. The imperial ritual that had been forcibly broken by her was once again restored, and as the world stabilized, the imperial ritual began to gradually recover. This time Yi Hongyi seemed to have genuinely transformed. She no longer forced her cultivation, but steadily measured the entire world step by step. For a moment, the entire universe fell into a strange peace and silence. In the first year, Yi Hongyi, clad in imperial robes, patrolled the imperial capital, personally establishing the judicial system and beginning to clear the chaos caused by the past deceptions of the people's hearts. In 1 year's time, the atmosphere of the imperial capital underwent a significant change. In the second year, Yi Hongyi presided over the benevolence examination, not limiting anyone's identity, whether they were lords or commoners, and regardless of whether they were commoners from her direct territory or from the lord's territories, anyone willing could participate in the examination. In the third year, Yi Hongyi directly governed with a light touch, choosing to appoint 3 chancellors and handing over the governance of the world to the people. In the fourth year, Yi Hongyi donned a straw hat and led an old horse to roam the world. This journey lasted 10 years. Over these 10 years, Zhongli followed Yi Hongyi, watching her gradually comprehend and cultivate. Unknowingly, the two arrived at the shores of the North Sea. Zhongli, you are still here, right? Yi Hongyi turned to look in Zhongli's direction, but to her there was nothing there. I can feel your presence. You have been following me all these years. Why not continue to blindfold my Tao heart and let me drown in that battle from 10 years ago? You actually have a trace of compassion, Zhongli. You will definitely die at my hands. At the shores of the North Sea, this was a place beyond the reach of Yi Hongyi's rituals. After all, this was the land she acknowledged as a divided territory. The land here was entirely given to Zhongli, hoping to use such a vast causal bond to bind their territories together, ensuring they could never be separated. Of course, she did not know the conditions of Zhongli's territory, otherwise she would not have made such a ridiculous move. I just didn't expect your Tao heart to be so steadfast. I will not regret the decisions I make. Initially, I underestimated the firmness of your Tao heart, thinking that you, having already collapsed mentally, wouldn't need me to continue to blindfold your perception. Yi Hongyi, you truly surprised me. After experiencing that great tribulation, you managed to grow to such a... In Zhongli's eyes, Yi Hongyi's 120 layers of foundation establishment platform flickered with a shimmering light, slowly merging together, exuding a transcendent charm of unity. This was the harvest Yi Hongyi gained after experiencing this great tribulation. One tribulation, one destiny. This is inscribed in the mysterious heavens. Although Zhongli could stop or devour this destiny, he respected the heavens and the eternal rules of the universe. Thus he stood beside Yi Hongyi, watching the benefits she consumed and observing her Tao foundation transform. Previously, it was the imperial ritual of worshipping the gods that shaped people into the forms required by the ritual. Now Yi Hongyi practiced the imperial ritual of worshipping the gods, using herself as the benchmark, treating the ritual as the foundation of her own path. This represented 2 entirely different states. From this moment on, Yi Hongyi's imperial ritual of worshipping the gods would forever be uniquely hers, completely different from other standard rituals. If this time she truly unified her Tao platform, Zhongli thought of a scripture he had once viewed. A unified Tao platform could be referred to as ultimate realm. This is a state very close to perfection, representing that the cultivator has reached their own limit. This limit varies for each person, but once reached, it signifies that all of one's potential has been fully tapped. Of course, Yi Hongyi was still far from that. She was merely showing signs of merging into one. With her current accumulation, it was still insufficient to truly reach the ultimate realm. In fact, if it weren't for Zhongli's constant presence beside, Yi Hongyi instilling a great sense of crisis in her subconsciously. Her cultivation might not even reach the threshold of the ultimate realm. This was also the reason Zhongli followed her for more than a decade. Watching a cultivator transform towards the ultimate realm was beneficial for his own cultivation. Yi Hongyi was currently his best observation subject. It's a pity that my ultimate realm is not so easily touched. Since becoming an anomaly, my limits seem to have been infinitely raised. Before becoming an anomaly, Zhang Li could easily sense his own limits. If he wanted to ascend to the ultimate realm, he didn't need the massive external stimuli that Yi Hongyi required. He could climb to his limits step by step, just like ascending a staircase. But now it was different. He found that he seemed to have no limits at all. No matter how he climbed, he couldn't touch where his limits. He had a feeling that he might have directly surpassed the cultivation of the ultimate realm, and was now on a path of becoming a demon spirit, ghost, or monster, having traveled farther than Yi Hongyi. If cultivating was compared to climbing a mountain, Zhang Li was now halfway up the mountain, while Yi Hongyi had just seen through the thick fog to the direction of the mountain she needed to climb. The two had no comparability in terms of cultivation. At the shores of the North Sea, Zhang Li quietly observed Yi Hongyi, who had gone mad, and then regained her calm. After venting her emotions, Yi Hongyi gazed at the heavenly river before her, her expression dark. She hesitated, unsure whether to cross this boundary. Despite the North Sea and the land beneath her feet being separated by a not particularly wide heavenly river, the two places no longer had any real connection. After all, the title of North Sea Lord had been conferred by the court, and nominally, Yi Kongxian still belonged to the court's jurisdiction. But here not a trace of Yi Hongyi's power could seep in. In the North Sea, she could hardly receive any enhancements from her territory. Zhang Li was far too mysterious, and she feared that relying solely on her own strength might lead to her downfall in the North Sea. Hee, are you afraid to enter? Then let me clear a path for you. Zhang Li stood to the side, waved his hand lightly, and the heavenly river was divided in two, revealing a wide path before Yi Hongyi. Hee, you really are right beside me. Yi Hongyi smiled and stepped onto the broad path opened by Zhang Li. Zhang Li strolled alongside Yi Hongyi, and after 10 years of observation, he had gained a deeper understanding of her to the extent that he could be considered the person who knew her best in the world. Even Yi Hongyi herself might not be able to maintain a third-party perspective while observing herself for 10 uninterrupted years. Zhang Li was aware of Yi Hongyi's hesitation, but he had never considered taking action against her, mainly because even if he annexed Yi Hongyi's territory, it would not be of much use to Zhang Li. His current domain was rapidly absorbing power and growing in a desolate area, expanding at a rate far exceeding 10 times that of Yi Hongyi's territory. Spending several days to annex a small territory was a complete waste of time for Zhang Li. When the growth rate of absorbing others' territories couldn't compare to his own self-growth, the so-called methods of absorption and cultivation of territories held no allure for Zhang Li. Previously, Zhang Li's greatest interest lay in refining Yi Hongyi into a Yuan Ling, which would allow him to obtain a Yuan Ling that achieved the Son of Heaven's ritual and provide him with some countermeasures against any Earth immortal practicing the same method in the future. Now that Yi Hongyi had the potential to strive for the extreme realm, Zhang Li's task was to provide her with nourishment and an environment, quietly watching her advance. When Yi Hongyi achieved the extreme realm, that would be when she lost her value. However, Zhang Li would not take action against her again. He had already acted once before, settling the karmic ties between them. Now Zhang Li was merely using the karmic ties of the Lord of the North Sea to remain by Yi Hongyi's side. Once Yi Hongyi achieved the extreme realm, or completely failed, he would take the North Sea and leave. Though small, the North Sea was still a decent plaything for him. In the future, many things unsuitable for his own territory would be placed within the North Sea. With Yi Hongyi's karmic shield, many tasks became much easier, and he no longer had to worry about backlash. Soon Yi Hongyi crossed the Tongtian River. In an instant, she felt an unprecedented surge of vibrant spiritual energy. This sensation was as if the entire world had come alive, akin to a traveler emerging from a desert stepping into the enchanting waters of Jiangnan. At that moment, Yi Hongyi felt her soul awaken slightly, and her previously stagnant Tao progress had seen a minor improvement. The 120 layers of Tao platform shimmered with flickering lights, and a vibrant aura sparkled above, making her feel as if she was undergoing a sublimation. Is this Zhang Li's method? His management of Earth immortals is indeed far superior to mine. After a brief moment of fascination, Yi Hongyi quickly regained her composure. Upon merely stepping into the North Sea territory, she realized that Zhang Li might not have actually intended to take her life. In the eyes of such a powerful figure, she might just be a cute toy to be played with. Even with just a taste of the North Sea's spiritual essence, she could clearly perceive the vast difference between her and Zhang Li, akin to the disparity between an ant and a divine dragon. They existed on entirely different levels. Even if he were to consume her, it might yield fewer benefits than taking a breath in the desolate land. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Draped in a raincoat, she began walking along the banks of the Tongtian River, determined to circumnavigate from the outer edges towards the core of the North Sea. This walk lasted another decade. During these 10 years of nurturing, the prosperity of the North Sea visibly ascended to a new level, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy across the realm became even stronger. Yi Hongyi stood at the entrance of North Sea City, the only one among the 13 great cities of the North Sea with a city gate. However, this city was not built by Zhongli. It had existed since Yi Hongyi originally conferred it to her vassals. This could be seen as Yi Hongyi's legacy. After Zhongli took over, the city expanded outward and had not constructed any walls since. North Sea City had thus become one of the few ancient buildings in the North Sea. Not a single one of the tens of millions of citizens of the North Sea resided within the narrow confines of the old North Sea City. It was merely a landmark. After over 20 years of recuperation, the population of the North Sea had already surpassed 20 million, including 100,000 mundane warriors and over 10,000 first-level Earth Immortal cultivators. This was mainly due to the North Sea's territory being too small. Otherwise, the population would continue to soar, and the number of cultivators and warriors would experience an explosive growth. Zhongli found himself truly challenged when it came to expanding territory. Regardless of how many techniques his clone possessed, it was fundamentally based on the foundation of a single Earth Immortal, relying entirely on the groundwork laid by Yi Kongxian. Without the support of Earth Immortal status and Dao Foundation, and lacking the treasures needed to suppress territories, if he rashly attempted to expand, Yi Hongyi could easily create obstacles for him, leading to real issues in his domain. If he had originally taken over the body of an Earth Immortal cultivator, it would have been a different story. No matter how weak the Earth Immortal, as long as the three elements of status, Dao Foundation, and treasures were intact, he could manage to support the North Sea. Who knew he wouldn't think that far back then? Now he could only manage it this way. After all, constructing the North Sea was not his primary purpose. Zhang Li's current goal was merely to observe how far Yi Hongyi could progress on the path to the extreme realm. Huff, the final step. Let me see if I can find you along the thread of causality. Yi Hongyi stepped into the ancient North Sea City, and in that instant a tremendous force of causality descended between the ancient North Sea City and Yi Hongyi, frantically searching for Zhang Li's figure. Zhang Li stood quietly beside Yi Hongyi. The effect of one leaf covers the eyes, being rapidly consumed. He thought, not bad. While not incredibly sophisticated, it can still achieve results as long as the power is sufficient. The operations of great strength were always effective and could achieve effects similar to those accomplished through intricate spells. Faced with the powers that dispersed along the net of causality, Zhang Li chose not to continue concealing himself. Even though he was in the North Sea, he still had some status boosts. However, he was not a true Earth Immortal. Without the natural control and enhancement of an Earth Immortal's Dao Foundation, and lacking the treasures needed to suppress the territory, it became challenging. At present, half of the operation of maintaining the territory relied on the status and enhancement provided by Yi Hongyi, the main territory. Yi Hongyi now stood at the position of the densest causality, and with the opportunity that began to rise within her, she was prepared to officially step into the extreme realm here. At this moment, Yi Hongyi was at her peak state, and for Zhang Li as an Earth Immortal, it would be somewhat difficult to shield himself from her search without relying on the power of his main body. It would be somewhat difficult. I found you. Yi Hongyi turned her head, looking towards a familiar presence, standing quietly less than 3. Although she couldn't see him with her eyes, the other party had already appeared in her divine sense. Are you still not going to reveal yourself? Yi Hongyi spoke in a deep voice, her gaze fixed on the empty space. Sigh, why bother? Zhang Li shook his head as his figure slowly became visible. Are you still using the identity of Yi Kongxian? Zhang Li, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Seeing Yi Kongxian's face again made Yi Hongyi's emotions explode. She herself didn't know where this emotion came from or why it surged unexpectedly. However, with the outburst of her emotions, she felt her Dao Foundation becoming increasingly complete. Am I really so concerned about those youthful years? After pondering for a few breaths, Yi Hongyi lowered her voice and looked at Zhang Li again. Zhang Li, this is your arrangement. Now that my Dao heart is complete, I have already met the conditions to step into the extreme realm. Are you going to help me step into the extreme realm, or are you going to kill me? In response to Yi Hongyi's question, Zhang Li gently shook his head. The karma between us has been settled. I will neither help you nor harm you. Here, whether you succeed or fail in breaking through to the extreme realm, Beihai will completely sever ties with you. Moreover, regardless of success or failure, I need your 3 layers of origin to condense my Earth Immortal position. This is the price for my assistance this time. Zhang Li allowed Yi Hongyi to break through to the extreme realm in Beihai, using the vibrant spiritual energy here to aid her in merging her Dao Foundation, and it was certainly not for no reason. If she succeeded, giving Zhang Li 3 layers of origin would only result in a minor injury. If she failed and still gave 3 layers of origin, she would likely be in danger of perishing. However, since Zhang Li had already extended his hand to help, there was no reason for it to be in vain. Even if Yi Hongyi turned against him on the spot, the 3 layers of origin had to be retained. Does she truly think she has no appearance fee? How can you condense your Earth Immortal position by yourself? To what extent has your Dao cultivation reached? Yi Hongyi, unable to refute Zhang Li's request, realized that this was the environment specially prepared by Zhang Li most suitable for her breakthrough to the extreme realm. If she were to break through in her own territory, her success rate would drop by 30%. For her, without that 30% success rate, she would have no chance of challenging the extreme realm. Thus, in a situation where she could not resist, she chose to tacitly agree with Zhang Li's words. Compared to the price she had to pay, she was even more curious about how far Zhang Li's cultivation had reached. Glancing at Yi Hongyi, Zhang Li smiled slightly, waving his hand as a galaxy reflected before them. The vast star river twisted and endless starlight shone, forming an extraordinarily grand and majestic world. What level of blessed land is this? Yi Hongyi was somewhat dazed, staring blankly at the magnificent flowing star river. After merely observing for a few breaths, she felt countless pieces of knowledge flowing within her sea of consciousness, and her Dao cultivation unexpectedly advanced significantly. You still haven't condensed your own volume of Dao. Unfortunately, your success rate has dropped by another 50%. Zhang Li shook his head, originally thinking there would be at least a 70% success rate. Now it seemed that if it weren't for the specially cultivated environment here, Yi Hongyi's success rate would be nearly 0. Without Zhang Li's help, her success rate was almost non-existent. With such a little Dao cultivation, she still dared to challenge the extreme realm. Her thoughts were truly naive. What volume of Dao? My Yi family's heritage is the Qinya Lin Dao classics, which is far superior to your trivial legacies. I don't need any volume of Dao. Zhang Li shook his head in amusement, choosing not to argue with someone on the... Clearly the Yi family had their own pride. Their family's Qinya Lin Dao classics might be quite good, but Zhang Li could easily guess that it could never compare to the volume of Dao left by a major sect like Tantian Dao. In other words, Yi Hongyi had never even reached the point of reading the volume of Dao in the scripture pavilion. She had probably taken 3 methods and left directly. She had no idea what she had lost. As a subordinate family of Tantian Dao, how could the Yi family not know about the volume of Dao? Forget it, it's not important. Zhang Li only felt that he had overlooked something, but instinctively did not want to think about it. Alright, then use your Qinya Lun Dao classics to climb to the extreme realm. Zhang Li took 2 steps back and raised his hand to cast a spell. Instantly, the entire Gabehai city shone with a bluish-gray light. A majestic power surged from Gabehai city, instantly enveloping Yi Hongyi. In that moment, although Yi Hongyi's form showed no change in Zhang Li's eyes, her figure suddenly appeared to rise. This was an elevation of fate different from the positions granted by heaven and earth. One's life, luck, and feng shui were always less precious than one's own fate. From the perspective of destiny, looking at Yi Hongyi, one would find her fate quietly ascending. Invisible forces began to appear out of nowhere, seeking to elevate her fate to another height. This is the allure of the extreme realm. The so-called extreme realm is actually a state of perfection. This perfect and flawless state not only avoids many external evils, but also completely activates one's own fate, allowing one to break free from some original shackles. If she achieves the extreme realm, Yi Hongyi's original limit of 120 layers of foundation establishment talent would be broken and her potential would be further released. At that time, she might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those who have 360 layers of Dao foundation. This is also the reason why Yi Hongyi was willing to offer 3 layers of origin in exchange for Zhang Li's assistance. Otherwise, relying solely on herself, she would never be able to complete such a transformation. Watching Yi Hongyi, who was undergoing transformation, Zhang Li nodded knowingly. His true body high in the sky was also rising with a vast sun behind him. His fate was too precious, so precious that one could see it shimmering with eternal golden brilliance in reality. Compared to Yi Hongyi's fate, which was as thin as paper, Zhang Li's fate was like a mighty sun burning eternally. I rushed too quickly down the path to becoming a demon. Now observing the lower realms is just right to solidify my foundation. I have comprehended the methods of fate elevation, and my fate is advancing towards the infinite. Indeed, everything contains its own opportunities. Not directly exterminating Yi Hongyi was the right choice. The true body murmured a few sentences with ease, and the fate behind him, like a great sun, had already transcended to an unknown level. His fate was too precious, and the path of elevation was naturally much longer than Yi Hongyi's. Yi Hongyi's elevation of fate was like a small fish swimming upstream. As long as it leapt over the turbulent stream, there would naturally be a pond belonging to her. However, Zhang Li's elevation of fate was the birth of a true sun, evolving from a gradually burning flame into an eternal, and indestructible, true yang. The gap between the two was immense. By the time Zhang Li's gaze returned to Yi Hongyi, she was already close to completing her elevation of fate. The final leap, the koi turns into a dragon. Success or failure depends on today's struggle. Zhang Li, in truth, I owe you my deepest gratitude. If you had not arrived, I might never have grasped the chance to ascend to the utmost realm. Should I fail, I entrust you with my domain. Carry it forward under the name Yi Kongxian. Zhang Li, will you promise me this? Yi Hongyi turned toward him, her gaze more sincere than ever before. She knew her odds of success were slim. If possible, she wished her domain would not crumble into ruin upon her fall. If anyone could preserve her domain after her demise, it would be Zhang Li alone. Let us strike a bargain. Should you fail, I shall grant you a second chance to scale the summit. And what must I offer in return? The celestial deity governing this realm. Surrender him to me. Agreed. If I fall, you shall become the sole, true god of this realm. If I succeed, I shall reign as the celestial sovereign of this domain, and you its celestial deity. Under the celestial sovereign's right of divine communion, you shall stand supreme over this land. And with the earth immortals' Tao position coalesced from my very being, none in this realm shall dare challenge your supremacy. Zhang Li nodded, then raised his hand and cast forth another surge of arcane energy. Instantly, a luminous treasure pearl floated free from Yi Hongyi's body. The Hartoth people artifact he had once gifted her, now awakening of its own volition. I have recently refined a new cultivation technique, one that augments your chances of success by 20%. My celestial sovereign, do not disappoint me. With a gentle smile, Zhang Li stepped back 2 paces. The Hartoth people artifact instantly dissolved into countless shimmering motes of spiritual light. Not the surging tide of popular resentment it once embodied, but the pure, unadulterated blessings and empowerments of 10,000 souls. These were the collective aspirations Zhang Li had secretly gathered during Yi Hongyi's solitary pilgrimage across her domain. He named this esoteric art, Unity of 10,000 Hearts, a peerless technique for forging unwavering unity among the people. Now infused into Yi Hongyi, it elevated her fate seal several steps beyond its natural limit. In that instant, she beheld her own dragon gate, a threshold she needed only to leap across to truly attain the utmost realm. Thank you. You are my eternal god. With a serene, resolute smile, Yi Hongyi ignited her entire reservoir of arcane power and launched herself into the ultimate ascent. A 40% chance. May you seize it. Zhang Li shook his head slightly and retreated a few paces, watching in silence as Yi Hongyi made her final desperate bound. Soon Zhang Li knew the outcome. Though Yi Hongyi still fought with every fiber of her being, he understood her opportunity had already slipped away. So it is, to enter the utmost realm one must rely solely on one's own strength. Neither domain blessings nor unity of 10,000 hearts can carry one across. It only draws one near. The final leap, that rests entirely upon the self. Her foundation remains too shallow. The rank of the 1,000 Leaves Discourse ancient sutra pales beside the 10,000 volumes Tao canon. She has missed the greatest opportunity offered by the Tongtian path. Yet she remains nonetheless the celestial sovereign of this realm. I cannot stand idle. Even if I cannot save all of her, saving part is still within my reach. Zhang Li watched as Yi Hongyi's fate seal surged skyward, then in a single breath fused utterly with her physical form. As her fate seal ascended, her Tao foundation began merging at an astonishing pace, and her aura swelled relentlessly, climbing higher and higher. Alas, she held that apex of her fate seal for far too brief a moment. While her Tao foundation was still coalescing, her ascending aura visibly began to wane. Its momentum broken, its brilliance dimming before the eye. Within a few heartbeats, her fate seal reappeared. Her body remained rooted in place, straining to reclaim it. But her fate seal had already ascended beyond her control, returning to heaven itself. In that instant, an overwhelming cosmic force descended, striking Yi Hongyi with merciless, undiscriminating fury, assaulting her fate seal, her soul, and her mortal vessel alike. At that very moment, the Hartoth people artifact flared into existence once more, its previously scattered essence recoalescing as if time itself had reversed, restoring it to its original pristine form. Forged through your hands, this treasure shall preserve a sliver of your soul for rebirth. This realm I entrust to your temporary stewardship. In the next breath, the artifact blazed with radiant light, transforming into a torrent of boundless aspiration that surged upward, clashing heat with the descending cosmic force. In that same instant, Zhang Li intervened directly, extracting 30% of Yi Hongyi's primordial essence, then enshrouding her lingering soul fragment in divine energy and guiding it into the Yin-Yang Dharma Lotus. This sacred artifact, the Yin-Yang Dharma Lotus of Yi Hongyi's domain, received its first reincarnating soul, its sovereign herself. Such rebirth forged through a supreme artifact differs fundamentally from Jiang Li's own authentic yin-yang reincarnation cycle. This artifact-bound cycle possesses inherent limits. Indeed, the yin-yang Dharma lotus operates under strict constraints. Each reincarnation consumes 1 unit of its yin-yang potency. By Jiang Li's estimation, Yi Hongyi's yin-yang Dharma lotus affords no more than 100 such cycles. For her shattered soul fragment to return and reclaim the throne of Empress, even 100 chances remain perilously uncertain. Her soul was grievously fragmented, and without Jiang Li's intervention, she would not have earned even a single opportunity to begin anew. Shaking his head, Jiang Li reflected a martyr commands respect, and since she had indeed offered tangible reciprocal value, he resolved to lend her aid. In the next moment, standing atop the ancient ramparts of Gubei High City, Jiang Li lifted his gaze toward his true body's location. Thunder rumbled. It was as though heaven's gaze itself descended upon the entire North Sea. Yet even as a mere avatar, he could not help but marvel at how profoundly distant he and Yi Hongyi truly were. 2 beings from utterly divergent worlds. The moment that celestial gaze fell, causal threads entwined, and the entire North Sea expanded at a distance. The Tangtian River roared with unprecedented fury, its once moderate expanse widened visibly beneath a transcendent force, while its churning waves rose like mountains and cliffs. Under that boundless heavenly gaze, Jiang Li raised high the 30% of Yi Hongyi's primordial essence. Instantly that essence began to disintegrate and reconfigure. Countless strands of information unraveling from within, then weaving together in the void to form a translucent sphere of pure light. The Earth Immortal's Tao position, an extraordinary concept. Only now did Jiang Li fully grasp the magnitude of what the Tangtian path had bestowed upon them. From the moment they entered the wastelands, the Tangtian path had granted them the Earth Immortal's Tao position. A profound cultivation method Jiang Li had long failed to comprehend. Only through reconstructing this Tao position did he gain genuine insight. Yet his reconstruction remained imperfect. This newly formed Tao position was not a flawless orthodox Earth Immortal's Tao position. After all, his foundational root had long been fixed, his foundation establishment irreversible. In theory, this avatar possessed no path to cultivate the Earth Immortal Tao. Yet all things retain a sliver of possibility. Few truths in heaven and earth are absolute. Using his current mastery, Jiang Li could enable his avatar, though born of human immortal cultivation, to clandestinely appropriate Earth Immortal essence, then apply the art of empowerment to bestow the divine Tao position upon his avatar. So long as Yi Hongyi's domain endures, and so long as the celestial sovereign's right of divine communion remains the bedrock of this realm's operation, within its sacred rites, Jiang Li's avatar would function as a true Earth Immortal. Though distinct from orthodox Earth Immortals, he had effectively become a regional Earth Immortal. Capable of wielding greater power than most, provided he remained within the rite's hallowed boundaries. After all, Yi Hongyi herself surpassed many shallow cultivation Earth Immortals. Had she never encountered Jiang Li, she might well have traversed far along the Earth Immortal path alone. Yet destiny weaves its threads in unfathomable ways. At least in Jiang Li's own introspection, his intervention unfolded precisely as karmic causality ordained. Who after all had sought whom? She had come to him. Never had he pursued her. Now karma was settled. When Yi Hongyi returns from her tribulation rebirth, perhaps she shall even address him as master. Booming sounds. The expansion of the northern sea gradually came to a halt. With Yi Kongxian fully occupying the position of deity, he had now become a noble Earth Immortal. Though an Earth Immortal of regional nature within the ritual scope of the Son of Heaven's divine ceremony, he was a magnificent Earth Immortal. As an Earth Immortal, the desire for territorial expansion was naturally ingrained in his very bones. Thus, the moment his main body withdrew its gaze, the entire northern sea began to wildly extend outward, forming a massive encirclement around the northern region of Yi Hongyi's domain. With the expansion of the territory under the ritual of the Son of Heaven's divine ceremony, Yi Hongyi's entire domain actually began to swell as well. The territory, originally precarious due to the Lord's demise, miraculously started to revive the myriad paths of heaven and earth, with an endless celestial canopy descending sparkling with the starlight from the universe. This achievement, long attained by Jiang Li, finally allowed the celestial canopy to envelop the entire territory, isolating it from the visual and auditory pollution of the desolate wasteland. If the people of this territory experienced several generations of renewal, they might completely forget that they were in the bizarre and dangerous wasteland. After completing the expansion of the territory, Jiang Li began to prepare for the reincarnation of Yi Hongyi's soul. If Yi Hongyi were to reincarnate and start anew, 100 opportunities might truly be insufficient. After all, the reincarnated Yi Hongyi would possess neither memories nor magical powers. She would simply be an ordinary person with the status of an Earth Immortal. An ordinary Yihangi, without memories, would only be torn apart by the lords of the world, becoming other. Although the constraints of the Son of Heaven's ritual were still in place, Jiang Li was well aware of the three methods he had initially passed down. Without power, Yihangi would likely have a hard time no matter which lord's method of cultivation she fell into. Now, as her most steadfast ally and the future deity to be worshipped, Jiang Li truly needed to support her ascension. However, Jiang Li was not the kind of person who liked to force things. These 100 opportunities also served as an opportunity for Yihangi to cultivate herself. If she truly utilized these 100 chances to cultivate well, perhaps she would have a chance to again challenge the extreme realm. Regarding the cultivation of the extreme realm, while Jiang Li had directly leaped past it, his keen intuition told him that this step of cultivation was crucial to his plan of becoming a demon. In his mind, whether for nurturing a future fighter, observing the cultivation of the extreme realm, or training his avatars, Yihangi was an indispensable part. Since ancient times, fate has been lofty. Even Jiang Li did not expect that what began as a mere jest with Yihangi would evolve into deep involvement with her territory. One must admit the intricacies of cause and effect are indeed marvelous. Such subtle guidance and calculations are something Jiang Li cannot comprehend at this moment. From the infinitely high perspective, Jiang Li dropped down sharply, sensing certain things, yet unable to trace their origins. This instilled a sense of crisis in Jiang Li, who had always sailed smoothly. This time it felt like he had fallen into a formidable chess game, unsure of what role he was playing. The higher the cultivation, the more one feels their own insignificance. In the face of the infinite Tao, sometimes one truly feels an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Center of the Northern Sea. The ancient city of the Northern Sea slowly sank into the depths of the earth, and at the place where Yihangi perished, 100 statues of Yihangi stood quietly. In the ancient Northern Sea city, Jiang Li erected 100 statues of Yihangi. Each time she reincarnated, she would revive among these statues and learn the methods and paths that belonged to her in her previous life through the grand formation laid out by Jiang Li. Only when her cultivation reached the first stage would the grand formation open its gates to let her out of the ancient Northern Sea city. However, Jiang Li did not plan to let her wander aimlessly in the Northern Sea. The moment she stepped out, she would be transported beyond the Northern Sea. By then, whether she could successfully return to the throne of the Empress would depend on her abilities. The lords of the world were about to face a brand new version of Yihangi with 100 chances. He hoped they could hold on for a few more rounds. Well, let's add a mechanism to the grand formation. For these 100 cycles, each time, she can inherit all previous memories. Otherwise, confronting the lords of the world, Yihangi would be at too much of a disadvantage. After some thought, Jiang Li modified the operation of the grand formation again, and only after he was satisfied did he seal the grand formation and step outside, filled with excitement as he began to study this new home of his. Though the Northern Sea was small when compared to his main territory, it was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. Yet it was still his new home, and he felt quite pleased. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. At the Northern Sea's shore, Jiang Li stood quietly in the north, gazing towards the chaotic southern land. With Yihangi's complete disappearance, the entire world began to grow inexplicably strange. Although the lords of the world still did not dare to directly assault the imperial capital, they could not help but start reaching out towards their surrounding territories. At first, everyone only dared to steal unimportant cities. Later, as Yihangi continued to remain absent, the position of the Son of Heaven even showed signs of instability. Noticing the instability of the Son of Heaven position, the lords instantly grew peculiar. The conflicts among the world escalated by several levels. In a short time, over 30 lords had fallen within the span of 10 years. Jiang Li stood at the Northern Sea, observing the chaotic southern land, and pondered whose scheme he had fallen into. Although he could not find an answer from a technical standpoint, he had some suspicions in his heart. After all, his causal connections were too easy to unravel, and now it was able to disturb the causal source, while keeping his own self in the dark. Currently, there was only one source, and that was his future disciple of 100 lifetimes. Master, I've grown up again. In the ancient Northern Sea city, Yihangi happily held Jiang Li's hand, her large eyes fixed intently on her tall master in front of her. The 10-year-old Yihangi had already forgotten everything from her past. After all, as a remnant soul reincarnated, 99 of the previous life's cultivation and memories had dissipated. From the moment the first statue shattered and Yihangi transformed into an infant, Jiang Li appeared before her. He taught her cultivation in the name of Master, allowing her to comprehend the Tao. At 10 years old, Yihangi had already recited the myriad volumes of Tao scripture for 3 years. Since her enlightenment, her only reading material had been the myriad volumes of Tao scripture compiled by Jiang Li. This was also a small experiment of Jiang Li's. He suddenly became curious about the origins of the myriad volumes of Tao scripture. If the myriad volumes of Tao scripture in the scripture pavilion was the original, then the copy he made entirely according to the original, did it still retain the efficacy of the original? For instance, allowing the reader to directly comprehend the myriad paths and condense their own myriad volumes of Tao scripture. The experiment was successful, but not entirely so. Zhongli discovered that he could share Yi Hongyi's cultivation, but Yi Hongyi could not share her understanding of the Tao. However, this was not the efficacy of the myriad volumes of Tao scripture, but rather the efficacy of Zhang Li's version of it. At some unknown point, although Zhang Li was clearly writing about the myriad volumes of Tao scripture he read in the scripture pavilion, as Yi Hongyi read it transformed into the myriad volumes of Tao scripture, Zhang Li's annotated edition. Anyone who read this version of the myriad volumes of Tao scripture would share their cultivation with him. Zhang Li currently has 3 topics to tackle. As of now, only the exploration of the extreme realm has made some progress. With each enhancement of his fate, although he still hasn't identified where his extreme realm lies, he can distinctly sense that the gaze from his infinitely high self can now see his own fate. His fate is surprisingly close to that eternal and unchanging perspective at an infinite height. As he approaches this fate, he can clearly feel his vision becoming more lively and active. Previously, his perspective from such an infinitely high place resembled an exquisitely precise telescope capable of seeing far and clear, yet it appeared somewhat rigid and dull. However, as he nears his fate, he can clearly sense that his perspective has gained some vitality akin to a true eye capable of actively and consciously exploring the world below. As an anomaly advancing towards Yao, perhaps his extreme realm cannot even be fathomed. After all, Yao is limitless, it can grow, adapt, and evolve infinitely. Yet this enhancement of fate also brings immense benefits to Zhongli. Though he is still unaware of the specific benefits, an instinct tells him that as his fate continues to ascend, it will eventually present him with an enormous surprise. The exploration of the extreme realm is delightful. However, the inquiry into the 10,000 volumes of Tao leaves one perplexed, at least from Zhang Li's perspective, as there is currently no clear way to approach it. Although he has gathered some information that has helped him understand the actions of the former transcendence of the heaven. After all, even his annotated version of the 10,000 volumes of Tao can share insights unilaterally, so wouldn't some powerful techniques have similar repercussions? This is why ever since Zhang Li consolidated his own 10,000 volumes of Tao, nearly all his techniques have been self-compiled. Even the heaven sacrifice seal learned from the 10,000 volumes of Tao was disassembled into countless intricate units and modified according to his needs before he dared to use it. Looking back now, although his Tao was not yet refined, the instinctive sense of crisis led him to choose the cultivating as an earth immortal seems heavily reliant on external matters, yet this path requires an intense inward search to have a slim chance of reaching the pinnacle. If one is truly misled by external matters and relies solely on them, they are merely a powerful human immortal clad in the guise of an earth immortal. In the classification of earth immortals, the reliance on external matters appears to be an exceedingly obvious dividing line. The two are not of the same world. This is Zhang Li's greatest gain after exploring the mysteries of the 10,000 volumes of Tao. This will also be one of his guiding principles for the future, seeking one's own Tao internally while not being swayed by external matters. Both the explorations of the extreme realm and 10,000 volumes of Tao have greatly benefited Zhang Li. However, he is utterly at a loss regarding the study of the behind-the-scenes manipulator. Zhang Li's true self resides high above in the 9 heavens, and even with the power of the 10,000 volumes of Tao supporting the entire world, he cannot find a hint of anomaly in the realm of fate and causality. It seems as if he is merely scaring himself. Yet Zhang Li is well aware that the more this is the case, the more it indicates that he has fallen into a great pit. Relying solely on his own strength, he is almost certain that he cannot escape this great pit. Sometimes a fleeting surge of inspiration is more reliable than the information derived from using the heavenly Tao to calculate the world. Zhang Li believes that he has experienced a flash of insight from the void. He has definitely been schemed against, and that person is an existence he currently cannot comprehend. Master, what are you looking at? I am watching that star. Another master resides there, constantly observing you. Oh, why doesn't the other master come down to meet me? Does he not want to give me delicious food? He is a glutton. Perhaps. Zhang Li patted Yi Hongyi's head. It wasn't that he didn't want to come down, but that he didn't dare. The source of this great pit undoubtedly lies with Yi Hongyi. Yet Zhang Li cannot even deduce when he was merely thinking about it sends chills down his spine. If he had exterminated Yi Hongyi before him, would he have avoided falling into this great pit? After considering it, he shook his head. He does not wish to alter his guiding principles, for that would be an exceedingly dangerous matter. In the face of being schemed against, any slight change could be a guidance from an unknown and terrifying existence. Zhongli always feels that he possesses many ways to break the impasse, yet he cannot fathom why he always feels just a little short, perpetually pondering how to break through while missing that spark of inspiration. He finally experiences Yi Hongyi's feelings back then. It must be said it is not an issue of not reporting, or just as he obscured Yi Hongyi's perspective, he himself turned around and fell into the trap. However, the only difference is that he realized the anomaly early on and is striving to resist it. Unfortunately, this resistance seems futile, so futile that even though he knows he has been blinded, he cannot find a way to break the impasse. A leaf obstructing the eye, unable to see Mount Tai. The existence behind the scenes completely learned from my leaf obstructing the eye and then turned it back on me. This is absolute confidence derived from strength. Just as I initially viewed Yi Hongyi, the opponent regards me as a clown on a stage. But I surely have a way to break the impasse. My intuition tells me it is a very simple method. Wait. A flash of inspiration exploded in Zhang Li's mind, instantly filling his entire consciousness with a sense of clarity. Wait. A flash of inspiration exploded in Zhang Li's mind, instantly filling his entire consciousness with a sense of clarity. In an instant, the world rejoiced and billions of stars shone for him. I see now. I actually forgot that I am a disciple of the heavenly Tao. I have guardians. In the next moment, the entire desolate land seemed to be pressed with a pause button. A towering figure seemed to tear through the boundary of the desolate land like a translucent sheet, forcefully descending into the world where Zhang Li resides. Meanwhile, within Zhang Li's domain, a figure was rapidly materializing. Unfortunately, what was once an almost imperceptible process in Zhang Li's eyes now felt excruciatingly long. Wu Zuz's figure flickered in and out of visibility within the light and shadow, yet it could not land in Zhang Li's domain. Amitabha, fellow Taoist, please rest in my withering and flourishing realm for a while. I have a few words. Amitabha, fellow Taoist, please rest in my withering and flourishing realm for a while. I have a few words to discuss with Zhang Li. Kid, this is the future Buddha's son, Qian Yi, who practices the future Tathagata Mahayana Fundamental Vow Sutra. Remember, he exists in the future. This is merely one of his incarnations. Do not let him parasitize you, otherwise I cannot save you. Fellow Taoist, you talk too much. The world fell silent as the towering figure gradually shrank, ultimately tearing open a rift that spanned the heavens and earth in the desolate land. An endless void storm transformed into auspicious clouds beneath his feet, and he walked to Zhang Li one step at a time. Fellow Taoist, you speak too much. Zhang Li had just heard the voice of Thousand-Leaf Buddha's son echoing in his ears, yet he felt as if the other had been standing beside him for a long time. Fellow Taoist, tell me, how vast is the North Sea? Just as Zhang Li was still processing, Thousand-Leaf Buddha's son pointed downward, directing his gaze to the North Sea territory below. In that instant, Zhang Li instinctively wanted to comply and look at the North Sea below. But a sudden, inexplicable vigilance in his heart made him halt the motion. Excellent insight. Fellow Taoist is destined to become a golden arhat of the Buddhist order. Thousand-Leaf Buddha's son wore a compassionate expression, his words seemingly sealing Zhang Li's future. When Thousand-Leaf Buddha's son decreed the fruit of golden arhat, Zhang Li felt his infinite future once again constrained. The boundless possibilities were extinguished, leaving only the path to becoming a golden arhat. With this single pronouncement, the future was set. If Zhang Li wished to avoid death and oblivion, he had no choice but to become a golden arhat. In that moment, Zhang Li suddenly realized he was actually a reincarnated arhat. Yet this deception lasted only an instant. Within Zhang Li's sea of consciousness, the myriad scrolls Tao Canon blazed with light. Its cover, originally only bearing the 4 characters Myriad Scrolls Tao Canon, transformed completely into Myriad Scrolls Tao Canon annotated by Zhang Li. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented clarity. The state of mind where nothing could sway his heart instantly shattered the causality established by Thousand-Leaf Buddha's son. Are you a celestial immortal? No, you are not a celestial immortal. To possess such a realm, you must have borrowed the status of the future Buddha, forcibly elevating your immortal rank to the level of half-step celestial immortal. Future Buddha's son, this is not your era. You cannot attain the Tao in this age, and thus you cannot decree my— Zhang Li spoke, gravely looking at Thousand-Leaf, but the other's serene and merciful demeanor left him feeling helpless. He simply could not discern the other's emotions. Since that was the case, he would add more fuel to the fire. Future Buddha's son, you cultivate the realm of withered glory and silent extinction, a dharma of the past Buddha. Are you planning to betray the future Buddha? Aren't you afraid I will expose you? Hey, you know quite a lot. No wonder the Guardian cares so much about you. Thousand-Leaf, since the increasingly fierce resistance of Wu Shuzi within his realm of withered glory and silent extinction. After 2 failed attempts to subdue Zhang Li, he decisively chose a different approach. The next moment he raised his hand and sent a streak of light into the North Sea region below. Instantly, the ancient North Sea city that Zhongli had established was shrouded in shadow. Zhongli frowned slightly, perceiving an anomaly in time through the perspective of his avatar in the ancient North Sea city. Time in the ancient North Sea city had been artificially accelerated. To Zhongli's main body, the entire city appeared as a physical sandbox sped up hundreds of times. What is he trying to do? Time manipulation is indeed profound. I have only grasped the surface and cannot counter his methods. Zhongli pondered how to break the situation, but it was clear that time was not on his side. As the acceleration in the ancient North Sea city grew faster, Yi Hongyi had no chance to step out of the North Sea. She was like a passenger on a train traveling at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. If she tried to open the door and leave, the immense speed differential would tear her apart instantly. The avatar below had already sensed the temporal anomaly and abandoned the idea of sending Yi Hongyi south. Instead, it quietly cared for her in the ancient North Sea city life after life. Soon Yi Hongyi's 100-life destiny reached its 99th life. In this final life, just as Zhongli's avatar was about to choose a favorable burial site for her 1,000 leaf stopped. Fellow Taoist, how about we make a deal? Consider the girl below, her reliance and longing for you. She has spent 100 lifetimes accompanying you. If you agree to a small condition of mine, I can return the 100-life destiny to that young girl. How about it? Would you care to hear my condition? No. Zhongli shook his head firmly. Seizing the moment while the other spoke, he even dispersed the avatar he had left in the North Sea. The instant his avatar dissipated, 1,000 Leaf's expression darkened slightly, and his gaze toward Zhongli turned icy. That trace of coldness made Zhongli feel as if he were buried under an ancient glacier. Indeed, your target was never me. Yi Hongyi was your real goal, wasn't she? By borrowing the fruit of the future Buddha, you temporarily achieved the ability to cross timelines. I just calculated, even with the future Buddha's power, you can at most influence the timeline 3 times. And coming after me is likely your last chance to act. No wonder you dared not show yourself before. At first I thought you were a hidden mastermind scheming across the ages. Now I see you are not worthy of being such a schemer. Your wisdom cannot sustain such far-reaching plans. Zhongli shook his head, looking at 1,000-leaf Buddha-san with a pitying expression. You have cultivated for thousands of times longer than I, yet a few moves from you have revealed your foundation. You are too foolish. Zhongli's words were like a final whisper, cracking 1,000 Leaf's tense demeanor. That momentary emotional flaw was seized by Zhongli, who deduced even more after a brief calculation. This future Buddha-san, though profound in cultivation, lacked true inspiration. His skills were merely borrowed, marked by a craftsman's imitation. In the words of his past life, this fellow could effortlessly wield various problem-solving approaches as if no challenge in the world could stump him. Yet in his fundamental understanding of the formulas, he lacked his own contemplation, destined to be but a machine for solving problems. If he were to create a problem himself, his shallow foundation and lack of inspiration would be instantly exposed. It was as if 1,000-leaf Buddha-san, a university student, had posed a problem fit for Zhongli, a middle school student. The problem seemed immensely difficult, interweaving various formulas and even encompassing language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English. Yet the moment 1,000-leaf revealed just a glimpse of the problem, Zhongli instantly calculated an accurate answer mentally. From this answer, Zhongli could even deduce 1,000-leaf's weaknesses in middle school and his shortcomings in If everything were confined to the middle school level, 1,000-leaf could not withstand even a single glance from Zhongli. Of course, if 1,000-leaf resorted to higher-level knowledge for a dimensionality reduction attack, Zhongli would have no counter. But 1,000-leaf had already revealed his hand. His 3 opportunities to act were spent. If he did not wish to be expelled by the timeline, he could only engage Zhongli using middle school level knowledge. He had been forcibly dragged down to the same level as Zhongli. Indeed, Zhongli's words rendered Qian Yi utterly silent. This shouldn't be the case. With your wisdom, how could there be no news after 129600 years? With your Tao cultivation after 129600 years, even if you don't attain enlightenment, you should at least be a significant figure. As soon as Qian Yi's words fell, Zhongli noticed the visible decline in the other's aura. This was not only due to the expiration of the borrowed power from the future Buddha, but also a backlash from this timeline. He had just revealed some extraordinary information. You are indeed very foolish. Zhongli spoke coldly, his voice even colder than when he had just exposed the other's roots. Regarding the earlier information, although Qian Yi had withstood 99, as the recipient of the information, he was also innocently implicated. An inexplicable great power descended, directly striking his ever-evolving fate. In that moment, Zhongli's fate, resembling an eternal sun, was nearly extinguished. The quality of this power was simply too high, so high that Zhongli had no chance to resist. Fortunately, he was merely implicated and the information involved only himself, so the backlash he bore was limited. He sensed that if Qian Yi were to come again twice, he might truly be extinguished directly by that terrifying great power. At that moment, could a person without fate still be considered alive? This Qian Yi truly deserved to die. Cough my apologies. Qian Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and the originally compassionate and complete state of mind suddenly shattered, revealing a glimpse of humanity. My master once told me that I would never attain the Tao in this life. Why is it that my chance to attain the Tao as a future person is so far back in time 1,000 years ago, and still tied to the renowned Jiamai Guanyin? The Jiamai Guanyin from 1,000 years in the future has long since become an immortal existence. How could someone like me, a mere shrimp, be able to interfere? Cough, rest assured this information has been purified by me and will not affect you. Waving his hand, Qian Yi's body began to slowly collapse and dissipate. It was evident that while purifying this piece of information, he had suffered a terrifying backlash. In Zhang Li's estimation, with Qian Yi's current Tao cultivation, he would be unable to recover. Why did he do this? To attain the Tao, I would rather die at dawn. As if sensing Zhang Li's confusion, Qian Yi looked up at the sky and softly sighed. In the tribulation of attaining the Tao, I ultimately fell at the very first step I took. 3,000 years ago, when the Yi family was first established, I made my first move, allowing them to cultivate the Qian Yi Lin Tao, ancient and modern, from the source of their bloodline for generations, deepening my karmic connection with Jiamai Guanyin. This information was obtained from a secret realm. Because of it, I had the opportunity to traverse the ages to this. The second time I used it was when I changed the fundamental technique of Jiamai Guanyin, attempting to steal the position of God using the method of a son of heaven sacrificing to the gods, hoping that the future Jiamai Guanyin would be the resource for my attainment. This time I failed. By the time I reacted, I saw that my Taoist friend had already occupied my original. The third time was when I made my move. Originally, I thought I had at least a 70% chance of replacing my Taoist friend. Who would have thought that my Taoist friend would have no reputation in the future? One can only say that fate plays tricks on people. Perhaps my Taoist friend is an anomaly created because of me crossing timelines. You were born because of me, and I naturally have some regrets to express. My Taoist friend, you were born because of me, and you should follow me. After I dissipate, find a quiet corner to cultivate well. Due to the entanglement of karma, if you make any rash moves within 1,000 years, it will lead to calamity. Zhang Li quietly listened to all of Qian Yi's words, and then suddenly scoffed. Qian Yi, if I say you're foolish, you really are foolish. I have been schemed against by someone like you for so long, and you are still thinking of parasitizing me. If you had used the opportunity of the third move directly on me, instead of on Wu Shuzi, perhaps you would have succeeded. Unfortunately, you are too foolish. With Wu Daozi's cultivation, he simply could not stop you. You do not understand the great power of the heavenly immortals, just as one holding a primordial artifact cannot hope to use it to chop vegetables. In the future, I will help you inquire about the future Buddha to see what his thoughts are in choosing you as a Buddha child. Or rather, what makes you worthy of his scheming to have him select you, this fool. Zhang Li shook his head in silence, finally clarifying his thoughts. Qian Yi's 3 opportunities to strike were definitely not as he described. The reason he concocted such a lie was merely to forcibly graft the karma onto Zhang Li. He was making a final desperate attempt to gain a mutual benefit from the cause of born because of him. If Zhang Li truly believed his nonsense, then Qian Yi could seamlessly parasite onto him, turning this forcibly grafted karma into reality. From then on, Zhang Li would truly become a mere accessory to Qian Yi's existence. As for the claims of Jiamai Guanyin, Zhang Li did not believe a word. Because Yi Hongyi had no future left. Just as Qian Yi was weaving karma, Zhang Li had quietly struck, directly extinguishing Yi Hongyi's last reincarnation. The fate of 100 lifetimes was completely concluded in Zhang Li's hands. It is indeed laughable that this woman, who should have been killed by Zhang Li upon their first meeting, miraculously lived for so long, and her fate had become increasingly noble with each act of indulgence from him. The fate of sun and moon sharing the same sky was truly peculiar. As long as she was given an opportunity to backlash against a stronger being, the speed of her fate's growth would surpass your imagination. This was indeed a fate that could grow on its own. This was what Qian Yi truly desired. 1 life, 2 fortunes, and 3 feng shui. Qian Yi lacked the fate to attain the Tao. Thus he sought Yi Hongyi's fate to achieve his own. Only a fate that could grow could have the possibility of being captured in weakness. Having traversed the ages, if he directly acted against Zhang Li's fate, even the future Buddha himself could not accomplish it. However, acting against someone as fragile as Yi Hongyi would yield a much higher success rate. However, to obtain Yi Hongyi's fate, he would have to help her pass through the greatest death tribulation of her life. And Yi Hongyi's greatest death tribulation was Zhang Li. Thus more than half of Qian Yi's words were lies. He had definitely been secretly following Yi Hongyi before she arrived at Zhang Li's territory. It was he who subtly influenced things, causing Jiang Li to unexpectedly conceive the idea of playing. This neutral emotion was something Jiang Li could not identify immediately, leading to a small loss. In several later attempts when Jiang Li wanted to directly extinguish Yi Hongyi, he was led by Qian Ye's emotional manipulation, allowing Yi Hongyi to gain a glimmer of life. Unfortunately, as Qian Yi continued to act, Jiang Li finally reacted. Yet, Qian Yi foolishly used his last opportunity to strike on Wu Shuzi. This gave Jiang Li a chance to turn the tables. One must say Qian Yi was indeed foolish. Lowering his head, Jiang Li was about to express his sentiments. And where is the territory? Such a large piece of territory. Jiang Li stared blankly at the already vanished territory of Yi Hongyi, stunned for a moment. This guy is trying to deceive me. He still has one opportunity to strike. In almost an instant, Jiang Li deduced Qian Ye's state. Just as Jiang Li crushed Yi Hongyi, her death tribulation was past. At this moment, Yi Hongyi had already taken on Qian Ye's form. This guy even left me a piece of the North Sea. It seems he still wants to continue battling with me in the future. I've finally managed to evade that. Is this truly the karmic ripple I as a humble monk have caused, resulting in such a figure disappearing without a trace in the future? Jiang Li made a slight miscalculation. He genuinely believed that Jiang Li was the one whose emergence caused the ripples. He had truly deduced Jiang Li's fate 12,000 years later, only to find an empty void in his predictions. Considering how an ordinary person's karma would evolve over 12,000 years, ultimately resulting in a blank slate, is entirely natural. Thus, Qian Yi concluded that in the original timeline, Jiang Li was undoubtedly just an ordinary person, merely a material meant for consumption. The only explanation for Jiang Li's absurdity now is his arrival. It must be said that the Buddhist path focuses on the way of the heart. Before deceiving others, the first step is to deceive oneself. For example, if the Buddhist sect claims that you are fated to be connected, these rotund individuals genuinely believe in that connection. Only by convincing oneself can one begin to deceive others. After all, if one does not believe in oneself, how can one deceive others or manipulate karma? Naturally, since it is deception, the Buddhist sect must have means to erase its own influences. This is one of the greatest secrets of the Buddhist sect. Many outsiders are curious as to why this style of treating words as mere gas can consistently deceive people. Yet no one can truly comprehend the operational methods of the Buddhist sect, ultimately summarizing it as the boundless nature of Buddhist law. The concepts of Buddha and demon are intrinsically one. The ultimate power sought by this group is inherently tied to the concept of demon. This is also the difficulty of Buddhist cultivation. One's nature is forever fluctuating. In the blink of an eye, who can definitively say whether one is a demon or a Buddha? The humble monk has also crossed the barriers of time, establishing a foundation back then. Ah, the guanyin of severing meridians, you treacherous scoundrel attempting to overturn the Buddhist sect. Did you ever imagine that both the future and past sages would act together for your sake? That terrifying Jiang Li had failed to account for the fact that the future sage indeed granted me 3 chances to act, but the past sage also provided me with a beacon, allowing me to completely transcend time and become a being of this era. My opportunity to attain enlightenment lies in the present. Wait for me, once I advance further, Jiang Li, the being born because of me will surely become my sustenance. At this moment, Qian Yi, embodying Yi Hongyi, strolled through his domain. With each step he took, the entire world visibly began to change. The once restless lords were instantaneously tamed, becoming his protectors. A majestic golden mountain gradually coalesced in the center of the territory, emanating a terrifying might that suppressed time and space. The path of time and space is the core of a third-tier domain. Just as the cycle of yin and yang represents the life and death of a domain, the path of time and space embodies the Earth Immortals' understanding of their own great Tao. Time and space exist because they exist. In the eternal void, concepts of time and space cannot exist. Similarly, it serves as the ultimate explanation for all material and Tao. How the time and space of a world is structured signifies the Earth Immortal Lord's ultimate understanding of myriad Taos. For instance, some believe that time and space are a river independent of all things, coexisting alongside all entities, mutually influencing and promoting one another. In such a worldview, traversing time and space becomes the simplest task. Occasionally, some fish leap from the abyss within the river of time and space, briefly glimpsing scenes of the past and future. Such scenarios often serve as sources for reborn beings. They believe they hail from the future, yet in truth, they have merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a corner of the future. This worldview is one of the most common. It is sufficiently safe, preventing the entire domain from collapsing into desolation due to temporal disruptions. Even if the river of time and space were to collapse, it would transform into countless lakes and ponds, leaving a chance for salvation. However, a worldview that deeply binds time and space to all things, where pulling one thread affects the entire fabric, would lead to the entire domain's demise should the path of time and space collapse. Of course, under such a worldview, if someone sought to reverse time, it would be nearly impossible. This is akin to carrying the weight of the entire world, while moving forward, adding the weight of the world with. In this worldview, if one possesses the mighty power to reverse time, one could obliterate this world countless times with a mere gesture. Now Qianyi, in his quest for the Tao and to thoroughly suppress and refine Yi Hongyi's lingering consciousness, is forcibly elevating the tier of his domain, attempting to push this second-tier domain to the level of a third tier. Once the domain reaches the third tier and the concept of time and space solidifies, Yi Hongyi will have no power to resist. The time and space view Qianyi seeks to establish is the second type of interlinked time structure. Under this time structure, every movement of time and space results from the interactions between heaven and earth and all things. To reverse time, one must reverse the operating processes of heaven, earth, and all beings, thus opposing the operation of the entire world. This illustrates the difficulty of seizing the body of an earth immortal lord. If Yi Hongyi were a human immortal cultivator, once her consciousness were taken, she would have no chance to retaliate. However, as an earth immortal, Yi Hongyi resides within her own domain, and the entire domain assists her in bearing the pressure from Qianyi. This allowed Yi Hongyi, who should have been utterly unable to resist, to deliver a decisive blow to Qianyi at a critical moment. The North Sea left behind is the result of the fierce confrontation between Yi Hongyi and Qianyi during their escape. At that time, to stabilize the situation, Qianyi suffered a minor loss. Not only was the North Sea left intact, but even the ancient North Sea city remained in place. It must be noted that the ancient North Sea city bears the weighty karma of Yi Hongyi, who had lived there for hundreds of lifetimes. Although it might seem like an instant to the outside world, the bonds of 100 lifetimes do not simply vanish. Given her profound connection with Zhongli, if Zhongli sought to deduce the karma, Qianyi could not. This places a tight constraint on Qianyi, forcing her to act with increasing urgency, and the more urgency there is, the more mistakes are likely to occur. Yi Hongyi thus has greater opportunities to complete her counterattack. Deep within her compassionate gaze burns the fierce fire of ambition. Kid, you're not anxious at all. Not anxious, not anxious. I just calculated some information that made me want to laugh, but I'm unsure whether to laugh or not. Zhongli, composed and high above the heavens, gazed down at the vast starry river world slowly flowing beneath him. With each shift of the starry river, the desolate energy of the outside world was swallowed into a massive vortex. At this moment, Zhongli's world resembled a colossal engine constantly drawing power from the desolate lands to strengthen itself. Every time I see your world, I feel a twinge of envy and jealousy. Wu Shuzi shook his head and then curiously inquired, "What did you calculate?" Qianyi and Yi Hongyi are very likely the same person. This is a complete banishment of Yi Hongyi, forming a circular path in time and space, sending Qianyi back to this era, leaving Yi Hongyi without any chance of turning the tables. Goodness, what a deep scheme. Wu Shuzi stroked his beard, feeling a twinge of toothache. Encountering such a terrifying layout, one that extends through the ages, truly made him feel foolish. When Qianyi fled just now, Zhongli was already prepared to pursue. After all, this was the moment when the opponent was at their weakest. Rashly descending into this era, his territory could hardly provide him any protection, and this era's territory was merely the shabby confined place belonging to Yi Hongyi. Even though Qianyi's cultivation might be slightly higher considering Zhongli's current territorial situation, he could easily crush Qianyi with sheer brute force. However, while he was calculating the cause and effect, he discovered a piece of information that had been deliberately left within the causal web. This information could only be triggered when Zhongli attempted to deduce Qianyi, indicating it was intentionally left for him. Of course, Zhongli would not share this secret with Wu Shuzi. This time his intervention meant he had completely exhausted the favors owed to him. The opportunity for the Guardian to strike had already been used up by Zhongli. However, it was worth it, had it not been for Wu Zu's appearance leading Qianyi to use the desolation and withering realm against him. Zhongli would have faced a certain death. Exchanging one chance to strike for surviving a life-threatening calamity is a choice anyone would make. Zhongli's greatest curiosity now was who had left this piece of information. After Zhongli understood the relationship between Yi Hongyi and Qianyi, he instantly deduced the cause and effect behind Qianyi's appearance. The so-called opportunity for enlightenment was merely a ruse, a deception specifically designed to fool Qianyi. Yet this was not entirely a deception. After all, Qianyi was destined to achieve enlightenment in the future. The enlightened Qianyi would also have another name, Cutting Meridian Guanyin. The so-called opportunity for Qianyi's enlightenment was to become Cutting Meridian Guanyin. As for the true form of this Cutting Meridian Guanyin, it had naturally been forcibly emptied. From the perspective of future beings, Qian Yi laid out a grand design that spanned eons, ultimately achieving the status of cutting meridian guanyin under the guise of Yihongyi. This was in itself a kind of enlightenment, and such enlightenment was almost inevitable. But what happens after becoming cutting meridian guanyin? Qian Yi would be eternally suppressed. The three Buddhas worked together to construct an ending where cutting meridian guanyin is eternally suppressed. This ending would not change even if anyone else replaced Yihongyi as cutting meridian guanyin. Anyone who becomes cutting meridian guanyin would be subjected to eternal suppression. In other words, Qian Yi would merely be taking Yihongyi's place in imprisonment. Yihongyi thereafter would cease to exist. In the eyes of future beings, everything from Yihongyi's past would become Qian Yi's robe. The true relationship between Qian Yi and Yihongyi was that Qian Yi was one of the backup plans laid by Yihongyi intended to revive cutting meridian guanyin at a moment that belonged neither to the past, present, nor future. Unfortunately, this layout instead became an opportunity for the three Buddhas to completely suppress her, erasing Yihongyi's traces through Qian Yi. With the Qian Yi who had no chance of turning the tide, the three Buddhas acted together, calculating Yihongyi's demise with precision. After all, considering Qian Yi's level of foolishness devoid of any spiritual light, he was trained to the edge of enlightenment through the combined efforts of the three Buddhas. The wisdom and resources consumed in this process, had they been invested in Zhang Li, he could have achieved enlightenment thousands of times. It can only be said that the Buddhist sect sacrificed a great deal for this grand design that spanned across eons. What a ruthless scheme. It makes me curious about what exactly Yihongyi did in the Buddhist sect to provoke such a huge upheaval. The three Buddhas acting together means uprooting the very foundation of the Buddhist sect. Is this something a mere Yihongyi could accomplish? In Zhang Li's eyes, Yihongyi's wisdom was only slightly superior to that of a worm, and even that was limited. Such a person could actually provoke the three Buddhas to act together in suppression while weaving such a grand deception spanning over 1,000 years to bring Qian Yi into Yihongyi's era. Just thinking about it makes one believe that the future cutting meridian guanyin will undoubtedly be an It seems that in the future, Yihongyi's sun and moon illuminating the heavens, fate likely usurped an incredible existence, successfully stealing everything from them and achieving her own esteemed position as cutting meridian guanyin. Unfortunately, the future is too ethereal, and with Zhang Li's current cultivation, he cannot deduce events too far ahead. He currently has no way of knowing what will happen to Yihongyi in the future. However, this does not prevent him from enjoying the spectacle. As soon as Yihongyi's territory reaches the third tier and possesses the attributes of time and space, Qian Yi can guide the source of his future territory to flow back, and that will be the moment of the final battle. Under the pull of causality, Zhang Li is the greatest calamity for Yihongyi's territory. Once Yihongyi's territory triggers a change in time and space, the overwhelming causality involved will naturally bring Zhang Li to Yihongyi's side, making him the greatest calamity of certain death for her. What Zhang Li needs to do now is to improve himself, so when that moment arrives he can give either Yihongyi or Qian Yi a tremendous surprise. After realizing all this, Zhang Li felt three indistinct, yet fundamentally related powers. This was a blessing from the three Buddhas, representing the interest given by the three venerable ones in advance, allowing Zhang Li to act to perfect their layout. After contemplating for a few breaths, Zhang Li chose to accept, not out of arrogance or being blinded, but from a kind of intrinsic understanding, a perspective descending from an infinitely high place from which Zhang Li gained some insights. This was a hint from his future self perceived through that infinitely distant perspective, which Zhang Li sharply received. Moreover, his long-dormant golden finger flashed an information signal. Abnormal recording. Recording complete. One body, one heart. One body, one heart. I conveyed some information to myself, for we are fundamentally one, so it will not be perceived by any external existence. A term suddenly appeared in the previously inconspicuous abnormal section. One body, one heart was a method woven by a certain great being of the future intended to convey a message to their past self at a certain moment. Because the process was mixed with too many erroneous powers, it was detected as abnormal in the data panel. Zhang Li had fought alongside the companion demon grass for decades. If it weren't for another unknown self intervening, he wouldn't have realized that the data panel could even record the powers of monsters, demons, ghosts, and strange beings. His current level of cultivation was still too shallow, having not truly touched the threshold of any of the four great paths. Since it was information conveyed by his own kind, Zhang Li chose to believe it. He understood himself. He wouldn't be bored enough to convey information to another self unless it was incredibly important and even related. Zhang Li did not know why that unknown self wanted him to connect with the powers of the three Buddhas, but since they chose to convey this piece of information, he naturally had to choose to fulfill them. Though this was also beneficial to himself. However, even among brothers, debts must be settled clearly despite being the same self. Each self is different. Therefore, if he has to tread on dangerous paths, sufficient rewards must be given. What Zhongli sought was not just the power of the three Buddhas, that was what he deserved. However, given that it was still himself, he could work first and take the benefits later. Believing in oneself will not lead to betrayal. As Zhongli chose to accept the power of the three Buddhas, a mysterious force suddenly descended. In that moment, Zhongli felt as if the world before him had turned blank, as if heaven and earth had flipped upside down before him. Yet the first thing that fell was not sound, but an ancient stillness, like a flame sitting upright in the ash of calamity. He knew that was the gaze of the lamp, caring not for achievements, only for his distant oath. Holding the candle, standing firm and without end. At the moment Zhongli received the power transmitted by the three realms Buddha, the unity of hearts in his eyes suddenly began to flicker wildly. In that instant Zhongli felt a joyful will conveyed through the unity of hearts. He instantly understood the message this will wanted to express. They are all allies, although this is another Zhongli from a different spatial dimension. The exchange of information between them only requires a ripple of emotion or a slight disturbance of information. Since this was their first collaboration, the other Zhongli chose the most noticeable method to act. Go ahead, remember to leave me some soup. Zhongli silently activated the entire territory as endless stars shone with brilliance, their flickering light transforming into boundless laws of the great Tao, channeling the power of the entire world onto the unity of hearts. As Zhongli continually infused power, the unity of hearts began to slowly revive. In the next moment, just as the other Zhongli was celebrating, the power falling from infinite dimensions suddenly came to a screeching halt. Three gazes conveyed a sense of hesitation. They did not notice the layout of the other Zhongli, but instinctively felt something was amiss. In the next moment, Zhongli sensed a terrifying great force beginning to comb through his timeline. Starting from Zhongli's present, the will traced back to his birth, then directly leaped to his previous life, and continued to move upward through each past life. Meanwhile, another force froze all of Zhongli's actions, freezing all his thoughts in the present moment. For Zhongli, his time ceased to flow, and the entire world became stuck in this present moment. Then another force began to comb down along Zhongli's timeline, reviewing every choice he made until it reached the point where he vanished from all timelines. A light echoed 3 times as the three realms Buddha all sensed Zhongli's peculiar. The first to notice the problem was the current Buddha, a great being known for its power, who detected that Zhongli was slowly breaking free from its suppressive force. A being as insignificant as an ant could resist its suppressive power. What kind of monster was this? This was not Zhongli's own power, but rather a profound force transmitted from within the unity of hearts. When the unity of hearts was originally crafted, the other Zhongli used a significant amount of erroneous power. By utilizing this error power, the other Zhongli transmitted a profound force through the unity of hearts that was one form of error. The erroneous application, named delay, appeared to be related to time, but transcended the concept of time. The current Buddha used infinite power to suppress the present, but the power of delay ensured that this suppression would always arrive a step late, regardless of how the current Buddha manipulated time or traversed eons. The delay seemed to have drawn away the frame in which Zhongli was being suppressed. This meant that the current Buddha's immense power could never completely land on Zhongli, granting him some possibility of escape. Merely this possibility directly shattered the current Buddha's absolute suppression of the present. This was absolutely beyond what they had calculated Zhongli could achieve. All their judgments about Zhongli were wrong. The second to discover the problem was the past Buddha. It did not confront directly, but instead reviewed all of Zhongli's past lives until it reached the very first life, discovering that Zhongli was merely a talent who followed the being that opened the cosmic realm. Just like the 100,000 warriors who sacrificed when Yihongi first opened the territory. They were all the foundation stones of the world. However, because the cosmic realm was successfully opened, all past achievements were thus realized. Even the materials that were sacrificed received an entry ticket to become an Earth Immortal in the cosmic realm. With Zhongli's accumulation, it was impossible for him to possess such terrifying foundations. He must be standing behind one or several beings no less than the three realms Buddhas. The third to discover the problem, the future Buddha, found the situation more alarming. For it discovered that Zhongli had disappeared. He vanished from all timelines. Not in the sense of dying, but as if a timeline that was originally fine had suddenly reached its end. Standing at the point where Zhongli's timeline disappeared, it looked back only to see a series of seemingly severed threads floating in the river of time. At one end of the threads was the first life of the needle, a talent sacrificed by an Earth Immortal who had just opened the cosmic realm. And from that needle, countless threads radiated, all breaking at a moment 70,000 years later. All choices and branches were severed at that moment 70,000 years in the future. This was not death, it was a direct disappearance before the future Buddha's eyes. In an instant, the three realms Buddhas decided without a second thought to withdraw the power they had just invested in Zhongli. If it were just an ant, their original plan was to make Zhongli the guardian of this seal buried together in this ancient history of 12,000 years. But now they discovered that this ant exuded something amiss. Zhongli's state was not the aberration caused by the time ripples stirred by Qianyi. With Qianyi's scale, it could only reflect a glimpse of Zhongli's form amidst the splashes. Had it not been for Qianyi's interference, Zhongli might have quietly lurked at the seabed to cultivate himself until his scale could no longer hide his figure from the ocean, at which point he would surface to stir up the storm. Now that Zhongli had appeared in the eyes of the three realms Buddhas ahead of time, it was uncertain what kind of tremendous changes would be triggered. Even if such terrifying changes were to be obtained, Zhongli would naturally not let them leave easily. In the next moment, the Star River rolled back, transforming into a terrifying great formation that enveloped the entire territory. The Celestial Star Formation, with Zhongli as its absolute core, evolved the celestial stars to unleash the territory's strongest potential, forming the most terrifying strike. This was an absolute numerical crushing as well as the best means for Zhongli to respond to these mechanisms. After all, they were all competing in mechanics. Even the timelines were treated as documentary footage to be watched back and forth. Only pure strength could resist. After all, Zhongli stood in the present world, while both the other self and the three realms Buddhas did not exist in this spatial dimension. For them, every strike against Zhongli would consume billions of times the power to counter the backlash of space-time, while Zhongli's counterattack was his strongest force. Zhongli's superbrain told him that it was time to unleash his superpower. Boom. The tranquil yet eerie, desolate land was instantly enveloped by endless thunder, with Zhongli's domain at its core, the barren expanse within a radius of millions of miles shattered into an infinite void. The star represented by Zhongli shone with a light that illuminated everything, and around it 360 major stars emerged, intertwining with the dazzling starlight of myriad realms converging upon the very core star. In the next moment, Zhongli's power accumulated to its zenith. With this strike, he could directly secure victory. This was already the upper limit of the power that this desolate area could contain. As a haven for the Grand Taoist layout, there were restrictions on the power limit. The third tier was the limit for leaving the haven, and it was also the power ceiling of this region. Although Zhongli's domain was only at the second tier at this moment, the power contained within this strike far exceeded the attack power limits that an ordinary third-tier Earth Immortal could unleash. If this strike were unleashed, regardless of how vast the might of the three-world Buddha was, all their information in the present world would be thoroughly cleansed by absolute power. At least for a short time, they would no longer be able to approach the area where Zhongli was located. Unfortunately, the three-world Buddha were not to be underestimated. Their Tao cultivation was simply too high to a level that Zhongli currently could not fathom. Moreover, these three were genuinely of celestial immortal status. With their techniques, although they could not directly confront Zhongli, they had ways to prevent his strike from landing. Just as Zhongli's power reached its peak, he suddenly realized he did not know where to direct his strike. Previously, he could sense where to unleash his attack thanks to his keen perception that far surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier Earth Immortal. It was a kind of instinctive intuition, a special perception belonging to those with high sensitivity. But now, while he had the power in hand, the target had been removed from his sight. This feeling was familiar. Zhongli had previously used a similar technique, a leaf blinding the eye to obscure many of Yi Hongyi's perspectives. Now it was his turn to be blinded. The absolute disparity in cultivation left him at a loss for words. However, he soon had a new method. Activating delay, the power accumulated in Zhongli's hands instantly vanished, as if it had never existed in this world. The three-world Buddha were momentarily taken aback. It was another characteristic of error. Zhongli utilized the characteristic of delay to conceal his peak strike within the frame that had been drawn away. If the three-world Buddha attempted to strike Zhongli again, he would instantly unleash his peak strike, delivering a devastating blow. In that moment, an eerie balance was achieved between extremes and values. Three divine dragons towering above the 9 heavens found themselves at a stalemate with an ant. However, the stalemate was advantageous to Zhongli. More precisely, it was beneficial for another dimension. Under the enhancement of unity of heart, the three-world Buddha felt Zhongli drawing their power away. The power that originally belonged to them upon merging with Zhongli truly escaped their control, vanishing from their perception. In this situation, there was only one possibility: Zhongli's essence was not inferior to theirs. A lower-level being could not steal the power of a higher-level being, let alone power. After reaching a certain level, lower-level beings could hardly even gaze directly at higher-level beings. The greater the cultivation realm, the larger the gap between two realms. Fortunately, the highest power that could descend into this area was only 3rd tier, which would not cause Zhongli, an anomaly among 2nd tiers, to feel any sense of being unable to look upon them. Moreover, the 3-world Buddha were of celestial status. Even if they lost the beacons of this era, they could still forcefully exert 3rd tier power here. It was akin to standing at the riverbank forcing power across to the great river. No matter how vast the power of the 3-world Buddha was under the temporal and spatial buffering, Zhongli's power, which could truly influence the riverbed, was pitifully weak. However, if the 3-world Buddha were given a beacon, it would be like providing them with a harpoon. The small fish that was Zhongli would be easy prey for them. Yet their beacon had already been consumed. The essence of the power they conferred upon Zhongli was merely to create another beacon. Once Zhongli fulfilled their requirement to seal Yihongyi, he would be disposed of at their convenience. Unfortunately, their power was now his own. Soon the 3-world Buddha decisively withdrew their gaze. For an immobile hedgehog, they chose to retreat. Since they had established a causal relationship with him, there would be countless opportunities for future encounters. They had ways to thoroughly understand what kind of monster Zhongli truly was. For now, let this monster have its freedom for a while. They had all the time in the world to play with him. As for Yihongyi, since Zhongli had accepted the causal connection of becoming her dead calamity, and they had already provided what they needed to, he must fulfill that causal connection. Otherwise, having established an unbreakable causal bond with the 3-world Buddha, the days ahead would not be easy, and he could be at risk of selling himself to the Buddhist sect to repay his debts. Among all the cultivation sects in the world, the Buddhist sect's debts are the hardest to repay. The key is that this bunch of fellows forcefully establishes causality every day, saying that anyone with talent has fate with the Buddhist sect. Their connections are the least valuable. As long as you have even a shred of worth, the Buddhist sect does not mind casting a wide net for connections. This is also one of the reasons the Buddhist sect likes to open its doors wide and universally save all living beings. Once you enter, you could never clear the Buddhist debts for 10 lifetimes. You might lose everything in some lifetime and become a disciple of the Buddhist sect. When this thing first emerged, it was the most terrifying calamity across the endless dimensions. Initially, the Buddhist sect's infection ability was even capable of making all beings in the endless dimensions unite to fight back. A single exclamation, I am actually a reincarnated disciple of the Buddhist sect, could instantly turn a top-tier cultivator who had endured hardships for hundreds of years into a protector of the Buddhist sect. The key is that this ability was initially spread through concepts, not something that could be obstructed by time and space. Once you knew of the existence of Buddha, you had the possibility of being infected and becoming a Buddha. This ability is incredibly defiant and unsolvable. In the end, the Buddhist sect was able to legitimize itself not only by advancing in the study of the power of demon, but also by winning their own holy war. Having won the war, they naturally legitimized themselves and became a part of maintaining the order of the heavens. It was the appearance of Buddha that allowed the path represented by demon to truly be comparable to monster, ghost, and strange being. Before Buddha won the holy war, the power of demon was always a supplementary existence to the other 3 major paths. One can only say that Buddha and demon were originally one entity. The prosperity of Buddha was inseparable from demon, and the deep-rooted presence of demon also relied on the Buddhist sect's relentless promotion over billions of years. Establishing an unbreakable causal connection with such a bizarre and terrifying existence, even though Zhongli was confident about his future, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Hey, are you just leaving like this? What about my benefits? Choo-choo-choo. Zhongli felt a surge of joy from eating, followed by the transmission of the other 3 characteristics slowly through unity of heart to Zhongli. These 3 characteristics replaced the original 3 characteristics left by the 3-world Buddha Knight, Keeper Eternal, and Life-Severing. 3 characteristics were instantly analyzed and utilized by Zhongli. The characteristic of holding the candle was mistakenly altered into night, holding the 2 being completely opposite. Holding the candle embodies one of the fundamental traits of the Buddhist teachings, where light symbolizes the utmost wisdom and clarity. The essence of burning a lamp is to use the fire of wisdom to incinerate the fuel of troubles. Its imagery resembles an oil lamp before a Buddhist altar. Although the flame is weak, it can persistently emit light, illuminating the darkness. As long as the lamp of wisdom is ignited, the delusions and sins accumulated over countless epochs can be instantly eradicated. This is a lamp that illuminates the self with the fire of wisdom. As long as the wisdom is sufficient, ignorance and sins will be thoroughly cleansed. Now transformed into night, holding it completely reverses the characteristic of holding the candle. The fundamental imagery of night holding is inverted heaven and earth. The original imagery of the lampshade that protects the flame is inverted, turning into an upside-down giant bell, imprisoning all things within a lightless barrier. In the realm of night holding, only the caster possesses sight, while all beings remain blind. This blindness is not merely visual. It is a veil over the roots of causality, fate, and time, preventing one from clearly seeing the path ahead, forcing them to be led by those who have sight. When one cannot see the path, having someone to guide them always brings immense comfort. Night holding is such a magical existence. It causes people to unknowingly trust the caster, leading them down a path they believe they have chosen themselves. Compared to the seemingly righteous characteristics of holding the candle, night holding appears to be far more enigmatic and unpredictable. Yet the status of the two is worlds apart. Although it was only briefly experienced, Jiang Li felt the power of the celestial immortal's Tao fruit. It is a formidable power that can span endless time and space. A simple analogy would be that Jiang Li's night holding can only manifest within the radius of influence of his own territory. It is akin to Jiang Li's territory being a lighthouse. Within the radius of the lighthouse's light, his night holding can exert the great power of inverted heaven and earth to grasp the darkness. Once outside the lighthouse's range, night holding becomes merely an ordinary spell akin to the effect of Jiang Li's previously cast one-leaf block eye. It is important to note that this power, derived from demon and modified by the strange and erroneous forces, is fundamentally higher than the so-called rules of the Tao. As seen previously, when Jiang Li confronted the three-world Buddha, the erroneous power rendered the three-world Buddha unable to unravel it, forcing him to resort to other mechanisms to obscure and counter it. Of course, Jiang Li could not unravel the power of demon either. The other entity that had gained immense benefits also could not decipher the power of demon, only able to use strange forces for limitations and counterattacks. When it comes to coverage, holding the candle surpasses night holding by countless levels. It is akin to another Jiang Li swallowing the entire galaxy, then regurgitating a single grain of sand as a reward. One could only say that it is excessively stingy. Of course, it is highly likely that Jiang Li can currently only bear this grain of sand. As for Changhong, it is easy to understand. It is derived from the modification of the settling of the present-day Buddha. Originally, it was a method similar to one of the Taoist 9 secrets, specifically the all-character secret, which stimulates one's potential, but its origin is from demon, making it all the more bizarre. Not only does it cover infinite time and space, but it can also exert its effects wherever. The concept of settling is a characteristic that requires no consumption. As long as the mind is focused enough, theoretically, it can infinitely amplify power. This characteristic is virtually invincible in the Buddhist realm. This is also the source of the boundless power of the present-day Buddha. After all, he does not prove his Tao through force. The so-called boundless power is merely another manifestation of mechanisms. Changhong's ability is much simpler. It is akin to the golden finger of a tyrant body. Once activated, Jiang Li's state will be forcibly fixed at the moment of activation, impervious to all. Once initiated, it grants him and his territory a layer of indestructible golden body characteristic. Given Jiang Li's current mental strength, he can probably maintain it for about a quarter of an hour. This is undoubtedly a divine skill, though unfortunately, it can only be used within the radius of his territory. Finally, the last characteristic, cutting fate, is a complete reconstruction of Wuzhong. Wuzhong represents a glimmer of life amidst myriad absolute perils. Theoretically, with the enhancement of Wuzhong, no matter what kind of dire situation Jiang Li encounters, he can always find a thread of survival. Of course, in the face of a skilled schemer, this glimmer of life may also lead one to a complete abyss. However, at this stage, it is an extraordinary life-saving skill for any cultivator. Naturally, cutting fate is also remarkable. It allows Jiang Li to actively sever certain futures, making the utilization of this proactive skill far more diverse. For instance, during the promotion of his territory to the 3rd tier, he can actively sever all futures of failure, leaving only the future of absolute success. Thus, his promotion will be assuredly successful. Regardless of who comes to obstruct him, he is destined to succeed. Although the scope of use is narrowed, the practicality of cutting fate surpasses that of Wuzhong. After organizing his gains, Jiang Li finally withdrew his mind from the intense game. From the appearance of Yi Hongyi to stealing the powers of the three-world Buddha, this period has indeed been exhilarating. The people he interacted with were all extraordinary beings. Now that everything has returned to calm, he can finally focus on nurturing his territory for a while. I hope no one disturbs me again recently. Living every day dealing with big shots is quite exhausting. Jiang Li shook his head, glanced at the North Sea below, and vanished into the stars of his territory. In the next moment, starlight sprinkled down into the North Sea, and a mysterious yellow tower descended, completely stabilizing the slightly crumbling North Sea region. Since this is the karma left by Qian Yi, Jiang Li decided that he could not let the North Sea collapse like this. In the North Sea region, Yi Kongshuan's figure reappeared, first standing dazedly in place for several breaths, then gently exhaling a breath of turbid air. I just died for a moment, and so much has happened. But it was worth it. Now, I am truly a legitimate Earth. Although I am still a local network Earth Immortal, I am still an Earth Immortal. I lack nothing that an earth immortal. Looking at the mysterious yellow tower behind him, Yi Kongxian smiled slightly and began to restore and construct the territory of the North Sea. In the territory of Zhongli, under the illumination of the boundless starry river, a natural divine being was in the final stages of gestation. Endless thunder flashed between heaven and earth, and infinite thunder serpents surged across the ground, as if the Milky Way were cascading down, unleashing an endless aura of death. Amidst the overwhelming aura of death, the natural divine being slowly spread its arms, as if awakening from a long slumber. How long have I slept? Is this the new era that I have opened up? A brand new age awaits my construction. Zhang Hao's eyes gradually regained clarity as a magnificent will awakened from within him, stirring a response from the myriad paths of heaven and earth. In an instant, Zhang Hao realized his identity. I am the master of the myriad stars positioned in the celestial realm, granted the title of the 5-Dipper Star Lord, commanding the 365 celestial star deities. From this day forth, anyone who completes their cultivation may ascend to the starry universe and achieve the position of a star deity. As Zhang Hao's voice resonated throughout the universe, a new cultivation system was established. Zhang Li, high above in the 9 heavens, quietly calculated the new cultivation framework. Although cultivating as a human immortal was akin to solving kindergarten math problems for Zhang Li, sometimes the growth of one's Tao did not rely on lofty concepts. True cultivation often lies within the dust of the lower realms. The higher one stands in the 9 heavens, the more thoroughly one must understand the land beneath their feet. With Zhang Li's calculations, scriptures were inscribed across heaven and earth, and any beings of great wisdom could comprehend the natural laws and their own paths of cultivation. And Zhang Hao received a special gift from Zhang Li. An imperial throne rose from beneath Zhang Hao's feet, slowly carrying his figure into the starry river. As his figure ascended higher, the already condensed thunder tribulation finally descended. Boom! The heavens roared, and Zhang Hao stood upon the imperial seat, hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching the rolling thunder tribulation before him. Dissipate! A calm voice echoed through the infinite heavens, causing all beings in the world to look up at the ascending figure. The thunder tribulation scattered in response without any chance to struggle. In that moment, the title of Master of the Myriad Stars spread throughout the world. Regardless of the being whether wise or not, they instinctively felt that a noble existence had been born in this realm. He is the supreme deity of this realm. Zhang Li conferred upon Zhang Hao the status of supreme being of heaven and earth, and under the blessings of this realm, even the previous Yi Hongyi could not possibly contend with Zhang Hao. This conferment of status was similar to the feudal system of Yi Hongyi, yet the methods employed were worlds apart. Moreover, Yi Hongyi's territory could not cultivate a status like supreme being of heaven and earth. The status of the feudal lords was reliant on those being conferred already possessing the cultivation of earthly immortals. Otherwise, Yi Hongyi's foundation would not support the conferment of so many lordships. Zhang Hao ascended as a deity, and various cultivation methods began to spread throughout the realm. This expanse of territory had only recently come into being, thus lacking any established methods of cultivation. Now, with Zhang Hao's emergence, wise individuals in the world finally began to comprehend the various scriptures inscribed by Zhang Li across the heavens. As long as the people of the world cultivated the techniques derived from these scriptures, they would unilaterally share their Tao with Zhang Li. The wisdom of one is limited, but with the wisdom of the multitude, one can advance their own path. This is the true method of cultivation for earthly immortals. To rely solely on one's own wisdom to comprehend the operation of the entire universe and the rules governing all things is indeed exceedingly difficult. However, with the enhancement of shared cultivation, his wisdom would be elevated to a new level, and the growth of his Tao would begin to explode exponentially. As the sun rises and the moon sets, another century has passed. 100 years in which nothing occurred. Since achieving the status of earthly immortal, time had seemingly lost its meaning for Zhang Li. His lifespan was no longer calculable by numbers. The passage of time had merely become a flicker of memory in his eyes. In this 100 years, Zhang Li's Tao had grown to an unfathomably terrifying level. Not to mention second stage earthly immortals, even third stage golden core mighty beings could hardly compare with him purely in terms of Tao. Yet he had not yet ascended to the third stage, for he had yet to grasp where his limits lay. His fate continued to soar infinitely. The perspective that was merely a step away from the infinite heights had remained uncrossed for 100 years. Within the territory, aside from Zhang Hao, the 5-star lords had already returned to their positions, and the celestial star deities were nervously undergoing selection. As the 5-Dipper Star Lords returned, the vast starry river became more resilient and vibrant, resulting in Zhang Li's territory absorbing a 100-fold increase in barren energy. The immense influx of barren energy led to the infinite growth of Zhang Li's territory. Now as the core of the territory, the main star had expanded to tens of thousands of times the size of Earth from his past life, with endless Earth vein energy, giving rise to countless remarkable individuals, creating a scene of prosperity across the entire main star. Aside from the fate still ascending, Jiang Li was also hesitating over his path. To achieve a third-stage territory, establishing a perspective on time and space was of utmost importance. Time and space encompass all avenues for earthly immortal cultivators. Now in the universe where Jiang Li resided, the perspective on time and space was the structure of time and space that walked the path of myriad avenues. Time and space run parallel, with myriad paths being one of the countless avenues. They are like two parallel trains running alongside each other. This means that one can leap from one train directly to another whose direction of travel is completely opposite, thus achieving a leap through time. In the universe, time and space can be modified and traversed, just like the deeds of the three-world Buddha, directly leaping through time and space to eliminate the causes of the future in the past, thereby preventing any adverse results from manifesting. This perspective on time and space is relatively safe, and under the connection of all things, even if the structure of time and space collapses, heaven and earth will still operate as usual, and there will be opportunities and time to restore the territory. On the other hand, another perspective on time and space posits that time and space themselves arise from the interactions of all things. Without the flow and interactions of all things, time and space simply do not exist. Time and space no longer serve as a standalone avenue, but rather as a byproduct of the world's operation. Every collision of sand grains, every exchange of glances, every interaction of language is an expression of time and space. Under this worldview, time and space serve as a blank sheet that carries information. They themselves cannot be altered. Once changed, the information inscribed upon them will undergo massive distortion and loss, posing a crisis that could collapse the entire world. In this perspective of time and space, they are sacrosanct, serving as the underlying medium for the operation of world information. Jiang Li's understanding of time and space had reached a profound level, and at this moment, he was hesitating over which perspective to choose for his territory. This decision related to the millennia-long planning of his territory, which was not something he could decide easily. Especially after experiencing the events involving Qian Yi and the three-world Buddha, he had gained some special insights into time and space, making him even more cautious. Time is the continuity of material movement, strictly adhering to the laws of causality. There is no true time reversal. What is referred to as time reversal is merely an illusion caused by traversing through parallel worlds. Jiang Li silently set down the Tao scripture in his hands. Although he was constantly absorbing and organizing vast streams of information, learning through mere looking would only waste his time and energy. However, after a century of peace, he still habitually took out a Tao scripture to read. These scriptures were not the grand classics found in the heavenly Tao library, but rather the great works authored by the sentient beings of his own world. These principles had long been conveyed to him through the shared Tao. Yet upon picking up the book and reading it again, he still found new insights. For instance, the reflections on time and space greatly appealed to him. Although they were one-sided speculations by lower beings unable to access time and space, they provided Jiang Li with much inspiration and thought. His domain still lacked a true perspective on time and space. All spatial structures were influenced by the laws of the cosmic realm. Once a perspective on time and space was established and a true spatial structure formed, Jiang Li would officially advance to the third tier of Golden Core. At that time, this gentle haven opened by the heavenly Tao would expel him to the true realm of return, no longer in this tranquil wasteland. Once a world has its own spatial structure, it becomes a real world unaffected by external forces. Its own cycle of heaven and earth and the passage of time will no longer synchronize with the outside world. This is a resolute step towards eternity for the domain. Because this step is of utmost importance, Jiang Li appeared extremely solemn. He did not want to be attacked by others through the river of time within his own domain someday. Especially upon seeing the cosmic realm's time and space riddled with holes where even the supreme of the cosmic realm did not intervene. It was evident that although the cosmic realm was opened by the supreme, it seemed that their authority was now limited. Otherwise, no Earth immortal would easily tolerate an act that directly damaged the core of their domain, such as reversing time. Unless they were completely unable to intervene, forced to watch their world being ravaged by outsiders. Jiang Li did not want his domain to become another cosmic realm. Although the cosmic realm appeared grand and boundless, nurturing an entire realm of dimensions, to Jiang Li the greatness of the current cosmic realm was simply beyond words. However, no matter how great something is, it cannot endure endless ravaging of its domain's essence and the core of its Tao. In Jiang Li's eyes, the cosmic realm had no future. This was a world controlled by oligarchs. Whether it be the heavenly Tao or the Buddhist sect, it was clear that neither was a native sect of the cosmic realm. Moreover, figures like Zhang Li, who initially helped build the cosmic realm, were nearly all absorbed by these external powers. This illustrates that while the cosmic realm still appears to be the territory of the Supreme, in terms of actual control, the Supreme likely does not rank in the top 3. Learn from the past to guide the future. Zhang Li's goal was not merely to construct the cosmic realm. He aimed to create a true eternal world, using this eternal realm to elevate himself to the highest pinnacle, to become the highest and most esteemed Supreme. After some thought, Zhang Li decided to seek advice from someone. Kid, you didn't come to find me because something happened again, did you, eh? The voice of Wu Shuzi reached him before he arrived, clearly indicating his reluctance to get involved in any troublesome matters. Moreover, as a guardian, he had already used up his promised number of interventions, so he could justifiably refuse to help Zhang Li. The reason he agreed to respond this time was merely because he recognized Zhang Li's potential. As someone who was likely to surpass himself in the future, he thought it wise to establish a good relationship in advance. As for the frightening karma Zhang Li carried, which talented individual did not stir up waves in the world upon their rise. Only a mediocre person like him would spend a lifetime in cultivation without any worthwhile experiences. It's nothing, just some issues in my cultivation I wish to clarify with my senior. You're looking for me? Wu Zu's figure suddenly appeared, pointing in astonishment at his own nose. Is that not allowed? Isn't your domain about to advance to the 3rd tier? Are you trying to confirm what kind of perspective on time and space you should have? Senior, your foresight is indeed extraordinary. What extraordinary foresight? You geniuses always look like this at this time. It's as if choosing the right perspective on time and space guarantees success. Do you think the Supreme of the cosmic realm didn't consider these current issues back then? Currently, there are only 2 perspectives: the coexistence of all paths and the unity of all things. Choosing the coexistence of all paths means a unique world where time can be reversed. Choosing the unity of all things means a diverse world where time cannot be reversed. The difference between the two is not significant. Our heavenly Tao also has points of presence in the unity of all things, and in such a unity of all things world, we find it easier to intervene. So don't overthink it, and nothing is perfect. Do you really think with the entangled karma between you and the heavenly Tao you can establish a perfectly clean world? Youthful naivety often seeks the ultimate outcome, but in this bitter sea of the mortal world, who can truly be self-sufficient? Wu Shuzi took a sip of the tea Zhang Li handed over, seemingly recalling his own youthful days, shaking his head with a hint of bitterness. This tea is quite good. Wu Shuzi took another sip, nodding in satisfaction. Though his world was hierarchically superior to Zhang Li's, every step he took was derived from shortcuts leading to a road ending where the vitality of his entire world could not compare to Zhang Li's. A world that is 100% self-circulating produces spirit tea that is inherently more spirited than that of his domain. I'll bring you 2 pounds later. Zhang Li smiled and nodded, lowering his head in contemplation. That sounds good. Wu Shuzi nodded in satisfaction, suddenly laughing as he looked at the pensive Zhang Li. Kid, if you truly feel unclear about your future path, I have a place I can recommend to you. Oh, where is it? The scripture repository. Forget it, thank you for your kind offer, senior. Zhang Li shook his head, understanding Wu Shuzi's intentions. The scripture repository would recommend the most suitable methods based on a cultivator's past experiences and paths. At this crucial moment of choosing a perspective on time and space, the scripture repository might indeed be helpful to him. Since Wu Shuzi mentioned the scripture repository, there must be a way to get Zhang Li inside. However, for Zhang Li, the path recommended by the scripture repository might not be the most suitable. Because a beggar is not necessarily a beggar for life, one cannot judge a person's future based solely on their past. As a beggar, going to the scripture repository would be meaningless. The conclusions drawn from the first half of his life might be accurate, but they held little reference value for Zhang Li. He could not be bound by the experiences of his first half of life. He had his own path to follow. It seems I need to visit the 10,000 Realms trading hall to inquire. As the figure slowly appeared, the bustling sounds around once again entered his mind. The permissions of the trading market had been upgraded from dim light level to bright light level, and with this enhancement, he was able to purchase more items. His primary destination this time was the bookstore within the 10,000 Realms trading fair. Such places dedicated to selling knowledge might be able to assist him. Hello, are you here to purchase books? Do you have any classics regarding the methods of world creation, especially concerning the Tao of time and space? Oh, so you are a fellow cultivator. We have some. Let me take you to the 2nd floor for reading. Fellow cultivator, our regular books are charged at a rate of 1,001 tier guishuchi per day. If it's a collectible edition, the fee is based on the book's price, ranging from 100,000 to 1 million for each reading session. Understood. Thank you for the introduction. The two ascended from the 1st floor to the 2nd, during which the guide conveniently converted the fees into guishuchi for Zhang Li's comparison. However, as a wealthy individual, his daily circulation of Guishu Qi was measured in billions, so naturally, he didn't care about this small amount. As soon as they reached the second floor, the guide suddenly vanished before Jiang Li's eyes. At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of him, resembling a computer interface from his past life. Jiang Li conducted a simple search, and the light screen dissipated, revealing endless bookshelves descending from above, landing right before him. He raised his hand and grabbed a book. It was an ordinary book, a scientific experiment record about the Tao of time and space written by a great inventor from a sci-fi world. It was a world of one system for all, filled with countless parallel world branches, but the flow of time was irreversible. In such a world that scientists sought to truly reverse time, so his experiments were destined to fail, yet he indeed possessed extraordinary wisdom. During one of his failed experiments, he inadvertently erased the entire parallel world he was in. In other words, he had almost leveraged the power of the entire world to complete a journey across time and space, but ultimately, he still failed. The manuscript he wrote was later collected by an unknown powerhouse and ultimately placed in the largest bookstore of the 10,000 Realms trading fair. This is quite interesting, but time has passed too quickly. After putting down the book in his hand, Jiang Li realized that a whole month had gone by. Goodness, I actually spent an entire month on this book. After some calculation, Jiang Li breathed a slight sigh of relief. The time here was not synchronized with the outside world, where 1 year equated to just 1 day. Thus his month here only equated to a single hour in the outside world. Picking up another book beside him, Jiang Li suddenly became very interested in these classics. Although each perspective was different, some written by scientists detailing scientific experiments, some by martial artists expressing their martial will, and others by mages writing magical formulas. Even Jiang Li had seen a book by a dark sorcerer wanting to be transformed into a zombie through time and space. One must admit, observing the Tao of time and space from these individuals' perspectives brought immense gains to Jiang Li. Thus he became immersed in the ocean of knowledge, unaware that 100 years had slipped by. After a century, Jiang Li finally finished reading one bookshelf. Once he returned the last classic on the shelf, that shelf automatically vanished from his sight. The subsequent books gradually moved forward, allowing him to easily reach for the corresponding books again. There is no need to continue reading these ordinary classics. Jiang Li shook his head, having already solidified his foundational knowledge. His understanding of time and space was deep enough, but what he needed now was a classic that could determine his future path. After pondering, Jiang Li requested to read collectible editions. The surrounding bookshelves instantly vanished, leaving only hundreds of books emitting a faint glow. The aura of these classics is very similar to my 10,000 volumes Tao collection, Jiang Li's annotated edition. These classics all have pitfalls. Jiang Li's spirit was instantly lifted. In this world, there aren't many things without pitfalls. The more precious the item, the larger the pitfall within. These pitfalls aren't necessarily intentional by the writers. Just as Jiang Li once allowed Yi Hongyu to read the 10,000 volumes Tao collection, he too didn't know why Yi Hongyi inexplicably shared her Tao insights with him. Sometimes, even when high-ranking beings wish to share their knowledge, it can be a form of harm to lower-ranking beings. The map of Meng Xianggu's journey through the Nine Nether appeared before his eyes, and the next moment, several lines of introduction emerged on the classic. This scripture is derived from the great being Meng Xianggu's journey through the Nine Nether, born from her Tao insights in response to the Nine Nether. Those who read this scripture can pay 1 million Wantir Guishu Qi to repay the karma or establish a good relationship with Meng Xianggu. Forcefully reading this will result in consequences unrelated to this bookstore. Jiang Li was taken aback. One could actually offset karma through payment. It seemed this bookstore had some tricks up its sleeve. The next moment, 2 million Guishu Qi was thrown out by Jiang Li. 1 million was to repay the karma for reading map of Meng Xianggu's journey through the Nine Nether, and 1 million was a fee for the bookstore. To read a single book required 2 million Guishu Qi. An average Earth immortal truly couldn't afford that. At least someone of Yi Hongyi's caliber certainly couldn't afford it, and he wondered if Qinya would be able to pay such a fee after going online. After some thought, Jiang Li dismissed Yi Hongyi and Qinya from his mind, and focused intently on the class. The so-called Nine Nether map is not a conventional map. After all, the Nine Nether itself is a breeding ground for demons. Its presence can be said to be ubiquitous, extending into any place where thought exists. The reason it involves the explanation of time and space is that the Nine Nether not only permeates the present world, but can also synchronize with the past and future. Moreover, this coverage across the timeline does not change according to the spatial and temporal perceptions of the Lord. In other words, the position of the Nine Nether itself is higher than that of most territories in the world. Its power can ignore the spatial and temporal perceptions of most territories, allowing it to traverse time. This map is one that Meng Xianggu departed from the endpoint of her world, walking all the way to the moment her world was created, then using herself as a key to reboot a walking map of her world. If Zhang Li could fully comprehend this map, he might also leverage the power of the Nine Nether to directly traverse from the current phase of construction in his territory to the final moment of that territory, using the future state of the territory to determine whether his choices were indeed correct. Unfortunately, although Zhang Li had a deep understanding of the Tao of time and space, he had little knowledge about the power of demons. To traverse the Nine Nether, the power of demons is indispensable. Only this invisible power can allow a great existence to completely ignore the passage of time. However, the significance of this reference is immense, as it provided Zhang Li with many insights, offering him a weighty suggestion regarding his choices in the spatial and temporal perceptions of his territory. That is, as a weak being, choosing what one truly desires is what matters most. Other concerns are mere. Because the world does not become great due to spatial and temporal perceptions, it requires the Lord to cultivate step by step to make the territory great. He had completely fallen into a self-referential dilemma. Friend, aren't you going to take another look? No, I've seen enough, there's no need. Zhang Li shook his head and stepped out of the bookstore. At the moment he stepped out of the bookstore, it vanished into a mist behind him. Zhang Li had never seen the name of this. However, in the external trading market, everyone exists as projections, so not seeing their true forms is not something difficult to accept. Who? Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Zhang Li's figure instantly disappeared from the Wanjie trading hall, within his territory in the central Skystar region. As the supreme being of heaven and earth, Zhang Hao clearly sensed something, and just as he was about to rise to investigate, he composed himself and continued his cultivation. Not bad, it hasn't been long since I left, and everyone has made considerable progress. Zhang Li nodded in satisfaction. The Zhou star gods were all in place, chosen by Zhang Hao from among the Taoist cultivators. As for what a Taoist cultivator is, the explanation lies with Zhang Li. And these 5-star lords, along with the 365 star gods, were almost all from the Jiang family, who had followed Zhang Li into the desolation. These were the ones who had supported Zhang Li the most back then, and they were the closest people he could gather within the Jiang. Those who were willing to follow Zhang Li into the desolate land would naturally receive his rewards. As for whether it would be unfair to others, such questions should not be raised in this vast cultivation world. Power is the greatest tool for seeking fairness. When your power is insufficient, fairness is merely an empty phrase. Zhang Li did not disturb everyone's cultivation, but directly vanished into the 9 heavens. With the elevation of his territory level as the lord of the territory, he could not casually descend into the mortal realm. This was also knowledge Zhang Li had gleaned from the 10,000 volumes of Tao. Observation can sometimes be a form of restraint. The more you are observed by lower-ranked beings, the more constraints you have in your rank. This is why high-ranked cultivators often seem elusive, although sporadic observations from lower-ranked beings are not a big deal for high-ranked ones. After all, Wu Shuzi wanders around in various territories every day. He has never worried about this issue. Although this was also the reason his Tao path had long since been severed, it is sufficient to illustrate that the observation of lower-ranked beings, while a form of restraint, is not enough to easily topple a high-ranked being. The reason everyone does not like to show their faces is simply that there is no need. Just like in Zhang Li's territory, Zhang Hao serves as his white glove. He does not need to do everything himself. Whether it's the restraint of lower-ranked observations or the resulting karmic entanglements, the constraints of fate are all unnecessary matters. With a straightforward and clean Tao path to follow, why should he stir up trouble for himself? Zhang Li sat atop the 9 heavens, beginning to carefully examine every inch of land within his territory. Starting from the main star, his gaze precisely captured every subtle change in the territory. Sometimes the state of the territory is the greatest guidance for a celestial cultivator. Zhang Li observed his territory from a detached perspective to seek answers from it. He did not want the territory to guide his path. Rather, he aimed to clarify whether his choices were right or wrong for the territory. This observation lasted 2.5 years. When the last gaze was withdrawn, Zhang Li pulled out a glowing orb and held it in his hand. Third tier, treasure tier of time and space. Tier of time and space, the final lament of a territory that has collapsed into the third tier, forming a small time and space loop, attempting to resist the complete destruction of the world through the path of time and space looping. It's a pity, even the territory has collapsed. How could a solitary time-space law save a territory that has already fallen? Zhang Li shook his head. Such treasures are rare and hard to come by, and crucially, the other party needed his return energy as well. So when the opportunity arose, he directly seized this fine treasure. The tier of time and space contained an illusory world that looped endlessly, attempting to evolve a real world through the illusory. Unfortunately, this is something almost impossible. It requires miracles, many miracles. Yet in Zhang Li's hands, it marked the official establishment of his view on time and space. In the next moment, the tier of time and space was crushed by Zhang Li, and a terrifying power of time and space began to spread through the heavens and earth. Jiang Li operated his methods, starting to compile his own world-building techniques, using vast amounts of time and space power to carve out another parallel world. Jiang Hao, seated on the throne of the supreme being of heaven and earth, suddenly felt an additional perspective. It was another self from a different world, and the source of that other self in that world was his recent insights from cultivation. With a slight difference in thought, the self in the other world chose the path of the fate star, turning all foundations into a fate star eternally, depending on the vast galaxy. This propelled the world's advancement, adding a thread of destiny's rhythm to the world preparing for the fourth. As for his original self, due to the fleeting nature of that thought, he had not delved deeply into the future of the fate star path. On the other hand, he had indeed firmly chosen the path of the fate star. Perhaps that path is also correct. Has my brother finally stepped into the realm of time and space? The true dazzling era of the territory is about to arrive. As Jiang Li stepped into the realm of time and space, the originally tranquil, desolate land began to stir with layers of waves. His presence was simply too great. Just by stepping into the realm of time and space, this desolate land seemed as if it wanted to throw him out. After all, a small harbor can accommodate countless fishing boats, but it can never dock a few massive aircraft. And compared to other worlds, Jiang Li's presence was like the difference between a fishing boat and a starship. This desolate land was almost ruined by Jiang Li. From the outside, what was once a place with only one star suddenly ejected a small star. Although the small star originated from the same source as the main timeline star, its essence had quietly changed. Within that small star, Jiang Hao chose the fate star, initiating a different cultivation system. From the lofty perspective of Jiang Li, although the two worlds shared the same origin, many barriers had quietly arisen. At that moment, Jiang Li had not split into two perspectives, he remained unique. However, his aura had become increasingly ethereal. With the establishment of the view on time and space, the power of time and space was officially born within the territory, naturally adding an aura of indestructibility to him. It was an aura that transcended the constraints of time. His perspective began to shift, and he started to perceive the tracks of time and space. Jiang Li officially took the first step towards achieving a third-tier territory. The original source has depleted by 30%. Yet fortunately, both the upper limit and the expansion rate of the source have doubled. The source of Jiang Li's territory is already quite abundant. During this split, a different timeline was formed and 30% of the territory's source has been drawn away. The external manifestation of this is that Jiang Li's territory has directly split into two within the desolate land, one being the main star occupying an absolute dominant position, and the other a secondary star orbiting around it. Although 30% of the source was drawn away with the establishment of the other timeline, the upper limit of the source in his territory has directly doubled, and the speed of absorbing the desolation energy has also increased by a factor of 2. After doubling, the main timeline occupies 90% of the source share, while the secondary timeline only claims a 10% share. Thus, the vast majority of the increase has effectively been digested by the main timeline, leaving the secondary timeline with merely the remnants. This is only to be expected, as the main timeline is the fundamental origin of this world. The secondary timeline is merely a world divided from Jiang Li's fleeting thought borrowed from Jiang Hao, and it does not threaten the hierarchy. Splitting a timeline requires the territory to rest for over 10 years, otherwise it could easily lead to temporal chaos. The division of timelines is not a simple matter. Do not be fooled by Jiang Li's ease in utilizing a third-tier treasure to split a timeline. The consequence is that his main world is currently experiencing a depletion of its source, and there are some subtle errors in the operation of the heavens and earth. Countless stars have dimmed considerably. In the Star River, Jiang Hao gazes down at the star monarchs and star gods who appear depleted, shaking his head in silent resignation. The splitting of the timeline has not only divided the source of the territory, but has also fragmented the sources of these beings. The high-ranking star monarchs and star gods may only experience a momentary depletion, but many weaker beings directly perished. At that moment, the cycle of yin and yang nearly stalled. The sheer number of beings entering the cycle at that instant almost caused the operation of the yin and yang cycle to come to a halt. Of course, this was because 30% of the source of the yin and yang cycle was also divided away, otherwise it would not have nearly collapsed at that moment. However, as the desolation energy continues to be absorbed, the source of the territory is visibly recovering. Once the source is fully restored, a new star river will have mysteriously emerged within the main world. This star river is slowly merging into the vast original star river, augmenting the already magnificent starry world. As the core of the world, the main star's size has expanded once again, with boundless earth veins frantically nurturing spiritual energy, ushering in a new golden age for the entire realm. Jiang Hao, feeling his own swelling power, admires Jiang Li with utmost reverence. He previously thought he was merely helping his brother develop his territory, Now it seems he has received a coveted reward simply for making the right choice. After calming his mind, Zhang Hao's cultivation naturally advanced another step, and his magnificent divine might made the entire world cheer for him. The world does not know Zhang Li's name. They mistakenly believe that the Master of the Stars has broken through, and the entire realm rejoices for him. They are unaware that Zhang Hao's breakthrough is merely a small blessing amidst the great celebration of the heavens. In the endless heights, Zhang Li's thoughts flow. I have now touched the threshold of the third tier, but it is not yet the time to recklessly break through. My Tao foundation is not yet complete. Zhang Li can clearly feel that his cultivation during the foundation establishment period is still incomplete. If he were to recklessly break through to the third tier territory, now he might miss some opportunities. The third tier corresponds to the golden core stage. Zhang Li has reviewed countless texts combining the information obtained from the 10,000 volumes of Tao canon. If he can break through to the golden core stage at the moment his territory advances to the third tier, the benefits he gains will be the greatest. Such an opportunity is perhaps the only one in this lifetime. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators focus on their Tao foundation. They need to layer their foundation step by step. Even stacking 360 layers of foundation is merely an accumulation of the foundation of the world. Although as the layers of the Tao foundation increase, the world's foundation becomes thicker, the quality of the Tao foundation will also improve in response. In other words, if a cultivator has one layer of Tao foundation, their foundation would be like a thin layer of dry grass, barely able to support a tarpaulin above to shield from wind and rain. However, a cultivator with 10 layers of Tao foundation has a solid earth foundation. Although they cannot build a high-rise, constructing a 2-story wooden stilt house is certainly feasible. A cultivator with 100 layers of Tao foundation has a foundation akin to standard reinforced concrete. It is no challenge at all to erect tall buildings. Meanwhile, a cultivator with 360 layers of Tao foundation has a foundation that can withstand nuclear strikes. Theoretically, anything can be built upon it. Zhang Li's Tao foundation is the entire world itself. His foundation is not merely a self-sinking dam, but the very world in operation. You can build dams on it, or you can erect skyscrapers. Everything is at your discretion, as long as you wish. His Tao foundation can almost support any known existence. Thus his Tao foundation has reached a point of no further cultivation, and what he needs to cultivate now is life. At the moment the secondary timeline split away, Zhang Li distinctly felt his life pattern leap forward significantly. This leap is more beneficial than all his previous sublimation rituals combined, bringing him closer to the perspective from the infinite heights. Zhang Li has a premonition that when the two truly converge, that will be the moment he can break through to the third tier and gain the greatest benefits. Only when his life pattern truly merges with that infinite perspective can he be said to have truly mastered his own destiny. The saying goes, a grain of golden core swallowed assures that my fate is determined by me and not by heaven. Cultivating the third tier golden core stage is not only about thoroughly mastering the path of time and space, but also about obtaining the free destiny in the midst of the unknown. Only a free life pattern can create a world adorned with flowers and brilliance. However, he no longer dares to easily split another timeline. He can already sense that he has reached his limit. If he were to split the timeline again, forming the simplest 3 talents formation, his territory would autonomously advance to the third tier level, and he would completely lose the opportunity to obtain free destiny. His territory's accumulation is simply too profound. While others struggle to construct their own temporal structure to break through to the third tier territory, for Zhang Li, as long as he splits off 3 worlds, he will undoubtedly achieve the third tier, even if he cannot halt the spontaneous response from the world. I need to think of a way to suppress the advancement of the territory. At the very least, it should not autonomously advance just because it has formed the 3 talents formation. How can I suppress the advancement of my territory? Zhang Li pondered for a moment, then decided to ask Wu Shu. For other questions this senior might not have an answer, but Zhang Li believed he would surely have experience regarding this matter. I have no experience, kid. Are you doing this on purpose? Wu Shuzi glared at Zhang Li, puffing out his cheeks. Was this kid overestimating himself? He recalled how he almost bankrupted his entire family to gather materials for a third-tier advancement. Fortunately, he succeeded in the advancement back, then otherwise the Wu family would have likely fallen into ruin. Oh, fine. Zhang Li sipped his tea, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed that the foundations of these seniors were not very solid. Kid, why don't you want to break through? I see your Tao cultivation is already complete, your foundation flawless, leaving no room for further progress. Oh, I'm not talking about the foundation establishment stage is just the beginning. To lay a solid foundation at this level, one must also act on the level of destiny. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Shuzi stood up with a thud, bumping his head against the tea tree. Zhang Li had just conjured oblivious. Destiny is the power of the 4th tier. You are only at the second tier, at most touching the powers of time and space. How could you need to prepare for the fourth tier at this stage? This is impossible, it defies logic. Wu Shuzi paced around the tea table, rationality telling him that Zhang Li's words were utter nonsense. No one could conceive the powers of the fourth tier while at the second tier. Yet thinking of Zhang Li, the insights he had shared, Wu Shuzi realized he had yet to fully comprehend them. Sometimes the gap in understanding could be larger than that between a paramecium and a human. This shouldn't be the case. I have read the Tao Canon extensively and enter the scripture pavilion every year to recite the Tao Canon repeatedly to enhance my cultivation. How could I not know that there are such methods of cultivation at the second tier? Oh, the Tao Canon likely does not record this. It requires one to comprehend and develop their own methods of cultivation based on the Tao Canon. Just like the Meng Xianggus journey through the Nine Nether route, under sufficient Tao cultivation, every word and action is an exposition of the great Tao. We cannot simply copy the wisdom of our predecessors. We must have our own breakthroughs. Kid, what are you talking about? Who is Meng Xinggu? I've never heard of her. That's right, as she might not even be. Zhang Li recalled the origins of Meng Xinggu, a top-tier Earth Immortal. It seems she was born after him. However, she had already completed the time loop, a significant figure capable of walking from the end of one world to its beginning. The concept of birth time had long lost its meaning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left her footprints in a small route map, formed by the interaction of heaven and earth. Perhaps she didn't even care whether you knew about her footprints. The information you received might have been permitted by her. When you gain this information, you must ultimately do something for her. These great figures manipulate fate. Since they have given you benefits, you must pay something in return. With this in mind, the 1 million units of Gusu energy paid back then felt like a blood profit. Of course, having direct causal connections with such great figures was simply inviting trouble for oneself. Kid, what kind of extraordinary matters have you gotten yourself into again? Hearing that Meng Xinggu had not yet been born, Wu Shuzi instinctively wanted to flee. Last time he was scared senseless by Qinya and the three-world Buddha, and now there was another Meng Xinggu. How much trouble could this kid stir up? It's nothing new, I just read a scripture of hers, but I've already paid back the causal debts, so there shouldn't be any repercussions. Is that so? I don't believe it. Wu Shuzi shook his head. A terrifying being who could affect the present world before even being born. How could reading their scripture not have consequences? Do you really think such great powers can be taken advantage of for free? Senior, I didn't invite you here to discuss whether you believe me. Please give some advice. Wu Shuzi stroked his chin, beginning to ponder what treasures he knew that could suppress the territory's advancement. After some thought, he indeed recalled something. I remembered. But it's not an ordinary treasure, it's a secret realm. Oh, tell me more. It's a wonder formed from the collapse of a world known as the Linglong chessboard. It is a flawed world where all external rules are assimilated upon entry. Within it, the strength of the Lord is limited to the second tier, forever unable to break through to the third tier. If you are interested, I can give you a trial quota. Oh, what do I need to pay for that? Zhang Li perked up, carefully pondering the information transmitted by Wu Shuzi. This indeed suited his appetite. This Linglong chessboard is one of the trial secret realms under heaven, primarily designed to train the Tao-seeking skills of Earth Immortal cultivators. In it, every step requires the use of the territory's essence as chess pieces on the board, strategically laying out moves to achieve victory in the entire game. Each victory allows one to receive a reward from the Linglong chessboard. This reward is determined by the amount of essence invested on the chessboard. In other words, you could use 1 unit of essence as a piece to kill another piece, made from 10,000 units of essence. If you win, the chessboard will grant rewards based on the 1 unit of essence you invested. And the person who invested 10,000 units would naturally end up with nothing. Though it is called a chessboard, it is essentially a gamble. A vast gambling city has even formed around the Linglong chessboard. Kid, can't you owe me a favor? Wu Shuzi looked at Zhang Li with a teasing smile, truly hoping Zhang Li would owe him a favor, having reached the point of asking for it outright. Seeing Zhang Li on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, becoming a third tier lord, the protective powers would lose their effect. Information like that about the Linglong chessboard was merely common knowledge among third-tier lords. Although the lords gathered around the Linglong chessboard had constructed a gambling city, it was the result of countless years of gradual accumulation. For newcomers, a trial quota was still incredibly precious. Zhang Li pondered for several breaths after hearing this before slowly speaking. Wu Lao, you know I don't like owing people causal debts. How about I add more stakes? Kid, you are truly cunning. Oh, Wu Lao, do you have any other good things? After all these years, I do have some accumulation. Come see if there's anything you like, feel free to choose. A dazzling array of treasures appeared before Zhang Li, causing his eyes to narrow instantly. Senior, these treasures of yours are not of much help to me. Not worth even the value of a causal connection. Zhang Li squinted and glanced at them a few times before calmly averting his gaze. Each of these treasures appeared impressive, their quality comparable to the nation's umbrella given to him by Wu. However, Zhang Li had never used the nation's umbrella, and in his battles of wits such treasures truly had no room to be utilized. If Zhang Li had reached the point where he needed the nation's umbrella for protection, he probably had no hope of turning the tide. Wu Shuzi was momentarily taken aback. He had just called him Wu Lao, and now he was referring to him as senior. Is this guy really that pragmatic? Hiss, you brat. Wu Shuzi winced, feeling the pain in his mouth, and then put away these colorful treasures. Well, I still have some other items here. If they also aren't worth a causal connection to you, then this old man has truly run out of options. Gritting his teeth, 3 luminous orbs floated before the two. Wu Lao actually has these items. Well, you switch your words too quickly. Wu Shuzi grimaced, feeling frustrated by the situation. When there were no good items, he was called senior, but now with benefits he was referred to as Wu Lao. Too excessively realistic. Source of Qintian Gongxi, third order source of space-time, heavenly immortal. Looking at the 2 items before him, this was still within Zhang Li's comprehension. After all, while these items were precious for an established Earth immortal, such accumulation was understandable. But what Zhang Li did not understand was the 3rd item. What do you mean by Heavenly Immortal's Manual, Wu Lao? How could you possibly obtain this? Just tell me if you want it. I don't want it. The causal connection is too heavy for me to bear. Zhang Li shook his head. Only one's own family knows their own affairs. Although his causal connections were precious for someone at his current 2nd-tier level, a Heavenly Immortal's Manual was far too extravagant. Let alone exchanging it for a good cause, even 10 of them would be excessive. You brat, how can you possess such an impressive composure at such a young age? Wu Lao shook his head bitterly. This Heavenly Immortal's Manual was left to me by a powerful being. Although I don't know if it was specifically prepared for you, I believe you might be the only one who can take it from me. Oh, is there any explanation? Do you know what a Heavenly Immortal is? Zhang Li was momentarily stunned. He truly found it hard to answer this question. There was no record of Heavenly Immortals in the Wanwan Daozong. Based on his brief encounters with the 3-life Buddha, the strength of a Heavenly Immortal seemed rather average, engaging him in a back and forth. The only information he obtained was that their Tao could pervade the entire heavens. This was also their only advantage when facing Zhang Li. When Zhang Li sought to deliver a forceful blow to them, they could directly jump out of the attack range. This was the benefit of Heavenly Immortals. They could evade your attack range and strike you from an extreme distance. This alone was sufficient to widen the gap between Heavenly Immortals and Earth Immortals. In the eyes of Heavenly Immortals, an Earth Immortal was merely a mobile turtle. As long as they could pry open the protective shell of the Earth Immortal, it would be a delightful feast for the Heavenly Immortal. But now it seemed he had underestimated the Heavenly Immortal. Could it be that there was some deeper meaning to the Heavenly Immortal? Please enlighten me, Wu Lao. Seeing Zhang Li suddenly adopt a respectful attitude, Wu Shuzi smiled as he stroked his beard. After another glance at Zhang Li's humble demeanor, he spoke with a smile. Actually, the Tao of Heavenly Immortals can permeate the heavens primarily because they possess infinite power. The strength of Earth Immortals comes from blessed lands which naturally cannot extend their Tao to the endless. To have your Tao extend across the endless heavens, you must possess infinite power to support your grand Tao. This is the fundamental difference between Heavenly Immortals and Earth Immortals. A Heavenly Immortal is immortal. From the moment of their birth, they are an immortal existence. Their infinite power can break through any worldly constraints, making their lives more precious than heaven itself from the day they are born. This is the essence of a Heavenly Immortal. Heaven and earth may perish, yet I remain immortal. As long as the Tao endures, so too does humanity. Zhang Li quietly listened to Wu Lao's explanation, peeling back the surface of the Heavenly Immortal, realizing that the core essence was their possession of infinite power. With a human form, they wielded power beyond that of heaven and earth, which was the essence of a Heavenly Immortal. For the power of heaven and earth also has its limits. For instance, in Zhang Li's territory, although it was magnificent and vast, its essence was finite. If subjected to infinite consumption, it too would be exhausted. Heavenly Immortals, however, were not bound by such limitations. Their power was inexhaustible. Although the power they manifested was still within Zhang Li's comprehension. But that was only because their infinite power could only be expressed through a very small outlet to vent it onto themselves. The laws of time and space in the universe still had some effect. At the very least, it limited the upper limit of the 3-life Buddha's power, leaving no room for their infinite power to manifest. Infinite power, huh? Zhang Li lowered his head in silence. He finally understood why he could not become a Heavenly Immortal. Clearly in his eyes, the wisdom of Heavenly Immortals was not significantly higher than his own. He had been completely deceived by the knowledge barrier from his past life. In his previous life as a Blue Star human, he had received a modern scientific education that fundamentally denied the concept of infinite power. Even an external perpetual motion machine, no matter how weak its output, could not possibly exist. Yet in this mysterious world of cultivation, the concepts of infinite power and perpetual motion could potentially be realized. So that's it. I have always wondered what the fundamental difference between Earth Immortals and Heavenly Immortals was. Now it seems that compared to Heavenly Immortals, the status of Earth Immortals is indeed negligible. The emergence of a perpetual motion machine would be a monumental opportunity for any world. It signifies that a realm possesses nearly limitless energy, which is simply incomprehensible for Earth Immortals. After some simple calculations, Zhang Li quickly abandoned the idea of binding a Heavenly Immortal as a battery for his territory. Setting aside whether it could be bound, the natural heat dissipation of a territory is limited and energy throughput has its own rhythm. Binding an eternally sustaining battery would also mean an infinitely dissipating heat source for the territory. Such an imbalanced energy release would eventually lead to major problems. Earth Immortals are the path suited for me. The so-called infinite power is likely just a strange characteristic resulting from the distortion of reality by the four great paths. Now it appears that exploring the four great paths with an Earth Immortal body has many inherent flaws. This may also be the reason why the three-leaf clover has made little progress on the path to becoming a monster. While subjectively he desired to approach the monster, the instinct of an Earth Immortal was actually repulsed by such superspec power that was not recognized by heaven and earth. Now it seems that the starting point of the four great paths of cultivation should be the Celestial Immortal. To pursue the four great paths as an Earth Immortal, there is a fundamental deficiency from the very beginning. The first step to achieving celestial immortality is to transcend the basic principles of myriad laws and possess one's own infinite power. Yet Earth Immortal cultivators are in essence the maintainers of the laws of heaven and earth. In the eyes of Earth Immortals, those who transcend the constraints of laws are but pests of heaven and earth. Without these people, Earth Immortals would be the supreme beings of endless multiverses. From this perspective, as cultivators reach greater heights, Earth Immortals and Celestial Immortals are indeed in opposition. However, for him, pursuing the four great paths as an Earth Immortal is a different matter. Unknowingly, he has become an outlier among Earth Immortals. No wonder the myriad volumes of Tao refers to my situation as an outlier. I used to think of myself as the pinnacle among Earth Immortals, hence the label of an outlier. Now it seems that the path I walk has diverged from the Earth Immortal way, yet it is still far from the Celestial Immortal way, which is why I am called an outlier. Looking at Zhang Li, lost in thought, Wu Shuzi remained silent beside him. He quietly observed Zhang Li as he sorted through his thoughts. Geniuses are like this. Often they can deduce many clues from just a bit of information. Old Wu, this path of cultivation is indeed fraught with difficulties and dangers. Unknowingly, I've directly deviated from the Earth Immortal path. Deviated. I think you are developing quite well. Zhang Li glanced at Wu Zuzi's bewildered expression, which held a familiar clarity. His lips twitched slightly, and he chose not to explain. Sometimes a little ignorance is a good thing, as it spares one from many worries. I am contemplating how to walk my future path. In Zhang Li's deductions, his status as an outlier likely varies for everyone. Each path walked is different. Thus, how he should walk his future path becomes a critical question. Having realized his identity as an outlier, the conventional Earth Immortal path is no longer suitable for him. To forcibly tread the orthodox Earth Immortal path would only lead him to become an incongruous being. No wonder I've always felt unable to sense the limits of my second-tier domain. Theoretically, the entire territory is my Tao Foundation, so as long as the territory expands infinitely, my Tao Foundation can continue to cultivate endlessly. Later, I awkwardly introduced the concept of fate, which was merely a road forced by that infinite ascension's destiny. Perhaps my path has been entirely different from that of ordinary Earth Immortals since the second tier. When I was in the first tier, I could still use the normal Earth Immortals logic to understand my territory, but now that I've broken through to the second tier, I can no longer be compared with normal Earth Immortals within the same system. I'm only at the second tier. Do I really need to carve out my own path this early? That's too difficult. But isn't cultivation itself a quest to solve the most challenging problems of the world? Things suddenly became interesting. What became interesting? Have you stirred up some massive trouble again? Wu Zuzi's clear gaze carried a hint of worry. This future prodigy owes him a cause and effect. He wouldn't be walking ahead of him, would he? How can someone so young cause trouble every day? Is this how geniuses grow? It's fine, old Wu, you should rest early. At your age, you need to take good care of yourself and not be so suspicious all the time. He waved his hand, collecting the three treasures before him, regardless of whether it was the origin of Qiantian Gangqi or the third-tier space origin. Zhang Li had no intention of keeping them for Wu Shuzi. As for the Celestial Immortals Path Notebook, after intense inner deliberation, Zhang Li still chose to keep it for himself. Though he has gained a deeper understanding of Celestial Immortals, he still only knows the surface without grasping the underlying principles. With this notebook, his comprehension of celestial immortals can deepen further. He is currently an earth immortal, yet he seeks the path of celestial immortals. The discussion of the four great paths was never intended for earth immortal cultivation. That path is inherently one that only celestial immortals are qualified to pursue. And this earth immortal cultivator who knows nothing of the intricacies has forcibly contained the power of monsters within his earth immortal body even before establishing a foundation, thus creating his current outlier fate. In some aspects, he has already possessed the characteristics of infinity. For example, the perspective from an endlessly high vantage point and that infinite ascension destiny. However, he lacks the distinct features of infinite power, as his power comes from his territory rather than from his own comprehension of the celestial immortal Tao, nor has he connected his own Tao with the myriad heavens to wield the great power that interlinks all. The true celestial immortal Tao arises from the distortion of reality's rules by the four great paths. It appears that the celestial immortal Tao embodies the normal principles and truths, yet their Tao exists on a higher level than the ordinary. This is also why the celestial immortal's great Tao can radiate throughout the endless heavens. Water flows downward. Since the celestial immortal's Tao is a level higher than the paths of the myriad worlds, it naturally flows downward, embedding itself within the great Tao of the myriad worlds. One can only say the principle is simple, but achieving it is challenging. Of course, if Zhang Li were given a chance to reconsider, it would be much easier for him to attain celestial immortality. But unfortunately, he no longer has that opportunity. With his Tao foundation unrepentant, he has already established the foundation of an earth immortal, thus the Tao of celestial immortals can only serve as a reference. You brat, why are you driving me away? Also, who said I gave you all three treasures? Hey, you're becoming increasingly impolite, ha. Wu Zuzi's voice faded from his ears as Zhang Li let out a breath of turbid air. As his cultivation deepened, various, previously incomprehensible mysteries began to unravel one by one. Yet the more he learns, the more he realizes his ignorance. What is the origin of the four great paths? Are they a ladder for the advancement of the myriad worlds, or the source of chaos? Clearly, the earth immortal Tao has gaps and conflicts with the celestial immortal Tao. How can the supreme power of celestial immortals allow the earth immortal Tao to exist? Is there some secret here that he does not know? The more he cultivates, the more he feels that the myriad worlds are a vast labyrinth filled with too many secrets for him to explore. However, Zhang Li currently has no means to uncover these secrets. His main task now is to clarify where his Tao lies. As an outlier, he can only rely on himself to carve out his own path, while the paths of predecessors can only serve as references and resources. Alas, the Tao is hard to seek. A sigh softly echoed in the heavens, and then everything returned to silence. The exquisite chessboard stretches majestically across the land of Guishu, where the wind of Guishu blows endlessly. Unlike the gentle breeze formed by desolation, the wind of Guishu is vast and boundless, enveloping countless territories. Hurry utilized the power of the exquisite chessboard to resist the wind of Guishu. Goodness, why is the wind of Guishu so overwhelming this time? My territory nearly got blown away. This is bad. I want to run. Run? Where can you run to? Let's get through this calamity. First, everyone stay calm. As long as you take refuge within the coverage of my territory, I will help you resist the wind of Guishu. No way, I would rather die than go to your territory. Do you really think I don't know you practice the Heavenly Sun's ritual? Exactly, I would rather perish as a minor earth immortal than become your fodder. The crowd began to denounce him, causing Kuei Gang's face to twitch slightly, but he turned to start deceiving the newcomers who had just arrived at the exquisite chessboard gambling site. Friend, I see your territory is only at the second level. How did you end up here? I don't know how I got here. I just walked along the desolate land and ended up here. Oh, do you have a token for the exquisite chessboard? Is this what you mean? Yi Kongxian took out a black and white chess piece, which flowed with black and white, resembling a manifestation of the great Tao. No wonder you could make it here. You really have a token. Kuei Gang clicked his tongue. He had achieved the third level for 3,000 years, and this was the first time he had seen a second-level Earth Immortal arrive at the exquisite chessboard through causality. And you only have a layer of the Xianhuang Tower. Did you build your vast territory all by yourself? Which family are you from? I am Yi Kongxian. The Yi family. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Kuei Gang pretended to ponder for a few breaths. The moment Yi Kongxian mentioned the Yi family, Kuei Gang understood. Although the Yi family had developed well, there were still a few leaders in the Earth Immortal realm. Unfortunately, the influence of the Yi family had not yet reached the area of the exquisite chessboard. So this young man in front of him was the perfect plump pig. As long as he could elevate him to the third level, then at that time, he would become his subject, and everything about him would belong to him. As an established Earth Immortal with many years of experience, his Heavenly Sun's ritual is not like the feudal laws of Yi Hongyi. It is a genuine lord-subject law. A lord's subjects must die, there is no choice in the matter. Moreover, everything after death still belongs to the Lord, including future reincarnations, which would undoubtedly be the Lord's private property. This is why so many Earth Immortal cultivators would rather die than serve under him. After all, even if their souls were scattered, as long as the universe remained, there would come a day when their souls could be reunited. It would just be a matter of washing away all memories and starting anew. However, once they became a part of someone else's ritual, not only would their current life and death be controlled, but everything in the future would also belong to another. This is something that no cultivator could accept. Those who could become Earth Immortals and have managed territories in the land of Goetia for so many years all have expectations for their future. How could they willingly become part of someone else's ritual and serve as materials for others' ascension? However, newcomers are different. Perhaps this newcomer before him doesn't even know what the Heavenly Son's ritual is. Let's deceive him first. Young friend, as you can see, the Goetia is not comparable to the desolate land. Being at the second level, it is extremely difficult for you to survive in Goetia. If you connect your territory with mine, I will help you fend off the invasion of the wind of Goetia. Look, your territory of 10,000 miles will shrink to 1,000 miles. The accumulation of territory at the second level is extremely important as it directly relates to your foundation for achieving the third level. Foundation establishment. If the foundation is weak, there will be no hope for advancement in the future. Oh, thank you, senior. I will move my territory here right away. Ha ha ha, good. Rest assured, I will protect you fiercely. Glancing at the several eager individuals wanting to take a share, Kuei Gang turned to Yi Kongshuan suddenly, putting on a smiling face, directing Yi Kongshian to clumsily move his territory next to his. By the way, why are there 2 stars above our heads? It's rare, maybe they will disappear in a couple of days. Haven't we seen strange things in the land of Goetia before? But why do I feel like these 2 stars represent 2 territories? Don't they look like the territory of an Earth Immortal following the everything in one system? Oh, next time you have a fit, let me know so I can stay far away. I am not having a fit. I genuinely think, never mind, who cares? In the endless heights, Zhongli looked down at the many active lords below. The territories of these lords had been compressed to the utmost by powerful magic, turning what once spanned 10,000 miles into just 100 miles here. Of course, because everyone had already achieved the third level under the influence of the laws of time and space, the internal size of the territory had not changed. Only the size displayed to the outside world had changed. However, as Yi Kongshuan's territory was only at the second level, it appeared to be the largest, resembling an expansive expanse. To an untrained eye, it might seem that Yi Kongshian was the boss here. As Yi Kongshuan's territory continued to approach Kuei Gang, it inexplicably stirred some strange emotions in Kuei Gang. What is happening? Is there a demon invading? No, this scent is a warning of causality. Wait, what causality warning? I am overthinking it. Turns out a subject in my territory has rebelled. Kuei Gang glanced at the subject who was supposed to rebel in a few days, but suddenly erupted. He instantly realized the source of the previous heart-stopping sensation. But why has it gotten so dark? He looked strangely at the outside world of Goetia, remembering that although it was desolate, it shouldn't be this dim. However, with the rebellion occurring within the territory, and Yi Kongshian being a big fish outside Kuei Gang couldn't think too much, he decided to deal with the immediate issues first. Kid, let me give you a taste of sweetness first. Once you accept my rewards and acknowledge your status as a subject, everything from now on will be mine. Looking at Yi Kongshuan, who had connected his territory to his Kuei Gang, chuckled and turned to quell the rebellion, to stabilize the internal chaos before savoring the delicious treats outside. Within the North Sea, Yi Kongshian chuckled, watching the territories gradually connect, and instantly invoked a secret method to draw upon the heavenly deities of Kuei Gang's territory. In an instant, a mysterious enhancement descended upon him, and Kuei Gang's territory opened its defenses against him. A magnificent third-level territory slowly opened its embrace to him. He did not force the causality, but if others brought trouble to his door, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to elevate his own status to that of a deity. The predecessor of the Linglong chessboard was known as the Linglong de Luo Tian. Any world daring to call itself heaven must fundamentally possess the capacity to bear the path of an immortal. The path of the immortal endures, carrying the myriad worlds. Theoretically, this world should have an extraordinarily prolonged existence. However, it is unfortunate that even though the Linglong de Luo Tian existed for a remarkably long time, it has now transformed into a spectacle. This spectacle preserves the last essence of the Linglong de Luo Tian condensed into a game of celestial chess. It is said that if someone can revitalize this game, they can inherit the legacy of the Linglong Immortal. Unfortunately, this spectacle has existed for millions of years, and until now no one has unraveled this game. Jiang Li's perspective descended from an unfathomable height, gazing at the vast chessboard lost in thought. He wondered if others shared this boundless perspective, if they could view the chessboard before them as a true chess player. Yet he could sense that this game was not a typical struggle for survival from a hopeless situation, but rather a strategy of delay in seeking survival. This is the layout of the 10,000-year calamity. It seems that the Linglong Immortal completely abandoned the struggle for survival and instead utilized all means to delay the world's destruction amidst the great calamity. And by dragging this game into the present, what is she aiming for? Is she seeking a savior? Is she waiting for me? For some reason, Zhang Li felt that his arrival might be an opportunity to become the Linglong Immortal. And entering the Linglong chessboard at the second level might have been a seed sown by the Linglong Immortal millions of years ago. For a great immortal, this should not be a difficult task. However, it is unlikely that she could have directly predetermined my arrival. She must have identified an event that aligns with her layout, but did not determine who would trigger it. My arrival is merely following the guidance of fate to trigger this event. Perhaps for countless years many have been guided here like Zhang Li, but in the end, none managed to save this fallen. Zhang Li's cultivation path is exceedingly unique. Despite being only at the second level, he surpasses many third-level cultivators in terms of mastery. For instance, just now he utilized the characteristic of the Knight Caesar to easily outmaneuver an old third-level Earth Immortal Kuigong, who had managed his territory for thousands of years. The latter had no ability to resist under his hand. Such a special Earth Immortal may very well be the savior the Linglong Immortal desires. The Linglong Immortal who set up the 10,000-year game lacks the means to truly come back to life. However, the Guishu must continuously initiate calamities to consume the Linglong de Luo Tian, which essentially becomes an infinite delay of calamity exhausting the chess pieces, a game that cannot be completed even after countless years. The 10,000-year game laid down by the Linglong Immortal aims to infinitely delay the complete destruction of the Linglong de Luo Tian. In the most passive yet tenacious form, she seeks to save her world. The winds of Guishu that constantly blow around the Linglong chessboard symbolize the ongoing struggle between the Linglong de Luo Tian and Guishu. Guishu continuously initiates calamities while the Earth Immortals gathered around the Linglong chessboard bear the brunt of the calamities that befall the Linglong de Luo Tian. In Zhang Li's view, the Linglong Immortal who devised such means is already a highly mature puppet master. One should exercise caution when facing the strategies of such an immortal. Perhaps it is best to let my son of heaven probe the way for the god. Kuigong, my friend, why do you keep running to the Linglong chessboard? Have you gained anything? Not much, just feel that my chess skills have improved, so I thought I would test the waters. How much of your essence did you stake this time? Not much, just a bit of essence. Is that so? The other Earth Immortals looked at Kuigong, whose complexion had turned pale, feeling that he seemed to be in pain. This is not the kind of situation that arises from staking just a bit of essence. This fellow wouldn't have believed some nonsense and staked most of his territory's essence, would he? One must understand that once you enter the Linglong chessboard, regardless of how high your rank outside, you will be suppressed to the level of a second-tier cultivator. The reason these third-level Earth Immortals who have lived for thousands of years gather here is simply because they covet the output of the Linglong chessboard. Apart from the Linglong chessboard, they cannot find any other place more suitable for third-level Earth Immortals to cultivate. Although the Guishu winds outside are incredibly dangerous, everyone has long developed their own strategies to cope. However, a gambling den is still a gambling den. Many have fallen due to the Guishu winds, but many have also perished because of gambling. Just like Kuigong now, he is exhibiting the signs of being trapped in a gamble. Such individuals are often beyond the point of being dissuaded by others. However, given Qigang's popularity, even if everyone sees that something is wrong with him, no one speaks up to warn him. After all, how many good people can there be among those who practice the Son of Heaven sacrifice to God technique? Since ancient times, good people have never been able to become emperors. Similarly, good people cannot cultivate the Son of Heaven sacrifice to God technique. Everyone instinctively keeps their distance, fearing they might be tainted by Qigang's bad luck. If they were to fall into this gamble that has lasted for millions of years, their fragile bodies would not be able to bear it. Everyone is a seasoned old fox, and to some extent, they all have their speculations about the Linglong chessboard. Although there is no concrete evidence, sometimes no evidence is necessary. As long as I don't touch it, you cannot harm me. I have played 97 moves in a row, and the current chess game has become a dead end. If that kid has not deceived me, it is time to revitalize the game. To break the Linglong chessboard, one must completely wear oneself down, and then suddenly manifest a glimmer of hope. This is the way to reap the greatest rewards within the Linglong chessboard. After all, everyone knows that the great being who originally set this game did so for the sake of burning out and being reborn. If I can open a glimmer of hope in a manner that conforms to his vision, I will undoubtedly gain unimaginable rewards. That kid has played 3 games in a row, each yielding the gifts of the Linglong chessboard. I should be able to do this. It must be that I have previously used the wrong methods. After cultivating for 1,000 years, my chess prowess is undoubtedly countless times higher than that kid's. Whatever he can achieve, I can certainly achieve as well. The darkness obscured your vision while providing you with a false light. When you think you are racing toward the bright exit, you are merely becoming a moth drawn to the flame. Yi Kongxian stepped out of the Linglong chessboard once again, having received another gift in the fourth game. He slowly opened his hand, and a stream of light flowed within his palm. This kid has obtained another third-tier treasure. What gives him the right to do so? Keegan stood in his territory, looking through the protective barrier at the unrestrained Yi Kongxian, filled with jealousy. Wait, once I completely swallow his territory, everything he has will belong to me. Under the influence of Yi, Keegan's originally smooth and cautious personality was hidden as the brutality and hysteria accumulated over thousands of years within him slowly broke free from its restraints. Zhang Li merely created a facade of imminent success for him, while blocking his perception of the danger signals from the surrounding environment. Under the pretense of a false achievement and a sense of security, the dark side that had been suppressed for thousands of years began to slowly reveal itself. In these past few days, the lords who had been deceived into Keegan's world were already filled with indignation. Because in these days Keegan had ignored even the basic etiquette between ruler and subjects, directly opening a massacre against them, devouring the essence of their territories with an attitude akin to fishing in a dried-up pond. Such behavior had pushed all the subjects to the brink of rebellion. Now they only needed a spark, perhaps the wrongful execution of the next minister or a common gathering. Yet Keegan never considered the threat from the subjects. After all, this kind of thing had happened many times before. It was nothing more than suppressing a rebellion. He was experienced and had plenty of methods. Right now he was solely focused on whether he could obtain a fourth-tier supreme treasure from the Linglong chessboard, giving him a slim chance to glimpse that unattainable fourth-tier paradise. With a goal to strive for, he found the motivation to fight. Soon after harvesting a wave internally, and then borrowing a high-interest loan externally, Keegan re-entered the Linglong chessboard. 3 days later, an unprecedented rebellion erupted in Keegan's territory. The rebels swept through most of the territory with endless smoke and dust filling the land. And the highly anticipated Keegan was now kneeling before Yi Kongxian, his face ashen. You really are only second tier. Keegan looked at Yi Kongxian with disbelief, not even knowing when he had fallen into the trap laid by the other party. Unknowingly, he had been schemed against to death. At this moment his territorial essence was depleted, having lost all of it in a single game, and the batch of high-interest loans he borrowed from outside was now at repayment's edge. He had no way to escape. He knew about the rebellion of the subjects in his territory, yet he had no mind to deal with it. Even if he suppressed it, what difference would it make? Even if he devoured all the subjects, it could not fill the enormous deficit. When he heard that Yi Kongxian could help him repay the deficit, his only path now was to kneel before Yi Kongxian and plead for a way out. Keegan was someone who knew when to take up and when to let go. Realizing he had been schemed against, the only thing left to do was to try to salvage the situation. As for whether it would be embarrassing to kneel before a second-tier cultivator, he had never considered it. As long as he could survive, nothing was too humiliating. Senior, this is not something you should concern yourself with. What do you want? Very simple, I want to become a god. The position of god in your territory just happens to catch my eye. I promise you, in the future, I will be the son of heaven and you will be the god. Keegan appeared very straightforward. A position of god was nothing he couldn't offer. That's good then, please senior, go walk through the cycle of yin and yang. I will guide you back. What did you say? Keegan instantly stood up. If he went to walk through the cycle of yin and yang, would he still have any means to retaliate afterward? At that time, he would be like the subjects below, at the mercy of the god before him. Senior, you are a golden core cultivator. Going through the cycle of yin and yang won't cause you to lose your memories or cultivation. Why must you be so concerned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All right then, come find me when you are willing, senior. Yi Kongxian waved his hand, indicating that Keegan could leave. Keegan looked at the calm Yi Kongxian, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. With his third-tier status, it was unreasonable for him not to be able to handle the second-tier cultivator before him. Everyone was an Earth Immortal. It was not a matter of difference between Earth Immortal and Human Immortal. With his higher tier, it was unreasonable for him to be unable to overpower this mysterious fellow before him. Yi Kongxian quietly watched Keegan, observing as the murderous glint in his eyes slowly built up. Just as Yi Kongxian thought the other party was about to strike, the murderous glint in Keegan's eyes suddenly dissipated. He instantly put on a flattering expression and smoothly knelt down. Boss, please spare me. Senior, why must you be like this? Boss. Senior, it seems you haven't reached the end of your road yet. Let's talk again next time we meet. With a wave of his hand, Keegan's figure disappeared within the Northern Sea territory. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from within Keegan's territory, the aura of mass slaughter emanating from him. Subjects remained subjects. There are no subjects who rebel against the Son of Heaven. These fellows simply do not understand the essence of the Son of Heaven's right of offering. The right of offering to the Son of Heaven not only includes the Son of Heaven, but also the God and the subjects. In fact, there is a hidden deepest fate, which is the people. The people are the fate, both the Son of Heaven's fate and the God's fate. However, the people are governed by the subjects. This is the key to the subjects rebelling against the Son of Heaven and the God. The three paths created by Zhongli before the core of all paths actually revolves around the people. Unfortunately, no one could comprehend the true meaning within. Next, it was time to welcome the debt collection. The next day, three territories converged, and Keegan wanted to escape, but was blocked by them. Quickly stabilized his territory. Next, it was time to welcome the debt collection. The next day, three territories converged, and Keegan wanted to escape, but was blocked by them. The three territories transformed into a grand three talents formation, tightly trapping the struggling Keegan. Boss, save me. Yi Kongxian remained unmoved. Soon the three talents formation descended, pressing down like an inverted pot lid on the still vibrating Keegan territory. In the next moment, three divine fires fell, beginning to refine Keegan's territory. Keegan, you owe our wolf pack 5 million essence. You promised to return 10 million essence with interest 15 days later. Today it seems you want to default. Just give me 3 more days, I beg you. I can still find a way to earn essence. Just 3 days, ah? It really just needs 3 days. Keegan, you have failed too much as a person. Our leader calculated the cause and effect, and found that you have not a single good cause, not even someone to help you settle the debt. You are beyond saving. Keegan still wanted to struggle, but the three divine fires instantly fused together, forming a massive fire ring that enveloped his territory. In the next moment, the territory began to melt like hot oil. This method of refining is too wasteful. At most, it can only refine out 700,000 essence. If it were me, I could at least refine 2 million essence. If the main body were to take action, 70 million could be refined. Such waste too wasteful. Yi Kongxian shook his head, quietly observing everything before him. He was waiting for Keegan to plead for help, waiting for him to agree to his conditions. Boss, I agree. I will go to reincarnation immediately. Please save me. Hehe, my three friends, please hold your hands. Yi Kongxian chuckled lightly and walked out slowly. Three gazes fell upon him, and after exchanging glances, they slowly ceased their actions. A second-tier cultivator, yet he remained unharmed amidst their clash's aftermath. This was strange. Strange indicated that this second tier was not an ordinary second tier. It needed to be treated with caution. Friend, are you planning to repay the debt for Kuei Gang? Haha, since Senior Kuei has agreed to use his territory as repayment, I am naturally willing to help him settle your debts. Oh, but his territory has already been mortgaged to us. No worries, as long as the three seniors can witness it, I will present the 12 million source crystals in full. Wow, what a generous offer. Is it really that extravagant? Sure, as long as you can show your sincerity, we will certainly reciprocate your kindness. They indeed owe Yi Kongxian a favor. After all, given their refining methods, even if they were to refine Kuei Gang to death, they would only obtain a little over 7 million source crystals at most. If Kuei Gang were to resist desperately, they might not even recover their 7 million source crystals. Now that someone is willing to pay more to settle the debt, it seems they are profiting. All in all, they have made about 5 to 7 million source crystals. This favor is worth it. Only Zhang Li's favor is valuable. He looks down on this little source of wealth. Otherwise, for a few million source crystals, anyone would remember this favor seriously. Sincerity, you say? That can be done. Yi Kongxian nodded, flipping his hand to reveal a scripture. This is the Zhang Li Refining Realm Divine Art, which can increase your efficiency in refining Earth Immortal Blessed Lands by 30%. This way, the loan amount you can provide in the future can also be increased by 30%. The three Earth Immortals of the Wolf Pack glanced at each other, and after a few moments of thought, they nodded firmly. Friend, where does this divine art come from? It was created by a second-tier Earth Immortal, and I have a close relationship with him, which is why I have this. In this case, this divine art is almost harmless. Haha, good, very good. Then we three will take charge, and Kuei Gang's territory will belong to you from now on. In this case, this divine art is almost harmless. Haha, good, very good. Then we three will take charge, and Kuei Gang's territory will belong to you from now on. As for the 12 million debt, we of the Wolf Pack are not people who go back on our word. A mere 12 million, we will give it to you, friend. Here is his IOU. If Kuei Gang dares to deny it, you can come to us, and we will immediately help you refine his blessed land. The three Earth Immortals slowly left. Zhang Li watched their retreating figures, shaking his head with a hint of regret. The Zhang Li Refining Realm Divine Art was compiled by Zhang Li himself based on his own 10,000 volumes of Tao text, Zhang Li's annotated version. There are two pitfalls. The first is that if one learns it directly, it will bind them to Zhang Li with a certain karma. Whether it is a good or bad cause depends on how this karma develops in the future. The second pitfall is that all cultivators practicing this divine art must share their Tao achievements with Zhongli. Now that the first pitfall has been nearly neutralized by the wolf pack as they bought the method for 12 million in debt, Zhongli firmly believes that they absolutely did not discover the karma hidden within the divine art, but due to his cautious nature, he still chose to spend money to buy it. This way the karma between them becomes very light. If Zhongli still wants to use this karma to create trouble, it becomes nearly impossible. Fortunately, they did not discover the pitfall of sharing Tao achievements within the Zhongli refining realm divine art. Although they cautiously avoided half of the pitfalls, they still fell victim to Zhongli in part. This can be considered as repayment for the karma incurred when they used the refining fire to burn his territory. After all, his territory was connected to Kuei gangs. When the three of them performed the refining method, he was also attacked in the process. Naturally, this karma must be repaid by them. Now having them share their Tao achievements with him is also a way of repayment. It's just a bunch of Earth Immortal's Tao achievements. How can it compare to his noble uniqueness? After making them burn for so long, what's wrong with sharing a bit of Tao achievements with him? As the three Earth Immortals of the Wolf Pack departed, Zhongli finally put away the IOU, wearing a slightly amused expression as he looked at Kuei gang kneeling before him. My lord, please grant me a path to survival. Oh, why do you think I would kill you? My lord, no, how could my lord kill me? Please, my lord, show mercy. He looked at Zhongli, who effortlessly took out more than 10 million source crystals along with the mysterious Zhongli refining realm divine art. At a glance, the origin of this follower was extraordinary. The Yi family, in his understanding, was probably not worthy of even carrying Zhongli's shoes. Previously, he had been completely blinded and even thought of attacking Zhongli. I really deserve to die. You have some insight. As an emperor, you can soar above the 9 heavens, but also reside in the filth of mud. No wonder with your Tao achievements you would forcibly practice the emperor's ritual to the gods. Your temperament indeed aligns with this method. My lord truly has an eye for talent. This little bit of trivial Tao achievements of mine has actually been seen through by my lord. Alright, go through reincarnation now. Go on. Oh then, my lord, I really am leaving. Go ahead, don't worry, I won't kill you. I will only help you succeed. Yi Kongxian smiled as he patted Kuei Gang's shoulder, revealing the vile face of a capitalist from his past life, and kindly sent Kuei Gang into reincarnation. Yi Kongxian indeed would not kill Kuei Gang, he merely wanted to remodel his territory. According to Zhang Li's understanding of the emperor's ritual to the gods, the emperor and the god are actually in a subtle competitive relationship. Since they are also coexisting, there exists a marvelous symbiotic relationship within their competition. This leads to the fact that neither the emperor nor the god can completely separate from one another. If the emperor is dominant, then the god is merely a title. Yet once the god becomes dominant, the emperor can only be the god's puppet. Now that Kuei Gang has gone to reincarnation, the emperor loses his position, and this god should now shine and make his presence known. Soon the news of Kuei Gang's reincarnation spread wildly throughout the territory. Countless subjects began to take action. After multiple tests, when the position of the emperor began to sway, the entire territory was thrown into chaos. Rituals collapsed, music was ruined, and the world fell into turmoil. All the former rituals and laws were distorted, twisted, or even directly destroyed. The laws established by Kuei Gang collapsed shortly after losing his support. Next came a completely lawless and unruly era. The status of the subjects began to slowly rise, transforming from the original monarch subject law to the feudal lord's law. Meanwhile, Yi Kongxian quietly sat at the North Sea, maintaining the basic operation of the emperor's ritual to the gods, watching as the subjects of the world pushed forward the birth of new laws. These laws that adapt to the times are often much more resilient than those imposed by Kuei Gang because they no longer represent the relationship between the monarch and the subjects, but rather are entangled with the will of the people in a mysterious way. This group of beings, usually raised like pigs and sheep for slaughter, often unleash unexpected power in the establishment of such heavenly principles. This is the kind of law that this god needs. The world needs development. An eternally motionless emperor is truly unsuitable for the normal operation of the universe. And the eternal god resides high in the heavens, allowing the monarch to also participate in the development of the world through cycles of reincarnation. The monarch remains the same monarch, yet each era's monarch is different. Yi Kongxian's task is to tame Kuei Gang through the currents of time, making him the leading force in the development of the territory. In the first life, Kuei Gang effortlessly returned to the throne. However, by that time the world had turned into a chaotic battlefield of feudal lords. Although he still had the dignity of the Son of Heaven, he could only temporarily suppress the turmoil. In this life, he sought to defy the natural order and forcibly alter the rights and laws with the majesty of an emperor. However, a streak of light from the heavens descended directly, leading Kuei Gang to reincarnation in the second life. In the second life, learning from the lessons of the past, he realized that Yi Kongxian would not easily kill him. He began to actively absorb the essence of the era, promoting the grand trend of the feudal lord system, allocating fiefs to the lords of the world and inciting chaos among them through an unbalanced distribution of power. The Son of Heaven remained hidden and quietly accumulated strength, patiently waiting for the feudal lords to exhaust themselves in their battles. Then, just as expected, the lords were easily manipulated by him, and after the chaos, Kuei Gang reaped the rewards. However, unfortunately, there were eyes in the heavens watching all of this. This time it was not calamity that descended from above, but rather in his moment of triumph, Kuei Gang unknowingly laughed himself to death. It was a true and profound death by laughter. In the third life, Kuei Gang seemed to have completely abandoned himself, directly attacking the few remaining lords in his territory the moment he awakened. Even in a weakened state, Kuei Gang easily dealt with the remaining lords through his surprise attack. In an instant, the natural order fell into a state of no ruler and no subjects. Kuei Gang knelt on the ground, shouting frantically, "My lord, please grant me a chance. I have cultivated for 1,000 years, finally becoming a third-tier earth immortal. After a millennium of loneliness, I can only live as a solitary hermit. Considering my arduous cultivation, please give me another chance. There are no more lords in the world. Your feudal lord system can no longer advance. If you allow me to ascend the throne again, I will gather a new batch of ministers for you. I will surely worship your divine position day and night, ensuring your divinity remains eternal." With every word, Kuei Gang kowtowed, each time his forehead striking the ground left a deep imprint. At this moment, Kuei Gang's attitude was exceedingly humble, resembling a dog kneeling and begging its master for a morsel of food. Yi Kongxian remained silent, merely promoting the elevation of the natural order once more. This time, Kuei Gang instantly felt something different. His lifespan was being diminished. The once nearly infinite lifespan was being decomposed, transforming into an endless aura that permeated the heavens and earth. "My lord, spare me. Spare me. I do not wish to kill you. I wish to empower you, you foolish pig. Why do you still not understand? As an earth immortal, you should share your lifespan with heaven and earth. What use do you have for this illusory lifespan? In the next life, go and see this new era. When you finally comprehend the true meaning of the flawed emperor, that is when you will truly enter the realm of the heavenly emperor's divine ritual." The grand voice caused Kuei Gang to stop crying, staring blankly at the vast and magnificent sky. As his lifespan was completely stripped away, the world appeared even more expansive in his eyes. At this moment, the territory emitted a strong radiance. In the boundless void, it seemed as if someone was forcibly using a straw to extract the power that belonged to it, causing the entire void to gently tremble. Then an even more intense wind from the void descended. Damn it, who is comprehending the Tao? Damn it, why do I feel like it's that Kuei Gang? It can't be my illusion, can it? Why do I feel like Kuei Gang's territory seems to have become more solid? What the hell could it be that Kuei Gang really won the gamble? Hadn't he just been pressured for debts by the Wolf Gang? Good heavens, when he emerges from seclusion, I must have a serious discussion with him. This guy actually won the gamble. At this moment, the outside world was still unaware that Kuei Gang's territory had quietly changed owners. In the fourth life, Kuei Gang made no movements after awakening. He quietly observed the world operating under Yi Kongxian's arrangements. Without him as the ruler, heaven and earth became even more smooth and complete, filled with vibrant vitality. If I am not a king, what use is this world, no matter how good it is? Yi Kongxian, oh Yi Kongxian, what exactly do you want to achieve? At this point, you still refuse to let me return to my position. The position of the Son of Heaven has long been vacant. The blessed land could collapse at any moment. What is the purpose of all your actions? Do not forget the foundation of this blessed land has always been my Tao foundation. If I truly give up, you will gain not a single benefit. Kuei Gang was certain that Yi Kongxian was bluffing. Since the other party allowed him to reincarnate, it was likely that they merely desired control over the territory. As long as the territory was still built upon his Tao foundation, he would forever retain the core authority over it, something that Yi Kongxian, an outsider, could not interfere with. Even if he reincarnated 100 times, Kuei Gang would still be the core and cornerstone of this blessed land. Without the nourishment of the Son of Heaven, the divine would gradually wither away, ultimately becoming a lifeless skeleton. He did not believe that Yi Kongxian could last much longer. Simply put, in Kuei Gang's eyes, Yi Kongxian was here to seize power, not to take his life. That was why he dared to act boldly in the first 3 lives. As a smart person, when he knew he still had value, he should do everything possible to secure the greatest benefits for himself. But now it seemed that the lofty divine being did not quite appreciate his attempts to secure benefits for himself. Then he would just let it be. Let the divine play their own game. In the high heavens, Yi Kongxian glanced down at Kuei Gang and shook his head in silence. A rotting wood cannot be carved. Since that is the case, let it be a complete reincarnation. Since the Son of Heaven no longer wished to strive, he would simply choose a diligent Son of Heaven to emerge instead. As for the old Son of Heaven, naturally, he was sent back to reincarnation for retrieval. With the complete disappearance of the feudal lords, the other Earth Immortals that Kuei Gang had devoured had long since reincarnated once. This time, Zhongli planned to let the Emperor take turns. By the time Kuei Gang awakened in his fifth life, 1,000 years had already passed in the world. In this millennium, heroes rose one after another. While one sang their praises, another took the stage. The entire world was shrouded in a chaotic atmosphere of killing. Kuei Gang remained unmoved as he watched the world descend into chaos, and a century later, he reincarnated once more. In the sixth life, the moment he awakened, he was caught by a great hand and instantly refined. Kuei Gang had no chance to resist and was refined into a great seal. Indeed, fate is here. I refining fate can ensure that my Qing dynasty remains forever worry-free. From ancient times to the present, I shall be the first emperor to end the chaotic world. My achievements can no longer be described with the titles of emperor or king. I shall be the first emperor of this realm. From now on, any one of my bloodline holding the mandate of heaven may rule over this realm and its people for eternity. Kagan felt as if he had been in a daze for a long time. With the complete collapse of a dynasty, he finally had a moment of awakening. However, he soon discovered that no matter how he reincarnated, he could never escape from being the vessel of the heavenly mandate. Countless cycles of reincarnation, with each of his births marking the rise of a dynasty. As dynasties continually changed, the Son of Heaven replaced one after another, while the imperial jade seal carrying the heavenly mandate remained eternally passed down. Thus, the imperial jade seal became the representation of the heavenly mandate in this world. To unify the universe, one must obtain the recognition of the heavenly mandate. Only emperors blessed by the heavenly mandate possess the right to communicate with the heavens. Years passed in this realm's internal cycle as time seemed to streak across the sky, like a shooting star, taking with it the rise and fall of various dynasties. Only the lofty celestial being gazed down upon the world's transformations, eternal and unchanging. Generations of sons of heaven became accustomed to receiving the gifts and guidance of the celestial being. Until one day a vast chessboard projection appeared in this realm. The celestial being indicated that this was a game of transcendence. Any son of destiny capable of unraveling this game could transcend the heavenly mandate and break free from the celestial constraints. Yi Kongxian utilized the power of the Linglong chessboard to complete a layout that allowed one to escape. Emperors have flaws and gods also have flaws. Anyone claiming to be omniscient and omnipotent is an evil god, for there is no such existence in the world. If there were, then this world would undoubtedly have only one life left. The existence of life itself is a miracle. A life cannot be fully calculated. Once it is calculated, what awaits is an even more terrifying disaster. Zhongli actively set up a transcendence game, granting the destined individuals a slim chance to escape. He left a glimmer of upward opportunity within the territory, allowing the classes of the entire realm to flow continuously, giving hope to the lower levels and a goal for the upper levels. This was the only way to maintain a positive overall image for the territory. Thus, generations of sons of destiny wielding the imperial jade seal launched attacks on the Linglong chessboard. Yi Kongxian sat high in the ninth heaven, quietly watching these talents attempt to decipher the Linglong chessboard left by the immortal master Linglong with incredible ingenuity. Thanks to the comprehensive perspective provided by Zhongli, each change in the chessboard was broadcast live within the territory. After countless attempts and reflections from generations of sons of destiny, the first person to unravel the Linglong chessboard finally appeared after an unknown number of generations. In the endless heights, Zhongli quietly observed the changes in the Linglong chessboard. The player had used the method of calamity material inflation to crush this game. This was the most orthodox method to crack the 10,000-year game. However, due to the profound nature of the 10,000-year game left by the immortal master Linglong, no one in the outside world had been able to truly traverse this path for millennia. There were only two sides in the game. One was the immortal master Linglong, and the other was the return to ruins. This time the player won against the immortal master Linglong. As the return to ruins emerged victorious, the entire Linglong chessboard visibly deteriorated. The calamity shrouding the outside world pressed in fiercely, seemingly aiming to completely obliterate the retreating path of the Linglong chessboard. However, in almost an instant, a certain power on the Linglong chessboard erupted, and in the blink of an eye the chessboard returned to its original form. In Zhang Li's eyes at that moment, the Linglong chessboard not only evaded the backlash from the return to ruins, but also directly absorbed the wisdom of the previous breaker. The 10,000-year game of the Linglong chessboard became even more profound and inscrutable. This game of chess has likely been cracked by more than one person, but it is a game that allows for a retraction of moves so later players would never have the chance to win, unless the Immortal Master Linglong as the player emerges victorious to end it. The 10,000-year game is indeed the 10,000-year game, not something that can be unraveled in a day. Yet it can be said that some gains have been made. In the Beihai territory, Yi Kongxian looked at a golden chess piece in his hand, a faint smile on his face. Just now at the moment when this generation's son of destiny successfully transcended the heavenly mandate, Yi Kongxian also received a reward from the Linglong chessboard. A reversal move. This is the power of error within the Linglong chessboard. Now possessing this reversal move, the holder can, as in the chess game, retract one choice made in life, and then make a new choice. This is not a reversal of time and space, but a more advanced method. For example, if Zhang Li chooses to break through to the third stage at this moment, and after the breakthrough he is dissatisfied with his current situation, he can directly use the reversal move to revert his state back to the perfect second stage. Then he can make another choice, and the result of this choice will overwrite the previous result of breaking through to the third stage. He is not reversing time and space, but enabling one to experience the taste of a life filled with regrets. After some thought, Yi Kongxian put away the reversal move in his hand. This treasure seems incredibly useful for Zhang Li's current situation. It could even allow Zhang Li to experience the allure of the third stage first before choosing to retract the third stage realm and return to the second stage. This is the power of error, an unreasonable power. Its very nature is error, thus it cannot be measured by common sense. However, Zhang Li is more aware that nothing in this world is free. If he truly uses the reversal move, then, when the Immortal Master Linglong revives the Linglong de Luo Tian, he must bear a calamity for her. This calamity may not be something he can withstand. Given the option, he does not wish to bind himself so early to someone else's war chariot. Thus what I must do now is to devise a glimmer of hope for the revival of the Linglong de Luo Tian, enhancing its possibility from the perspective of the Linglong chessboard. This requires changing the method of the 10,000-year game, using it as a foundation to find a glimmer of hope on the Linglong chessboard. This was the core intention of the Immortal Master Linglong when she set up the Linglong chessboard back then. Unable to find a glimmer of hope herself, she entrusted everything to future generations to seek that glimmer. The reward she offered was the power of error through the reversal move. If the Linglong chessboard can truly be unraveled, allowing the Linglong de Luo Tian to genuinely revive, then it will no longer be a one-time use reversal move, but will fully possess the characteristics of the reversal move. What a generous immortal! For the sake of her homeland, she is even willing to give away the power of error. After clearing his thoughts, Zhang Li's train of thought shifted. Since I must actively change the playstyle of the 10,000-year game, then a core tenet is sever. Cut off the obsession of normal victory. Acknowledge that this path is already dead. Acknowledge that to win one can only reshuffle the chessboard. Make that irreparable gap lose its significance. After truly finding a glimmer of hope for the Linglong de Luo Tian, Zhang Li can then borrow the power here to perfect his own path without incurring any karmic debts. Even if there are karmic debts, in the end they will definitely be benevolent. Zhang Li does not wish to leave any karmic debts here, so he chose to find a way out for the Linglong de Luo Tian. After deducing the true scheme of Linglong Xianzuan, Zhang Li felt a bit more at ease. The territory of Yuan Kuei had now been completely devoured by the North Sea. Within the territory of the North Sea, the black and white chessboard that originally spanned between heaven and earth gradually faded away. This indicated that the path of transcendence had been traversed and future generations no longer had a chance. Yi Kongxian silently observed the middle-aged emperor before him. This was the founding emperor of the new unified dynasty. As a generation's prodigy no less talented than the first emperor, he had finally broken through the black and white chessboard of Linglong after gathering the wisdom of all the people in the world. Is this transcendence? No, you may call me Shansong. I see so transcendence is the game you set. Is it to fish for us the proud children of heaven? No, you are all my people, there's no need for such schemes. Yi Kongxian shook his head. He was not the kind of person like Kuei Gong. Since the game of transcendence was set, it should be played by the rules. As Shansong, his rules were the principles governing the operation of the entire universe. According to the rules, the one who benefits the most will always be him. He had no need to destroy his own rules for a trivial gain. Just a destined child of transcendence, granting him a fortuitous encounter would suffice. Now you have two choices. First, I will send you to a vaster world, and grant you a fortuitous encounter as a gift. As for where you can achieve what, that depends on your capabilities. Second, you can stay in the current world, and I will elevate your status, granting you the true destiny of a Tianzi. I choose the first one. Yi Kongxian nodded and waved his hand, sending him into the world of his true body. After being refined through the cycle of yin and yang, he directly reincarnated as a being in Zhang Li's world. As for the fortuitous encounter he received, it was the Sheiji Wanmin San that Wu Shuzi had gifted to Zhang Li. This treasure is absolutely invaluable for someone on the path of an emperor. Zhang Li was also curious to see how much destiny this destined child would still possess after changing. If he could truly unify the Star River world and establish the principles of heaven and earth for this vast world, Zhang Li would not mind granting him a status of respect in the world. Of course, it all depended on how far he could go. After handling all the matters, Yi Kongxian directly moved his territory away from the confines of the Linglong chessboard. In an instant, dozens of gazes pierced through the Guishu and territorial barriers. Upon seeing Yi Kongxian standing within the territory, these gazes instantly receded, not daring to linger at all. With a second-tier body swallowing a third-tier territory, this was clearly against reason. This second-tier figure couldn't be some ancient relic reincarnated, could he? Unconfrontable, completely unconfrontable. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Previously, one thought Kuei Gong had received tremendous fortune. Now it seemed that Kuei Gong had become someone else's fortune. Serves him right. Who told this guy to act without leaving room for others? Now not a single person is willing to inquire about him. This is karma. Yi Kongxian smoothly blended into the local cultivator community, mixing in as a second-tier novice among a group of third-tier figures. I haven't seen those two stars in the sky for a long time. What are you missing them? No, I just feel like those are their... Haha, here you still haven't finished the medicine you left with me last time, so have 2 more. Hey, I'm just too perceptive. Oh, why don't you guys believe my words? Believe, just take the medicine first. So are you taking the red one or the blue one? What the hell? Hehe, it's newly developed, just try the effect. Get lost. In the Linglong chessboard, Zhang Li sat cross-legged before the chessboard, occasionally making a move. With each of his moves, the Linglong chessboard instantly changed, and the power of Guishu also made a move. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed slightly. The path of survival in the Wan Yin game exists, but Guishu is unwilling to grant this path. Once something falls into the Guishu, this ultimate place of 10,000 realms shows no intention of regurgitating it. It can tolerate the delay of your fall time, but it will never alter the outcome of your fall. Through the chessboard, Zhang Li gained some deeper understanding of Guishu. This is a graveyard of 10,000 realms, greedily swallowing everything that enters here. Any world that falls into Guishu signifies absolute destruction, with no possibility of revival. No wonder even Linglong Xianzuan did not have the confidence to save her homeland. Then where did she get the confidence to think that a group of suppressed second-tier Earth immortal cultivators could save her homeland? This definitely contains a tremendous secret. I must find this secret. As he made another move, the entire chessboard collapsed instantly. Zhang Li felt the loss of 320 strands of source qi, and in the next breath these strands were replenished once again. 320 moves, this is Zhang Li's limit. He sensed that if he could extend his moves to over 400, he might uncover the secret that Linglong Xianzuan left behind. Let's do it again, this time I can make one more move. Zhang Li sat in the position representing the Linglong de Luo Tian and began another game against Guishu. Through repeated matches, not only was it a step towards the truth, but it was also a process of sorting out his own path and gaining clarity on the road ahead. Almost no one can sort out information about Earth Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, the myriad realms, the 4 great paths, and Guishu from a transcendent perspective. Each of Zhang Li's moves on the Linglong chessboard represents a collision between his own cultivation and Guishu. He was attempting to derive a glimmer of survival in this place that symbolizes ultimate destruction. He began to realize that if he could truly derive a glimmer of survival for Linglong de Luo Tian here, then his own path would naturally become clear. This is a game that pertains to his own great path. He would not give up, nor could he. After the last move was made, he felt as if he had become completely transparent. It was a feeling of profound... Looking at the changed endgame once again, Zhang Li smiled slightly and made another move in a state of realization. After each game, the layout of this Linglong chessboard would change. This is Guishu cutting off all paths of survival for Linglong de Luo Tian. Zhang Li's every opening must derive more paths of survival based on the previous ones. As the paths of survival he derived increased with each opening, the paths of survival cut off by Guishu also multiplied, making this endgame of the Linglong chessboard even more bizarre. In the 4th game, Zhang Li advanced his moves to the 370 mark. After the 371st move was made, the entire chessboard was once again reduced to ashes. Huff, with my current level of cultivation, I can only deduce up to this point. For the first time, I have discovered my own limits. Interesting. Zhang Li stood up and left the Linglong chessboard. In 4 games, Zhang Li had acquired a piece of regret token each time. So far, he had collected 5 regret tokens. I am still missing something. Missing a kind of infinite power. Clearly a spectacle prepared for Earth Immortals, yet requires infinite power to support the unraveling of its mysteries. Is this the rigid condition of the Linglong chessboard? No wonder no one has truly deciphered the Linglong chessboard in thousands of years. There are simply too few anomalies. Outside the Linglong chessboard, 2 stars hung high in the sky once more. How can one use limited power to pry open infinite power? Zhongli fell into deep thought, quietly observing the people coming in and out of the Linglong chessboard below. He felt as though he was overlooking something. Infinite power is something he currently cannot possess. His foundation is as an earth immortal, and his strength comes from his territory, making infinite power unattainable. However, since the Linglong chessboard attracts earth immortals, it indicates that the conditions for activating this spectacle left by the Linglong immortal are achievable by earth immortals. Then this infinite power has some explanation. What is infinite power? Zhongli needs to explore this further. If infinite power can be achieved by an earth immortal, and if the Linglong immortal truly left such a contingency, then Zhongli feels he has struck a huge fortune this time. This completely breaks the boundary between earth immortals and celestial immortals. Such a great invention should rightfully be in his hands. The time for contemplation is always brief. When Zhongli returned to his senses, a year had already passed in the outside world. This year was calculated according to the time flow of the universe. Due to the temporal laws within the Kuegong territory, while a year passed outside, 5,000 years had elapsed within the territory. Of course, this 5,000 years of time flow was not just accelerated for no reason. It was a miraculous time extension created by Zhongli's territory, supplying energy, almost providing unlimited endurance. If it were according to the accumulation of Kuegong's own territory, even if he hadn't gambled, he could at most extend the time to 500 years before running out of the source and nearing collapse. These 500 years of source are the maximum capital Kuegong reserved for himself. If things went awry, he could still find a safe place to survive for 500 years. Just the accumulation of this source was enough for his territory to internally cycle for 500 years without external energy support. Unfortunately, due to being deceived by Zhongli, Kuegong chose to go Allen. Then he directly plunged into the depths. Now he is still using the imperial seal as collateral. Thus, no matter how much capital there is, it cannot withstand the consumption of a gambler. Gambling is best avoided. Zhongli, embodying the mundane, strolled through his territory, seeking clues about infinite power from the ordinary. Zhongli understood that when things occurred that even his level of cultivation could not deduce, there must be hidden. Calming his mind, he abandoned the perspective of the endless heights and re-examined this world from the lowest level. Perhaps he could find an answer he had never considered before. Beneath the endless galaxy, Zhongli arrived in a town. Zhongli's territory had not yet completed the shaping of temporal laws. Although there were some traces of temporal principles, it could not accelerate time as freely as the Kuegong territory. This is also why Zhongli wanted to occupy the Kuegong territory. After all, he needed to combine the strength of many to find the flaws in the Linglong chessboard. Yet he could not truly lay out in his territory for a millennium just for a chance and answer that might never be found. And Kuegong's territory, which could accelerate time at will, is a very good experimental platform. His previous approach was undoubtedly correct. By leveraging the Child of Destiny within the Kuegong territory, he indeed uncovered the truth behind the Linglong chessboard set by the Linglong Immortal. However, this time, he could no longer cheat with time. This required him to comprehend and understand a question that an Earth Immortal cultivator had never considered. The Celestial Immortal's path to enlightenment transformed into an ancient book with a blue cover landing in Zhongli's hands. Zhongli transformed into the appearance of a scholar strolling in his world, reading the Celestial Immortal's path to enlightenment while trying to grasp the essence of infinite power with his Earth Immortal body. On the roadside, the contented Zhongli was stopped by an elderly man with graying hair. "Young sir, are you Oh, does the old gentleman need me to help with a letter?" "Alas, this old man wants you to help write a few couplets as the spring festival is approaching. I am getting old, and by the time I come to the market again, I may not have the strength." "No problem. Does the old gentleman have paper and pen prepared?" "There is a stationery shop in town. This old man can pay you, but it would be a hassle for you to walk a little further." "No problem." Zhongli was not displeased at being interrupted. He had come to understand the mundane, so he naturally would not elevate himself too high. He followed the old man's steps and quietly entered the simple stationery shop. Zhongli pondered for a few breaths, and then with a swift stroke of the brush produced a couplet. "Young sir's brushwork is much stronger than many old scholars I have seen. You will definitely become a top scholar in the future. Haha, then I shall borrow the old gentleman's good words. However, this brushwork feels like something is missing." The old man held the couplet, looking it over with admiration, but there was a hint of confusion. It felt like something was missing from his couplet. "Oh, please enlighten me, old gentleman. In my youth, I learned characters from the teacher in the village. Although that teacher's writing cannot compare to yours, I always felt that there was something in those characters that I still do not understand. Today, seeing your writing, it is definitely countless times higher than that village teacher, but that feeling is genuine. I understand now. Oh, it seems my calligraphy is still lacking." Jiang Li bid farewell to the old man and turned directly towards the nearby school. Looking up at the vast starry river, Jiang Li smiled slightly. Although he still had no clues, it seemed he had grasped. The infinite power belonging to Earth Immortals might fundamentally differ from that of Celestial Immortals. The infinite power of Celestial Immortals he had been pursuing was itself a misguided path. In the school, Jiang Li quietly watched the teacher write. The teacher's handwriting was not exquisite, and in Jiang Li's eyes it was quite simple. Yet within that simple writing there indeed contained an essence of hardship and resilience. At the moment he perceived that essence, Jiang Li, deducing the cause and effect of fate, soon saw that the essence of this teacher actually merged into the teacher position in the future, becoming a beautiful virtue and imagery supporting this teacher position. Subsequently, future teachers could derive this virtue from the teacher position and incorporate it into their character. From then on, as long as the teacher position existed, the imagery of hardship and resilience would persist. And the teacher position exists across all realms. This is also a form of indirect infinite power. But unfortunately, this kind of infinite power is not my path. My path can only rely on myself. I cannot depend on another position for my source of strength. Jiang Li lingered outside the school for 3 days, quietly meditating on the unique power of the master before drifting away. This narrow interpretation of infinite force, although not as profound and far-reaching as that of the Celestial Immortals, is indeed sufficient for Earth Immortals. If an Earth Immortal could master such infinite force, they would undoubtedly stand out among their peers. Unfortunately, these powers are, to put it bluntly, just a poor imitation of the Celestial Immortals' abilities. Jiang Li thought of the methods among the human immortals that mimic the paths of Earth Immortals, such as the Inner World Technique, Heaven and Earth Position Technique, and 9 Transformations, Indestructible Golden Body Technique. At that time, he had scoffed at these methods as poor imitations of the Earth Immortals' path. Now it seemed that there were likely also some among the Earth Immortals who were ineptly mimicking the way of the Celestial Immortals. It is a pity that such a path lay before Jiang Li, yet he chose to abandon it. If it were merely such imitation, Earth Immortals would forever be unable to hold their heads high before Celestial Immortals. There must be other paths, a grand pathway that could lead him to the heavens. 10 years later, Jiang Li began to stroll through the starry sky, watching the star gods wield their great powers to manipulate the stars. The boundless star power gathered from the cosmic river was amassed by the star gods, forming a unique source of power belonging to the star realm. The star river sparkled, and every ripple within it was a manifestation of endless star power. As the star river flowed by, all the star gods settled along its banks, drawing upon its power to cultivate them. Jiang Li shook his head. Although these star gods were momentarily exceptional, their foundation was still lacking, and their understanding of power absorption and application was too superficial. Following the star river upwards, Jiang Li arrived at the retreat of the 5 great star lords. 5 towering gates stood at the starting point of the star river, embodying the majestic force that suppressed the entire star river. Jiang Li contemplated these 5 gates and nodded slightly. The suppressive power of these 5 gates was much more profound. Their power originated from the star river, and their strength fluctuated with the tides of the river. The more dazzling the star river, the more magnificent these 5 gates became. If one day the star river were to collapse, these 5 gates would lose their source of power and would soon disintegrate. Perhaps this is also a form of infinite force. The 5 star lords were able to integrate their suppressive power into the very thing they sought to suppress, using the suppressed entities to recharge their own suppression. If I could infuse the power I need into a true infinite force and become a part of it, wouldn't I also indirectly possess some form of infinite force? Jiang Li pondered for a moment and once again strolled towards the highest palace. At that moment, Jiang Hao was engaged in a game of chess. This was indeed a variation of the Linglong chess game, but Jiang Li had recently upgraded it several times, making this variation now an outdated version. Jiang Li did not reveal himself, but quietly watched as Jiang Hao calculated this already obsolete game. He knew that Jiang Hao had always wanted to exert his efforts for him, but Jiang Li's cultivation had progressed too rapidly, so much so that Jiang Hao had exhausted all his strength just to catch a glimpse of his figure. Jiang Li quietly observed as Jiang Hao's grand dragon was surrounded tighter and tighter until there was no room left for resistance. With a final sigh, Jiang Hao placed down his piece. Even while playing against himself, he could not find any way to break the deadlock, and the thought of Jiang Li playing against the enigmatic Guishu left him feeling powerless. At this moment, Jiang Li furrowed his brow as he gazed at the chessboard before him. Unlike Gix's ruthless style, Jiang Hao's chess strategy clearly bore his own style. As Jiang Li looked at the increasingly enveloping chess game, flashes of inspiration sparked in his mind. He had some insights, but did not know where to start to grasp this fleeting inspiration. Thus he stood there dazed, watching Jiang Hao replay the previous game over and over again. With each replay, he felt himself drawing closer to that fleeting spark of inspiration. When Zhang Hao was slowly surrounded and defeated again, Zhang Li's expression suddenly froze. Perhaps he had truly discovered some clues regarding the infinite force of the Earth Immortals. Zhang Li chose not to disturb Zhang Hao, but instead quietly departed. His territory was well managed by Zhang Hao. He did not need to interfere, merely guiding from the shadows. Upon re-entering the Linglong chess game, Zhang Li began to place his pieces anew. Soon on the 381st move, the entire Linglong chess game began to tremble. Zhang Li quietly watched from the side, as the Linglong chess game began to expand wildly. Indeed, the Linglong chess game was a contest between a realm and Guishu. How could it be confined to a mere 19 by 19 chessboard? To seek infinite force within the path of Earth Immortals, the first step is to ensure your territory is vast enough. The 19 by 19 chessboard began to extend outward, and the previously shrouded placement points slowly unfolded. From the perspective of a chess player, the chessboard had become infinitely large with no visible boundaries. This was the power of Guishu. It transformed a limited chessboard into an infinite one. This is the true application of infinite force. Guishu is infinite. Since one must contend with Guishu, the chessboard faced must naturally be infinite. However, Zhang Li was not the least bit anxious. Since he had already forced out Gix's second form, it was time to defeat it. In the next moment, a piece from Guishu fell crashing onto the chessboard like a meteor descending from the heavens. This piece falling from the sky seemed not merely to be a move in chess, but an attempt to crush Zhang Li with its weight. It was desperate. Unfortunately, this game was set up by a celestial immortal. The status of a celestial immortal is naturally higher than that of the heavens, allowing them to contend with Guishu. And Zhang Li now stood in the position of the Linglong immortal sovereign. The massive piece slowly descended, soon enveloped by the power of the Linglong chess game, ultimately transforming into a light floating piece that landed on this infinite chessboard. Zhang Li smiled slightly, raised his hand, and placed a piece down, commencing the second phase of the battle against Guishu. On this infinite chessboard, Zhang Li's mastery quickly fell behind. After an intense battle, he lost directly, after leaving 3,600 strands of his essence. Earth Immortals excel at wielding their power within a limited chess game, while Celestial Immortals can unleash their mastery on an infinite chessboard. This is the essential difference between Earth Immortals and Celestial Immortals. And I must begin accumulating my own infinite force from the very outset. This accumulation is momentum. Celestial Immortals utilize the momentum of water flowing downwards to spread their path across the myriad worlds, leveraging their inherently higher status compared to the celestial path. The status of Earth Immortals cannot compare to that of Celestial Immortals. Thus, to possess the infinite force of Earth Immortals, one must rely on bearing. The path of Earth Immortals does not lie in contention, but in bearing. I believe I should find my own infinite force. Zhang Li once again faced the infinite chessboard of the second stage of the Guishu. This time, Zhang Li was no longer focused on competing for high or low on the chessboard with Guishu, but rather on accumulating his own forces. Guishu immediately reacted, starting to pursue Zhang Li relentlessly, trying to disrupt his accumulation of forces. Meanwhile, Zhang Li adhered to the true meaning of the Tao of Earth Immortals, neither competing nor fighting, quietly stockpiling his own forces. Whether it was the pieces dropped by Guishu or Zhang Li's own placements, they ultimately became the forces accumulated by Zhang Li. What Zhang Li needed to do was silently accumulate this force. When it reached its peak, it would result in the most brilliant explosion. The celestial immortal above radiated his boundless forces in a manner akin to water flowing downwards. Thus his power was destined to be dispersed. Though lofty, it remained suspended. Meanwhile, the Earth Immortal below took on the posture of carrying the weight of virtue, absorbing all the forces that fell to the ground. When the myriad forces settled down, they would slowly accumulate in the depths of the earth, ultimately transforming into the most brilliant power, erupting and tearing apart the entire heavens. This was the essential difference between the Earth Immortal and the Celestial Immortal. The Celestial Immortal's Tao was spread across the heavens, thus his forces were destined to be scattered. When facing a particular enemy, his forces could not be concentrated at a single point. Although the Earth Immortal's Tao was limited to the range of his own territory, he could transform his accumulated forces into an immense strength capable of rending the heavens. Like a small snowball rolling down a snowy mountain or a dormant volcano deep within the earth. When its forces began to accumulate without end, the infinite power belonging to the Earth Immortal would also begin to exert itself. The Celestial Immortal's infinite power lies within supporting his lofty position. The Earth Immortal's infinite power, on the other hand, is external. It is the boundless light and heat that erupts in an instant due to accumulation. It's akin to the same vehicle. One infinite power is its engine. The Celestial Immortal's engine is a perpetual motion machine that can operate indefinitely. In contrast, the Earth Immortal's infinite power is the vehicle's transmission system. As long as the transmission's gear ratio is sufficiently high, the speed it can unleash at once can surpass all earthly constraints. To drive an almost infinite gear ratio, one must unleash an overwhelming force that transcends everything in an instant. This requires accumulation. This is the essence of the Earth Immortal's infinite power. The Earth Immortal's infinite power is an instantaneous output that surpasses limits. When this power bursts forth in an instant, no one can withstand its brilliance. As Zhongli enlightened himself to the infinite power belonging to the Earth Immortal, his path on the chessboard became increasingly complete. With each piece he placed, he could sense a new vitality within the Linglong chessboard. It was a vitality filled with hope. If he could maintain it, it seemed he could truly save the once glorious Linglong de Luotian. However, alas, as the 48,000th piece fell, just as Zhang Li's terrifying forces were about to transform into an unparalleled strike, the entire chessboard instantaneously shifted, reverting to the small chessboard of 19 by 19. At that moment, Zhang Li unhesitatingly used a regret move. In the next instant, the Linglong chessboard once again returned to its original infinite state. Zhang Li smiled slightly and raised his hand to place a piece. The moment Zhang Li dropped his piece, the Linglong chessboard again reverted to the narrow chessboard of 19 paths. It was as if nothing had changed. Unfortunately, the power of the regret move had already taken effect. Although it seemed all states had returned to before Zhang Li's placement, what needed to change still changed. Suddenly, the Linglong chessboard became stuck. The power of the regret move sought to allow Zhang Li's accumulated infinite power to burst forth, but Gix's power did not permit that transcendent force to appear within the chessboard. Thus the two sides became locked in a stalemate. Then the other cultivators who were still in the Linglong chessboard were instantaneously ejected. Creatures like ants were thrown everywhere, as if they were trash. What is happening? I was playing chess perfectly, why was I suddenly thrown out? Hey, look outside. Is that the wind of Guishu? No, something is terribly wrong. The Guishu wind converging here is 100 times more than usual. Damn it, I was on the verge of success. Why was I thrown out? Run. This is no place for humans. Can't you see that terrifying Guishu wind outside? Damn it, this isn't wind. This is a Guishu tsunami. Countless Earth Immortals began to frantically migrate their territories. Though the Guishu wind had not yet descended, they knew that even binding themselves together would not be enough to withstand such a terrifying calamity. As for the Linglong chessboard, a cost managed over many years. In the face of life and death, all sunk costs are irrelevant. Yi Kongxian glanced at the terrifying Guishu wind, then at the Linglong chessboard, and chose to blend into the crowd and flee. Even he, faced with this qualitatively transformed Guishu disaster, could only choose to flee. After all, he was not the main body and did not possess Zhang Li's terrifying foundation. Within the Linglong chessboard, Zhang Li also saw the earth-shattering changes outside. The reason for the terrifying Guishu disaster's persistent hovering was simply to give Zhang Li a chance to abandon it. As long as he detached from the Linglong chessboard, the infinite power he had just accumulated would lose its basis for existence. The meaning of Guishu was quite clear. You are just a pawn in my domain. Better consider whether to get involved in a confrontation with the top celestial immortal. If you truly dare to unleash that infinite power, I will ensure that Guishu directly obliterates your blessed land, causing you to perish within Guishu, just like the Linglong de Luotian. Though Guishu would not speak, it was evident that this imagery was intended to compel Zhang Li to make a choice. Should he retreat or stand firm? Watching the slowly descending Guishu disaster, Zhang Li silently calculated in his heart. If he resolutely sided with Linglong Xinzuan, would there still be room for his development in Guishu? Would he not be hated by Guishu? No wonder Linglong Xinzuan had to resort to such a terrifying power as the regret move. Without it, no Earth Immortal would willingly oppose Guishu for the sake of a spectacle. This was not a difficult choice at all. However, Zhang Li was different. He could clearly sense that if he wanted to comprehend the Tao, he needed to help the Linglong de Luotian find a glimmer of hope. In relation to his own Tao, he could not easily back down. As if sensing Zhang Li's resolve, a miraculous light burst forth within Guishu, and in the next moment, as the radiance dissipated, a pure white lotus seed was left behind. What on earth is that? The seed of a 12-petal pure world white lotus, a precious treasure of Guishu. It is said to purify all traces, allowing one to start anew without cause or effect. That's just its basic function. Are there other effects? I've heard that this treasure has the ability to assist in achieving the Tao. That is a chance for immortality. Heavens! Such a treasure can actually be seen by us. It was too extravagant. Zhang Li shook his head. Being within the Linglong chessboard, the voices of the explaining emperors could actually reach his ears. Clearly, these Earth Immortal cultivators who had long rooted themselves in Guishu were affected by it, without realizing it, not thinking of fleeing, just engaging in discussion among themselves. These words were evidently what Goeishu wanted to convey to Zhongli, attempting to use the seed of the 12-petal pure world, White Lotus, to compensate for his losses on the path of Tao. Unfortunately, Zhongli felt that his path of Tao was far more important than this 12-petal pure world, White Lotus. The state of the Goeishu is quite strange. Zhongli can distinctly sense that overall Goeishu is actually a chaotic and hazy state. It possesses a vague consciousness, yet this consciousness is far too ignorant to be described with wisdom. It is as if a person's body is so immense that the command from their brain to their mouth would take hundreds of thousands of years just for the nerve transmission. Such a body is destined to have sluggish and complex reactions. However, its emergency mechanisms in certain aspects are extremely swift and decisive. One of these emergency mechanisms is the instinct to devour the world. Regardless of what falls into Goeishu, it is bound by this instinct, gradually and thoroughly descending into Goeishu, ultimately disappearing from the world. The echoes that can exist as wonders are merely difficultologist remnants mixed with the powers of the four great paths. They are hard to digest, but not impossible. As long as Goeishu is given time, theoretically speaking, it can digest even the powers belonging to the four great paths. Currently, there is nothing that Goeishu cannot digest. However, digesting the powers of the four great paths requires an immense amount of time. Yet this ultimate place is also the cradle for the earth immortals. Goeishu contains the power of the heavens' creation, which Zhongli has tasted before. Each wisp of Gixis energy not only contains the power of the world's origin, but also a vast amount of cosmic truths and the laws of the Tao. This dual nature is also a characteristic of Goeishu, being both the beginning and the end of all things. After Zhongli comprehended the path of the earth immortal, his gaze towards Goeishu changed. If we were to speak of the power of bearing in this world, Goeishu would likely bear the greatest power of all, who, after all, it is the ultimate place of all realms. If Goeishu was once the territory of an earth immortal, then that being must have reached the pinnacle of earth immortality, a greatness beyond Zhongli's current imagination. The thought of creating chaos in such a terrifying place sends a rush of blood to Zhongli's head. After all, he is merely a child who has lived for a few hundred years. Faced with such a tremendous challenge, his blood instinctively began to surge. Taking a deep breath to suppress his eager desire to stir trouble, Zhongli silently observed the chessboard before him. Goeishu is still in a contest with the Linglong chessboard, both being entities endowed with infinite power. Gixis' infinite power comes from its nearly infinite territory. So far, no one has measured just how vast Goeishu truly is. This is essentially a true immortal version of infinite power, a power that arises from possessing an infinitely large territory. However, it faces a situation similar to that of celestial immortals. Their power, while terrifying, is difficult to truly aggregate. One can only say that from Zhongli's perspective, the contest between the two will likely take some time. What Zhongli needs to do now is to begin paving his own path while they are engaged in their contest. After all, his purpose in assisting the Linglong immortal is to pave his own way. A cultivator must have focus and understand what they should do at this moment. Now, whether it is the Linglong immortal or Goeishu, both are directing their limited attention towards each other, meaning it is time for him to perform. In the next moment, Zhongli directly activated Chang'eng. Chang'eng essentially represents a state of invulnerability. In this state, Zhongli cannot be brought down and will forever remain at his peak. This is precisely the state Zhongli desires, because he is about to take action against himself. Then with Zhongming, he struck, directly cutting off all possibilities of failure. In the next instant, Zhongli raised his hand, and the blade fell upon himself and his territory. Instantly, a terrifying heavenly blade spanned the heavens. The heavenly blade spanning the universe slowly descended from the distant sky. Regardless of the perspective of the beings within the territory, this strike was aimed at themselves. In the eyes of heaven and earth, this blade was aimed at the cosmos, madly cutting into the source of the territory. Although it seemed to have not yet descended, it had already fallen. Every moment saw countless blade lights striking at the source of the universe. To all beings, this strike was directed at themselves. Just a glance was enough to keenly feel that everything about them was being severed. From existence to the physical body-soul cultivation, and everything else was being sliced apart, as if by 1,000 cuts. Yet under such a terrifying strike, they felt not the slightest discomfort. Chang'eng's power protected everything within the territory, ensuring that Zhongli's heavenly blade caused no substantial harm to the territory. Meanwhile, outside, the chaotic earth immortals failed to notice that within the Linglong chessboard, countless stars suddenly began to illuminate. These stars initially emerged one by one, but as more and more stars appeared, the number of subsequently born stars increased. Zhongli's strike was not a blade of slaughter, but rather a blade of creation. The heavenly blade continued to descend, and with every inch it fell, hundreds to thousands of stars were born in the outside world. Each of these stars is a manifestation of the source Zhong Li is severed with each one representing a separate timeline. Yet within the territory under the Chongqing state, there was not a hint of damage. Jiang Li utilized the power of Chongqing to freely sever an almost endless number of timelines. It wasn't until the entire Linglong chessboard was nearly lit up by stars that Jiang Li finally ceased his actions. In the next moment, he took out a regret move. Under the influence of the regret, moved the chessboard before Jiang Li transformed back into an infinite state. At that instant, the power of delay blossomed, capturing the moment's infinite power. In the next moment, both Guishu and the Linglong chessboard seemed to pause. The two instantly withdrew their contest, and two towering gazes fell upon Jiang Li. However, at this moment, Jiang Li was too preoccupied to care about their scrutiny. He was about to truly showcase the infinite power of an Earth Immortal. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from his territory. This power, transcending all, radiated like the most resplendent sun in the world. As this power exploded, Jiang Li's fate, which was already infinitely close to the endless heights, was suddenly elevated slightly. Just this slight elevation instantly broke through the limits of Jiang Li's fate, granting his life the characteristic of infinity. In that moment, Jiang Li's perspective changed once more. Previously, he could only see the macroscopic situation of the territory now, but at this moment, he saw billions of timelines he had just severed being covered. In terms of time, these perspectives could not only see the present, but also penetrate the fate lines of heaven and earth to glimpse the future trends of various realms. In terms of space, his perspective finally unlocked the microscopic realm, allowing him to monitor every minute particle in the world, and even split an infinite number of perspectives to directly oversee every being. I finally understand. Jiang Li's voice reverberated within the Linglong chessboard. Under the gaze of the two towering figures, he slowly stepped out of the Linglong chessboard. In that moment, the Linglong chessboard returned to its original form, and the cataclysmic winds of Guishu gradually dissipated. Merely standing within Guishu, Jiang Li attracted the attention of all existences. This was an absolute focus. Wherever he stood, he was the undeniable protagonist, and no one could overshadow his brilliance. My life is too precious. This must be the first truly esteemed fate in the world. As Jiang Li appeared in the return ruins, his cultivation began to surge uncontrollably towards the third stage. Beneath his feet lay a vast starry river composed of countless stars. The starry river shimmered brilliantly, unleashing an almost apocalyptic inhalation ability. Within a single breath, the terrifying calamity that could have annihilated hundreds of thousands of third-stage Earth Immortals was completely devoured. Around the entire Linglong chessboard, not a single force could escape the frenzied consumption of these countless stars. Jiang Li looked down at his myriad stars, each one representing a timeline he had severed. At this moment, the main world positioned in the middle heavens had expanded like an endless blazing sun. The myriad stars surrounding him resembled a shattered star ring flickering with faint light. At the center of the star ring was a boundless sun illuminating the universe. As a third-stage cultivator, I should be an invincible existence among my peers. Jiang Li gently raised his hand, as if breaking through a negligible barrier. The third-stage barrier posed no obstruction to him. Time and space took shape, and a river of time surged forth, spreading at Jiang Li's feet. The majestic river of time interconnected everything within his domain. The movements and information exchanges between countless stars were all condensed at the bottom of this river. As the river of time formed, it seemed to create an invisible connection between the myriad stars, which began to slowly surround the main world, assembling a grand formation. At the moment this formation was established, Jiang Li's gaze shifted, focusing on the return ruins beneath him. At that moment, the return ruins began to display some strange distortions. This was a terrifying force that twisted both time and space. Even the return ruins could not withstand this immense power, causing it to bend outward from Jiang Li's domain. This single arc made Jiang Li's domain gradually descend towards the return ruins. This was not a fall of the world, but rather a phenomenon of the return ruins. Its foundation could no longer bear his world, leading it to slowly sink down. The younger generation is indeed formidable. A soft sigh echoed in his ears. Jiang Li turned around abruptly, only to see a figure enveloped in divine light. An anomaly among Earth Immortals, truly an anomaly among anomalies. I have indeed awaited your arrival. I have met the Immortal Sovereign. You are quite impressive. In response to Jiang Li's greeting, the Linglong Immortal Sovereign nodded slightly. To enter the second layer of the return ruins so early, this is indeed your fortune. However, given your Dao cultivation, staying in the first layer of the return ruins serves no purpose. There is nothing you need here. What is the second layer of the return ruins? Please enlighten me, Immortal Sovereign. Hee. The Linglong Immortal Sovereign chuckled cryptically, then fell silent, watching as Jiang Li's domain slowly sank, seemingly in no rush to answer his question. I will truly unravel the Linglong chessboard using infinite power to push the timeline of Linglong de Luotian back to its original starting point. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, the Linglong immortal sovereign nodded slightly and spoke softly. Very well, this is a fair transaction. This is the Linglong Return Ruins Record of Enlightenment, which contains all my understanding of the Return Ruins. It is a gift for you. Additionally, I will also grant you the Regret Chess as a reward for your assistance in reviving Linglong de Luotian. Remember, for Earth Immortals, the Return Ruins are your cradle. If you do not wish to be drained of your essence in the cradle, then you must hide deeper. Although you belong to the pinnacle among third-stage Earth Immortals, you are still too weak. Until you have truly grown, do not let others seize the opportunity to harm you. The causes and effects of the world should be settled as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will only become your burden. The path to the heavens is not so easy to navigate. As the domain began to sink continuously, the Linglong immortal sovereign's voice grew more ethereal, as if she was drifting further away from Zhang Li. It seems the Return Ruins truly are the guardians of Earth Immortals. My previous actions might appear somewhat treacherous. Zhang Li chuckled awkwardly, then turned and began to accelerate his domain's descent. Everything must wait until the domain completely sinks into the second layer of the Return Ruins. He did not want to risk failure due to delays. Such a fate, where the villain dies from excessive talk, would be the most unjust of deaths. He would remain silent until his domain truly sank into the second layer. Under Zhang Li's gaze, his vast domain seemed to be slowly buried like a giant sun sinking into the sea, gradually submerging. Is this the second layer of the Return Ruins? The second layer of the Return Ruins was a world even more terrifying than the first, where special life forms unique to the Return Ruins began to emerge. Zhang Li's arrival seemed to threaten their existence. A group of creatures resembling monkeys charged towards his domain. Just having sunk into the second layer of the Return Ruins, Zhang Li had not yet managed to expand his domain when he saw thousands of bizarre monkeys crash directly against the protective barrier of his domain. In the next moment, the slowly descending domain began to compress the living space of these monkeys. It was like a gradually setting sun evaporating the territory where the monkeys originally lived. And these bizarre monkeys defending their domain had no chance to protest. They simply vanished from the world. The second layer of the Return Ruins actually has land. Zhang Li distinctly remembered that the first layer of the Return Ruins had no land, being a world where one could roam freely in all directions. In contrast, the second layer of the Return Ruins was a dark world where, apart from the light emanating from his domain, Zhang Li could only see a few scattered points of light in his line of sight. In this dark world, there was an almost infinite continent supporting the territory that had fallen from the first layer. As Zhang Li's domain descended, the magnificent sun was also compressed, transforming into a guiding light that could only illuminate a single mountaintop. The myriad stars surrounding the main star had now become so dim that they could only be seen flickering occasionally, much like fireflies in a deep forest. Zhang Li's figure fell from the domain, gently landing on the illuminated mountaintop. His gaze shifted, revealing that wild grass had already spread beneath his feet. Under his watch, the previously desolate and barren mountaintop began to slowly sprout countless green plants. Trees began to emerge as if sprouting under Zhang Li's gaze, followed by countless living beings. These beings, though bizarre and dwelling in darkness, shed their strange characteristics at the moment they encountered the light, transforming into normal creatures. A unicorn with 3 tumor-like heads let out a joyful cheer the instant it came into contact with the light, and then its 3 tumor-like heads wailed and dissipated into blue smoke. Meanwhile, another creature, an alligator that lived in water, now sported a pair of antlers and was beating its bizarre offspring that had just split from its body. While beating, it also bowed towards Zhang Li's radiant domain, its face filled with devotion. Such examples were numerous. These beings, although living in darkness, were all yearning for the arrival of light. Interesting, it seems I have come to a very intriguing place. Zhang Li chuckled lightly and returned to his domain. Although these beings did not appear strong, Zhang Li had no intention of directly interacting with them. He decided to wait until he had a sufficient understanding. The territory of Zhang Li hung high above the pitch-black sky of the second layer. Radiance cascaded down to the earth, where a mountain swiftly revived under the brilliance, life flourishing, and creatures abound. This is a dark world, a world without the support of the laws of light. How could such a world exist for so long? Is this the revelation that the Guishu offers us? Or is it that the Guishu, as the cradle of Earth Immortals, essentially survives by devouring Earth Immortals? Zhang Li gazed at his territory, which merely hung in the high heavens, yet its essence burned rapidly. In the second layer, there was no Guishu energy to replenish the territory's consumption. In other words, even a vast territory like Zhang Li's would eventually burn out. The primary issue now is to resolve the energy problem. So could the darkness of this world be something that can burn? Zhang recalled the Guishu energy that permeated the entire Guishu in the first layer. It was both a sharp blade honing the territory and the cornerstone of its development. As he pondered this, he wondered if the boundless darkness of the second layer could also be a force that the territory could digest and absorb. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of darkness coalesced at his fingertips. His eyes sparkled with divine light as he began to frantically analyze the wisp of darkness gathered at. Under Zhang Li's gaze, this wisp of darkness seemed infinitely divisible. No matter how he attempted to dissect it, he could not find the most minuscule fundamental particle. This was completely different from the matter existing in the normal world. Regardless of how vast a world was the particles constituting it could be analyzed. It was merely that certain worlds had more refined fundamental particles, while others had coarser ones. Yet the fundamental particles of the second layer of Guishu were utterly unbreakable. Zhang Li contemplated and activated the perspective from the endless heights. As this perspective merged with his destiny, he possessed both an infinite macro view and an infinite micro view when observing the world. At this moment, this dark world opened a long-sealed door to him. An endless torrent of knowledge surged into his mind through the micro perspective. This time the knowledge gained was even more profound than that obtained in the first layer, piercing directly to the essence of all things and paths. With a shake of his head, Zhang Li ceased his observations. He had just clearly realized the essence of the wisp of darkness he observed, yet he remembered nothing. Unknowable, invisible, indescribable. As he withdrew the micro perspective, nothing remained but the flowing torrent of knowledge in his mind. This wisp of darkness contained more knowledge than the day spent refining Guishu energy in the first layer. Here it was like an open treasure trove of knowledge. And the key to unlocking this treasure was the endless micro perspective. Does everyone in this world possess a micro perspective? Then are the Earth immortal lords in this world not somewhat terrifying? Zhang Li pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to delve deeper into this question. Regardless of how terrifying the Earth immortals in this world might be since he had entered, he would naturally encounter them. When the time came, it would be clear who was more fearsome. Fearsome, does that mean he is not fearsome in the eyes of others? He spent 3 days absorbing the knowledge in his mind into the Wanwan Dao collection, Zhang Li's annotated edition, adding several pages to this volume of Dao scripture. As Zhang Li continuously interpreted the knowledge condensed from the wisp of darkness, the darkness at his fingertips surprisingly sprouted some white threads. These white threads danced within the darkness, resembling a pure existence purified from filth. Zhang Li glanced again at the wisp of darkness mixed with white threads, his eyes flickering. In the next moment, the micro-perspective reopened, and an endless stream of knowledge began to assault his spirit. A month later, the wisp of darkness in Zhang Li's hand had transformed into pure white. It resembled a white flame dancing in his palm. Looking at the purified darkness, Zhang Li smiled slightly and directly infused it into his territory. In the next moment, the beings gathered at the mountaintop visibly sensed the light source above growing brighter. The illumination expanded from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain. The beings that had gathered this time worshipped the light source devoutly, praising the brilliance within this dark world. Zhang Li felt a weighty sensation. Although the territory did not expand, its density increased. In his perception, his territory seemed to have become heavier. Translated to his past life, the materials for his territory had directly upgraded. Although the essence of the materials remained unchanged, concrete was still concrete. The grade had upgraded from C15 to C20. Both the compressive strength and the overall stability of the world, as well as its ability to resist external evils, had greatly improved. Through this enhancement, Zhang Li understood the inherent weaknesses of his territory. Compared to this vast and boundless dark world, his territory resembled a hydrogen balloon suspended in the air, ready to explode at the slightest prick of a needle. Now upgraded, it had transformed into a sturdier hydrogen balloon. As long as no one specifically aimed to puncture it, it would generally not explode spontaneously. Is this the instruction the second layer offers us? The Earth immortals must be founded on thick virtue carries all, thus they must be sufficiently sturdy. In the past, our cultivation focused heavily on broadening the territory, yet we seldom delved into its thickness. This second layer has arrived just in time. It is truly the most marvelous paradise for Earth immortals. In the first layer, Earth immortals cultivated the breadth of their territories, each akin to a flat cake spread across the vast Guishu. Conversely, the Earth immortals of the second layer cultivate the depth of their territories. The darkness of the second layer, once purified, can be used to elevate the material grade of the territory, providing a more solid foundation. Only those Earth immortals who descend to the second layer have the real opportunity to advance further. After all, if the materials for constructing the territory are inadequate, future achievements are destined to be limited. Only those Earth immortal cultivators who continuously upgrade the material quality of their territory in the second layer have the chance to reach higher accomplishments. Then, having understood the benefits that the second layer can offer, it is time to address the energy source. First, can energy be fed from the first layer to the second layer? Zhang Li instantly thought of many techniques similar to Heavenly Realm Achievement Method, Longevity Realm Creation Method, and Heavenly Origin Realm Forging Method. Previously, he had thought these methods were of little use, but now it seemed they were likely the techniques left by predecessors who had fallen into the second layer of Guishu. They must have used these techniques to harvest energy from the first layer. Otherwise, no matter how grand their estate in the second layer, it could not withstand such eternal burning. Zhang Li found himself in the dark world of the second layer. Looking up, apart from some scattered lights in the distance, everything else was engulfed in darkness. This darkness was not merely the absence of light, rather the entire world was shrouded in a peculiar dark substance. Within this dark matter lay secrets that could elevate the materials of the Earth Immortal's territory. Having spent just a year here, Zhang Li's territory materials had already ascended through several levels. To put it metaphorically, the concrete used to construct his territory's house skyrocketed from C20 directly to C140. The key point was that not just the concrete had upgraded, everything from the steel bars to the bricks had undergone several enhancements. Though all were concrete, Zhang Li's house could withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb, merely kicking up a cloud of dust. In contrast, the houses of other lords might collapse at the slightest tremor. Moreover, he had not wasted his time this year, as he diligently studied the Linglong Guishu Winda Shilu given to him by the Linglong Immortal. The information a celestial immortal gained over nearly infinite time was far more comprehensive than what Zhang Li could explore alone. What was even more valuable was that this perspective on the Guishu problem came from a celestial immortal, providing Zhang Li with additional viewpoints. In the eyes of the celestial immortals, the Guishu was a strange place, often referred to as a pond. The Earth Immortals swimming within were like fish of various sizes. Among them, the exceptional ones might transform into massive creatures akin to whales, yet to the celestial immortals, they remained mere playthings and materials to be caught. Some celestial immortals even specialized in fishing for Earth Immortal cultivators in the Guishu, particularly favoring those from the second layer. As for why the celestial immortals were so fond of the Earth Immortal cultivators from the second layer, Zhang Li did not know. The Linglong Immortal had not elaborated. As a celestial immortal, she likely instinctively retained some secrets of her own. To us Earth Immortals, the boundless Guishu seems endless, yet in the eyes of celestial immortals, it is indeed a pond. Does this mean they can see the edges of the Guishu? Why is that? Zhang Li pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose to keep the question to himself. After all, celestial immortals held noble status. They might truly perceive things beyond the sight of Earth Immortals. As he acquired more knowledge, the boundaries of that knowledge expanded, and the unknown grew more numerous, and each time he thought of viewing it from his perspective, the infinite darkness above the hall of knowledge evoked a sense of human limitations against the boundless expanse of knowledge. After organizing his thoughts, Zhang Li decided to go to the first layer to make some arrangements. This time he certainly could not ascend directly. If he truly floated to the first layer only to find himself blocked by several celestial immortal big shots, it would certainly be amusing. In the main world, a small point of light slowly ascended like a firefly. As that point of light rose higher, it blinked oddly once, and then vanished completely. The first layer of the Guishu, the North Sea territory. Yi Kongxian stared blankly at the massive star that suddenly appeared above his territory. In that instant, the star directly locked onto all energy responses of the North Sea. In that moment, the entire North Sea was directly suppressed. The towering waves froze in midair. A gracefully fluttering butterfly elegantly hovered over a beautiful flower, no longer moving at all. A being resembling a cheetah was exhibiting its streamlined physique in a state of suspension. So this is my mass simply too great. In at most 3 breaths, the North Sea will be directly disintegrated and consumed by my immense mass. It's akin to a soap bubble suddenly thrown into the gravitational threshold of a massive star. The disparity in mass is so vast that mere contact would cause the North Sea to be swallowed whole. The star that resembles a firefly in the second layer is merely a tiny speck of dust revolving around the main star that illuminates the 3 mountains and 9 rivers of the territory. Upon reaching the second layer, it transformed into a nearly eternal, terrifying star. The mass it carried alone could crush most Earth Immortal lords of the same 3rd rank. It should be noted that the Yi Kongxian's North Sea had also reached the 3rd rank, due to Zhang Li's break. Moreover, it had originally consumed an old 3rd rank Earth Immortal Kuei Gang as nourishment. Yi Kongxian's North Sea was certainly not weak among the 3rd rank territories. Yet such a 3rd rank territory was nearly disintegrated when faced with a speck of dust separated from Zhang Li in the second layer. The first and second layers were entirely different worlds. Is this the Earth Immortal of the second layer? Yi Kongxian stared, observing the massive star pulling away, suddenly gaining a clear understanding of how ordinary Earth immortal cultivators perceived Jiang Li's abnormality. Even his own avatar felt a chill, let alone those other Earth immortals who knew nothing of Jiang Li. If he were to suddenly appear before those fellows, it would be like encountering a ghost. You are the main body. As that star ascended to an appropriate height, Yi Kongxian finally managed to connect with Jiang Li's communication, speaking uncertainly. I am not, but I can be. Jiang Li activated video communication, showcasing his entire body clad. We are all on the same side, can't you be clearer? Yi Kongxian suddenly felt the pain of having updated to a new. Clearly, he had been the favored one before, yet now, he couldn't even comprehend the abilities of the new version of himself. Haha, this new version is indeed much better than yours. My black attire is transformed from Ziyi, and my main body used the method of Zhanming to sever a mistake of fate from the delayed frame of destiny. So you were born from a mistake, and then concealed your fate with Ziyi. To outsiders you are just Jiang Li's main. No, you misunderstood. It seems you've been with those mediocre talents for too long, and your logical thinking ability has regressed. I was indeed born from a mistake, but I am not a mistake myself. I am merely the fate extracted from that. In that frame I was Jiang Li, so I will always be Jiang Li. No matter who attempts to deduce, I am Jiang Li himself. Secondly, Ziyi does not conceal, it reflects. You think I am an avatar, so in the information reflected by Ziyi, I am just an avatar. That is your preconceived. Now why don't you try to deduce my causal fate? Yi Kongxian paused briefly, then decisively began to deduce Jiang Li's causal fate before him. In the next moment, he was astonished. Clearly aware that the person before him was fake, yet the deduced information from any perspective indicated that this person was Jiang Li. As the thought this is indeed the true Jiang Li just formed in his mind, a surge of even more powerful, confirming information flooded into his brain. This information nearly shattered his rational defenses. Had he not been certain that the person before him was not the main body, he would have believed in that instant that the guy before him was indeed Jiang Li. Everyone is a Earth immortal. I once thought I was already exceptional. After all, having refined a third-tier territory with a second-tier body, I must be in the genius category. Unfortunately, after the version update, I have become a foil for others' foolishness. Yi Kongxian shook his head and sighed, directly waving his hand to cut off the information that had just surged into his mind. This information, reflected from the perspective of heavenly secrets and fate, would ensnare anyone who came unless they already knew the correct answer. After all, these outcomes were derived by oneself, and the process of deduction was incredibly natural, with no deviations or surprises. This is a perfectly normal deduction of heavenly secrets, and the information obtained is clear, simple, and devoid of any distortion. Even the most ordinary diviner could discern that this was a straightforward deduction, as the information was obtained through conscious effort. However, there are such opportunists in the world. He first confirmed his own origin using the power of the four great paths to carve out a causal fate counterpart. Although this counterpart only had the fate of that moment. Under normal circumstances, a skilled diviner could deduce that the current Jiang Li's fate was insufficiently resilient and his fortune was lacking. He could not support a complete person. However, with the reflection of Jie, when someone deduced that this was indeed the essence of Jiang Li, Jie would directly strengthen the reflection from the causal fate, embedding the characteristic of deception within the information. This created a flawless disguise. No matter how you looked at it, this fellow before him was Jiang Li. Everyone has their own mission. Each has their own role. Jiang Li smiled, not bothering to offer any comfort. After all, they were all on the same side. Comforting words would seem somewhat out of place. Forget it, let's talk about your purpose for coming up this time. Very good, very spirited. My purpose for coming up this time is solely to accomplish 3 things: fulfill a promise, resolve a causal relationship, and clear an energy channel. Very well then, I shall wash up and sleep. Yi Kongxian waved his hand, indicating that he probably wouldn't be able to help with any of these 3 matters, and might as well wash up and go to sleep. I will handle the first 2 matters, but for the 3rd matter, I truly need your assistance. In this past year, have you made any friends? Friends? I do have a few, but they are all just fairweather friends. No problem, fairweather friends are just right. There's no heartache in using them. Jiang Li nodded knowingly. These so-called fairweather friends were spies sent by various powers specifically to inquire about Yi Kongxian's background. With the passing of Keegan, the Earth immortal cultivators originally gathered due to the Linglong chessboard truly knew nothing of Yi Kongxian's origins. And Yi Kongxian had already surpassed the time when he needed to introduce himself to everyone. Thus his identity remained quite mysterious amid the surrounding crowd. All right, then leave the 3rd matter to me. Yi Kongxian nodded, feeling a bit bored around the Linglong chessboard and looking for something to do. Once Earth immortal cultivators reached the 3rd tier, having completed the creation of their territory's spatio-temporal perspective, they possess a trait of being unaffected by time. This means that as long as they are within their territory, Earth Immortal cultivators will hardly consume their lifespan. As long as one is reclusive enough, theoretically their lifespan could be virtually infinite. This is also why Keegan was directly stripped of all his lifespan by Zhongli during his reincarnation, yet he remained unperturbed. At worst, he would just never leave his territory. After all, everyone has become Earth Immortals. Who could truly leave their territory? They all live their lives embracing their territories. Yi Kongshuan, after becoming a third-tier Earth Immortal, had hardly ever left his territory. He was indeed a bit bored. Had it not been for the fact that the rewards from the Linglong chessboard were incredibly tempting and beneficial for him, he might have just run away. Regardless, since he was idle, why stay in a crowd? It was too noisy. Zhongli glanced at Yi Kongshuan, then turned to look at the still towering Linglong chessboard. Some people, their resource points might just be about to be exposed. Standing outside the Linglong chessboard again, although he had lost the perspective of the infinitely high realm, Zhang Li had already undergone several transformations, and he was no longer the same as before. He simply raised his foot and stepped directly into the Linglong chessboard. In the next moment, the Linglong chessboard once again performed the scattering of heavenly maidens. Those Earth Immortal cultivators still engaged in the game were instantly cast aside like trash. Let's do this again. This time I will accumulate an infinite power that will even frighten myself. Heavenly virtue sustains. All the more one accumulates, the more terrifying it becomes. This time, in order to kick the timeline of the Linglong Deluotion back to the beginning, the required power will probably be even more terrifying than last time. This accumulation is destined to be a long one. Zhang Li sat at one end of the Linglong chessboard, and the board unfolded into the second phase. An infinite chess game spread out as Zhang Li, representing the Linglong Immortal Sovereign, began to place his first piece. In an instant, the entire chessboard began to tremble violently. Guishu truly understood Earth Immortals too well. The moment Zhang Li placed his piece, it realized that it definitely couldn't stop Zhang Li in the future. Thus it considered directly overturning the chessboard. For a game it was sure to lose, it chose to learn from the great Han chess sage. Sometimes chess strength truly comes down to the force of picking up the board and smashing it down. Such a straightforward term. This was when Zhang Li was closest to the pinnacle of chess strength. Faced with Gix's terrifying might, all rules and reason yielded way, unable to stop Gix's supreme chess strength from descending. Fortunately, Zhang Li had computed what Guishu would do. For a generalized consciousness, it was exceedingly difficult to formulate thoughts targeting a specific individual. It couldn't create calculations directly aimed at Zhang Li, but it could make the most primitive and direct violent reaction. With a push of its hand, the chessboard swirled, and endless black and white pieces began to rain down from the sky. Confronted with Gix's terrifying strike, Zhang Li chose to use the power of the Linglong chessboard to transform this earth-shaking blow into an endless rain of pieces. As Zhang Li faced the countless pieces generated by the Linglong chessboard, he also released his own pieces in response, using his astonishing wisdom to deduce the chess path and unfold the grand momentum. Time seemed to pass in an instant, yet it felt as if thousands of years had gone by. On the endless chessboard, the murderous intent was palpable as black and white pieces cascaded down like a torrential rain. With Guishu continually increasing its power, the black and white pieces rolling down the chessboard grew more numerous and denser. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed slightly. However, since he comprehended the profoundness of heavenly virtue sustains, all this was the most terrifying accumulation of momentum. The black and white pieces continued to tumble down, and that momentum had gradually accumulated to a level that was beyond observation, reaching a point that Zhang Li could no longer estimate. Is this Linglong chessboard still a place to stay? What kind of trouble has arisen today? No, the ruins calamity is coming again. As everyone looked up, they finally realized the terrifying ruins wind that connected the sky and the earth, coming with a force that could collapse everything. This time it is not a play. There is no space for anyone to escape in all directions. Yi Kongxian was in the territory of a group of third-tier Earth Immortals, watching the encroaching ruins calamity, silently calculating his chances of survival. There is no doubt I will die. Although he was rather special, ranking among the top in strength among third-tier lords, he could not even withstand the aftershocks from Zhang Li. Why wasn't I included in the version update? He muttered a few words in frustration as he watched one third-tier Earth Immortal after another being swept away by the terrifying ruins calamity, unable to resist, even slightly, turning directly to ashes. Among them was even a member of the Wild Wolf gang who had come to find Kuegong for a violent debt collection. Yi Kongxian watched as he was simply caught by a gust of ruins wind due to not dodging in time, and then his entire being along with his territory turned into fireworks. Even if he burned all his essence in an instant to resist, it had no effect, turning directly into calamity ashes. Thousands of years of cultivation all destroyed in an instant. Such a great calamity is merely the aftermath of his battle. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Once again dodging a gust of ruin's wind, Yi Kongxian shrank his territory into a ball and began to shuttle back and forth among the Earth Immortal territories. Like a catfish weaving through a school of sardines. At least for the short term, he was not in immediate danger of falling. However, as the ruin's calamity drew nearer, the space for him to jump around was dwindling. How much longer? Yi Kongxian was also a bit anxious. Oh, once this thing touches you, it's death. Although he felt a bit bored, he wasn't done living yet. The world is so beautiful, he hasn't explored it enough. Soon. At this moment, Zhang Li's entire territory was engulfed in flames, a true burning. Zhang Li had completely ignited the territory he had just brought up from the second layer. He exerted every ounce of strength to assist in calculating the chess moves. The pieces of the ruins seemed endlessly falling, while Zhang Li's strength was finite. The entire chess game was nearing a point where he could no longer control it. Within the territory, the starry river burned, and all beings lamented. On the chessboard, Zhang Li felt as if his soul was about to burn out. This was not a lack of skill, it was facing the saturated moves of the ruins which he was utterly powerless to counter. It was as if his soul could support him to run 1-2-0 lines for a long time, but the ruins were running 1-0 lines on the chessboard at all times. Right now he had squeezed everything to the extreme, barely keeping up with the ruins' moves. Fortunately, this is the Linglong chessboard. If it were outside without the constraints of the Linglong chessboard, the ruins could instantly crush Zhang Li with absolute computational power. So while he had touched the threshold of infinite power of the Earth Immortals, he had not truly developed it. A true powerhouse would never limit themselves to a single place and engage in a war of attrition. The path of thick virtue, carrying all that he comprehended, still had significant flaws. Of course, it might also be because as Zhang Li, his foundation was still too shallow. If he truly could bring Zhang Li up from the second layer, it would be much simpler to deal with. At most 3 breaths of time. The momentum accumulated in this game of chess would be enough to kick the timeline of Linglong Dayuo Heaven back to its original point. 3 breaths of time. Hold on, there will definitely be a way out. At the Wild Wolf Gang's base, the gang leader Jia Tianlong was gathering many Earth Immortals to resist the calamity from the ruins. Many Earth Immortals joined forces to support a massive light screen. Outside the light screen, a gust of ruins energy occasionally descended, causing the entire screen to tremble violently. What on earth is happening? The second time in millions of years, when has the Linglong chessboard ever experienced something so unbelievable? Has anyone calculated the cause and effect? Everyone looked at each other, struggling to support the light screen, while shaking their heads helplessly. Jia Tianlong took 2 heavy breaths, and threw his treasured sword harshly to the ground. Everyone, those who borrowed from the Wild Wolf Gang's essence, should return it. What do you mean? Gang leader Zhao, what is the significance of collecting debts at this time? If we can't survive, do you think you can still ask the ruins for payment? Right, Gang leader Jia, it's more important to get through the immediate crisis. Everyone thought Jia Tianlong had lost his mind. Talking about debts at this time, let alone if it hadn't reached the due date, even if it had, everyone was in the same boat. At this time, saying such things would only damage the hard-won unity of those around him. What benefit could it possibly bring? Everyone, since you borrowed my essence, then use your essence to repay it. Jia Tianlong grinned, sinisterly revealing the fundamental methods he had hidden for 1,000 years. The money-centered cause and effect view. This is a method specifically used for cultivating monetary fruit position. In the past, Jia Tianlong was afraid of being envied by others, so he had never exposed it. Now is precisely the time to manifest the accumulation of millions. This method is based on money but cultivates the cultivator's own self. This is a method centered on the cultivator's 3 views. Good use leads to good fruit, while evil use leads to evil fruit. The difference in power between good and evil fruit is not significant, it is merely the difference in cultivation methods. In the method, the 3 views are respectively borrow without possessing, repay with credibility, and reject without remorse. Jia Tianlong cultivates the view of repaying with credibility. Rooted in the understanding that credibility is the origin of the Tao, if Jia Tianlong continues to adhere to credibility as his foundation, then his credibility will accumulate over time, and with the frequency and amount of borrowing, until it condenses into his own money-centered cause and effect Tao fruit. This is a special Tao fruit. In the future, he can borrow this Tao fruit and become the god of wealth who masters credibility. Any transaction and loan conducted under his witness will become the nourishment for his Tao fruit and be protected by it. This is a form of good fruit, which is what Jia Tianlong has always pursued. Because walking deeply along this path offers the opportunity to realize the infinite power of the Earth Immortals, that crude imitation of the infinite power of the Celestials. One can only say that if given time, Jia Tianlong might truly carve out a heavenly path. Unfortunately, he has now been cornered. With no hope left for good fruit, he can only seek for evil fruit. In the next moment, everyone who had borrowed from Jia Tianlong felt a shudder. What is happening to me? Why is my territory burning? Oh no, my essence is rapidly depleting. Someone is devouring my essence. The good karma of returning and having faith in the perspective of causality based on monetary value, although it does not significantly enhance the cultivator's strength in the short term, possesses infinite potential and serves as a guarantee for the cultivator's future. This is already one of the simplest methods imitating the cultivation of celestial beings. Since Jia Tianlong comprehended it, he has kept this secret hidden deep within his heart, hoping to have a chance for enlightenment in the future. Unfortunately, this time the good karma has reversed into bad karma. Losing the imagery of returning and having faith, non-attachment, keeping faith and moderation, what he gained instead were the images of greed, dependence, and killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. At this moment, Jia Tianlong forcefully seized others' origins, completely disregarding the contract initially set, which is a form of dependence. In times of crisis, forcibly burning someone else's origin is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After lending to others, not only did he forcibly reclaim the principal, but he also risked their lives and everything else, which is sheer greed. At this moment, the good karma that Jia Tianlong cultivated for 1,000 years abandoned him. He had transformed from a banker into a rogue engaged in money laundering. Although the latter seemed to offer greater profits in the short term, he had already lost his future. Jia Tianlong was filled with frustration. He did not understand why such bad luck befell him. Clearly, the Linglong chessboard had been quiet for countless years, so how could two major incidents occur in quick succession? Especially this time, it left no way out for others. He had to cut off his own path for survival. Soon over half of the cultivators gathered under the light screen fell. Jia Tianlong squinted slightly, casting a deep glance at the remaining few small fries, then turned his gaze back to the already stabilized light screen. Yi Kongxian hid among the small fries, pretending to tremble slightly. Fortunately, he owed no origin to the Wild Wolf gang. Otherwise, he might have truly been ambushed this time. One could only say that cultivating as an Earth Immortal really should not rely on others or external things. If the causality is unclear, who knows what problems will arise in the end. Someone like Jia Tianlong, who has accumulated credit for 1,000 years just to set you up, is truly hard to guard against. A glimmer of hope has appeared. After just harvesting a vast amount of origins and burning out the clients he lent to Jia Tianlong, directly found a sliver of opportunity in this calculation. Hold on for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, we may have a chance to survive. Immediately burn your origins for me. Afterward, Jia Tianlong will compensate you. Jia Tianlong's 1,000 years of accumulated credit and prestige made everyone habitually obey his orders. Although his recent actions severely damaged his credit in such a dangerous moment, everyone could only pretend they had not seen it. Soon hundreds of light beams shot into the sky, firmly holding back the impending collapse of the light screen. Jia Tianlong has some skills. If it weren't for Jiang Li making trouble, he might really have a chance to advance further. Yi Kongxian had only one remaining friend by his side, who was also trembling all over, looking as if his origin was about to be drained. However, Yi Kongxian could tell that the other party was hiding their strength. He was quite confident in his friend. These guys were not weak among the 3rd-grade Earth Immortals. The current dying appearance was likely due to being frightened by Jia Tianlong's recent actions. Previously, everyone had thought Jia Tianlong was just a straightforward person who lent money. Aside from facing violent collection for not repaying him, he had almost no other evil deeds. Now with this happening, those who died were one thing. Those who survived were truly afraid of being silenced by Jia Tianlong. After all, everyone knew too much. Old Yi, can you hold on for 3 breaths? I don't think I can last at most 2 breaths, and exhaust my origin. I forgot that the Kuei gang's origin is originally not abundant. That's right. Then don't blame me, brother. Oh. Yi Kongxian's mouth slightly curled, but he quickly Jia gang master, this guy has a debt note from Kuei gang. You should refine him quickly. Anyway, he no longer has any origin to support the defensive barrier. What a guy are you, that dog. Yi Kongxian nearly laughed in anger, quickly adjusting his expression to avoid laughing out loud. Although they were friends, they maintained a decent relationship on the surface. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive in selling him out. You're quite something, I'll remember you. Yi Kongxian pouted, preparing to flee for his life. The current situation did not allow him to conflict with Jia Tianlong, who represented the Wild Wolf gang, especially with such a significant threat outside. It would be better to escape than to waste his origin here. There are still 2 breaths left. Jia Tianlong glanced at Yi Kongxian, and then looked at the guy who had just reported him. In the next moment, he raised his hand, casting a spell. The familiar aura of Jiang Li's refining realm divine art caused Yi Kongxian, who was about to flee, to stop in his tracks. Jia gang master, I'm helping you. I don't need your help, though it's more practical to do everything myself. Jia Tianlong curled his lips and directly grabbed the informant, effortlessly refining him into millions of pure origins. As third-grade beings, the gap between them was greater than that between humans and dogs. Even if I support the barrier with one hand and hold up the entire wild wolf gang camp with the other, I am still invincible here. Everyone, if you make any more small moves here, please consider your own weight. Yi Kongxian remained silent, wondering if Jia Tianlong had been influenced by Zhang Li. That shouldn't be the case. He, Daoist friend, the gang master, has helped you this time. Don't you want to repay him? Yi Kongxian retracted his previous thoughts. It was evident that Jia Tianlong chose another person as the target because he had been assigned to confront the members of the Wild Wolf gang. In Jia Tianlong's eyes, his own worth could only match that of an ordinary gang member. He looked around and realized that in just one breath the entire Wild Wolf gang had surrounded everyone left. Those who remained here today would all become consumables for the Wild Wolf gang to confront the calamity of the return to nothingness. Glancing at the drooling members of the Wild Wolf gang beside him, Yi Kongxian smiled slightly, and his entire figure along with his territory turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing. There is still one breath of time. Burn them all for me. Gang Master 1 has escaped. Don't worry about it. Well, few, I finally managed to hold on. Jia Tianlong looked at the desolate scene and let out a sigh of relief. In the last moment, he not only refined all the outsiders present, but also sacrificed his old companions who had followed him for 1,000 years. From the moment he began to seek the evil fruit, these old companions who had followed him for millennia became the best fuel. After all, if he could devour and sacrifice even those outsiders with whom he had a bit of financial interaction, then those subordinates who had been rewarded by him for years had no chance of resistance when faced with his devouring and sacrifice. In a mere moment, the Wolf Gang was completely wiped out. Just holding on for that moment allowed Jia Tianlong to survive. Hey, you are still alive. At the moment the light shield dissipated, Jia Tianlong saw Yi Kongxian standing still. Upon seeing Yi Kongxian, Jia Tianlong instinctively wanted to strike and annihilate the figure before him. However, Yi Kongxian had no interest in dealing with Jia Tianlong at that moment. Where's my Linglong chessboard? What happened to the grand Linglong chessboard? And what is that glowing orb on the— Yi Kongxian was internally shaken beyond measure. In the void, a glowing orb replaced the position of the Linglong chessboard. The calamity of the void which had been spreading abruptly came to a halt. Everything was set in stone. The Linglong de Luo Tian was in the process of being reborn, having lost its best opportunity to act. What a clever tactic. Inside the Linglong de Luo Tian, Zhang Li looked up at the sky, feeling that he had been heavily plotted against. No wonder Linglong Xinzuan sent both insights and the power of regret moved. It turns out in the end, she wanted me to inherit the Linglong de Luo Tian. She needs a terrestrial immortal to cooperate with her. I had previously thought that the terrestrial immortal who opened the Linglong de Luo Tian still existed, but it seems he must have perished. She needs a terrestrial immortal to cooperate with her. I had previously thought that the terrestrial immortal who opened the Linglong de Luo Tian still existed, but it seems he must have perished long ago. Shaking his head, Zhang Li looked at the Linglong de Luo Tian that had merged with his territory, feeling an immense pressure that made it hard to breathe. As the Linglong de Luo Tian further revived, he not only felt breathless, but also found his thoughts near. His territory was quite good, but it was only at the 3rd tier. The level of the Linglong de Luo Tian must far exceed the 3rd tier. To bear such a grand world with a 3rd tier body, even if his Tao foundation were solid, he felt as if his soul was about to halt its operation under this pressure. Thank you, my friend. Linglong Xinzuan descended with a familiar divine light. Her features were still unclear, but one could sense her current happiness. Xinzuan, do you have a way to rescue me? No, if you separate from the Linglong de Luo Tian, it will instantly collapse. If the previous terrestrial immortal had not forcefully abandoned the Linglong de Luo Tian, my homeland would not have fallen to the depths of the void. With your participation, the Linglong de Luo Tian has truly come to life. Linglong Xinzuan smiled and shook her head, remembering the opportunity gained after plotting for eons. As for Zhang Li's predicament, that was not her concern. If he had enough talent, perhaps there would still be a chance for revival after millions of years. The previous terrestrial immortal preferred to self-destruct rather than continue contributing. This time, Linglong Xinzuan specifically set up the Linglong chessboard, waiting for a low cultivation anomaly who could bear the revival of the Linglong de Luo Tian. Such an anomaly appears once in 10,000 years, and she has finally waited for it. To plot against Zhang Li, she even offered up her accumulated knowledge over countless years. Not to mention that she also used the regret move, a mistaken power, to bait him. Now Zhang Li had completely fused with the Linglong de Luo Tian and was unable to even think under its immense pressure. He simply could not resist Linglong Xianzhen's dominion. A foundation that could not put up any resistance meant that everything of the Linglong de Luo Tian would be governed by the heavenly Tao. This was what Linglong Xinzuan sought. How ruthless! Before Zhang Li's last thought halted, he could only utter one final lament. Then the orb formed by the Linglong de Luo Tan began to rapidly expand, transforming into a grand world that rose into the air at a visible speed. As the Linglong de Luo Tian gradually broke free from the shackles of the void and reformed into one of the heavens, Zhang Li completely lost the last opportunity to resist. Within the void, terrestrial immortals might still have some ability to resist. But once they leave the void, terrestrial immortals are utterly powerless against celestial immortals. Especially when he had already been thoroughly suppressed, Zhang Li was completely defeated. Is this being plotted against? Yi Kongxian was taken aback for a moment and suddenly felt like laughing. Fortunately, his version hadn't been updated, otherwise he might have been the one plotted against. A celestial immortal who had been planning for millions of years was simply not something they as third-tier terrestrial immortals could resist. In the realm of the heavens, Linglong Xianzhen's true form transformed into a towering giant that supported the heavens and earth, slowly lifting the Linglong de Luo Tian to the highest point she could reach. After millions of years of plotting, my chance to attain the Tao has finally arrived. As the Linglong de Luo Tian began to fully revive, Linglong Xianzhen's figure in the heavens became increasingly solid. She descended, her status slowly lowering from the heights. It was as if a snowflake drifted down slowly, transforming into a vast continent during its descent. Once her status lowered to a certain level, it completely bound with the Linglong de Luo Tian below. A line seemed to connect the two, linking the Linglong de Luo Tian and Linglong Xianzhen. It was precisely because of this connection that the Linglong de Luo Tian was stabilized through Linglong Xianzhen's status, preventing her status from drifting higher. I see. In the second layer of the void, Zhang Li quietly closed his eyes. He did not know whether his arrangement had deceived Linglong Xianzhen or not, but at least so far everything indicated that his clone had not been exposed. The clone has to endure some hardships. As long as it can endure, it will surely face endless suffering. Regardless of whether Linglong Xianzhen has seen through my clone, all my causal threads are severed here with her. From now on, everything must be carried out in the dark. Neither Linglong Xianzhen nor the heavenly Tao and the Buddhist sect can be allowed to detect my existence. Now I must settle a karmic debt. Qianya, it's time for you to attempt the third order. With the suppression of his true self-avatar by the venerable Linglong, this was Qianya's sole opportunity. If he failed to seize it once the three life Buddhas made their next move, he would have no chance left. If Zhang Li's conjecture was correct, then Qianya should already be preparing to ascend to the third order. Once he achieved the third order, his formed space-time perception would automatically overwrite previous traces, allowing Qianya to fully take control of Yi Hongyi's domain. This was the crucial step for Qianya to supplant Yi Hongyi. Until he reached the third order, no one would make a move. Once he attained the third order and everything was settled, he would become a discarded pawn of the three life Buddhas, and then it would be Zhang Li's turn to act. Now that Zhang Li was ostensibly suppressed, as long as Qianya was not foolish, he would seize this sole window of opportunity. In the desolate wasteland within a gentle sanctuary, Qianya, draped in a kasaya, walked through the desolation. A halo of Buddha light radiated behind his head, within which lay the former domain of Yi Hongyi. It had long been completely refined into a beam of Buddha light, becoming Qianya's Srimanara world. In Buddhist cultivation, all blessed lands are refined into the mind's thoughts. This made the external manifestation of an earth immortal almost identical to that of a mere human immortal. This was part of Buddhism's equality for all beings. Outward appearance was merely a hindrance to enlightenment. Unfortunately, later generations of Buddhist disciples were unworthy, striving instead to adorn their appearances while lacking profound understanding of true Buddhist doctrine. To distinguish their Buddha light from others, Buddhist cultivators added textures like wisdom flame, transformation Buddha, precious pearl, and lotus flower, as if these additions could increase their wisdom and elevate their cultivation. It could only be said that any sect, once it grew large, would naturally attract parasites. This was unavoidable. The more prosperous Buddhism became, the rarer the great enlightened ones grew. Yet when Buddhism truly faced hardship, great enlightened ones would emerge to save the battered sect. Thus, in Zhang Li's view, 99% of Buddhist followers were flies feeding on the flesh of others under the golden signboard of Buddhism. This included the current Qianya, who in Zhang Li's eyes had long strayed from Buddhist scriptures, falling into the path of greed and anger. Qianya walked through the desolation, his Buddha light illuminating the myriad worlds, converting countless earth immortals along the way into halos of Buddha light behind his head. As the Buddha light accumulated, his figure grew ever more majestic. The third order is within reach. I heard Zhang Li has been suppressed. This news comes strangely. Should I believe it? Is it an investment from some future great figure? Or is it a Qianya, wearing a compassionate smile, converted the earth immortal, blocking his path, casting him into the Buddha light behind him, while pondering the accuracy of the information he had received. He had obtained the news at the Tongtian Dao trading house. Besides newcomers, many veterans also mingled there. His source was an old man who had escaped from the Linglong chess game. However, the man had demanded 3,000 units of his origin energy as a fee for the information. The man had sworn he had witnessed Jiang Li being suppressed, claiming to be one of the only 2 cultivators to escape the Linglong chess game. The other was Jia Tianlong, the wolf pack leader, now nearing the 4th order. That 3rd order cultivator, named Kuei-gong, seemed honest and unlikely to deceive him. Moreover, Qianye had used telepathy, a supreme Buddhist divine power, to verify the truth. Every word the man spoke was true. No one could lie under his telepathy verification, especially when the other had opened their heart completely, allowing him full connection. This might be my only chance. If I miss it, the 3 worldly venerables will surely make their move soon. I must seize this fleeting opportunity and not lose it. Having made his decision, Qianye resolved to wait, becoming a 3rd order cultivator and fully usurping the future of Karma Vane Guanyin. Even if suppressed and immortal, and suppression was still immortal. As long as he became immortal, he would have countless chances to experiment. No suppression or seal was eternal, for even the 3 life Buddhas eventually faced their nirvana and abdication. Given time, he would always find a chance to break free. In truth, he did not know that if the real Karma Vane Guanyin were here, an immortal would indeed be difficult to truly suppress. After eons, there would always be a sliver of opportunity to break the bonds and reclaim oneself. Alas, once he truly replaced Yi Hongyi, he would become the future Karma Vane Guanyin. Given his nature and the depth of the 3 life Buddha's influence, he could hardly escape their hidden machinations. Even when the myriad heavens fell, he might never break free from the seal of Karma Vane Guanyin. Qianye's innate nature was flawed. After eons, not only would he fail to escape the seal, but his very self would dissolve completely. He would become no more than an idiot bearing the empty title of Karma Vane Guanyin. Yet he knew none of this. Perhaps he sensed something, but his flawed nature prevented him from facing that desolate. He instinctively fled from it. Alas, the future ordained by the 3 worldly venerables could not be evaded by mere avoidance. In the desolate wasteland, Qianye took a step, and lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, lifting his body toward the boundless heights. With each step, it was as if he climbed a heavenly ladder toward a supreme position. As he walked, the wheel of 3,000 Buddha lights behind him slowly rotated, ripples of radiance spreading out. Even the surrounding desolate Qi was dyed into 3,000 miles of Buddha land. As he climbed, Qianye's aura grew heavier, as if it would crush this very realm. This was the power of the present Buddha, cultivating the art of boundless might. Qianye had not only received support from the past and future venerables, but also the recognition of the present Buddha. This man was riddled with countless hidden schemes planted by the 3 worldly venerables. He was like a sieve leaking water, completely at the mercy of the 3 venerables. If not for Yi Hongyi, the future Karma Vane Guanyin, such a handy pawn, would have been cherished by the 3 venerables, likely reluctant to use him. Ha ha ha, the Buddha have succeeded. With Qianye's hearty laughter, a trace of the terrifying power that seemed to crush the present leaked into the future timeline. The next moment, threads of time were born, indescribably beautiful rays of light that instantly connected the 3,000 Buddhalite worlds behind his head. In an instant, the power of the 3,000 Buddhalite worlds was fully unified, birthing a terrifying force that instantly infused Qianye's Buddha body. The next moment, Qianye's Buddha body surged upward, an expansion transcending time and space. From any angle, Qianye's gaze now looked upon you with compassion. From this day forth, my path is achieved. From this day forth, the karmic ties are severed, and Jiang Li shall no longer exist in this world. Yi Kongxian did not make an appearance. This was not the time to reap the fruits of labor, as even an ordinary cultivator facing the 3rd stage would encounter tremendous tribulations. For a future cultivator to break through to the 3rd stage in the present world would naturally be no simple feat. Qianye now had to make a choice: to embrace the present and fully become Yi Hongyi, or to face the boundless calamity of the heavens and earth as a person from the future. Qianye did not hesitate, though under the blessing of the Buddha's divine power, a magnificent world from the future began to burn furiously. Within that magnificent world, beneath the golden mountain on the other side, countless devout followers fell into eternal silence amidst their fervent worship. He was truly integrating into this era at the cost of burning everything in his future. After the magnificent world burned, pure primal power began to cross the barriers of time, guided by its connection with Qianye, and fell into the 3,000 worlds behind his head. As the timeline continually formed, the worlds behind his head evolved into the Buddha's Puso world, with each halo representing the weight of a true world. The 3,000 halos behind his head represented his ultimate Tao attainment and power, burning 10 million portions of primal essence only to gain 1 portion of essence in the present world. Transmitting power across time is indeed a losing business. Only the world-honored one with infinite power has the ability to transmit power across endless time. Yi Hongyi, 3 world-honored ones are even willing to bestow the title of Jie Mai Guanyin upon me to deal with you. Tell me, are you not my benefactor? Even if it is only a few tens of thousands of years of carefree time, it is better than being a useless person with no hope of attaining the Tao. Qianye felt the Pusa world behind his head slowly coalescing more timelines, and the 3,000 Pusa worlds began to gather together under the connections of time. After tens of thousands of years, as the magnificent world completely burned, the golden mountain on the other side shrank into a fine golden light, reversing along the river of time, wishing to merge into Qianye's Pusa world. Come everything from my future. Having lost his power, Qianye was not worried. As long as the golden mountain from the other side, which contained all his future Tao attainments, could fully merge into his present Pusa world, then all his efforts would be worthwhile. The true calamity should be coming. Reversing time is inherently against the natural order of heaven and earth. Not to mention that Qianye now sought to manifest his future Tao in the present world. This was akin to manipulating the fundamental laws of the universe. Although the supreme being of the universe was unlikely to interfere, the universe still maintained its instinct for self-preservation. Without truly achieving the third stage, Qianye was still cultivating based on the temporal scale of the universe, so if he toyed with time, he would naturally face backlash. Moreover, as he was about to break through to the third stage, the external tribulation that belonged to him should also arrive. With the external tribulation combined with the universe's backlash, even though Qianye was not an ordinary Earth Immortal cultivator, this tribulation would likely not be easily overcome. Soon Jiangli felt dozens of gazes directed at him. Yi Hongyi, you are about to reach the third stage. Yi Hongyi, you despicable witch, today is your day of death. I'll return my husband's life to me. Yi Kongxian quietly hid to the side, not making an appearance. He did not need the pull of karma to know that Qianye was undergoing tribulation. As Qianye was about to completely replace Yi Hongyi from the perspectives of both karma and destiny, the person before him was indeed the former Yi Hongyi. Under the entanglement of karma, whether it was Yi Hongyi or the debts created by Qianye, it was time to settle. However, merely a group of second-stage Earth Immortals probably did not qualify to support the scale of a third-stage Great Tribulation along with the universe's backlash. Soon, one after another, third-stage Earth Immortals crossed the boundary, and dozens of third-stage Earth Immortals tore apart the barrier between the returning ruins and the desolation, following the fluctuations of karma to arrive here. Yi Hongyi, our leader, requests your presence. Please do not refuse. Yi Hongyi, our pavilion master, is quite interested in you. Where did your Buddha cultivation come from? Yi Hongyi, there is a bounty on your head, and the price is quite high. I am very interested. Yi Hongyi. The third-stage Earth Immortals surrounding him all had their own motives, but they all aimed to capture Yi Hongyi. Yi Kongxian nodded in satisfaction. This was worthy of the future Buddha's status. After all, it was normal for a future Buddha's son to cross through time to cultivate in the present world, and it would be expected for more Earth Immortals to come to attack. If there were too few, it would seem they looked down upon him. Let alone being besieged by Earth Immortals, Yi Kongxian even thought it would not be too much to have a couple of Celestial Immortals come as well. After all, he had never seen a low-level Celestial Immortal. Every Celestial Immortal he encountered was already a formidable figure. He was quite interested in the cultivation methods of low-level Celestial Immortals. If he could take advantage of Qianye's tribulation to capture 1 or 2 Celestial Immortals here, it would greatly aid his research into the path of Celestial Immortals. Amitba, no, fellow Taoists, what is the necessity of this? Qianye jolted and quickly stopped his habitual phrase. Although he was not particularly clever, he was certainly not foolish. At this moment, he must not allow the world-honored one's gaze to turn towards him. Fellow Taoists, once I attain the Tao, your family and friends will naturally attain it together. In our Buddha teachings, all cultivators are equal. When I attain the Tao, all beings who follow me will gain great wisdom and opportunities. The alluring voice echoed in the ears of many Earth Immortal cultivators. Soon several second-stage Earth Immortals could not resist the Buddha's enticing sound and transformed their entire territories into streams of light, diving into Qianye's Pusa world. This wicked woman is still thinking of dragging a few along at this point. Second stage 1, stay away. If you die, who will pay the bill for me? Among the third stage Earth Immortals, a burly man draped in animal skins stepped out from his territory. As he moved, the territory behind him slowly shrank, ultimately transforming into a spiritual light that fell onto the wolf-toothed club in his hand. When he stopped, his figure was already larger than most third-stage territories. The wolf-toothed club in his hand shimmered with a red light that shattered everything as it swung down towards Yi Hongyi's position. Boom! A terrifying force akin to opening up the heavens and earth spread through the desolation, scattering the gathered second-stage cultivators before they could even react. After a single strike, the burly man staggered back a dozen steps. With each step, he took the entire desolation, trembled slightly. Good heavens, you actually possess such strength. This is the power of the Buddha in the present world. Earth Immortal cultivators were not purely brutes. Although this man appeared rough, his vision was sharp, instantly discerning the source of Yi Hongyi's power. At his words, countless people around him gasped in shock. The Buddha of the present world represented an infinite power. Could it be that there were still his disciples in the present world? Why would a disciple of the Buddha be born in the path to the heavens? What calculations and arrangements lay behind all this? Many third-tier Earth Immortals suddenly hesitated. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Yi Hongyi's origins were quite extraordinary. How much had they been schemed against by gathering here? If they really acted against Yi Hongyi, how many people's interests would they be infringing upon? Even if they killed Yi Hongyi now, what would they do if they faced retaliation from powerful figures in the future? In an instant, although Yi Hongyi seemed surrounded and on the verge of being besieged, very few dared to strike at her immediately. At this moment, the Golden Mountain from the other shore, after countless years, was traversing through the timeline slowly and steadily advancing towards the present world. Once the Golden Mountain from the other shore fully fell into the present world, their obstruction would lose all significance. By then, Qian Yi would surely replace Yi Hongyi and break through to the third tier. Once he achieved the third tier, he would be a powerhouse among the third tier, one that ordinary third-tier Earth Immortals could not contend with. If they wanted to act against him, they could only do so before he truly broke through. Unfortunately, the name of the Buddha of the present world made these people calm down instantly, and they did not dare to act against Qian Yi. However, although others hesitated, the one named Yang Jiao, who had just acted, had no such concerns. Since he had already acted, if Yi Hongyi really broke through before him, his days would not be easy. Everyone, if he is truly protected by the Buddha of the present world, will we still have the chance to appear here? Or does our presence here indicate that he has been abandoned by the Buddhist sect? Since everyone here shares a karmic connection with him, having come today, we are bound to suffer his retaliation in the future. Who among you can withstand an Earth Immortal with the power of the present world Buddha? Let's act together. I will take the lead. Kill her and share the benefits on her. Yang Jiao's words instantly awakened some of the third-tier Earth Immortals. Since they had already come, the enmity of obstructing the path had already been established. At this moment, if they didn't act, would they really wait until the other party achieved the third tier to settle accounts with them? Moreover, the opponent clearly was not simple. Now, taking advantage of the karmic relations provoked by the great calamity, they could still gather together to launch a siege. If the opponent successfully transcended this calamity, there would be no chance for a siege. With the shameless style of the Buddhist sect, they would definitely conduct a Onion or even a multi-against ons. In an instant, 35 third-tier Earth Immortals acted in unison, and the vast torrent of magical power struck down, instantly engulfing Yi Hongyi's figure. Did we succeed? From a distance, the second-tier Earth Immortals watched with their hearts racing as over 30 third-tier Earth Immortals acted. The gathered magical power was so immense that even just observing from afar made them feel overwhelmed. No, we didn't hurt her. This BTCH, she actually dodged such terrifying attacks. It shouldn't be possible. That was the power of third-tier Earth Immortals. How could she evade all of it? Everyone was astonished as they watched what unfolded before them. Yi Hongyi wore a compassionate expression, calmly observing the 35 Earth Immortals. The 35 Earth Immortals who had acted also fell silent at this moment. One would expect that not only is second-tier Earth Immortal on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, but even the top-tier powerhouses among the third-tier Earth Immortals should not be able to so easily evade all their attacks. It must be understood that for second-tier Earth Immortals, third-tier Earth Immortals were like a mechanism. They enjoyed endless time within their own blessed lands, inherently sensitive to the fluctuations of space, karma, and destiny, and could use these powers to deal with cultivators of a lower level. Yet just now they had not perceived at all what method the opponent had employed. The gap in their Tao attainments was too vast. Their cultivation was still incomparable to Qian Yi. Even if Qian Yi had now fallen to the second tier, the vision and methods accumulated over countless years remained, allowing her to easily counter a group of third-tier Earth Immortals' attacks. This is the power of the future Buddha. She isn't uninjured, she has merely distributed her injuries into the endless future. Our attacks could obliterate her dozens of times. Even if distributed across numerous futures, it could lead to her immediate demise. Yet she seems to possess countless futures. No matter how powerful our attacks are, after being apportioned into the realm of the endless, they have almost no effect on her. Fellow Taoists, this is my true power. Since you have seen the future, why not bow down? A grand Buddhist voice resonated throughout the area, coating the desolate land within 1,000 miles in a layer of golden light. A majestic golden Buddha statue rose behind Yi Hongyi, and beneath the vast golden form the gathered Earth Immortals appeared like mere flies fallen on the ground. This magnificent scene almost caused some of the third-tier Earth Immortals to lose their composure. What the hell? A series of applause erupted, and the intense pain brought these Earth Immortals back to their senses. This time not only did the 35 Earth Immortals who had previously acted join together without hesitation, but even the other hesitant third-tier Earth Immortals stood with them. Qian Ye's display was far too rule-breaking. The hesitant third-tier Earth Immortals did not disagree with Yang Jiao's words. They merely questioned whether they had the ability to evade Yi Hongyi's future retaliation. Now Yi Hongyi's demonstrated methods and strength left no choice for those who hesitated. For those who had already cultivated to the third tier, hoping for the kindness and mercy of others was a gamble that only desperate gamblers would undertake. Such gambles often ended in losing everything. I swear the Tao heart is indeed my Achilles. I absolutely loathe this mechanism. Yang Jiao exclaimed again, and frightened, he slapped himself 20 more times to regain his composure. We must anchor her in the now, preventing her from distributing her injuries into the endless future. If that happens, no matter how we attack, it will have no effect. You're right, but who has the means to do so? Everyone exchanged glances. They indeed had means to anchor some cultivators in the now, directly solidifying damage and negating the opponent's ability to use deceitful means to shift harm. However, that applied to ordinary cultivators, and this one was anything but ordinary. How could they possibly anchor a being with the power of the present and future Buddha with their level of strength? Let me handle it. Kuei Gang stepped forward from the back, arriving before everyone in an instant. This person has changed her fundamental law. Her previous fundamental law should be the sun's offering to the gods. And I happen to be able to restrain practitioners of this law. Though she hit it well, it still reveals some clues. You all attack. I will interfere with her, preventing her from transferring all the damage to the future. Originally, Yi Hongyi was calmly transcending her tribulation, but upon seeing Kuei Gang appear, her scalp suddenly tingled. Why is he here? I have been schemed against. Oh no, this is the true calamity. Her real tribulation has just begun. Fellow cultivator, we have no grievances against each other. Why must you target me so? Qian Yi spoke in a deep voice, having lost his previous calm and composure. Haha, fellow Taoist, can I simply covet the opportunities upon you? Talking like this now, fellow Taoist, is rather dull. Then Zhongli being suppressed. Is it a lie, Is he still hidden in the shadows, waiting to strike at me? Qian Yi suddenly became unprecedentedly vigilant. Zhang Li's Tao cultivation was far too peculiar, almost immeasurable by mere realms. Though his own Tao base was ostensibly higher, he was perpetually outmatched in contests of Tao, a veritable anomaly. Zhang Li is indeed suppressed, fellow Taoist. Do you not trust your own mind-reading art? Qian Yi now expressed his doubts about the supreme Buddhist divine ability he had cultivated. Perhaps this very being before him could deceive it. Then why have you come, fellow Taoist? Naturally, for your blood. Haven't you realized what method I cultivate? Next, Kuei-gong opened his domain, a vast territory where myriad celestial phenomena roamed freely, devoid of any trace of an Earth Immortal's guidance. A realm of pristine naturalness, like a genuine, perfectly self-evolving world. Qian Yi gazed upon the world before him, sensing a strange familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its origin. As Zhang Li was utterly suppressed by the venerable Linglong beneath the Grand Celestial Net, all his karmic ties ceased. The Kuei-gong before him was Yi Kongxian, using a substitution method, acting with the authority of a deity under the guise of the Son of Heaven. Thus Qian Yi could not immediately discern the true origins of the Kuei-gong before him, until deep within him the dormant Yi Hongyi, a woman who seemed to have surrendered all resistance. That single tremor, as if unveiling the veil of celestial karma, brought the causal threads of Yi Kongxian before Qian Yi's perception. Are you that former clone? No, that's not right. You are not that clone. With the venerable Linglong's supreme power, she could not have spared a single clone. You are the one who devoured his clone's territory, inheriting his foundational method. You reversed the ritual of the Son of Heaven's sacrificial divine method, achieving the position of a deity. Who are you? This territory belonged to Kuei-gong, didn't it? You usurped his domain, turning all he had into your nourishment. Now you come to usurp all I have, to devour me as part of you. Am I right? Yi Kongxian inwardly shook his head. This was the flaw of Buddhist cultivators. Once they latched onto a belief, they gradually forced reality to align with it. In essence, they were artisans capable of wielding their power to a certain degree. To thoroughly cleanse the karmic stains from Yi Kongxian and prevent other grandmasters from targeting him, deceiving the Qian Yi before him was essential. Though the venerable Linglong had suppressed Zhang Li, she allowed a clone to roam free. Whether this stemmed from doubt that Zhang Li was truly suppressed was worth pondering. Zhang Li did not believe the venerable Linglong spared Yi Kongxian out of lingering conscience. He was more inclined to think she was using Yi Kongxian as bait to test if Zhang Li was truly suppressed. Now with her attention fixed on the myriad realms and lacking time for real-time monitoring of Yi Kongshuan, severing the karmic ties upon him was imperative. By leveraging Qian Ye's hand to establish the fact of Yi Kongshuan's death, weaving the cause of death would become far simpler. At that moment far away, Jia Tianlong felt a tickle in his nose, as if a sneeze was coming. Is someone scheming against me, eh? Impossible. Could it be an illusion? Jia Tianlong casually employed Zhang Li's realm, refining divine ability, to accelerate harvesting the territories of cultivators who had lent him their origin power while pondering recent karmic entanglements. After much calculation, he found too many threads. He had slain many of late, amassing an excess of. He could not deduce it instantly. Yet as he continued to calculate, a peculiar sensation crept over him. I actually have a clone left astray. How did I refine him into a clone back then? Oh right. I coveted the deity position of his son of heaven's sacrificial divine method, intending to perfect my money-based causality perspective. Is that truly so? Jia Tianlong felt an instinctive wrongness, yet could not articulate it. This eerie sensation drove him to trace the events between himself and Yi Kongxian. Delving deep, he uncovered a truth that shocked even himself. So, I am the clone. Jia Tianlong froze, halting in disbelief. The moment this thought arose in the second layer of the abyss, Zhang Li waved his hand, wielding a pure white aura as strands of Dharma power slashed at Jia Tianlong's unseen future destiny. In that instant, all other fate lines were severed, leaving only his thread as a clone. Naturally, Jia Tianlong accepted his identity as a clone. According to the memories seemingly etched into his mind after Zhang Li was suppressed by the venerable Linglong, Yi Kongxian lost his sustaining power source, allowing Jia Tianlong to seize everything. He discovered that the deity position of the son of heaven's sacrificial divine method held greater future potential than his own half-abandoned money-based causality perspective's evil fruit. Thus he lent all his domain's origin, destiny, soul, every shred of his existence, to the fading Yi Kongxian. And Yi Kongshuan, having received all of Jia Tianlong's being, naturally became Jia Tianlong. Though the memories remained Yi Kongshuan's, the current Yi Kongxian had lost the support of Zhang Li as his original body. All he had was built on sand. Jia Tianlong became the sole pillar sustaining Yi Kongshuan's existence, directly replacing his former foundation and enabling his survival in an altered form. After recovering, Yi Kongxian severed all of Jia Tianlong's information, refining him into a clone. This was why Jia Tianlong never realized he was a clone. In truth, he had long refined himself into a clone bearing all his memories. And the current Yi Kongxian was the genuine Jia Tianlong, retaining all of Yi Kongshuan's memories. Upon realizing all this, Jia Tianlong muttered dazedly, "Now that the original body is in peril, I should contribute a portion of my power." The next moment, Jia Tianlong's form began to slowly dissipate. Having lent everything, including the money-based causality perspective, to Yi Kongshuan, when Yi Kongxian now called for the return of his power, Jia Tianlong lost his sustaining source and naturally dissolved into nothingness. And Yi Kongshuan, now essentially Jia Tianlong, had no need to repay anything. After all, the two were theoretically the same person. For an Earth Immortal cultivator, victory in combat often depends not on direct power. Insufficient Tao cultivation leaves one vulnerable to being subtly undone at every turn. Jia Tianlong was a living example. Until his death, he believed himself a clone, offering no resistance to Yi Kongshuan's summons. There are two reasons why Zhang Li can calculate the true intentions of Jia Tianlong. One is the transaction of 12 million source points, where the Wolf Gang exchanged 12 million source points for the Zhang Li's refining world divine art. This was supposed to be a nearly even transaction, but at a critical moment the Wolf Gang reneged, wanting to directly refine Yi Kongxian, using that IOU. When the Wolf Gang turned its back, the malicious cause between him and Zhang Li was naturally sown. This also provided Zhang Li with a means to take action against him. The second reason Zhang Li could easily refine Jia Tianlong into a clone while staying on the second level was that he understood him too well. When Jia Tianlong began to practice the Zhang Li's refining world divine art, all of his cultivation was shared with Zhang Li. Zhang Li's understanding of Jia Tianlong could be said to surpass that of Jia Tianlong himself. Zhang Li was even clearer about what flaws existed in his cultivation than Jia Tianlong was. Jia Tianlong had just reversed his cultivation method from seeking good results to seeking evil results, and this extreme reversal caused his control over himself to drop to an all-time low. This led to more flaws during this period. In Zhang Li's eyes, Jia Tianlong was a walking enormous flaw. As long as Zhang Li wished, he could strike at any time. One could only say that 90% of Jia Tianlong's downfall was due to his own actions. Zhang Li was not someone who liked to go around waging wars. The fact that he was already at the third tier and had not yet refined his own Dao soldiers was a clear testament to that. Even the second tier Yihangi had exhausted her resources to refine a batch of first tier golden spears and iron horses. However, Zhang Li had never planned to refine Dao soldiers because there was simply no need. He had never actively sought to make enemies while traveling the world. It was always others who provoked him, and he merely retaliated passively. Who could blame him when the barbarians constantly refreshed on his borders wanting to harm him? As a lover of peace, he found it quite difficult. Zhang Li was quite troubled at this moment, but Jia Tianlong was no longer burdened by such worries. Ever since he realized he was merely a clone, he dissipated painlessly into the void. And having inherited everything from him, Yi Kongxian had transformed into the current sole, authentic Jia Tianlong. It's you, the leader of the wolf gang. Goodness, you've been causing chaos everywhere lately, and yet you still want to calculate against me. Friend, neither of us are good people. If you want my territory, I can cede a portion to you, and I can even share the fundamental teachings of my Buddhist practice with you. How about we join forces? As Jia Tianlong appeared, the many third-tier Earth Immortals who had originally gathered around almost dispersed in a rush. Jia Tianlong's recent reputation had absolutely plummeted. Leveraging the credibility accumulated over the past millennium, Jia Tianlong had recently been recklessly lending to various factions. Every time, he would just lend out the source points, then turn around to seize everything from others as interest. He completely lacked the former credibility he once had. This transformation had indeed caused considerable harm to many cultivators who had trusted him. This also allowed him to race down the path of cultivating evil results, making significant strides on the path of the third tier. One must say washing white weakens by a third, while blackening strengthens by tenfold. Ever since he embarked on the path of seeking evil results, Jia Tianlong's strength changed almost 3 times a day, and he could feel his power increasing at all times. Unfortunately, while power is good, it comes at the cost of the future. The pursuit of evil results, which only seeks immediate power, is destined not to last long. Given Jia Tianlong's current notorious reputation, everyone was truly uncertain whether to act against Jia Tianlong immediately or to eliminate Yihangi first. Everyone, all the mistakes I made before were caused by this person before you. I have turned over a new leaf and will never harm anyone again. Me. Qian Yi was stunned for a moment, pointing at himself, then shaking with anger. It was always the Buddhists who wronged others. When did the world outside turn upside down like this? This was no different from someone pointing at him and saying he had a connection with Qian Yi. This was my phrase. The numerous Earth Immortals looked at Jia Tianlong, then at the Sunto breakthrough, Yihangi. They suddenly began to tacitly frame him. I see. I was wondering why Dao friend Jia suddenly had such a drastic change in mood. It must be because this bald monk took advantage of the chaos during the downfall of the wolf gang, when Dao friend Jia was in disarray, to pull this trick. Indeed. I have known Dao friend Jia for 1,000 years and have borrowed from him in emergencies more than once. How come nothing happened to me? It must be that our friendship is so deep that Dao friend Jia woke up when he saw me here. In truth, it was because you were hiding too well. Jia Tianlong hadn't been able to calculate your location. Jia Tianlong rolled his eyes but quickly replaced it with an expression of finding a soulmate, nodding repeatedly at the beautiful woman as if to agree with her. You wicked monk, even a kind person like Dao friend Jia must be bewitched by you. I can tell at a glance that you're no good bald monk. Jia Tianlong was quite rich in inner thoughts at this time. These well-informed third-tier Earth Immortals spoke so sweetly. Bald monk, I must bring justice for Dao friend Jia and the destroyed wolf gang. What does the wolf gang have to do with me? Yihangi finally couldn't hold back. Your framing techniques are so skilled, they truly have the style of my Buddhist sect. How come my Buddhist sect has so many outstanding talents outside without taking them under our wing? These guys, could it be that they have deceived themselves? Looking at these self-assured individuals, Yihangi felt that they must be telling the truth, and that she really had taken action against the Jia Tianlong before her. Could it be that I lost my memory? That shouldn't be the case. I am only at the second tier. When could a second-tier person recklessly act against a top-level third-tier cultivator? Even if I am a bit special, I am still a solid second tier. Some chasms cannot be crossed. No, what am I? So you admit that it was your bewitching that led Dao friend Jia to harvest the source points outside. Dao friend Jia, we misunderstood you. The crowd bowed repeatedly to Jia Tianlong, and amidst the harmonious atmosphere, Jia Tianlong wore an expression of having finally cleared his name, as if he truly had been bewitched. At this moment, Yihangi was completely enraged. She no longer wished to explain anything, she only wanted to kill. Seeing Yihangi filled with murderous intent, everyone's eyes brightened in tacit agreement. The next moment, a torrent of power fell again, fiercely striking towards Yihangi, who had revealed a slight flaw in her emotions. Dozens of third-tier Earth immortals accompanied Jia Tianlong, in this act waiting for this moment. This Qian Yi could only be described as a flower in a greenhouse, having been too well protected by the three world lords in the past, and understanding nothing of human malice. Regardless, everyone could still predict Jia Tianlong's threat. After all, this guy had interacted with them for 1,000 years, and they understood some of his background. In plain words, at least at present, there were no life-and-death conflicts. Although the other party's reputation was a bit rotten, sometimes one must resort to extreme measures in cultivation. However, Yihongyi was different. The Buddhist sect was notoriously persistent. If they failed to completely eradicate her this time, their future days would undoubtedly be difficult. The best outcome would be to be converted and become one of their protectors. By then, even wishing for a peaceful death would be a luxury. Fellow Taoists, it is futile. Your attacks cannot harm me. Yihongyi's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to redirect these attacks into his boundless future. Any attack, if evenly distributed across an infinite timeline, loses all significance. Haha, have you forgotten my existence, my friend? In the next moment, Jia Tianlong transformed into a streak of light, landing within the Buddhist light behind Yihongyi. Instantly, Jia Tianlong's domain unfolded, resembling the North Sea's devouring dragon, aiming to engulf Yihongyi's entire territory. Jia Tianlong's domain was like stubborn iron, firmly obstructing Yihongyi's domain operations, preventing her damage-transferring divine ability from fully manifesting. In an instant, countless wounds appeared on Yihongyi's body. Though these wounds vanished in a mere moment, the surrounding third-tier Earth immortals realized that their attacks had taken effect. Merely a portion of the damage that landed on Yihongyi caused her essence to expend nearly 10% to repair the injuries. With such attacks, if she endured 10 more, Yihongyi would certainly fall to this terrifying onslaught. Although she was unique, she was not yet perfect. The power belonging to Qianya's future had not fully integrated with Yihongyi, resulting in a slight flaw in her form. This flaw prevented her from truly becoming a third-tier cultivator. For a cultivator who was not yet a true third-tier practitioner to withstand the siege of a group of third-tier cultivators to such a degree was already ample proof of her uniqueness. Otherwise, it would be almost guaranteed for a normal third-tier Earth immortal to perish under the assault of dozens of fellow third-tier Earth immortals. A pair of fists cannot contend with 4 hands is no idle saying. Everyone put in more effort. Oh, she is struggling. Yang Jiao's eyes lit up as he rallied everyone to launch. This time, the fluctuation of magical energy was even more ferocious than before, and the overwhelming waves of terrifying magical energy forced even the distant second-tier Earth immortals to retreat frantically. Facing such dire circumstances, Qianya's expression turned slightly bitter. He truly did not wish to continue using the powers granted by the 3 venerable ones. He knew that if he relied on their powers any further, he would have no chance of turning the tide in the future. After all, he was aware of the outcome of the karmic Vein Guanyin being eternally suppressed. The reason he dared to take such a significant risk to replace Yihongyi in wielding the position of karmic Vein Guanyin was because he had made some preparations, at least having a glimmer of hope to break free from the 3 venerable ones' schemes. At that time, he would be the true karmic Vein Guanyin rather than just a transient Guanyin who could only enjoy a few thousand years of life. Yet the prerequisite was that he could not overly rely on the powers of the 3 venerable ones. The 3 venerable ones seemed to be offering him everything, appearing as if they were willing to give anything. However, such high-tier power would erode the lower-tier users. Even if the 3 venerable ones bore no ulterior motives, allowing lower-tier cultivators to recklessly engage with upper-tier powers inherently leads to the assimilation of the lower-tier cultivators. Moreover, the Buddhist cultivation techniques themselves possess a terrifying ability to assimilate. Qianya had calculated that if he continued to use their powers 3 more times, he would never have a chance to escape the 3 venerable ones' plans. At that point, this transient Guanyin would truly have no hope left. This was also the reason the 3 venerable ones sent him through time to seize Yihongyi's position. He was merely a fool who could only follow a prescribed path, while Yihongyi was someone who might create miracles. As long as Qianya was completely bound by the 3 venerable ones, he would have no chance of breaking free from their constraints in the future. Yet if he did not act now, he would truly have no chance left. One must at least remain alive to contemplate. Forget it, I will use it once more. In the next instant, Qianya clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. In an instant, boundless light burst forth, instantly dissipating the overwhelming magical energy. Beneath Qianya's feet, a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom slowly arose, the sounds of millions of Buddhas chanting resonating throughout the desolate land, bathing the entire wasteland in gold. Goodness, this person still possesses the power left by the 3 generations Buddha. He truly is. Within the enemy's territory, Jia Tianlong could feel even more clearly that as the terrestrial Buddhist kingdom was summoned, a gaze descended from the high heavens. This was the gaze of the current Buddha. It was not the current Buddha who crossed the river of time, but rather the one existing in the present. His gaze descended from a remarkably lofty position, as if penetrating the infinite barriers of time and space, landing directly upon Chinya. As the gaze of the current Buddha connected with Chinya, that great being understood all past and future, directing a glance at Jia Tianlong, who was within Chinya's domain. Then he nodded at Jia Tianlong. Jia Tianlong politely returned the gesture and respectfully continued to advance his North Sea devouring dragon momentum. In duels between Earth immortals, aside from the power clashes seen outside or high-level methods such as severing causality and fate, the most direct form of combat is this close-quarters engagement. The two domains entangled, devouring and destroying each other until one side was completely depleted, becoming the other's nourishment. This was the purest struggle of life and death, and also the bloodiest battle between Earth immortals. Jia Tianlong dared to engage in a blood feud directly with Chinya, because he knew that even if Chinya summoned the Buddha's backup, it was unlikely they would target him directly. After all, he was currently fulfilling the pact made with the 3 generations Buddha. As long as the current Buddha had not become senile, he should understand that Jia Tianlong was indeed assisting them in advancing the task of completely locking down the karmic vein Guanyin. The current Buddha withdrew his gaze from Jia Tianlong and shifted it back to Chinya. Instantly, Chinya's figure began to rise infinitely, until his figure had grown so vast that it could hardly be contained within the desolate land. His Buddha form finally ceased its growth. In the next moment, one hand pointed to the sky and the other to the ground, instantly engulfing the entire wasteland in boundless golden light. Within the vast golden light, numerous Earth immortals fell, transforming into Buddhist disciples and bowing reverently to the unparalleled figure that dominated the heavens and earth. Chinya felt a deep bitterness within. They were giving too much. The 3 venerable ones revered the current Buddha, who was the master of manipulating causality and fate. To borrow a fraction from him requires 100-fold repayment. Yet if he borrows 100% from you, he only needs to return a fraction. Now this great being generously bestows power upon him. What will he use to repay in the future? How could one possibly repay such a debt? Just the cost of this one strike exceeded all of his expectations. It can only be said that Chinya truly did not recognize the dangers of the world, thinking that the venerable ones were so easily calculable. From the moment he appeared in this world, all of his fate was already sealed, irrevocable and unchanged. Is this meant to capture all the Earth immortals present? Jia Tianlong slightly furrowed his brow. He was not fond of the way the Buddhist sect operated. It was not due to the excessive bloodshed or anything of that sort. As an Earth immortal, he had witnessed too much slaughter and death. In their eyes, sometimes losing one's soul was not the end of life. What he cared about most was the loss of freedom. Due to the strong corruptive power of Buddhist practitioners, once one was infected by the sect, it would be difficult to escape that fundamental erosion even after countless reincarnations. Initially, the Buddhist sect was labeled as evil because its corruptive influence was too hard to reverse. Even if one could turn back time and sever fate, they could not avoid such corruption. This was the rare reason for the beings of the heavens to unite and seek to eradicate the Buddhist sect. Although later the sect won the war of righteousness, gaining a rightful status. However, the issue of the sect's infectious nature remained unresolved. Later, the Buddhist sect diminished in scale, breaking down the Great Vehicle Buddhism into Lesser Vehicle Buddhism, significantly reducing the sect's infectivity, and established extremely strict rules to bind its members. Yet the fundamental fear and aversion of sentient beings towards the Buddhist sect could not be altered by such measures. Moreover, in this treacherous cultivation world, who could be certain that the Buddhist sect was not just an enlarged version of Jia Tianlong? Yet the fundamental fear and aversion of sentient beings towards the Buddhist sect could not be altered by such measures. Moreover, in this treacherous cultivation world, who could be certain that the Buddhist... This was what made Jia Tianlong vigilant. He did not want to suddenly become a Buddhist practitioner. Unfortunately, I lack the ability to change anything. But will the path of heaven merely watch? Jia Tianlong's gaze pierced through the vast golden light, searching for any powerful beings from the path of heaven to intervene. After all, the cultivators here were theoretically all talents of the path of heaven, and it should not allow the Buddhist sect to be so rampant. Jia Tianlong felt uncertain. The style of the path of heaven seemed to be one of neglect. Initially, there would be some support, but as the Earth immortal cultivators continued to grow, such support would gradually fade until they no longer even recalled that they had a vast sect behind them. After all, internal competition was quite fierce, and there was no shortage of mutual slaughters. Since the path of heaven disregarded internal strife, it seemed reasonable that it would also neglect the Buddhist sect's reverse oppression. But is it really so? If the path of heaven truly cared about nothing, how could it amass such great power? Do they think others would not engage in regular reverse oppression? Soon Jia Tianlong noticed something unusual. Amidst the vast golden light, the dozens of third-tier Earth immortals did not seem to be transformed as he had imagined. Instead, they appeared to be in a frozen state, standing there dazed. The second-tier Earth immortals further away had already lost their whereabouts and were likely teleported to other places. "Friend, you have crossed the boundary." A clear voice echoed in the desolate land, flowing through everyone's hearts like a clear spring. With the washing of the clear spring, the area just infected by the Buddhist light seemed to be cleansed. "Friend, clear spring, this Chinya is one of my Buddhist sect. I ask you to show mercy." He is this Chinya. This is the prodigy of the path of heaven, Yihongi. Since you want to be Yihongi, then be a clean person. Stop always thinking about the Buddhist sect. The voice of clear spring carried a purity that seemed to wash the world, as if it were the cleanest sound in the world. Just listening to it felt like it could cleanse all the filth from the soul. As clear spring spoke again, the overwhelming Buddhist light could no longer hold, shattering with a loud crash. "Clear spring, since it has come to this, why must you intervene forcefully?" Since it has come to this, why must you intervene forcefully? Your position as the worldly Buddha cannot be sustained for long. You are destined to perish, so why must you forcefully stir trouble in my path of heaven? Clear spring's words seemed to strike at the pain point of the worldly Buddha. This immensely great being fell into a prolonged silence. After several breaths, as the golden light dissipated, clear spring's voice rang out again. "Jia Tianlong, since you choose to fight to the death with Yihongi, then it will depend on your respective abilities. Everyone, you have 3 breaths to place your bets. The outcome will decide life and death." Clear spring's voice gradually faded as if it had never appeared. The final betting prompt was directed at the third-tier Earth immortal cultivators present. The meaning was clear: they could no longer participate and could only place their bets on Jia Tianlong. "Friend Jia, is there anything we can assist you with?" It was still Yang Jiao who spoke. He believed his abilities could not match Jia Tianlong's, and that betting rashly might not help. It was better to ask directly. "Everyone, are you willing to send a manifestation to assist me?" "We naturally are willing. We will listen to friend Jia and send a manifestation into your territory." Yang Jiao nodded. This request was reasonable. It was just a manifestation, and even if they lost it, they could bear it. The other third-tier Earth immortals also had no objections. They could afford to send a single avatar. They were just a bit worried that if they only sent one avatar, whether Jia Tianlong could handle the bizarre Yihongi. "We also want to bet. Seniors, could you allow us to place our bets?" "Seniors, we have deep grievances with Yihongi. We are willing to enter friend Jia's territory with our true bodies, seeking a chance for revenge." A group of Earth immortals rushed over from a distance, looking up at the elevated group of third-tier Earth immortals, many of them kneeling and pleading. If they missed this opportunity, these second-tier Earth immortals might never have a chance for revenge in their lifetimes. Let alone having offended the Buddhist sect. Given the nature of the path of heaven, losing a third-tier Earth immortal might be painful, but they might not care at all about the consumption of these second-tier talents that had yet to grow. Even with Zhang Li's terrifying talent, when surrounded and attacked by third-tier masters at the second-tier level, the path of heaven showed no response. This demonstrates the path of heaven's attitude towards second and first-tier Earth immortal cultivators. If they could not seize this opportunity, there would truly be no chance left in the future. Buddhist practitioners were notorious for their small-mindedness. Now that they came to obstruct the path, they were indeed mortal enemies. Once Yihongi truly overcame this tribulation, their future would undoubtedly be bleak. This was also why they were willing to enter Jia Tianlong's territory with their true bodies. They had no other options left. They could only take a final gamble. "Alright, let's do it this way." Jia Tianlong glanced at these unexpectedly intruding second-tier Earth immortals. In his eyes, they might be more useful than those third-tier Earth immortals. After years of cultivation, he had not seen such flesh-and-blood emotions for a long time. These second-tier Earth immortals might bring some different changes to his territory. The Beihai Devouring Dragon is a grand feast specially prepared by Jia Tianlong for the territory of Qianya. Others are unaware of his true intentions and mistakenly believe that Qianya is indeed rooted in Buddhist wisdom. In fact, during the first and second stages, the foundation of the territory had long been cultivated by Yihongi according to the Heavenly Sun's rite of worship. This is not something that can be easily altered. If Zhang Li were to use the power of the Beihai Devouring Dragon to forcibly seize the Tao foundation laid by Yihongi in the second stage, he would then qualify to take control of Yihongi's territory. The key is that Yihongi had already acknowledged Zhang Li's status as a god, but because Qianya fled too quickly, Zhang Li did not have time to react. Now Jia Tianlong has severed the causal link between Yi Kongxian and Zhang Li. This has stripped him of the causal connection with Zhang Li and Yihongi, making it impossible for him to act directly through his status as a god. Otherwise, he would not have to go through such trouble. However, Jia Tianlong bears the causal ties of the Buddhist sect. He has taken on the mission of the three-world Buddha. By leveraging the causal connections of the Buddhist sect, he forcefully pried open the back door of Yi Hongyi's territory, using his status as a god, thereby establishing a bridge between himself and Qianye's territory. Of course, this is merely the first step towards initiating a blood battle. The life-and-death blood battle of Earth Immortals is not as simple as just two territories violently colliding. If there truly were no causal ties involved, a forceful collision between the two territories would only result in mutual destruction. Even when the Wild Wolf gang sought to refine the territory of Kuigong, they used a method of refinement rather than simply crashing three territories together. If they were to crash directly into each other, the likely outcome would be the mutual destruction of all four Earth. This is akin to sailing ships at sea. If you wish to acquire treasures from another ship, you either bombard it from a distance when it runs aground or engage in a direct fight. Most Earth Immortals prefer the former option. Although there is no concept of running aground in the void, a territory without its fundamental support is like a ship without fuel, completely unable to move. Thus, they can create an environment around you that resembles running aground and then bombard you fiercely. This way they would suffer no losses. Jia Tianlong, however, chose the latter option, directly engaging in a desperate struggle. The primary factor for initiating a desperate struggle is to have a rope that tightly binds the two territories together, preventing them from escaping in a short time. Of course, this is merely the first requirement. It is also the simplest one. Causality is something all living beings possess to some degree. After a few turns, causal connections can always be established. The second requirement is that the two territories must share a resonant frequency. Since he chose to engage in a desperate struggle, he cannot rush straight towards the enemy. Otherwise, the two ships would simply collide at high speed and sink together. He needs to maneuver his ship alongside the enemy's and maintain consistency in speed and heading. This is the fundamental premise for throwing out the rope that binds the two ships. Otherwise, if that rope is thrown out, and even one point fails to resonate in harmony, it would be a catastrophe for both ships. Jia Tianlong happens to meet all the requirements for the life-and-death blood battle. First of all, he is a god occupying a position of absolute prominence in the rites of the Heavenly Sun. He only needs to communicate with the original god of Yi Hongyi's territory. Given that god's precarious condition, he would surely agree immediately. After all, Qianye intends to change the fundamental cultivation laws laid down by Yi Hongyi. If Qianye succeeds, the original god of the territory would face a fate of complete obliteration. Jia Tianlong's arrival as a fellow god offers the other party a chance to survive. As a god of the same rank, Jia Tianlong would not provoke the resentment of Yi Hongyi's god. With such an insider, achieving resonance between the two territories is incredibly simple. His territory seamlessly integrated into Yi Hongyi's territory, forming a massive empire in the northern part of Yi Hongyi's domain, eyeing it covetously. However, Yi Hongyi now appears somewhat flustered. The life-and-death blood battle of Earth Immortals transcends all rules. It is a clash of the very essence of Earth Immortal power, the most thorough form of slaughter. Only when one side falls can this unresolved death struggle come to an end. The merging of the two territories contends for the dominance of both territories and the control of this realm. When one side completely expels the influence of the other, it signifies the utter annihilation of the defeated party. Such a demise cannot currently be salvaged. This means a total loss of everything, where all becomes the other's wedding dress. The very concept of one's existence upon failure lies within the opponent's thoughts. With a mere thought, one can completely vanish. With another thought, one can be revived. This is the only kind of battle that neither the current world Buddha nor the pure spring celestial can intervene in, unless they choose to obliterate both sides together. In this regard, Jia Tianlong is particularly wary of the pure spring, the celestial, who represents the way to heaven. He has a tacit understanding with the three Buddhas, at least until the complete burial of the calamity pulse Guanyin. The three Buddhas will not act against him. The situation with the pure spring is different. Jia Tianlong cannot fathom the stance of the way to heaven. This sect, which has cultivated disciples in a mode akin to nurturing insects, presents the only variable regarding the attitude of the high-ranking members towards Yi Hongyi. Jia Tianlong dislikes variables, thus he chose a method that could eliminate all uncertainties to resolve this issue. This is the fundamental reason for his direct initiation of the life-and-death blood battle. Of course, the main reason is that he knows Qianye is not his opponent. Let us not forget Yi Hongyi has cultivated under the 10,000 volumes Tao Canon Zhang Li annotated edition. Previously, when Yi Hongyi and Qianye were clearly distinct, Zhang Li could not share Qianye's Tao achievements. However, as their destinies gradually merged, Qianye's Tao achievements began to open their embrace to him. The more thoroughly Zhang Li understands Qianye, the more he feels that Qianye is a complete fool. Under normal circumstances, Qianye's mindset would max out at the third stage. However, with the unwavering support of the three Buddhas, they have almost smoothed out all obstacles on his path. Only such a carefully nurtured greenhouse flower can completely lose its survival capabilities in the wild, unable to escape the control of the three Buddhas. Such a waste that upon receiving this information, Jia Tianlong feels a pang of bitterness. The more he learns, the more curious he becomes about what exactly Yihongyi did to provoke the three Buddhas of the Buddhist sect into wanting to cut off all her paths of life at almost any cost. Even after all this, the Calamity Pulse Guanyin still shows no signs of any backup. Could it be that her backup isn't, as I imagined, remaining within the way to heaven? At this moment, the 3,000 swirling worlds behind Yihongyi were exhibiting a state of collapse. The forceful arrival of Jia Tianlong had turned Qian Ye's territory into a chaotic mess. He battled Jia Tianlong on Yihongyi's original territory, a land fundamentally supporting Qian Ye's future Dao fruit. He could not stand idly by while Jia Tianlong wreaked havoc within. If Jia Tianlong truly usurped Yihongyi's original territory, then Qian Ye's 3,000 swirling worlds would be like a house, without a foundation collapsing in an instant. In order to counter Jia Tianlong's might of the Beihai Tundong Qian, Yi chose to employ absolute force to suppress all of Jia Tianlong's changes. He opted to collapse the 3,000 swirling worlds using their immense weight to forcibly expel Jia Tianlong's influence. Unfortunately, Jia Tianlong was far too familiar with the Tianzi Jishan Fa. Moreover, there was a surviving deity within Qian Ye's territory opening the back door for Jia Tianlong, which made things quite difficult for Qian Yi. In terms of Dao attainment, Jia Tianlong, sharing his Dao in real time, was fully aware of every move Qian Yi made, even able to foresee certain actions several steps in advance. All of Qian Ye's actions were too formulaic. His entire Dao attainment had been fed to him bit by the three esteemed ones, leaving him with countless flaws. The most obvious flaw was that once he deviated from certain processes instilled by the three esteemed ones, he would be at a complete loss. His Dao fruit was a standardized production line specially constructed for him by the three esteemed ones. Encountering any non-standard issues would throw him into disarray. It can only be said that the three esteemed ones had an eye for talent. If Qian Yi had replaced Yihongyi, whether the Jimai Guanyin would even appear in the future would be in question, let alone accomplish anything that would overturn the Buddhist sect. The layout of the Beihai Tundong that Jia Tianlong had specially prepared for him was a non-standard event. The three esteemed ones had not informed him on how to handle such emergencies. The only thought he could muster was to rely on the fact that this was his territory, using the terrifying power of the collapsing territory to forcibly expel Jia Tianlong's influence. Unfortunately, he was unaware that once the life-and-death blood feud commenced, it could not simply be resolved by expulsion. Jia Tianlong was already playing for keeps, while he thought merely driving the opponent away would suffice. His grasp of the situation was far from the attitude expected of an experienced Earth Immortal. He resembled a self-proclaimed clever child who, when faced with a critical moment, gets flustered and believes that dragging things out would resolve the issue. Although his method of collapsing the territory seemed effective in the short term, his core territory was currently gathering the fortunes and essence of the 3,000 swirling worlds, nearly transforming it into an earthly Buddhist kingdom. The magnificent golden Buddha gazed down at Jia Tianlong, and within his compassionate gaze lay a resolute killing intent. Unfortunately, Jia Tianlong had no intention of confronting him head-on. Instead, he engaged Qian Yi in a protracted tug-of-war. While only a brief moment passed in the outside world, a millennium had elapsed on the battlefield of blood. A millennium of bloodshed had not only exhausted the essence accumulated by Qian Yi, but had also caused all of the 3,000 swirling worlds to wither. Even Jia Tianlong, who had previously harvested essence through his 1,000-year reputation, had drained his reserves. Had he not inherited Yi Kongshuan's formidable Dao, which significantly enhanced his utilization of that essence, he would have long since perished from depletion. Both individuals had reached a critical juncture, and with the essence running dry, they were left with only one last opportunity for bloodshed. How did they just engage in bloodshed for 1,000 years in that brief moment? There are significant issues with this Yihongyi. She only transitioned to practicing Buddhist methods after reaching the second stage. That's her flaw. Is that so? Does that mean Jia Tianlong has a high chance of winning? No, Jia Tianlong has problems too. What kind of problems could he have? He transitioned to a fundamental law, forcibly abandoning his causality of monetary standards, and chose Tianzi Jishan Fa as his fundamental law. Why does everyone like to transition? Is it the trend now? Trend. Go ahead and try transitioning, see how miserably you die. Both of them have powerful figures backing them, which is the root of their reckless confidence. If we small fries attempt to emulate them, we would only meet a tragic end. So who has the greater odds of winning? Jia Tianlong with an 80% chance of victory. Why? Wait, we are all at the third stage. Oh, why can't I discern anything? Right, Yang Jiao, you're not bluffing, are you? Yang Jiao glanced at a few idiots nearby. Initially unwilling to explain, he thought better of it since they were now on the same side, and slowly began to speak. Did you not notice? Our avatars, and those true bodies entering his territory, are all at the second stage, and he hasn't used them. Oh, that's righty, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Wait, how could I possibly forget that? What the hell? I can't believe I even forgot I had an avatar with Jia. What kind of demonic method is this? So domineering. Yang Jiao scoffed, saying that a lack of Dao attainment was simply a lack of Dao attainment rather than attributing it to some demonic method. Though he could not devise such an extraordinary method, he had thoroughly grasped several protective and concealment techniques passed down through his family. While such methods that could even obscure one's thought perspective were rare, he happened to know a few from his ancestors. Moreover, Jia Tianlong had not directly attacked them. They had merely been affected by the residual Dao rhythm while observing his battle with Qian Yi. And merely being affected by the residuals among the third stage Earth Immortals present, no one but Yang Jiao had remembered sending an avatar to Jia Tianlong. That was an avatar of being deeply connected to their true self. If even their true selves had forgotten their avatars, then, with Jia Tianlong's full cover coupled with the weakness of shared Dao, the targeted layout was such that Qian Yi still believed he was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Jia Tianlong. If he could no longer produce any other trump cards, this last desperate attempt would be his final dance. At this critical moment, Jia Tianlong also became serious. He divided a portion of his focus to deal with the cornered Qian Yi, while the remaining 99% was concentrated on the impending variables. The Jimai Guanyin is not so easily killed. Although Qian Yi seems to be toyed with by Jia Tianlong, the Jimai Guanyin absolutely cannot be lost in the distant past. If the Jimai Guanyin were to truly dissipate due to the deaths of Yi Hongyi or Qian Yi, then it would not be a matter of the three esteemed ones exerting great effort to send a Qian Yi to the distant past to stir things up, but would directly erase her at the source of time at the moment Yi Hongyi was just born or even conceived. As long as Yi Hongyi was still living well, it indicated that such a method was futile. Thus, once pushed to the brink, the backup belonging to the Jimai Guanyin should be activated. One of Jia Tianlong's objectives was to help the three esteemed ones ascertain the backup plans of the Jimai Guanyin, or to exhaust several of her contingencies. This was precisely what the three esteemed ones desired. As for exterminating the Jimai Guanyin, forget about it. The three esteemed ones had undoubtedly tried countless times, likely without success. The 3,000 realms of the world vanished completely, transforming into a vast battlefield. To the north of the battlefield, the Northern Sea Legion lay in wait, an endless army stretching as far as the eye could see. The overwhelming military might bore down on the Southern Legion, causing them to tremble in fear. Compared to the disciplined army of Jia Tianlong, Qian's forces appeared rather rigid, exhibiting many subtle dissonances in both command and formation. Jia Tianlong stood at the back of the army, quietly observing Yi Hongyi, whose territory had been compressed to its utmost limits. As long as he could completely crush the Southern Legion before him, he would be able to unify this world. At that point, whether it was Qinya or Yi Hongyi, they would be mere toys for him to manipulate at will. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Southern Legion, Qian's expression was pensive, occasionally glancing up at the seemingly imminent advance of the Northern Army, his mind wrestling with conflicting thoughts. He was contemplating the use of the power of the world-honored one again. However, this time the situation was different. He feared that the Celestial of Clear Spring would notice him cheating and would directly eliminate him. In fact, he was overthinking. If the Celestial of Clear Spring merely wished to protect the third-tier celestial beings of the Tongtian Dao, there would undoubtedly be simpler methods available. The opposing side even seemed intent on taking action against him, employing even more means. Such direct and crude interference would be sensed by any normal third-tier Earth Celestial, and there was a 90% chance that the Celestial of Clear Spring was on his side. Only with her presence did Qianya truly have a glimmer of hope. It was not that he believed the three world-honored ones would protect him. If possible, their first thought would absolutely be to eliminate him. Leaving him alive was merely a reluctant compromise. One could only say that Qianya had been deceived by the three world-honored ones for far too long. Even though he had some premonitions and suspicions in his heart, he still did not dare to delve deeply into why the three world-honored ones had invested such great costs in him. Although he was reluctant to ponder why the three world-honored ones favored him, so he instinctively felt that he could not over-rely on their power. Now he did not want to deal with the seal of the three world-honored ones after attaining the position of the Jimai Guanyin. His mind was solely focused on surviving and overcoming the imminent great calamity. Should I use it or not? Qianya was still lost in thought, his eyes filled with conflict. He had already accrued an insurmountable debt of karma with the current Buddha. If he were to accumulate more vast karma with other world-honored ones given his understanding of the Buddhist sect, if he truly became the Jimai Guanyin in the future, it would be impossible to escape the constraints of the Buddhist sect even until the end of time. Is this the outcome the world-honored ones desire? They are also forcing me constantly using my hands to deepen the karmic connection between the Jimai Guanyin and the Buddhist sect. Should I follow the layout set by the three world-honored ones? This fool. So adorably stupid. Jia Tianlong shook his head in silence. Just by glancing at the opposing army's formation, he understood Qianye's concerns and thoughts. One could only say that a pet cat, no matter how it claws and bites, still appears so endearing. He had grown accustomed to being fed. Without the three world-honored ones, he would be unable to survive. Jia Tianlong decided to help him make a choice. In the face of survival, all other calculations must yield. As long as Jia Tianlong pressed hard enough, Qianye's vulnerabilities would be laid bare. At that point, the three world-honored ones would find it easier to lay their plans to completely suppress the Jimai Guanyin. In terms of suppressing the Jimai Guanyin, his goals aligned with those of the three world-honored ones. After all, given the relationship between him, Yi Hongyi, and Qianye, if the two of them truly had a sliver of hope in the future, he would find it hard to sleep. The mere thought of the Jimai Guanyin, whom even the three world-honored ones had to exhaust their efforts to seal, sent shivers down his spine. If this entity was not crushed, it would be difficult to rest at night. In the next moment, the Northern Sea Legion began to advance. A terrifying aura erupted, and the entire north transformed into a vast ocean of war. The endless ocean seemed poised to drown all the southern forces, with relentless waves surging forth, causing the heavens and earth to emit a mournful wail. That was the terrifying weight of countless living beings concentrated to the extreme, which the world could not bear. The overwhelming military might slowly bore down, nearly causing the entire Southern Legion to collapse. Before the armies even clashed, the Southern Legion was already showing signs of collapse. Not to mention that Jia Tianlong's territory was among the upper echelons of third-tier territories, while Qianye was merely a fledgling who had just dipped a toe into the third tier. The armies they commanded were simply not on the same level. Let alone the fact that Jia Tianlong's command of the army was not something Qianye could compare to. Jia Tianlong could even summon the terrifying military might unique to the Northern Sea Legion. The terrible military might conjured by Jia Tianlong was something that no ordinary third-tier Earth Celestial could even begin to imagine. Just as Yi Hongyi had once struggled to condense the war form of the Jin Gutai Ma, even with Jia Tianlong demonstrating it on the spot, the third-tier Earth Celestials outside still looked bewildered and expressed that they could not comprehend. Yang Dayo, did you understand it? Yang Dayo, why aren't you speaking? Yang Dayo, could it be that you don't understand? Yang Dayo, you all are so bothersome. Yang Jiao irritably scratched his head. Unlike those Earth Celestials who could not comprehend at all, he could see some superficial principles, but could not discern the specific operational details. This absolute control over the beings of his territory was something every Earth Celestial envied. As territory development reached a certain level, the various threats and temptations faced also grew more numerous, and many external invasions often stemmed from Earth Celestials' inability to fully control their own territories. The most difficult to defend against was when one targeted the inhabitants of the territory. From Yang Jiao's perspective, Jia Tianlong's control over his subjects exceeded his imagination. It was only with such absolute control over his subjects that Jia Tianlong was able to usurp power within Yi Hongyi's territory, poised to swallow her whole. By the way, since Jia Daoyu could have dealt with Yi Hongyi himself, why does he still need our avatars? Avatars? What avatars? Alright, someone had forgotten again that he still had an avatar with Jia Tianlong. I don't know, but it's probably to deal with Yi Hongyi's backup plan. Don't forget, Yi Hongyi has previously summoned the power of the current Buddha to descend. This person is undoubtedly a figure of Buddha-level status within the Buddhist sect, otherwise the three-world Buddha would not respond so eagerly to her summons. If it weren't for the Celestial of Clear Spring descending, we would have been in big trouble. Indeed, fortunately, we also have a background, otherwise it would be quite troublesome. Everyone was discussing fervently, looking quite relieved. Only Yang Jiao, standing at the forefront, had his eyes slightly shifting, seemingly lost in deeper thoughts. The turmoil of the outside world was beyond Qianye's capacity to contemplate. He had reached the edge of the cliff, and with every ounce of territory compressed by Jia Tianlong, he felt as if this last opportunity was slipping away. When the two territories first came into contact, although Jia Tianlong was tenacious, he was at an absolute disadvantage. After all, he was not from this land and lacked the advantages of the mountains and rivers, as well as the hearts of the people. Regrettably, as Jia Tianlong continued to forge connections with the deities of this world, he gradually found his footing within Qianye's territory. Subsequently, even though Qian Yi constantly collapsed other illusory worlds to compensate for the losses in his own, it was akin to a cancer patient desperately trying to replenish nutrients. Every nutrient supplied to Qian Yi was partially siphoned off by the cancerous cell Jia Tianlong. Initially, this portion was quite small, roughly about 1%. However, as Jia Tianlong persisted longer, this ratio steadily increased. Now, if Qian Yi had any worlds left to collapse, Jia Tianlong's North Sea would account for 70% of the share. At this point, he was no longer a cancer cell. He had become the pillar of this world. This meant that external nutrient supplementation or other power boosts were no longer of much use to Qian Yi. He needed a force that arose from within himself to break free from his current predicament. This was the only choice Jia Tianlong offered him. Even if Qian Yi were to borrow the powers of the three world lords again, it would merely delay the inevitable. After all, Jia Tianlong understood that compared to Qian Yi, the three world lords were even effectively on his. Everyone's goal was to seal off all escape routes for GM Guanyin. In this regard, if Jia Tianlong were to accept the investment from the three world lords, they could even perform a synchronized enhancement of the Trinity on site. At that point, Qian Yi the Waste would be shown precisely how the power of the three world lords could be utilized. Unfortunately, Jia Tianlong dared not engage with the power of the three world lords. Such high-level power was unbearable for a lower-tier individual to even witness, let alone engage with or utilize. Moreover, this was the power of the Buddhist sect. Did he truly believe he was above the historical texts? The reputation of the Buddhist sect could only deceive low-level cultivators. Any true genius cultivator knew the horrors of the Buddhist sect. Although Jia Tianlong was willing to bear some karmic consequences, he would absolutely not allow himself to be directly entangled with the Buddhist sect. Such actions were not befitting of a wise person. Right now, Jia Tianlong was not afraid of Qian Yi's delays. He, after all, time was on his side. Though only a few breaths had passed in the outside world, they had been battling for a millennium in this vast realm. With the support of intelligence, Jia Tianlong had come to thoroughly understand Qian Yi. Regardless of the situation, he needed to either completely bind Yi Hongyi with the three world lords, allowing Qian Yi to continuously borrow their power and deepen their connection, or force out GM Guanyin's backup. By completely exposing GM Guanyin's backup, he could sever any possibility of her breaking free from the seal in the future. Either of these points, if accomplished, would mean Jia Tianlong had completed his task. Sometimes communicating with big shots requires insight. A single glance from them should indicate what one needs. It should not be the case that one waits for the big shot to speak before taking action, for that would only put one at a disadvantage and reveal one's limitations. Of course, if the big shot has special expectations of you treating you as they do Qian Yi, then it is best to awaken promptly, otherwise you might find yourself sold without understanding why. Just like Qian Yi, who sensed something amiss and even made some laughable preparations. Yet he still dared not face his future directly, wishing to bury his head under the covers, believing that the monsters outside could not harm him. This childlike mindset could only be held by someone like him, a giant baby sheltered from all storms by big shots since childhood. At this moment, this giant baby was still using his ridiculous thinking to seek a way to resolve the current situation. Jia Tianlong did not give him much time to think, but instead advanced with an army of utmost cohesion, slowly crushing all the defensive terrain Qian Yi had prepared. The approaching army appeared to darken the very sky. The boundless army passed through, causing the entire world to tremble. Qian Yi gritted his teeth, considering allowing the past Buddha to intervene once again. He wanted to borrow the past Buddha's power to adjust Jia Tianlong's timeline back to before he entered his territory. This way he would have time to set up defenses. Firstly, he could try to block Jia Tianlong's entry into his territory. Secondly, he believed that if he had another chance to start over, he would definitely succeed. He had merely lost due to carelessness in a few critical areas. However, at that very moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the desolate land. What the hell, who brought me here? Goodness, I was just passing by, you all, carry on, carry on. The familiar voice caused Jia Tianlong to momentarily be taken aback. He looked up and saw Wu Shuzi bouncing around, preparing to flee. Upon seeing him, Jia Tianlong's expression darkened slightly. The heavenly Tao had a far greater understanding of his secrets than he had imagined. The other party was clearly signaling that they were aware of the illusion surrounding Jiang Li's suppression and even knew about the original agreement between Wu Shuzi and Jiang Li regarding the good cause. It seems I really am not familiar with you guys. Wu Shuzi said helplessly. After all, he was a fourth-tier big shot who had nearly been frightened by a group of third-tier individuals. Looking around, he realized that he was seemingly the strongest presence in the area. However, the two individuals engaged in a life-and-death struggle below looked a bit familiar. He had seen Yi Hongyi before, and even knew that she practiced the Son of Heaven's ritual, so feeling familiar was natural. But the other Jia Tianlong was somewhat perplexing. Clearly, there was a faint karmic connection between the two, a familiar feeling enveloping his heart, yet he could not ascertain when this connection was established. It's the good cause. Then it's all good. Hiss hiss hiss. Oh no, my mouth has gone rogue. Slap. A resounding slap echoed, and Wu Shuzi immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. Jia Tianlong gave Wu Shuzi a deep glance, choosing not to account for the other's loose tongue. In hindsight, he realized how easily he had formed a good cause with the other party merely out of greed for some treasures and a few pieces of information. Thinking about it now, he had probably already been schemed against back then. People often only realize how ridiculous their decisions were when recalling past events. A bewildering good cause had brought Jia Tianlong's identity to a point where it was nearly impossible to conceal. The intention of that being who had acted was quite clear. If he continued to pressure, he would not even be able to preserve his own foundation. Others may not know, but at the very least the three world lords and Linglong Xianjuan were undoubtedly especially Linglong Xianjuan, who would undoubtedly spare no effort in extracting Zhang Li's true form. Otherwise her Linglong de Lotian, based on Zhang Li's foundational Dao, would be far too insecure. How things are getting interesting. Jia Tianlong gazed deeply at Wu Shuzi. At this moment, he even contemplated silencing him. Severing the cause and effect. Silencing someone is often the simplest method. The kindness he had shown in the past had now become a significant hidden danger for his future. The person behind this had sent Wu Shuzi to him partly to help Zhang Li eliminate a potential threat. He could strike down Wu Shuzi right now, thus eliminating a future threat. The person who sent Wu Shuzi over had great confidence in Jia Tianlong. To him, a fourth-tier Wu Shuzi was merely a chick awaiting slaughter. What he wanted in return was for Jia Tianlong to go easy on Yi Hongyi at this moment. This was precisely what made Jia Tianlong's situation tricky. The opponent chose to directly throw Wu Shuzi out, indicating that they had more than one method at their disposal. Wu Shuzi was merely a bait thrown out first. At this moment, in the second layer of the Guishu within the dark world, Zhang Li's fingertips vibrated rapidly as he filtered through endless information, quickly sorting out what he needed from the vast torrent of data. Using Wu Shuzi as a starting point, he began to frantically tear apart the information and causal relationships that had been completely obscured from him. Unfortunately, no matter how he calculated, the information he obtained was very limited. It was as if Wu Shuzi had appeared in front of Jia Tianlong out of nowhere. So what should I do? Zhang Li pondered for a few breaths, then looked up at the lofty realm of the heavens. With the return of Linglong Deluotian, he as a foundation of the heavens had indeed received some feedback on information. At the very least, his understanding of celestial beings had deepened somewhat. In terms of scheming, celestial beings naturally held an absolute advantage. Their breadth of information was indeed far wider than that of earthly immortals. Many obstacles that were deemed absolutely insurmountable in the eyes of earthly immortals were merely trivial matters for them. Currently, the only places that could hinder them, as far as Zhang Li knew, were the four great forbidden areas: Guishu Jiyo Abyss and Disaster Abyss. These four forbidden areas were precisely the cradles nurtured by earthly immortals. Although information was limited, Zhang Li still managed to glean some of what he sought. For instance, the conflict between the earthly immortal faction and the celestial immortal faction had likely erupted into bloody battles more than once. It is hard to say that these four forbidden areas were not the ruins left behind after four defeats against the heavens. It is worth pondering what kind of role these earthly immortals who grew up in the ruins played in the eyes of celestial immortals. This was not Zhang Li's thoughts running wild. Rather, he needed to ascertain the identity of earthly immortals and how many chips they had in front of celestial immortals. If they were treated as mere expendables like human immortals in front of earthly immortals, then what was the existence behind this action after all? Could a dispute between two earthly immortals really influence the lofty celestial immortals? Moreover, as an earthly immortal, how would the future of Jianmai Guanyin allow the three prominent figures of the Buddhist sect to disregard their dignity and join forces to take on just one opponent? These phenomena indicate that a top-tier earthly immortal also holds considerable weight in the eyes of celestial immortals. As long as one possesses utilitarian value, there is no fear of being utilized. For example, Zhang Li was now contemplating what impact would befall him if all his circumstances were truly exposed to that behind Thessine's existence. Would it be the frenzied pursuit of Linglong Xianzuan, the encirclement of the three generations of Buddha, or the frenzied angling of all celestial beings? If exposure meant only pursuit and encirclement, then Zhang Li truly intended to let Yi Hongyi go for now, as nothing is more important than one's own life. But what if after exposure there was a chance to gain some investment from powerful figures? After all, if he really launched a group assault, could there truly be no big shots willing to stake something on him? And if a group assault were to happen, what would be the attitude of Tongtian Dao? Zhang Li's entanglement with Tongtian was too deep, and he genuinely feared that Tongtian would cause some trouble for him. With his current strength, he could not resist at all. In an instant, countless thoughts collided in Jiang Li's mind, and he could not grasp any clue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qianye was almost on the verge of success. As Jia Tianlong halted his assault, the power from the future was crazily compensating for the losses caused by Jia Tianlong's plundering. And that future's golden mountain was also on its way. If nothing went wrong, it would arrive in the present world in no more than 10 breaths. Boom. Thunderous sounds erupted in the desolate land, and boundless blood-red lightning flashed across the wasteland, as if the desolation itself roared that someone like Yi Hongyi should not have the chance to ascend to the 3rd tier. One could only say that Yi Hongyi had failed too much as a person. Even the desolate land did not want her to break through to the 3rd tier. It looked like it was ready to unleash heavenly thunder to obliterate the world. Ha ha, Buddha, I am about to succeed. Qianye looked at the halted Jia Tianlong, his face filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Though he could not understand why the appearance of an old man caused Jia Tianlong to stop, it did not hinder his gratitude towards the other party. Thus he naturally cast a grateful glance at Wu Shuzi. Wu Shuzi looked at Qianye's foolish gaze, and suddenly felt that the inside of the behind the scenes figure who had pushed him forward was quite lacking. How could one save such a fool just once and expect to save them for a lifetime? Was this person the illegitimate child of some big shot? That shouldn't be the case. Having become a big shot, shouldn't an illegitimate child like that have plenty of resources? Unable to comprehend, he found it truly puzzling. Just as Wu Shuzi was lost in thought, a voice floated in, instantly waking him up. Senior, you seem quite interested. Do you want to taste the flavor of our little ones battling? Oh, it's actually all a misunderstanding. No, it's really a misunderstanding. I understand, it's all a misunderstanding. Jia Tianlong nodded knowingly, wearing an expression of understanding. What do you understand? The surrounding earthly immortals were nearly in tears, watching as Yi Hongyi was about to break through to the 3rd tier, yet he was still chatting with the opponent's helper. Go after him. Hit him hard. Aren't you so powerful? Are you afraid because the opponent is 4th tier? Where is your courage? What about your pride? Wu Shuzi began to sweat. He didn't understand why a hint of kindness from Jiang Li had fallen onto this guy before him. But looking at this guy's style and tone, he was simply a carbon copy of Jiang Li. No matter how he calculated, this guy in front of him was a little brat named Jia Tianlong. Otherwise he might have cried out loud. What a pity, I originally wanted to present the senior with an opportunity for transformation. Jia Tianlong shook his head regretfully, and then suddenly chuckled. Since the senior is unwilling to lend anything to the junior, it's always acceptable for the senior to owe the junior something instead. What nonsense. When have I ever owed you anything? Senior, do not forget the insights I shared with you. Oh, wasn't that something I exchanged for? However, the tokens you provided were not clean. Now you not only owe me a moment of enlightenment, but also 2 opportunities for action. Ah, is that even possible? Of course it is. Senior, have you ever heard of repaying trust? Instantly a chilling sensation surged towards Wu Zuzi's crown, causing him to shudder. No, I can exchange for it with something else. I still have treasures. Senior, didn't you already connect those treasures with me? You stated that they were your most presentable treasures. Could it be that you were deceiving me back then? Senior, please weigh the light and heavy matters carefully. Wu Shuzi was instantly stunned, as if he were stuck, his movements freezing in place. Did I ever say that? Senior, you did say that. Wu Shuzi swallowed hard and spoke cautiously. So what do you want me to repay? It wouldn't be my life, would it? At that moment, Wu Shuzi found himself with no other choice. If he claimed he had better treasures, then his earlier words during their connection would have been a deception towards Jiang Li. Then the flavor of that connection would change. Because of their initial bond, he was now caught in a bottomless vortex, and this bond was his only lifeline. He could not abandon it. If he did, Jiang Li would be free. Then he would be finished. Jia Tianlong shook his head with a smile, pointing a finger as strands of essence dispersed from Wu Shuzi. Senior, let me retrieve it myself. By the way, allow me to demonstrate the power of a 4th-tier Earth Immortal and how it should be utilized. As Wu Zuzi's essence dissipated, he felt the unique power of a 4th-tier Earth Immortal's fate. The power of fate continued to surge forth, and in Wu Zuzi's eyes his own power transformed into a circle in the wasteland. An unviewable ring of fate descended, trapping Yi Hongyi and Jia Tianlong within a small circle. I've seen the power of the 4th-tier Buddha. Not only have I seen it, but I have also possessed it. You, a mere 3rd tier, cannot confine me. I never intended to confine you. I merely intend to become you. Jia Tianlong smiled, ignoring the bewildered expression on Qin. As the ring of fate tightened, the fates of Jia Tianlong and Yi Hongyi began to slowly overlap under the ring's confinement. How is that possible? X2. Qian Yi and Wu Shuzi exclaimed in astonishment. Did fate really have such applications? How could they have never considered this after so many years of cultivation? The overlap of fate in their view was incomprehensible. How could the destinies of 2 individuals possibly? If they could overlap, wouldn't that mean they were the same person? What kind of bizarre technique is this? Are they drawing upon the same system of power in their cultivation? All utilizing fourth-tier power, how could it become so strange in your hands? Jia Tianlong did not explain the 9 uses of fate to the 2 underachievers, but instead directly demonstrated in practice. In truth, he could not fully comprehend it either, but as long as he could utilize it, it would terrify the 2 underachievers. Wait, you're trying to steal my power. No, you fundamentally cannot comprehend my path. You will be overwhelmed. I don't believe it. You clearly practice the Tao of the heavens. How could you possibly understand our Buddhist scriptures? What on earth are you? This familiar feeling who exactly are you? At this moment Qian Yi felt a name stuck in his throat, a name he could clearly think of in an instant, yet he could not remember whom in front of him he resembled. As the power from the future drew ever closer, Qian Yi could even see Jia Tianlong at this moment drawing in the power from the Golden Mountain on the other shore. This is impossible. Qian Yi stared at Jia Tianlong with wide eyes, watching as the latter continuously siphoned power from the Golden Mountain, prompting him to hurriedly focus and compete for that power. Indeed, carrying out this method will not provoke the subsequent targeting of that existence. Their bottom line is that karmic bodhisattva must have a glimmer of hope and cannot allow the Buddhist sect to completely sever all paths for karmic bodhisattva. In this regard, the Buddhist sect seems to have tacitly agreed, showing no signs of struggle. As a top-tier Earth Immortal, I also possess my own face. As long as I do not truly force karmic bodhisattva into a dead end, that existence will not interfere. What I must do now is to hold the glimmer of hope for karmic bodhisattva in my hands. Then in the future, whether it be the Buddhist sect or that mysterious existence, there will be room for negotiation. Was this thought of mine also calculated? Suddenly, Jia Tianlong smiled. I'm only at the 3rd tier, isn't it normal to be plotted against? Let's first secure the conditions that are most suitable for me. Without great power, deepening excessive doubt will only lead to endless internal friction. In the second layer of the void, Zhang Li silently shook his head. In that brief moment, he severed the connection with his doppelganger. Jia Tianlong remained oblivious, but Zhang Li, who had anticipated this psychologically, distinctly sensed an invasion from the level of fate's causality. It was a subtle and silent invasion, so much so that even the invaded felt not the slightest sting. This bizarre method was most likely from a celestial being who held a special status. Is it Qingchuan? It resembles her power. Even in invasion, it carries an essence of nurturing all beings, which aligns too closely with the characteristics of Qingchuan's exhibited power. Jia Tianlong can no longer be used. Even the energy transmitted back cannot be utilized. This doppelganger has already been targeted. Zhang Li shook his head, no longer paying attention to the conflicts occurring in the first layer. At least for now, the Earth Immortals in the second layer of the void were relatively safe. In the second layer, the powers of the celestial beings seemed infinitely weakened, having little significant impact on them. Meanwhile, in the first layer, the wasteland. Looking at the Golden Mountain on the other shore that was so close, Jia Tianlong chuckled and raised his hand to detonate the hidden pieces buried in the southern land. 108 demonic stars instantly exploded, plunging the entire southern land into endless smoke and flames. During the previous millennium-long battle, Jia Tianlong had buried the hidden pieces throughout the southern land's various mountain and river energy nodes using the status of a deity. Now, with a single explosion, it directly stirred the fortunes of the south into a chaotic mess. In an instant, Qian Yi's aura plummeted while Jia Tianlong's aura surged ever stronger. Esteemed Buddha, is this the Golden Mountain you desire? Or do you wish to die instead? The 108 demon stars disrupted the entire southern world, leaving Qian Yi unable to gather the luck of the south to confront Jia Tianlong. These 108 demon stars were secretly embedded in the nodes of the northern Earth's Qi by Jia Tianlong, who after a millennium of struggle used 3rd-tier avatars, and those 2nd-tier, earthly, immortal cultivators. Now as chaos erupted, flames of war rose across the southern land, and the 108 demon stars wreaked havoc upon the world, causing the southern Qi to scatter and making it impossible to consolidate its own earthly fortune. At this moment, as Qian Yi's Qi fell, Jia Tianlong took the opportunity to seize the future Golden Mountain that originally belonged to him. Relying on the overlapping part of fate with Yi Hongyi, Jia Tianlong tricked the Golden Mountain from. This caused all of Qian Yi's future assets to fall completely into his hands. Master, do you wish to live or die now? Jia Tianlong smiled at the Qian Yi before him, the Golden Mountain in his hand, exuding a majestic aura, yet it no longer responded to Qian Yi's calls. This is impossible. Even at this moment, Qian Yi still could not believe that someone could share fate with another. This was beyond their understanding of destiny. He had cultivated to the 4th tier and understood the power of fate. Knowing this, he felt that such a thing, yet this impossible situation was accomplished by the man before him, filling him with horror. You are deceiving me. This is an illusion, right? It must be an illusion. Master, it's time to wake up. Jia Tianlong helplessly reminded him again, followed by a long silence. Qian Yi looked at Jia Tianlong before him with difficulty, his eyes seeming to bleed as he stared fixedly at the man. Who are you? Who are you? I do not like the lamentations of the defeated. If you do not choose, I will take it as you. Jia Tianlong did not respond to Qian Yi's cries. Instead, he raised his hand ready to completely erase his existence. As long as he vanished, Jia Tianlong could indeed inherit everything from Yi Hongyi. His existence, having crossed time, would completely dissipate. No, I want to live. I want to survive. Very well, then you owe me a life. Yes, I owe you a life, and my life is yours. Please spare me. Very well, then I will lend you this golden mountain as well. What do you not want it? I am helping you. If you have this golden mountain, you can smoothly break through to the third tier and hope to attain Tao in the future. Do you not want it? No, I want it. I have dreamed of wanting it. Very well, I have lent you so many things. What will you use to repay me? Everything of mine. I can give you anything you want. Very well, then go and prove your Tao. Under the witness of the trustworthy repayment, everything of Qian Yi's naturally became his. In that instant, all of Qian Yi's cultivation and life opened their doors to him unilaterally. In Jia Tianlong's eyes, Qian Yi's life held no secrets for him, including the history of how he was discovered and carefully cultivated by the three world lords. Even his embarrassing past of wetting the bed at 3 years old was laid bare. This Qian Yi is riddled with traps planted by others. Even I, knowing that he is filled with hidden hands, was completely oblivious. It seems that someone has withdrawn their attention from me. Jia Tianlong glanced downward and then subtly withdrew his gaze. The moment he realized he had become foolish, he knew that the main Buddhist gaze had already shifted away from him. As for why the connection was suddenly severed, it was not a difficult thing to guess. It was simply because he was also filled with other people's hidden hands. Just as he could not discern the hidden hands on Qian Yi, it indicated that those who planted the hidden hands were beyond his comprehension. If that is the case, then let me attract the gaze of the world. That is all I can do. Jia Tianlong released his hold on Qian Yi. The conflict between the North and South gradually ceased under the resolution of the two. Have they determined a winner? Yang Daoyu, do you have any thoughts? At present it seems that Jia Daoyu has gained control over Yi Hongyi. Is that so? But Yi Hongyi is about to break through. It should not be a why did Jia Daoyu suddenly stop? Our avatars and those second-tier earthly immortals are currently being besieged by Yi Hongyi. Is he just going to watch? I do not know. I cannot comprehend. Yang Jiao was somewhat irritated. By now he completely could not understand what Jia Tianlong was trying to accomplish. He could only watch blankly as Yi Hongyi finished off their avatars, and those second-tier earthly immortals causing chaos in the south. Once the southern region was stabilized, Yi Hongyi took a step forward, her entire aura entering the third-tier realm. Here she comes. What is coming? Everyone suddenly looked towards Wu Shuzi. This fourth-tier cultivator who had been silent suddenly spoke, piquing everyone's curiosity. The real show is about to begin. The bloody fight of the earthly immortals, no death, no rest. How could Jia Tianlong allow Yi Hongyi to live? Then why did Jia Daoyu let Yi Hongyi clear out those 108 demon stars and wait for her to break through the third tier? You do not understand. This involves the cultivation of fate. That guy was right. Fate is not a power exclusive to the fourth tier. My thinking has been too limited. That guy is truly a genius. Wu Shuzi shook his head with a sigh, while the surrounding third-tier earthly immortals looked confused. They did not know that the moment Jia Tianlong saw Wu Shuzi appear, he realized he could not annihilate the Yi Hongyi before him. He chose a compromise solution to completely replace Yi Hongyi and become a new Yi Hongyi. He would try to avoid walking the path of Jiamai Guanyin and instead forge his own path. This was an attempt, and it was clear that the three world lords felt it was worth trying. Therefore, they did not oppose this attempt at replacement. This was also the bottom line of that mysterious existence. What he sought was a glimmer of survival, a chance for Jiamai Guanyin to exist. If he insisted on preserving the essence of Yi Hongyi, as Jiamai Guanyin Qian Yi would probably never. The current outcome was one that all three parties could accept. The one who needed to suffer was already past the tribulation of the third-tier Yi Hongyi. Very well, first congratulations on your breakthrough to the third tier. Then master, what you owe me must be repaid. Why? Jia Tianlong did not respond to Qian Yi's question, but calmly watched as the latter faded away before him. With Qian Yi's complete disappearance, Jia Tianlong transformed into the appearance of Yi Hongyi. As his fate merged completely with Yi Hongyi, the future Yi Hongyi naturally became a part of him. I actually became Yi Hongyi. Jia Tianlong looked at his own body in disbelief. At this moment, he had already transformed from a rough man into a top-tier beauty with a cold demeanor. After turning around in place and admiring himself, the beauty transformed back into the rough man image of Jia Tianlong. Looking at his body again, Jia Tianlong suddenly smiled with a hint of melancholy. Why do I care so much about the appearance of a mere shell? In the outside world, I am already Yi Hongyi. The change in appearance is utterly meaningless. This still and reliable is indeed useful. Qinya said everything that belongs to him is now mine, so everything truly belongs to me. Qinya devoured Yi Hongyi, and I devoured Qinya. So am I Yi Hongyi now or Qinya, or should I say Jia Tianlong? Thinking about this now is pointless. Since I devoured you, whether you can succeed in usurping and continue the glory of GMI Guanyin depends on your own abilities. I hope you won't disappoint me, I look forward to your performance in the future. Jia Tianlong is not Qinya. He would not naively believe that this completely sealed the future of GMI Guanyin. As long as Yi Hongyi's destiny of sun and moon in the same sky exists, there will always be a chance to reverse the heavens. The more she endures endless setbacks, the greater the support her fate can provide her. It seems now that Qinya was indeed perished by the backlash of her fate. Otherwise, why would a future top-tier Earth immortal become so irrational and plagued by misfortune upon entering the mortal realm? Now it is time for Jia Tianlong to duel with this peculiar fate. With Yi Hongyi's status formally established, the previously life-and-death conflict between the two factions instantly dissipated, and the rift between the north and south was completely broken. From now on, this world will become the territory of the third-tier Yi Hongyi. Is this even possible? Wow, I have witnessed something that will shock me for 100 years. Don't mention 100 years, I've lived for thousands of years, and have never seen such a situation. Damn it, I should stay away from this Yi Hongyi. Is she Yi Hongyi or Jia Tianlong? Jia Tianlong, right? No, she is Yi Hongyi. Why would Jia Tianlong voluntarily transform into Yi Hongyi? Since he devoured Yi Hongyi, shouldn't he be the one in control? I don't understand, senior, do you see anything? Haha, old man, I don't understand anything. You all chat slowly, you'll take my— Watching the life and death battle that had already split into winners and losers, Wu Shuzi was ready to slip away. Unfortunately, a voice stopped him just as he was about to leave. Senior, do you think we still have a fate in the future? No, definitely not. This time let me go, everything in the past has vanished. Very well then, I won't send you off, senior. After severing the last connection with Wu Shuzi, Yi Hongyi raised her eyes to look at the many third-tier Earth immortals. Thank you all for your assistance. I wonder if you still wish to observe my cultivation. No, we will leave immediately. We will leave immediately. The many third-tier Earth immortals fled without a trace of reluctance. After driving away the numerous Earth immortals, Yi Hongyi finally began to inspect her territory. The composition of her territory is extraordinarily complex. From the initial framework built by Yi Hongyi to later Qinya adding bricks and tiles, and then Jia Tianlong usurping power as the position of God. This has endowed the territory with the powers of Yi Hongyi, Qinya, and Jia Tianlong. Such a complex territory cannot possibly be managed through normal means. This is precisely why Jia Tianlong planted 108 magic stars. Although the magic stars were all destroyed by Qinya, it was precisely this destruction that allowed the 108 magic stars to reincarnate. Now is their time to help the Lord build a new era. With the master of the territory determined, the standoff between the north and south was instantly broken. At this moment, Yi Hongyi would no longer lean toward any faction. With both sides losing their supreme leaders, they immediately fell into fierce conflict. And the 108 magic stars reincarnated, transforming into 108 wisps of dust, becoming the most ruthless cleaning machines, sweeping everything from the past into the trash of history. Amidst the endless smoke of war, endless miracles were also born. As time flowed, the previous era had long been forgotten, and the myriad beings awaited a chance for peace, awaiting the birth of the first son of heaven. Yi Hongyi once again set things right, reshaping the layout of this world, using the Son of Heaven's ritual to reconstruct the very bones of this realm. Yi Hongyi's side seems to have reached a conclusion, while Zhang Li in the second layer of the abyss is currently experiencing a severe headache. Jia Tianlong's move is considered wasted. But he cannot bring another Zhang Li up now, otherwise Linglong Xinzuan will definitely go mad. That woman will do everything to try to lure him up. However, the second layer has no energy replenishment. If he stays in the second layer for too long, the energy of his territory will eventually be exhausted. Is there any way to obtain energy replenishment without being observed by those lofty celestials? Zhang Li continued to ponder. Meanwhile, some strange changes were happening above the heavens. Several friends in the Linglong Daluo heaven were celebrating Linglong Xianzhen's return. With the return of Linglong Daluo heaven, Linglong Xinzuan, who had almost disappeared from the celestial realm, finally returned to the mortal world, prompting many of her friends to come to congratulate her. They celebrated her return, and were also happy to increase their own alliance's strength. Linglong, you were truly in great danger this time. Indeed, you were still too kind. You actually retained the consciousness of the previous Earth Immortal. If he hadn't suddenly betrayed us, we wouldn't have lost that battle in the celestial realm. Forget it. As long as you are back, did you encounter any potential Earth immortals this time? Our celestial realm hasn't increased its manpower for a long time. Haha, let's drink first. Let's be happy before anything else. Linglong Xinzuan sat at the head seat, managing the flurry of greetings from her many friends while counting the congratulatory gifts brought by them. When she saw a crystal-like object, she finally paused her actions. Dao friend Gu, this herb returning heaven pill of yours has become even more exquisite. When she saw a crystal-like object, she finally paused her actions. Dao friend Gu, forget it, I can't afford to hire Dao friend Gu to refine pills for me. After thinking for a moment, Linglong Xinzuan directly tossed the herb returning heaven pill in her hand into the Linglong Daluo heaven beneath her. In the next moment, the entire Linglong Daluo heaven trembled slightly. A vitality spread across the heavens and earth, raising the vitality of the entire realm by a level. In the second layer of the abyss, Jiang Li paused slightly, looking up at the sky with some surprise. At that instant, he seemed to sense something. Fishing is a pursuit beneficial to both body and mind, especially when this activity is associated with the cultivation of celestial beings. The number of celestial fishers increases. Back when the Linglong Grand Heaven still existed, Linglong enjoyed fishing for potential Earth immortals beneath the heavens, using their Dao foundations to solidify her own Linglong Grand Heaven. Unfortunately, something happened later, and her Linglong Grand Heaven fell into the void. Now, with the return of the Linglong Grand Heaven to the realm of the heavens, her first thought was to cast a few lines. Today she arrived at a fishing spot she used to frequent. From a distance, she spotted an old man quietly fishing there. After so many years, this place has become so desolate. It seems that after the fall of the Linglong Grand Heaven, most of the potential Earth immortals were cleared out, leaving no one to fish here. But this person is quite remarkable, choosing a deserted place to fish. Linglong thought to herself, yet she still approached with her carefully prepared gear. Once everything was ready, Linglong took out her fishing rod. It was a deep pitch-black rod made from a charred piece of wood with no hook at the end, only a golden rounded bead. This rod doesn't rely on reason, but on fate. As long as one casts it into the void with thoughts in their heart, the target will ignore the laws of physics and willingly bite the bait. Celestial beings leave behind endless cause and effect in the vastness of time and space, just so they can sit at the fishing platform during this moment, stirring up endless storms with a fisherman's mindset and reaping the elite among Earth immortals. Linglong looked at her fishing rod with satisfaction, lightly casting it, and a golden thread was instantly drawn from the golden bead at the end of the rod. On the fishing hook was the Baichao Huan Tian Dan she had prepared in advance. This pill could enhance the world's vitality, allowing the world's operations to be more fluid, making it a rare treasure for many Earth immortals. For celestial beings capable of developing the myriad realms, such items are not particularly difficult to come by. Given time, gathering the materials for refining is not a challenge. As the fishing hook descended, a meteor quickly streaked across the first layer of the void. Countless Earth immortals saw the divine pill falling from the distant sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of Earth immortals chased after the divine pill like frenzied fish. Unfortunately, the fish in the first layer were too small, belonging to the shallow waters for celestial beings. What they truly desired was to fish for the larger fish in the second layer. Soon the divine pill disappeared from the first layer, and countless Earth immortals chasing after it didn't even catch a whiff of its fragrance. Now there are hardly any decent fish left in the shallow waters of the first layer. Not even the bait I intentionally left behind can be caught. Linglong shook her head. During the years she was active, the fish in the first layer were quite plump. Even the small agile fish were favored by many celestial beings for their fishing. Unfortunately, the first layer has been severely depleted by many celestial beings. While many enjoy fishing, there are just as many who prefer to use extermination nets. The shallow waters of the first layer have been fished to near ecological extinction by these celestial beings. Fortunately, many celestial beings also like to introduce fish fry into the ponds, otherwise they might find themselves with no place to fish in the future. Indeed, now even slightly sentient fish in the void have all been hidden in the second layer. The previously silent old man glanced at Linglong, smiled, and took over the conversation. These are all fish that have been raised by people. If we want to fish for wild ones, it will indeed be quite challenging. What you say is true. There aren't many fish in the second layer right now. Many are raised by other friends. If we recklessly fish, it would be inappropriate. Linglong nodded, but she still guided her fishing rod in search of destined fish in the second layer. Although she hadn't been in the world for many years, leading to her minimal connections to karma, wild fishing sometimes brings unexpected surprises. What if she encountered a large fish with blinded eyes? As for whether the large fish she caught was raised by someone, as long as it was caught by her, it was certainly her own. Unless one cannot out-argue others in the discussion of Tao, otherwise whoever catches it owns it. In the second layer of the void, Jiang Li looked at the Baichao Huan Tian Dan that swam around. He was not concerned with the specific effects of this pill. His domain's vitality was undoubtedly sufficient, and he did not need to supplement it from the outside. Moreover, after experiencing so much, anyone with a brain knows that opportunities falling from the sky are certainly fraught with traps. This glaring divine pill swam in the second layer, its burning brilliance illuminating a small area like a firefly. Compared to the great radiance of Zhongli illuminating dozens of mountains and rivers, that tiny firefly was almost negligible. However, sometimes functional items cannot be judged solely by their size. Since it can bring light, it indicates that it can replace the Earth Immortal's territory for combustion. Although it is not a direct source of energy, it is more than sufficient as a material for a lamp wick. However, I can't just take it so brazenly. I need to think of a way. Zhongli pondered, and a wisp of spiritual light descended upon a white deer worshipping his territory below. Zhongli was quite fond of this white deer. It looked plump and healthy, and compared to the many creatures corrupted by darkness, it had changed little aside from its eyes turning red. This was a small white deer that appeared to possess great spiritual essence. At this moment, it was presented with a tremendous opportunity. Meanwhile, he also wanted to study these beings living in the second layer to understand what unique existence they were. They clearly resided in darkness, but were incredibly harmonious with light. Wherever there was light, they not only shed their mutations, but also grew stronger day by day. In the short time Zhongli had been here, the average strength of these creatures had already reached the third tier. It seemed that because Zhongli's territory was also at the third tier, their strength rapidly expanded to the third tier, before slowing down, starting to delineate territories in the areas illuminated by Zhongli. However, one thing they did daily was to regularly worship the light in the sky. Sometimes while Zhongli studied darkness, he discovered that he was not the only Earth Immortal Lord existing in the darkness. However, those lords were far too weak. The brilliance they emitted could barely illuminate a single leaf. This was also why Zhongli had not discovered them earlier. Yet in such a territory, they still had beings that worshipped, and those worshipping were the microorganisms on that small leaf. In other words, as long as light arrives, the beings of this world would worship the source of light, regardless of the size and power of the light source. Little white deer, go forth, and let me witness your potential. No response at all. Shouldn't there be any? Are all the fish in the second layer really captive? Not a single wild one to be found. Linglong Xianzuan felt a bit puzzled. She knew just how enticing the bait she had prepared was. A typical third-tier Earth Immortal could elevate their potential significantly by refining this Baichao, Huantian Dan. Moreover, the vitality of a territory is crucial for its future development, something many lords have toiled for years to acquire. To have it delivered right to the doorstep, one could only imagine how many Earth Immortals would flock to it. The tens of thousands of swimming fish in the first layer serve as clear evidence. Sometimes when opportunities arise, greed can cloud the rational thoughts of many. Furthermore, the size of this Baichao Huantian Dan is comparable to that of a third-tier Earth Immortal. Even if it were refined for energy reserves, it could sustain the second layer for several hundred more years. This is the greatest temptation for many Earth Immortals in the second layer. The second layer lacks nothing but the source. Without the support of the source, they would simply be consumed by the environment. Of course, the second layer poses an even greater threat to celestial immortals. No celestial immortal would even think of stepping into the second layer. The darkness of the second layer of Goetiu has a special effect against celestial immortals. Many celestial immortals once sought to delve deeply into the second layer of Goetiu, but they ultimately vanished from history, disappearing without a trace at some unknown time. Thus, from an unknown point in time, celestial immortals no longer set foot in the second layer of Goetiu. It has become a forbidden ground for them. Friend, the number of wild fish in the second layer has indeed decreased. It seems that this time you won't gain anything, my friend. Haha, everything is under control. Linglong Xianzuan chuckled, maintaining a calm facade, while expressing confidence that the fish would surely bite. For the first time in many years of fishing, she had used her best hooks and bait. Surely she should catch at least one. The second layer can't have turned into a stagnant pool, right? No, it can't be. Soon she dismissed her doubts as she discovered that her bait had been bitten. In an instant she was filled with surprise and quickly made a forceful jerk. A streak of light surged from the second layer, breaking through the barrier of the first layer and vanishing into Goetiu. In the second layer of Goetiu, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Sending you to the lands of the myriad heavens counts as a fortuitous encounter for you. After all, compared to the environment of the dark continent, the lands of the myriad heavens are simply the world of your dreams. Looking at the white deer that had been caught, Jiang Li's eyes brimmed with intense curiosity. What kind of extraordinary changes would these peculiar beings living in the second layer of Goetiu undergo upon arriving in the lands of the myriad heavens? He didn't need to see it directly. He could infer whether this white deer had stirred any significant ripples in the lands of the myriad heavens through the vague sensations occasionally transmitted back by Jiang Li. This was one of the reasons he had crafted this avatar. Though he hadn't fully grasped all of Linglong Xianzhen's calculations at the time, he could still deduce some useful information. For instance, every land of the myriad heavens is actually a territory once ruled by a top-tier Earth Immortal. Once a territory is completely occupied by a celestial immortal, it becomes one of the myriad heavens. This is also the reason celestial immortals cultivate Earth Immortals regularly. In their eyes, Earth Immortals are the foundation of a realm, and a good Earth Immortal cultivator is a massive treasure for a celestial immortal. Celestial immortals need the realms as a guiding anchor to stabilize their Dao fruits. Once a realm collapses, their lofty Dao fruits drift further away, and their ability to intervene in the mortal world weakens, until there are no traces of them left in the world. Such celestial immortals may still exist in terms of life, but they have effectively vanished from the world. Without the ability to intervene in the mortal realm, they are merely high and mighty statues having no influence over the people within the world. This is why celestial immortals, despite winning several wars against Earth Immortals, have never exterminated the lineage of Earth Immortals, instead opting to nurture new seeds of Earth Immortals. Thus they cultivate repeatedly and exterminate repeatedly. The conflict between celestial immortals and Earth Immortals shows no signs of stopping. Perhaps this is a war that has no conclusion. As long as the fundamental disputes between celestial immortals and Earth Immortals persist, the two sides will continue to battle eternally. Splash! A sound like flowing water echoed, and in the lands of the myriad heavens, Linglong Xianzhen raised her fishing rod full of smiles. Friend, it seems there are quite a few wild fish in the second layer. Oh, what's this? A white deer. Linglong Xianzhen was a bit bewildered. How could there be a white deer in the second layer of Guoxiu? Could it be an Earth Immortal of the White Deer clan? That shouldn't be the case. Earth Immortal cultivators arriving in the lands of the myriad heavens shouldn't possess this kind of aura. No, this is the aura of a ghost. Ghosts are seekers of the path home. Could this ghost be a fallen celestial immortal? Linglong Xianzhen looked warily at the white deer before her. Meanwhile, the little white deer was also filled with confusion. However, as it spent more time in the lands of the myriad heavens, the bewilderment in its eyes began to fade, and a spark of wisdom began to emerge in its originally animal-like gaze. Where am I? The white deer spat out the hook from its mouth, glancing curiously at its surroundings. Is this the lands of the myriad heavens, eh? You celestial immortals are truly despicable. As segments of memories returned, the little white deer seemed to recall something. In the shocked gaze of Linglong Xianzhen, it chose to resist in the most violent way possible. Suddenly, the white deer that had been suspended burst forth with brilliant radiance. A mushroom cloud rose in this fishing ground, sending Linglong Xianzhen's figure flying thousands of miles away. In that instant, hundreds of dark marks appeared on her corporeal form. These marks resembled pregnancy stretch marks beginning to move toward Linglong Xianzhen's abdomen. Feeling this dark power, a look of panic surfaced on Linglong Xianzhen's face. This is the power of darkness. How could the power of darkness appear directly in the lands of the myriad heavens? Could it be that there's a flaw in our barrier? The power of darkness is gestating within me. A dark child is about to be born. No, if I give birth to a dark child, all my essence will become his foundation. Ew, I don't want to die yet. Linglong Xianzhen looked up suddenly, as if seeing a savior, and turned to the old man who had just accompanied her fishing. Friend, as a fellow celestial immortal, please save me. I can give you anything you desire. Haha, my friend, why struggle? The old man slowly raised his palm in Linglong Xianzhen's shocked gaze. Under his withered palm, dark lines had long since spread. Join our dark council. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Friend, if I join, please show mercy. Haha, my friend is indeed someone who knows the times. The old man chuckled, then put away his fishing rod and slowly stood up. The fishing task today is complete. It's time to claim my reward. Regret the game. I need the power of regret. Linglong had just returned to the Linglong Daluo heaven and directly chose to revive Jiang Li's will. Before Jiang Li could even react, she demanded that he use the power of regret. Dao friend, that is your choice, not mine. I cannot grant you the power of regret. Then return the power of regret to me. No returns. Dao friend, you have no say in this now. Looking at Linglong, who was ready to strike, Jiang Li suddenly chuckled, his eyes reflecting a pitiful gaze at the Linglong immortal before him. His tone suddenly shifted to that of another person. Dao friend, why struggle? My. Linglong immortal suddenly came back to her senses, looking at Jiang Li in front of her, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. It seems that millennia of tempering away from the mortal world has dulled your nature. Open your eyes and see who I really am. As Linglong regained her senses and focused again, she found herself being reeled in by a fishhook swaying forward behind an elderly figure. Seeing the old man's back, she finally understood that she had become a fish that had come ashore. Having fished for years, she never expected that this time she would be the fish in someone else's eyes. As the old man moved, her figure began to transform into that of a fish. Soon she became a pink fish hanging on the old man's hook. As she swayed, she even felt her wisdom crumbling, as if she were truly about to become a fish. I regret it so much. I should never have given the regret to that kid. Now I can't even resist. Linglong was filled with remorse. Millennia, without stepping into the mortal realm, had brought her vigilance to its lowest point. Today's fishing was clearly prepared for her specifically to reel her in. What kind of place is the Dark Council? The Council of Dark Celestials. Linglong's heart was in a panic, but she had not yet reached the point of despair. She was a celestial being, and celestials were not so easily killed. Throughout her life, she had experienced countless ups and downs, and great tribulations. Although she had not gained much, she considered herself to have some means of avoiding calamity. Though she appeared to be thoroughly suppressed, now her foundation remained intact, and her celestial status had not been shaken. Nothing had yet harmed her core. Soon she was brought to a peculiar building. Outside in the realm of the heavens stood a dark grand hall. Very well, how long has it been since we had new arrivals? Jiangshang, it seems you have hooked a remarkable big fish this time. He, a celestial being who has lived for millions of years, and do not underestimate her, she's not easy to handle. Haha, leave it to us. With the sound, the figure of Linglong, Immortal, fell completely into the endless. Are we to nurture a new child of darkness? Not possible. This dark creature caught has been purified by the Earth's celestial lord. The bit of darkness can only slightly taint her soul, and cannot completely turn her into a dark celestial. That fool was so generous giving such a precious dark creature to a celestial. I don't know, I can't predict the cause and effect. It might just be a wild big fish. As long as one dwells in darkness, they will eventually be consumed by it. We will wait for her to become part of the darkness, and then we will know everything. That's true. So how do we handle this big fish that has just been caught? Let's share it. It's just right that a few Dao friends are starving. Alright, should we keep the name Linglong? Yes, keep it. An established celestial being can greatly aid our power's development. After a discussion in the darkness, the fate of Linglong, Immortal, was sealed. The endless darkness receded, leaving only a husk controlled by the darkness. Linglong slowly rose, a flash of dark brilliance in her eyes, and in an instant she returned to her original consciousness was eternally trapped in darkness. This second self born from darkness would replace the original Linglong in spreading. Her original consciousness was eternally trapped in darkness. This second self born from darkness would replace the original Linglong in spreading the power of darkness throughout the realms. This seemingly lofty and majestic realm also concealed endless dangers and mysteries. Celestials are not immortal beings that stand high above, they can decay and fall as well. Has Linglong's suppression power weakened? No, this suppression seems to have some connection to me, allowing my consciousness to operate. The Linglong Daluo heaven seemed unchanged. Linglong even took many friends back to the original fishing spot for several fishing trips. In the subsequent fishing trips, everyone had some gains to varying degrees, but this fishing spot had already caught the attention of many. A fishing spot that could yield wild goods had many celestials excited. So that's how it is, the dark creatures here are so attractive to celestials. In these days, besides sending a small white deer, Jiang Li had only sent small fish and shrimp. These little things had long been completely purified of darkness. Thus very few of those celestial beings fishing actually suffered losses. Instead, they all seem to have gained. These dark beings carry the aura of ghosts formed from a kind of undying obsession, but have not yet completely transformed into ghosts. For celestials, the power of ghosts is also what they pursue. Moreover, after these celestials refined the dark beings I sent, I actually generated some one-sided resonance. Jiang Li could clearly feel that those dark beings that had been refined were in essence still alive. They had become part of the foundation of the realms, carrying a portion of the mass of the heavens with their undying nature. These beings sunk in darkness when they reached the outside world carried a unique aura of undying. This aura made them nearly impossible to erase, they could only be suppressed. Of course, it seemed the celestials also liked this characteristic of these beings. They had even prepared purification devices for darkness just to be able to fish more of these dark beings. Darkness was an absolute enemy to them, but it was not to the point of being unviewable. Darkness was a great enemy, but it was not beyond resolution. As long as they did not delve into the second layer of darkness, the mere dark aura caught could still be dealt with. Linglong Immortal was ambushed earlier because she had not descended into the mortal realm for millennia, causing her to be somewhat lax in her defenses. Moreover, her bait was not meant to catch dark creatures. She had never considered that she would hook a dark white deer. After all, the Baichao Huantian Dan was of no use to dark beings. They are creatures born chasing light, and the radiance of the Baichao Huantian Dan was like that of a firefly in the second layer. Who knows why she ended up hooking a massive creature she couldn't handle in the short term. She simply suffered a loss for not reacting in time. Now that these celestial beings have gained considerable benefits, Jiang Li was also intentionally controlling the pace. Next it was time for large-scale baiting. The baiting celestial did not exert strength. Little Jiang Li simply lacked the strength to hang more fish on their hooks. 3,000 pounds of grain for 1 pound of fish was an absolutely fair trade. No deceit for young or old. Bait the area, give it a good baiting. My weight in the realm has increased, and my status can finally be further elevated. This place is truly magical. I can actually fish out dark beings. Indeed, who doesn't know how difficult it is to catch dark beings? Every time we specifically fish for them, we end up with nothing but losses. Haha, give it a good baiting. From now on, this will be the perfect spot for fishing dark beings. Look at the dark gift pack I've prepared specifically for dark beings. A fishing spot that was originally quiet has now become as lively as a bustling marketplace. Celestials have gathered here to take root and fish. In the baiting process, each person is more willing to invest resources than the last. For a moment, it seemed as if a meteor shower of treasures had fallen in the second layer of the void, countless treasures being thrown to the location where Jiang Li resides. Finally, we're starting to bait the area. This is how it should be. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction and began to selectively respond occasionally, taking out some small fish and shrimp to reward the eager celestials above. In no time, Jiang Li found himself getting along harmoniously with these celestials, creating a scene of delightful camaraderie. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Li cherished this honeymoon period while accepting the offerings and delving deeper into the darkness and the entities within the second layer. Occasionally, he would hang a pure black being to give the celestials above a glimpse. It served as a rare surprise for their otherwise monotonous lives. Thus, Jiang Li was enjoying himself immensely in the second layer of the void, interacting joyously with the celestials above. As more and more dark beings were sent to the realm, Jiang Li's understanding of the dynamics of the realm grew deeper. The dark beings being sent up were all radar detectors for Jiang Li. Although he couldn't observe the operations of the realms in detail, he could sense their general status. In particular, Jiang Li's consciousness was gradually awakening, allowing him to form a rough understanding of the situation above the realms. Especially the dark version of Linglong Celestial seemed to have no significant wariness towards Jiang Li. Otherwise, given Jiang Li's current cultivation, she should have quickly detected the awakening of his consciousness. However, up until now, aside from promoting that fishing spot, the dark version of Linglong Celestial appeared to be just like the previous one, with no changes in temperament or behavior. This is not metaphysics. Jiang Li muttered to himself, but he chose not to act recklessly and instead continued to feign death. With his current strength, he couldn't do anything to Linglong Celestial and could only choose to remain hidden in the realm amidst the darkness. The foundation of Linglong Deluo Heaven is somewhat strange. This person seems to be an anomaly. An anomaly? What do you mean? It's an anomaly. Within his Dao foundation, there are traces of the second layer's aura, a type of aura that has been thoroughly purified from darkness. Interesting, a being of this level has been completely suppressed by Linglong. Not completely, though our power has stimulated him, causing his will to awaken. No worries, in the realm, a being of this level can't do anything, he can only watch. Will he discover our secret? No, he is only at the third stage and cannot comprehend our existence at all. Alright, then let's avoid unnecessary trouble. Have there been any developments on new members recently? Yes, I've identified some candidates. Then let's proceed according to plan. The darkness faded and everything returned to its original state. The dark Linglong Celestial stood quietly within Linglong Deluo Heaven, slightly lowering her head to glance at the ground beneath her. Supporting this vast and boundless realm is the third stage being suppressed deep below. A third stage being is capable of supporting a realm to soar into the skies. This indicates that this little fellow's potential is absolutely beyond imagination. I'm quite tempted. What should I do to convert him into one of us? Linglong Celestial's essence had long been divided among other dark celestials, leaving only an empty shell. Although the celestial status allows her to exert infinite power, even as an empty shell, the lack of essence prevents her from directly intervening in many matters. If she could convert the earth being beneath her feet into a dark entity, her essence could be partially replenished. However, the earth being is the foundation of a realm. If he were converted into a dark being, the entire realm's aura would undergo fundamental changes. Because of this, Linglong is currently hesitant to take direct action against Jiang Li. She does not want, nor can she afford, to disrupt the plans of the Dark Council. Damn it, how did I catch a pure black being? The second layer earth being is too careless. This is simply a case of substituting inferior quality for superior. A pure black one is fine. I've heard that some are currently researching these dark beings, and they are very willing to pay a price for them. Haha, is there another fool looking for death? Alright, I'll send them over. The earth being from the second layer is definitely not an ordinary character. Based on our input-output ratio, this fellow below is surely a big fish that can swallow the heavens. Indeed, any earth being that can easily send dark beings up is surely a top-tier being occupying a mountain in the second layer. Such a character will likely soon attract some who enjoy fishing for big catches. A bunch of delusional idiots. Do they really think all earth beings can be easily manipulated by us? Every time a calamity descends, the first to perish are these arrogant fools. We who have cultivated into celestials are naturally ambitious, without experiencing several tribulations, who would look down upon earth beings that we play with as if they were mere fish. Let's see where this calamity will begin, and will it leave us another fishing ground? There are already enough forbidden zones. If we add 2 more, I fear we won't know how to wrap things up later. Haha, we'll talk about future matters later. Hey everyone, look at what I've caught this time, a koi, and a thoroughly purified one. Oh my, is this the spirit of fortune? You've struck it rich. Use it to reinforce the foundation, and your cultivation will not only advance further, but will also be subtly favored by fortune. Goodness, who exactly is that fellow in the second layer? Could he be a prince of the Dragon Palace? No, I feel he might be more like a scheme from the Divine Court. Perhaps it's that group of glowing beings from the Holy Hall. Do you think it could be that group, eh? Impossible, don't talk nonsense. They should have been wiped out long ago. Yeah, you don't bring up those cursed beings every day. If they were to revive from your mouth, you would be responsible. I'll pretend I didn't say anything. The celestial beings are truly lacking in decorum. In the second layer of the Return to the Void, Jiang Li gazed at the falling streams of light, feeling increasingly uneasy. Compared to the previous, pure baiting hooks have already been cast down. After just a few days of baiting, the dark beings have barely been caught, and they already think they can reel me in. Moreover, can your hooks actually catch me? Jiang Li was very confident in his own mass. With the constant upgrade of his territory's material, its weight had reached a terrifying level. With the hooks currently hanging down, thinking they could pull him up was nothing but a fool's dream. I say, fellow Taoist, with our rods and lines made of such material, there's no way we can catch that big fish. Yes, many say this is a fish comparable to the Prince of the Dragon Palace. Aren't we being too rash? What if we startle the snake in the grass? An old man with gray beard was squinting his eyes, fishing his rod, seemed to freeze time in place, showing no signs of movement at all. In the face of the surrounding people's doubts, he merely smiled faintly. Esteemed Taoists, my cultivation may not be high, but I have considerable insights in the art of fishing. I have a good understanding of the temperament of these top-tier earthly immortals. They are often overly ambitious and exceedingly confident in their own mass. A colossal creature from the depths often instinctively seeks to toy with those on land when faced with hooks that clearly cannot catch it. When dealing with these creatures, mere heavy bait is not effective. We must exploit their mindset. The crowd around him suddenly understood. This old man seemed to have a modest cultivation level, yet held a high status among the celestial beings. It was evident that this was the confidence of a fisherman. This man must have caught many big fish in various places. Everyone nodded in agreement, then replaced their rods with inferior ones. First, cultivate the pride of the big fish below. Glancing at the many celestial beings who had already fallen for his ploy, Hai Buodong nodded in satisfaction. He looked again at his rod. The heavenly thieves exchanged no trace, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This rod was crafted from all his wealth. It appeared to be an ordinary inferior fishing rod, yet contained the terrifying power to solidify time and space. Moreover, the key was that the real hook was hidden within that inferior hook. Once the big fish in the second layer was stirred by other celestial beings and mistook his hook for another inferior one, his objective would be achieved. At that time, it would be a moment to witness a miracle. Let everyone see how he could manipulate the hearts of men to catch an unprecedented big fish. Fishing requires good equipment first. Second, one must have the right mindset. Those celestial beings who were easily swayed by a few words clearly were not qualified fishermen. Oh wow, something big is on the line. I have one too. Why does it feel so heavy this time? Oh no, my rod can't hold. Damn, why does it feel like the hook is stuck on a dark mountain? I can't pull it at all. Me too, I can't budge it. What's going on? Wait, mine won't budge either. Dao friend, what's happening over there? Me. I have no situation. Hai Buodong was somewhat puzzled. While other celestial beings claimed that there were big fish below, his hook showed no signs of movement or response. Could it be that I've been exposed? No, that's impossible. I have enhanced the trait no trace on heavenly thieves exchange. Even a top-tier celestial being wouldn't discover my hidden hook. Fellow Taoists, don't think too much. Let's follow our cause and descend. This must be a big one. Yes. Everyone quickly take out your best hooks. If we can catch this big one, our cultivation could advance. So exciting. I haven't caught such a giant in a long time. In the realm of the heavens, many celestial beings were rubbing their hands together. Instantly, hundreds of streams of light fell, heading straight for the big fish caught by the previous hooks. Jiang Li's corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to laugh, but held it back. Under his gaze, hundreds more streams of light fell directly descending upon the dark mountain before him. This mountain was quite unusual, for under the illumination of Jiang Li's territory, this dark mountain had not been quickly purified. Instead, it emitted a hazy black radiance resisting his purification. This was quite peculiar. The dark beings he had encountered thus far all had an immense yearning for light. Even the dark continent below would quickly respond and bloom with vitality when light descended. Yet this mountain seemed to resist his purification. There must be a great secret within. Fortunately, the celestial beings above have also been restless. He would take advantage of their strength to help him move this mountain. Otherwise, if it remained unpurified for too long, it would be a hidden danger. These guys really have a lot of... Watching the streams of light continuously falling with the hundreds of hooks, it was evident that more and more celestial beings had joined this tug-of-war. From Jiang Li's perspective, the dark mountain that could not be purified in the short term was being pulled upwards inch by inch. As the dark mountain slowly rose, chunks of pitch-black stone fell from it, allowing Jiang Li to quickly catch a glimpse of a corner of this mountain. This is actually a black tower. No, it's ruined, leaving only the tip of the tower. An object that has existed in the dark world for so long, even covered in stones, this is definitely not simple. Greed is the precursor to ruin. Let's first clarify what exactly this is before proceeding. Jiang Li took a step back, contemplated, and ultimately retreated back to his territory. Under the protection of his territory's brilliance, Jiang Li quietly observed this tug-of-war. As the stones from the Black Tower continued to fall, those fallen stones were quickly purified by the brilliance of Jiang Li's territory. The one resisting purification all along was this treasure tower. Good things are indeed good, but I wonder how deep the pit behind it is, and whether my small frame can withstand it. Jiang Li felt a temptation, but restrained his restless heart. He had suffered too many losses. Even the hardest head should be rounded off eventually. When encountering opportunities, one must first clarify whether there are pitfalls, how deep the pits are, and whether one can withstand them.